Who could possibly be more unfortunate than Gu Nanxing? It would be one thing to traverse into a novel, but to find oneself in the role of a nefarious female antagonist is an entirely different flight. Being a wicked supporting character is one thing, but her villainous husband is enamored with a heroine and desires a divorce. Divorce may be acceptable, yet something feels amiss. The glances from her villainous husband grow increasingly unsettling. Wasn't a divorce the intention? What does it signify when you now embrace me and kiss? The male protagonist's younger brother encounters a little fairy? Quick, flee. This one is a potential trap. Her sister has a boyfriend? Your boyfriend regards you merely as a cash dispenser. The image of the devoted husband. The acclaimed actor? Merely a scoundrel forcing others into degradation. Chapter 1. Her? The wicked supporting character? In a tastefully decorated room, a woman is curled up in despair on a spacious bed capable of accommodating 5. The thin blanket drapes over her voluptuous figure, while her petite face is marred by frustration. Gu Nanxing has been awake for 2 hours and still cannot fathom the reality of her transmigration into a fictional narrative. She had just finished her night shift, and on her way home, a car came barreling towards her. The last image she recalls is of herself soaring through the air. To her astonishment, what played out on television was indeed true. One could actually fly that high. Now, lying in bed, she reflects on her predicament. Gu Nanxing has traversed into a book entitled Indulged Sweet Wife, Mr. Mo's Unrestrained Love. Just listen to that title. It epitomizes a typical domineering CEO novel. However, alas, she is not the cherished protagonist. She is the pitiable supporting character who is already married and shamelessly entangled with the male lead. She obsessively clung to the male lead, Mo Huayan, sabotaging the relationship between him and the heroine, Mingxi, creating chaos between them, ultimately leading to her own demise. This is already quite lamentable, but the most tragic aspect is that her husband, Li Jingchuan, is also infatuated with Mingxi. Her own actions, coupled with her harassment of the heroine, have led Li Jingchuan to despise her. In essence, everyone loathes her, while all favor the heroine. Why should this be? Yet, upon recalling the original character's deeds, such a fate seems well-deserved. However, considering her previous miserable existence and the life she now leads, could Gu Nanxing possibly alter the original outcome? Knock, knock. The sound of knocking interrupted Gu Nanxing's contemplation. A middle-aged woman's voice resonated from outside the door. "Young madam, are you awake? It is time for breakfast." Gu Nanxing recognized the voice of the household maid, Aunt Chen. "Aunt Chen, I will be there shortly." "Very well, young madam." Aunt Chen is reluctant to awaken Gu Nanxing, but if she does not, there will be a temperamental outburst. Even calling her to rise might provoke a tantrum. Alas, she is particularly difficult. However, today her mood seems rather pleasant, though it remains uncertain how long that will last. Her poor young master. No time to linger further, Gu Nanxing rises. Passing by the dressing mirror, she gazes at the woman reflected within, her curvaceous form and exquisitely radiant visage. The delicate skin, as fragile as a blown feather, coupled with cascading long hair, renders her breathtakingly beautiful beyond compare. She bears a resemblance to her former self, albeit with a few distinctions. Gu Nanxing reached for her chest and gasped, "Wow, this is precisely what my former self yearned for. It truly possesses substance." After admiring her reflection for a while, Gu Nanxing proceeded to freshen up, for her hunger could not be postponed. Beauty could always be savored later. Once Gu Nanxing emerged from her grooming, she rummaged through her wardrobe and donned a simple dress. Gazing at the garment, she felt a wave of nostalgia. Though it appeared ordinary, it was anything but when worn. Gu Nanxing regained her focus and descended the stairs for breakfast. Upon seeing her, Aunt Chen promptly pulled out a chair and served her soup. "Thank you, Aunt Chen, but I can manage on my own." Gu Nanxing's words startled Aunt Chen, causing her to spill some soup. "I apologize, young madam. I shall clean it up immediately." Aunt Chen bowed her head, inwardly lamenting her misfortune. She was bound to face reprimand once more. "It's all right, take your time," Gu Nanxing said, observing Aunt Chen's panicked demeanor with a sense of resignation. How domineering the original owner must have been. However, such behavior could not change overnight. Patience was required. Gu Nanxing fell silent, contentedly enjoying her breakfast, even if the hour was growing late. It was only after she finished her meal that Aunt Chen approached her. "Young madam, the young master has asked you to prepare. Do not forget to accompany him to the ancestral home for dinner today." Gu Nanxing pondered for a moment. Since marrying Li Jingchuan, she had moved out. They reserved a night each week to dine at the ancestral home, and although the original owner was thoroughly displeased, she could not refuse. This was because Li Jingchuan would always come to collect her, and no matter how reluctant she was, She could not withstand that man's insistence. Though the original owner attended the family dinners, she would invariably create disturbances. Whether through garish attire or rude behavior, she was a source of annoyance to the Li family, who held no fondness for her whatsoever. Yet, she could not comprehend why, despite their disdain, the Li family insisted on her presence to further aggravate them. Now that the soul inhabiting this body was hers, she resolved to consider how best to present herself, at the very least to avoid further antagonizing the Li family. Otherwise, according to the narrative, the original Gu Nanxing had incited universal loathing, ultimately failing to win Mo Huayan's affection and culminating in a divorce from Li Jingchuan. Subsequently, she faced betrayal and isolation, meeting a tragic end in a car accident, neglected by all, and perishing alone in a dilapidated house. In the end, it was only due to the foul stench of her decaying body that neighbors discovered her, a truly tragic fate. Thus, Gu Nanxing, you must alter the course of your destiny. Resolute in her decision, Gu Nanxing set down her bowl and returned upstairs. She needed to prepare an appropriate outfit. The original owner had always dressed in a manner that was both slovenly and vulgar to provoke the Li family. This often resulted in Li Jingchuan's forehead veins bulging with frustration. Reflecting on this, Gu Nanxing felt a twinge of embarrassment. As she surveyed the plethora of garments in her closet, she found herself in a state of indecision. The wardrobe was filled with the latest styles, but she had previously shunned them. Now, she intended to make good use of these fashionable choices. After much deliberation in the dressing room, Gu Nanxing selected a white dress. Simple in design, devoid of excessive adornments, it exuded an air of innocence and charm when worn. With her outfit confirmed, Gu Nanxing no longer felt rushed. She decided to explore every corner of the house to acclimate herself as swiftly as possible. Chapter 2: Inner Voices. Gu Nanxing pondered the events within the narrative as she surveyed her surroundings. Li Jingchuan, the president of the Li Group, and the male protagonist, Mo Huayan, were both esteemed figures at the pinnacle of Beijing's social hierarchy. It was no wonder they were cast as the hero and the formidable antagonist in the tale. Consequently, everything in this residence was of the finest quality. This was a standalone villa, nestled among neighbors of considerable wealth and status. Upon entering through the grand gates, one was greeted by an expansive garden, meticulously tended by the gardener, adorned with a splendid array of blossoms. Of course, this was prior to Gu Nanxing's arrival. After she came, however, she instructed the gardener to uproot all the flowers, claiming they were an eyesore. Now, the Li family's gardener merely received his wages without any obligation to work. Reflecting on this, Gu Nanxing felt an inexplicable pang of guilt. Following the villa was a landscape replete with unusual rock formations, long corridors, and ornamental ponds, a courtyard constructed akin to a park. Therefore, the household employed a multitude of staff, a butler, chefs, maids, gardeners, cleaners, and chauffeurs. Gu Nanxing couldn't help but marvel at the opulence of it all. She considered the staff members she needed to keep an eye on, particularly butler Zhang and the maid Aunt Chen, both long-standing members of the Li household who had transferred from the old estate. It was essential to be cautious. Yet here she was, a former ordinary worker transformed into an unexpectedly wealthy young wife. Although the fortune was not her own, it mattered little. What a splendid life it was. This only strengthened Gu Nanxing's resolve to alter her destiny. Determined, she decided to take a brief afternoon nap to rejuvenate herself for the evening ahead. She informed Aunt Chen and retreated to her room. Once ensconced on the large bed, Gu Nanxing rolled around in sheer enjoyment before drifting into a deep slumber. With her resolve firm, she relinquished her worries, and her sleep was profoundly restful. In her dreams, she envisioned a scenario where she had indeed altered the original outcome, escaping a tragic demise. Instead, she and Li Jingchuan amicably divorced, and he even provided her with compensation in the form of 2 small goals. The excitement of this dream jolted her awake, and she found herself unable to return to sleep. Sitting up in bed, Gu Nanxing began to chuckle to herself. If anyone were to witness her, they would surely think her a fool. The dream was simply too delightful, prompting her to replay it in her mind. Gu Nanxing resolved that this dream would serve as her motivation moving forward. Realizing it was getting late, Gu Nanxing hastily prepared herself. She rose from her bed, donned her nightgown, and made her way to the bathroom. After more than 40 minutes, she emerged, clad in her sleepwear. Her gaze fell upon an array of cosmetics and skincare products on the table, filling her with joy. All high-end brands, of course. What girl could resist such luxuries? After completing her skincare routine and blow-drying her hair, Gu Nanxing applied a light makeup. As she gazed into the mirror, She tossed a flirtatious wink at her fresh and enchanting reflection. Gu Nanxing, you are truly stunning. Dressed in the outfit she had selected earlier, Gu Nanxing admired herself in the mirror. She appeared radiant and graceful, exuding an elegance that was utterly captivating. Perhaps a tad exaggerated, yet undeniably, her beauty was striking. People are naturally drawn to beauty, and her visage was undoubtedly one of her greatest assets. Just as she was finishing up, the sound of a car engine resonated from downstairs, followed by Aunt Chen's voice. Good day, sir. And a deep, magnetic voice followed suit. Gu Nanxing pouted slightly. Who could her possibly refer to? Aunt Chen clearly understood. Madam is resting upstairs. Still resting? The impatience in Li Jingchuan's tone was palpable, even from a floor above. He had not come specifically to fetch Gu Nanxing. Rather, he was concerned she might cause trouble again and wished to assess the situation beforehand. If she continued to act out, Li Jingchuan was prepared to take action. Before he could finish his thoughts, a melodic voice rang out from above. I'm coming. As Gu Nanxing contemplated her own intentions, a smile graced her lips in the mirror. After several adjustments, satisfied with her expression, she descended the stairs. Upon rounding the corner and descending 2 flights, Gu Nanxing spotted the tall, imposing figure in the living room. Li Jingchuan, having heard the sounds of her descent, turned to glance back. As he beheld the girl in a white dress with delicate features, his gaze flickered, though his expression remained inscrutable. She was dressed so ordinarily today. Was there a hidden agenda? This thought caused Li Jingchuan to furrow his brow. Gu Nanxing, on the other hand, gazed at him with sparkling eyes, her heart silently exclaiming, Wow! I knew Li Jingchuan was handsome, but not this handsome. Li Jingchuan questioned, What was that sound? Was it Gu Nanxing? Yet, she hadn't spoken. Li Jingchuan remained composed, though his gaze remained fixed on her. Gu Nanxing, with such a beauty, what more could one desire? Li Jingchuan confirmed it was indeed Gu Nanxing's inner voice he had heard. Gu Nanxing was certain she hadn't spoken aloud, yet he had clearly perceived her thoughts. But what was this nonsense about bicycles? And beauty? Was he the subject of such descriptors? Were they even appropriate? Oh, this face, this figure, this waist. Gu Nanxing rallied her spirits. She couldn't afford to be lost in the allure of beauty. Li Jingchuan raised an eyebrow. Was she engaging in self-affirmation? At this moment, he deduced that he was indeed hearing her inner monologue. However, the reasons behind this phenomenon, along with Gu Nanxing's apparent transformation, eluded him. He resolved to observe her closely and deliberate further. Clearing his throat, Li Jingchuan drew Gu Nanxing back from her wandering thoughts. Since you're ready, let us proceed. With that, he turned and strode toward the exit, entirely unconcerned about Gu Nanxing's presence on the staircase. Gu Nanxing hurried to follow. There was no avoiding the need to ingratiate herself. However, she mused, though he is extraordinarily handsome, he lacks emotional intelligence. No wonder Shinmingshi isn't too fond of him. She trailed behind, her head lowered, silently critiquing him, completely unaware that Li Jingchuan had stumbled slightly in response to her words. Chapter 3. Silly child. Why are you still dawdling? Hurry up. Li Jingchuan gritted his teeth, glaring at Gu Nanxing, who was even more infuriating than when she was causing chaos. Fine. He observed her innocent smile and felt a cold chuckle rise within him. Were it not for his ability to hear her inner criticisms, he might have believed her demeanor. Thus, they journeyed to the Li family's old estate amidst Gu Nanxing's incessant chatter. As the car came to a halt, Li Jingchuan rubbed his temples, feeling a slight headache as he let out a quiet sigh. The noise. As Li Jingchuan and Gu Nanxing exited the vehicle, an elderly woman with graying hair approached them. Young master, young mistress, your parents are waiting for you in the living room. Grandma Zhang, I told you not to come to greet me. A hint of warmth softened Li Jingchuan's typically stern expression, stirring something within Gu Nanxing. Grandma Zhang? Oh, Zhang Fingxia, the most senior servant of the Li family, who raised Li Jingchuan's father, Li Hongxin. Li Jingchuan's grandparents reside elsewhere, leaving this matriarch behind under the pretense of watching over the children. The Li family treats her as one of their own, but this old woman, H.M. Li Jingchuan listened intently to Gu Nanxing's words, noting her surprising knowledge. However, her tone was somewhat off, and what did those last 2 cold huffs signify? He contemplated the 2 figures ahead. As they approached the entrance, Gu Nanxing overheard a conversation from within. Dad, Mom, why must you insist on Gu Nanxing's presence? She only brings you frustration. A sweet, girlish voice reached her ears, and Gu Nanxing realized it belonged to Li Jingchuan's younger sister, Li Qingshan. Indeed, Mom. Upon laying eyes on her, a sense of vexation washed over me, and I could hardly fathom how my elder brother endured it. This irritable young man is none other than Li Yanqi, the younger sibling of Li Jingchuan. As you are aware, this is a decree set forth by your grandmother. A resigned voice of a middle-aged man echoed through the room. Why not step inside? As Li Jingchuan approached, he noticed Gu Nanxing lingering at the door, her expression one of bewilderment. Li Jingchuan took the initiative to enter, interrupting the discourse within the room. Gu Nanxing followed suit, her face adorned with a gracious smile. Father, mother. The occupants of the room stared in astonishment at the enchanting young lady behind Li Jingchuan. They exchanged glances, each wearing an expression akin to being struck by lightning. Images of Gu Nanxing's former self surfaced in their minds. Her garish attire and gaudy makeup sent shivers down their spines. Excuse me? Did you not hear me? Should I call out again? This voice further astonished those present. Observing their expressions, Li Jingchuan hastily moved forward. Come in first, then we shall talk. All right. Let us proceed inside. Li Jingchuan's mother, Wenwan, offered an awkward smile, her gaze directed at her son, silently inquiring about the situation. Was this a new tactic? Was he planning to frighten them? Thank you, mother. Gu Nanxing obediently took a seat, expressing her gratitude. Wenwan's hands trembled slightly. Humph, wicked woman. Is this your new scheme? I assure you, with our intellect, we shall not be deceived. Li Yanqi jumped up, pointing at Gu Nanxing. She gazed up at him, her expression one of innocence. You. Li Yanqi found himself at a loss for words. There was no denying the cunning of her approach this time. Hey. You have nothing to retort, do you? Still boasting of your cleverness, Gu Nanxing's triumphant voice rang out. What did you just say? Li Yanqi está marat. Had he truly heard her call him a fool? Huh. I said nothing at all, Gu Nanxing shrugged. Did I utter a word? Why is he asking me this? Li Jingchuan regarded his family's expressions with a profound gaze. Had they all heard that? Indeed, she had said nothing. It was he who misheard. Elder brother. Li Yanqi was eager to argue but caught the sharp glint in Li Jingchuan's eyes. In an instant, he understood and promptly adjusted his tone. I must have misheard. Gu Nanxing regarded him with a puzzled expression but nodded nonetheless. Very well. Just say he is foolish. A grown man, believing whatever others say. Otherwise, how could he be so easily manipulated by a young girl? Alas, the poor child is doomed. Li Yanqi was beside himself, having yet to grasp the situation. Wondering why he was destined for misfortune. He sought assistance from Li Jingchuan, hoping his elder brother would clarify. Yet, Li Jingchuan did not even glance at him. Fixated solely on Gu Nanxing. Unperturbed by the peculiar gazes around her, Gu Nanxing contemplated how to alert this naive boy about his little junior sister from the same company, who might ensnare him. Should I be less subtle in my warning? Though he is rather dim-witted and indiscreet, as a compassionate little fairy. I cannot bear to see him suffer. Yes, this will suffice. Gu Nanxing steeled herself before slowly voicing her concern. Li Yanqi, you ought to be wary of Feng Fengfei. Everyone was taken aback. Where was the subtlety in that? Does Gu Nanxing imply that Feng Fengfei aims to harm Li Yanqi? Li Yanqi, of course, caught on. Hearing Gu Nanxing describe the kind and innocent junior sister, he immediately bristled. Slamming his hand on the table, he pointed at Gu Nanxing and exclaimed, I knew you would revert to your former detestable self, conjuring up new malevolent schemes. Why target her? She is just a pure-hearted, kind young lady. How could you possess such a wicked heart? The more he spoke, the angrier he became, picturing that pitiful little face, which only intensified his disdain for Gu Nanxing. Li Jingchuan furrowed his brow but chose silence, stifling any comments from his parents. He wished to observe how Gu Nanxing would navigate this predicament. Gu Nanxing closed her eyes, internally chanting, Do not be angry. Do not be angry. One cannot stoop to the level of a fool. Upon hearing this, Li Yanqi glanced at his family, who were struggling to suppress their amusement, and his expression darkened further. How many times had she labeled him a fool? Still pure and kind? Which eye of yours beheld such a sight? I can do without her. Li Yanqi was about to retort, but Wenwan gently grasped his arm, murmuring reassurances. He is still upset, if not for his pitiable state, who would bother with him? You only perceive Feng Fengfei's pitiful facade. You are unaware that it is all an act. She is not as innocent as you think. To land roles, she has entertained several producers and directors, albeit lacking substantial backing. In her quest to alter her fate, she has set her sights on you, the film emperor. With Li Yanqi's protection, she believes she can have whatever she desires. She has her eyes on the second female lead in the ancient drama you star in. Yet she knows that even with Li Yanche's support, there are limits. Li Yanche will not recommend her if her acting is subpar. Hence, Feng Fangfei plans to ensnare him. As Li Yanche prepared to rise in rebuttal, a mere glance from Li Jingchuan compelled him to sit back down obediently. Yanche, I recall you mentioning that Feng Fangfei had assisted you? Li Jingchuan's voice shifted, gravely contemplative. Indeed, she did help me. I happened to seek a late-night snack and encountered a horde of rabid fans. I was in quite the predicament until Feng Fangfei came to my rescue. She even took a tumble in the process, injuring her arm. She has been trailing you for quite some time. Those fans? She orchestrated it all, playing the role of the heroic savior. As for the tumble, that was but a ploy. Li Yanche swallowed hard and continued. When I offered her money, she declined, stating she required no recompense. Of course, how else would she ensure you remembered her and developed a fondness?
Li Yancha inhaled deeply.
I still have my doubts. I even recommended her for a role, but she turned it down.
She is not that shallow.
Right, not shallow at all. That is only because she has secured another role. That was a part she earned after spending a month with the director, and she certainly wouldn't relinquish it. Li Yanche found himself at a loss for words, but convincing him that Feng Fangfei was a villain was an impossible task. He still recalled the girl who had appeared like a divine being when he was at his wit's end. Her shy yet gentle smile, coupled with her remarkable courage, made her unforgettable. In his years of navigating the entertainment industry, he had encountered countless beauties, yet only Feng Fangfei resonated with him on a deeper level. Who was Gu Nanxing? A vile woman, creating chaos. His elder brother, Li Jingchuan, was an exceptional man, yet she remained unsatisfied, chasing after someone else. Such lack of discernment. He refused to believe Gu Nanxing. Li Jingchuan, however, was deep in thought. He could not entirely dismiss Gu Nanxing's words, yet he could not fully trust them either. In that case, Gu Nanxing, please assist me in retrieving a blue tie adorned with a star pattern from my room on the 3rd floor. Much appreciated.
Huh?
Gu Nanxing appeared momentarily stunned. Wait, just as the atmosphere was improving, you start issuing commands? A star pattern tie? Is he hinting at something? No, he fancies Shinmingshi, right? Could it be? Thank you. It may prove challenging to locate. Li Jingchuan could hardly endure any longer. He was utterly bemused by the thoughts swirling in her mind. Oh, very well. Though it seemed somewhat peculiar, Gu Nanxing still made her way there. Not for any particular reason, but to curry favor with Li Jingchuan and secure more alimony. With a smile, Gu Nanxing ascended the stairs. The members of the Li family watched her until she disappeared from sight, and then immediately surrounded Li Jingchuan. Jingchuan, what is the meaning of her presence? Brother, I heard some strange remarks. I heard them too. Eldest brother, on what grounds does she make such claims about Fangfei? The group looked helplessly at Li Yanche, pondering the significance of this. However, recalling Gu Nanxing's assertion that Feng Fangfei intended to ensnare Li Yanche, it indeed seemed rather crucial. Li Jingchuan felt a slight headache. Take it slowly. I am as bewildered as you are. When I encounter her today, it unfolded like this. What we heard must be her innermost thoughts. And she appears to possess knowledge of many things we are unaware of. For now, let us not reveal our awareness. Act as though we have heard nothing. I shall find a way to investigate further. As for Feng Fangfei, Li Jingchuan pondered for a moment before lifting his gaze seriously to meet Li Yanche's. Tomorrow, everything remains as usual. Continue with your affairs. Eldest brother.
Li Qingshan exclaimed.
She too harbored doubts about Gu Nanxing, but what if there was truth to it? What would happen to Li Yanche if he truly fell into a trap? Qingshan, do not fret. How could Fangfei wish me harm? I hold absolute faith in her. Li Yanche declared earnestly.
No, Li Umshin interjected decisively.
Since Gu Nanxing's arrival, he had sensed something amiss but had remained silent. He found himself somewhat inclined to believe Gu Nanxing's words, for this girl was remarkably extraordinary. Her assertions were logical and well-founded, making them easier to accept. Conversely, Yanche was being overly emotional, lacking clarity. Father, rest assured. I am aware of the situation and will make the necessary arrangements. Hearing Li Jingchuan's words, Li Hongxin felt reassured. This child, Jingchuan, was composed and reserved, instilling confidence in those around him. If he claimed he would make arrangements, he would certainly do so. There is one more matter. Li Jingchuan glanced at Zhang Fingxia, who had been standing quietly nearby. It seems others are oblivious. Do not let anything slip. When Gu Nanxing's innermost thoughts resonated, Li Jingchuan attentively observed the expressions of those in the room. He noted the shock and bewilderment of his family, yet Zhang Fengxia remained impassive, as did the occasional servant bustling through the living room. This indicated that only his family could hear Gu Nanxing's thoughts. The other members of the Li family, following Li Jingchuan's gaze, nodded in understanding. Just as they were about to speak further, they heard murmurs from upstairs. How difficult it is to find, is it not? I can't believe I trusted you. Do you even know how many ties you possess? 2 large boxes, all rolled up, and I have gone through them one by one. This wretched tie is the 6th from the bottom. If it weren't for the prospect of receiving more money for the divorce, I wouldn't even bother. Chapter 5. Caught in the act. Under the peculiar gazes of his family, Li Jingchuan cleared his throat, wishing to signal someone to cease their complaints. Hearing the voices from downstairs, Gu Nanxing indeed paused momentarily before continuing. Why are you coughing? Are you trying to show off your melodious voice? What time is it? I haven't had a morsel to eat since arriving here, and now I must work. The preceding voice was filled with indignation, while the latter carried a hint of inexplicable grievance. Your tie. Gu Nanxing handed the tie she held to Li Jingchuan.
Thank you. Li Jingwan rapli au quarli.
His intention to divert Gu Nanxing's attention so that he could discuss matters with his family. As for how many ties he owned, Li Jingchuan had completely forgotten, and he was even unaware if he possessed one adorned with stars. Speaking of stars, it was indeed a spontaneous thought that Gu Nanxing had conjured, and he was taken aback to discover that he actually did have one. Well, it is getting late. Let us have dinner. When Wan recalled Gu Nanxing's earlier remarks, acknowledging that it was indeed late. Xiuyu, has Chef Wang finished preparing the meal? Xiuyu emerged from the kitchen upon hearing the call. Gu Nanxing glanced up to see a young woman in her 20s, her face dotted with freckles, appearing quite earnest and unpretentious.
Now.
This is a truly innocent and kind-hearted girl.
I.
Li Yanche shot Gu Nanxing a fierce glare, as if to say, Are you not done yet? Madam, the meal is ready. Shall I serve it? Xiuyu inquired, awaiting instructions. Serve the dishes. Let us eat, when Wan replied before leading the way to the dining table, with Gu Nanxing hastily following suit. As the dishes were brought to the table, Gu Nanxing focused intently on her meal. Yet her gaze kept drifting toward a dish of fish that was positioned a bit too far from her. That fish looks rather appetizing, if only it weren't so distant. The chopsticks of the others at the table momentarily stilled, though they dared not display their surprise too overtly, returning their attention to their meals. After dinner, Li Jingchuan did not linger, taking Gu Nanxing with him as he departed. He needed to arrange matters concerning Li Yanche for the following day. Upon returning home, Li Jingchuan headed straight for the study, leaving only a remark, I have work to attend to. You may rest first. Gu Nanxing was unbothered, as today's events had unfolded far better than she had anticipated. Despite Li Yanche and Li Qingshan's evident disdain for her, they had maintained a cordial demeanor when directly interacting with her. Little did Gu Nanxing know, their apparent kindness stemmed from fear rather than genuine regard. As Li Jingchuan prepared for the next day's arrangements, the clock approached midnight. Examining the materials in his hand, Li Jingchuan furrowed his brow. This Feng Fangfei was indeed no ordinary character, toying with Li Yanche as if it were mere sport. Gu Nanxing's assertion that he was a fool was hardly misplaced. It was high time this naive child faced some lessons. As for Gu Nanxing's words, he needed to ensure that his family took them seriously. Li Yanche's schedule for the following day was not particularly troublesome. He was merely to participate in a promotional shoot for a new television drama. Having gone to bed quite late the previous night, he was feeling a bit under the weather. Although he harbored doubts about Gu Nanxing's claims, they had nonetheless left a considerable impact on him. He spent the night contemplating his relationship with Feng Fangfei, ultimately concluding that she was indeed a beautiful and kind-hearted fairy. Despite feeling somewhat fatigued, he managed to work efficiently, leveraging his experience. Once all his tasks were completed, it was already afternoon. Just as he settled into the car to head home, Li Yanche received a phone call from Feng Fangfei. Li Gij, I shot an advertisement today and earned some money. I'll treat you to a meal. The girl's lively voice brought a smile to Li Yanche's lips. Look at how adorable this girl is. Earning money and treating me to a meal? Sounds splendid. I just finished my work, too. Fangfei, please send me the address. Li Yanche cheerfully hung up the phone, glancing at the address that had just come through. Xiao Chun, this is the location. After informing the driver, Xiao Chun, of the address, Li Yanche closed his eyes to rest, completely oblivious to the fact that Xiao Chun had sent the address to someone else. The place Feng Fangfei mentioned was not too far. After a 20-minute drive, they arrived. Second young master. We've arrived. The driver, a member of the Li household, typically referred to Li Yanche as second young master. For Li Yanche's safety, the family had arranged several such drivers. Li Yanche opened his eyes and alighted from the car, spotting a girl in a white dress looking around eagerly at the entrance. Fengfei. Li Gij. Upon hearing Li Yanche's voice, Fengfei joyfully ran toward him, taking his hand and leading him inside. I earned quite a bit this time. You can order whatever you like. With a beaming smile, Li Yanche allowed Fengfei to guide him toward a private room. It appeared that she had indeed earned a substantial sum, as they headed straight for the private dining area. Li Yanche, however, failed to remember that whenever Fengfei invited him for a meal, he invariably ended up paying. Over 2 hours later, Gu Nanxing, nestled on the sofa, laughing heartily at the television, heard her phone ring. Curiously, she picked it up to see the caller ID. The wealthy one. Given their relationship, it was impossible for them to share a room for the night. In the 2 rooms, Gu Nanxing was entirely unaware of the hour at which this individual had retired for the night, nor did she possess any knowledge of when he had roused from slumber. Regardless, after she had awakened, she had not encountered him. Upon answering the phone, she barely managed a greeting when a cool, detached voice instructed, "Prepare yourself. In 10 minutes. The driver will pick you up and take you to a certain location." The call ended abruptly, leaving her momentarily stunned. "Damn it," she muttered, glancing at the screen displaying the name Tycoon, attempting to steady her racing heart. She ascended the stairs to change into a different outfit. Once Gu Nanxing entered the car, the driver set off, with her still in ignorance of their destination. Was he truly exasperated with her, or had he perhaps sold her out? Thus, amidst her anxious anticipation, the vehicle came to a halt. Gu Nanxing lifted her gaze to a large sign and felt a wave of relief wash over her. "Is this an invitation for a meal? What are you thinking? Hurry up and come inside." Li Jingchuan, observing the dazed figure at the entrance, beckoned her in. Li Jingchuan's strikingly handsome yet formidable visage caught Gu Nanxing off guard. Young, attractive, and exuding an undeniable aura of authority, though his expression was somewhat grim. Taking a deep breath, Gu Nanxing forced a smile and obediently approached him. What's wrong? She certainly did not entertain the notion that Li Jingchuan would extend such a generous invitation for a meal. "Follow me," he instructed, striding purposefully forward. Perceiving his intent to remain silent, Gu Nanxing had no choice but to trail behind him. They entered the elevator and ascended to the 9th floor. Upon exiting, Li Jingchuan veered to the right, and just as Gu Nanxing followed suit, she beheld several young men clad in black standing guard at the doorway of her room. Bodyguards? "Mr. Li." One of the apparent leaders approached to greet Li Jingchuan. "Is the person still inside?" "Yes," the bodyguard replied in hushed tones. "We have been here the entire time, and no one has exited." Gu Nanxing observed their exchange, noting Li Jingchuan's grave demeanor, and suddenly felt a surge of excitement. Caught in the act. Chapter 6. I am no longer pure. Li Jingchuan looked at Gu Nanxing in disbelief. He has caught? Caught whom? Just as he pondered this, Gu Nanxing realized, I'm right here. Who could he possibly catch? Could it be that Xin Mingxi has been unfaithful? But then, it wouldn't make sense for him to be the one to catch her. Li Jingchuan, lacking the energy to refute her thoughts, decided to let her entertain her notions. Open the door, he commanded, and the head bodyguard promptly produced a room card. Now let us a skilled catch. As the door swung open, Gu Nanxing sidestepped and entered the room first, her excitement causing her cheeks to flush. Li Jingchuan hastily followed, with the remaining bodyguards trailing behind. Their commotion disrupted the occupants within the room. A young woman clad in pajamas emerged, her expression a mix of shock and fear upon seeing the assembled group. Who are you? How did you get in? Leave, or I'll call the police. Her bravado would have been more effective had her legs not been trembling. Fengfei, where's Li Yanche?
Li Jingwan inquired coldly.
Upon hearing this, Fengfei's fear intensified, yet she maintained her composure. I don't know what you're talking about. Please leave. The moment the woman stepped out, Gu Nanxing understood their purpose. Li Jingchuan was astute enough to deduce this. Thankfully, they had arrived. Otherwise, Li Yanche's reputation would be in tatters.
I am Li Zinoquan.
The mere utterance of those 5 words rendered Fengfei weak in the knees. She had certainly heard of his notorious reputation. He was ruthless, and those who crossed him rarely fared well, sharing the same surname as Li Yanche, who held considerable status in the industry. There were even rumors that he hailed from a wealthy family. However, as Li Yanche had never confirmed these tales, Feng Fangfei had dismissed them as mere gossip.
Now,
Confronted by this imposing figure declaring himself Li Jingchuan, she realized she had unwittingly bitten off more than she could chew. Look at her, Li Jingchuan commanded, striding toward the room from which Feng Fangfei had emerged. Gu Nanxing followed closely behind, eager not to miss the unfolding spectacle. On a large bed lay Li Yanqi, his clothes disheveled. His pallid complexion, tousled hair, and open shirt, coupled with the crumpled sheets on the floor, suggested a state of violation. Gu Nanxing discreetly retrieved her phone. Li Jingchuan, seemingly oblivious to her actions, solemnly instructed the bodyguard beside him, "Bring a basin of water." Gu Nanxing immediately grasped his intent and rushed to intercept the bodyguard. "I'll do it. Let me handle it." The bodyguard looked to Li Jingchuan uncertain. "Let her do as she wishes." Li Jingchuan waved his hand dismissively. Eagerly, Gu Nanxing made her way to the kitchen, procuring the largest basin she could find, filling it to the brim with water. The weight of the basin, coupled with the water, made her unsteady as she approached the bedside. Make way, make way." The bodyguards noticed her struggle and attempted to assist.
"No, I can manage it myself."
Gu Nanxing's tone was resolute, forcing them to halt. Standing at the edge of the bed, Gu Nanxing mentally prepared herself, attempting to calm her racing heart. Taking a deep breath, she thrust her arms forward. With a splashing sound, the entire basin of water cascaded over Li Yanqi's face. Li Yanqi let out a startled cry, bolting upright and wiping the water from his visage. During this commotion, Gu Nanxing hastily relinquished the basin to a nearby bodyguard, swiftly adopting an expression of innocent bewilderment. Li Jingchuan felt a headache coming on. He realized that since Gu Nanxing had changed, his frequency of headaches had not diminished compared to when she had been more temperamental. Li Yanqi had been sleeping soundly when suddenly he dreamt of drowning. The sensation felt alarmingly real, as if water were relentlessly crashing against his face. After wiping his face, he sought to regain his breath, gazing around in confusion. Li Jingchuan remained silent, allowing Li Yanqi to gradually comprehend the situation. "Brother, did you rescue me?" That was Li Yanqi's initial response. He believed it was Li Jingchuan who had saved him from drowning.
Huh?
"What do you mean?" Gu Nanxing was baffled. Li Jingchuan had rescued Li Yanqi. But what did being rescued imply? Wasn't I drowning? Li Yanqi seemed somewhat dazed, responding to Gu Nanxing's inquiry without fully grasping the context. Upon hearing Li Yanqi's words, Gu Nanxing felt a twinge of guilt. She ceased her questioning and subtly inched closer to Li Jingchuan. "What transpired between you and Feng Fangfei?"
Li Jingwan.
Uninterested in their antics, directly addressed him.
Ah? Oh.
Li Yanqi recalled he had been dining with Feng Fangfei. What happened afterward, however, eluded him. Haha. You almost fell into her trap. Just a hair's breadth away from losing your innocence. Gu Nanxing endeavored to hide behind Li Jingchuan, striving to suppress her amusement at the situation. After all, Li Yanqi was unharmed, and she couldn't resist the urge to tease him a little. He consistently acted as if he were above everyone else. Li Yanqi was taken aback as he surveyed his disheveled appearance, his open shirt, and the chaotic state of the bed. Tears welled in his eyes as he voiced his distress. "Brother." His tone was filled with a sense of grievance and sorrow. "It's over. I'm no longer pure. Haha, look at this fool's expression. Does he think Feng Fangfei has gotten the better of him?"
Wait.
Li Yanqi immediately halted. "Am I okay?" He cast a hopeful glance at Li Jingchuan. Upon witnessing Li Jingchuan nod slightly, Li Yanqi breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Change your clothes and come out." Li Yanqi surveyed his drenched attire and nodded in acknowledgement. Li Jingchuan instructed someone to fetch Li Yanqi a change of clothes and stepped out of the room first. After taking a couple of steps, he turned back. "Aren't you coming?" Gu Nanxing had been suppressing her laughter, but suddenly sensed a shift in the atmosphere. "Hurry and lift your head." She heard Li Jingchuan fixating his gaze upon her.
Ah?
"I'm coming." Gu Nanxing pouted and hurriedly followed suit. As Li Jingchuan stepped outside, he cast not a glance at Feng Fangfei, who was slumped on the ground, and directly took a seat on the adjacent sofa. Gu Nanxing shrugged and settled beside him, deliberately maintaining a distance so that two more individuals could comfortably occupy the space between them. The room soon fell into a tranquil silence, awaiting Li Yanqi's change of attire. When Li Yanqi emerged, he spotted Feng Fangfei collapsed on the floor. She, having heard the commotion, realized he was out. Quickly, she shuffled closer, grasping at the hem of his trousers. "Li Gage, I was wrong. I simply adore you too much. Please forgive me." Li Yanche looked down at the face that once stirred his heart with pity. Chapter 7. Call the police. That is no justification for your actions. A cold statement from Li Yanche halted Feng Fangfei's tears. Well, I thought he might forgive that woman, a voice echoed, causing Li Yanche's rising mood to plummet in an instant. Brother, call the police. Li Yanche, devoid of any enthusiasm, instructed Li Jingchuan to handle the situation. Though his expression remained impassive, the impact on his heart was not insignificant. No, please, I beg you, Li Gij, consider the times I have helped you. Spare me this once. The mention of police sent Feng Fangfei into a panic. She knew that if the authorities were involved, it would spell her ruin. You helped me? Li Yanche chuckled as he crouched down to meet her gaze. Despite his mirth, Feng Fangfei sensed an inexplicable dread. Are you certain your assistance was not meticulously orchestrated by you? Can you honestly claim that every step of our relationship was devoid of ulterior motives? Li Yanche recalled Gu Nanxing's words, and his resentment deepened. He had indeed been blind, mistaking a stone for a pearl, nay, even inferior to a stone. Feng Fangfei's complexion turned ashen. He was aware of everything. It was over, utterly finished. She attempted to plead with Li Yanche once more, but caught sight of Li Jingchuan on the sofa. His indifferent gaze rendered her utterly devoid of strength. Li Jingchuan rose and walked out, casually instructing Li Yanche to take care of matters, leaving behind several bodyguards. Let us go. He did not look back. But Gu Nanxing understood he was speaking to her. What a big bad wolf. She muttered under her breath as she trailed behind him. This remark lightened Li Yanche's spirits considerably. Judging by his brother's expression, his mood could not be too dismal. Li Jingchuan was indeed in a foul mood. Yet he could not display it openly. Moreover, it was undeniable that Li Yanche's predicament was significantly due to Gu Nanxing. As they drove home, it was Li Jingchuan at the wheel. Gu Nanxing obediently sat in the passenger seat, her gaze fixed outside. Sighed, this is a bit awkward. Should I say something? Perhaps it's best not to. If he doesn't respond, it will only heighten the awkwardness. Nonetheless, it's rather gracious of him to bring me to witness Li Yanche's misfortune. Li Jingchuan remained silent, yet his grip on the steering wheel tightened imperceptibly. Upon returning home, he exchanged no words with Gu Nanxing and retreated directly to his study. Gu Nanxing, unperturbed, ascended the stairs to rest. As soon as she entered her room, her phone buzzed. She glanced at the screen and froze at the message. XX Bank notifies you. Your card ending in 0000 has received a transfer of 500,000 yuan. Your balance is 500,258,633 yuan. Gu Nanxing read the message aloud in a whisper, dumbfounded. Rubbing her eyes, she read it again. Indeed, it was true. In a flurry, she logged into the banking app, her fingers trembling. When her balance appeared, she leapt around her room in sheer joy. This was a sum she could never hope to earn in a lifetime, though she was originally well off, thanks to Li Jingchuan's generosity. Her penchant for extravagance had drained her funds as she pursued her affections for the male lead, Mo Huayan. Upon discovering this, Li Jingchuan had promptly suspended her card. Yet her possessions remained intact. She could still purchase whatever she desired, clothes, jewelry, and more. As for anything else, she lacked for nothing. Reflecting on this, Gu Nanxing felt a surge of self-reproach. Serves you right for being so frivolous. However, it was never too late to save. Although she hadn't initially intended to investigate the source of the funds, the fear of scams prompted her to seek answers. The figure in the study came to mind. Seizing a moment, Gu Nanxing sprang up and knocked on the study door.
Come in.
The man's deep voice beckoned. Hesitating for a moment, she pushed the door open. He looked up at her, and she felt as though he had anticipated her arrival. What is it? I'd like you to help me determine if this money is legitimate. Gu Nanxing pulled out her phone, ready to hand it to Li Jingchuan. No need. It's from me. Upon hearing this, Li Jingchuan understood and felt a twinge of exasperation. Did you not check the card number that made the transfer? Gu Nanxing felt a bit embarrassed. She had forgotten. Initially, her excitement had clouded her judgment, and later, apprehension of fraud took hold. Why did you give me money? This puzzled her, for he had previously suspended her card. Thank you for this. Li Jingchuan's words only deepened her confusion. Thank me for what? Recognizing her bewilderment, he chose not to elaborate. He could hardly disclose that her caution had safeguarded Li Yanche. Besides, she had changed. Previously, the funds he provided had only facilitated her pursuits of Mo Huayan. Though he was indifferent to the money, he had grown weary of Mo Huayan's condescending remarks. It was this frustration that led to the suspension of her card. Now, Li Jingchuan felt at peace.
Oh,
So, you're rewarding me for my good behavior these past few days? Boss, I can be even more obedient and perform better. Li Jingchuan did not correct her, and she rationalized her thoughts. Hearing her interpretation, he felt it was satisfactory enough to let her be. With a skip in her step, Gu Nanxing headed off to bed, though excitement kept her from sleeping. Consequently, she overslept the following day. As she yawned her way downstairs, she found Li Yanche animatedly chatting with Aunt Chen in the living room. Gu Nanxing halted mid-yawn, her mouth agape in surprise at the sight of Li Yanche below.
hey.
Li Yanche waved cheerfully at Gu Nanxing. Is this child still reeling from shock? Why does he seem a bit dazed? Li Yanche's smile faltered, and he lowered his hand. Have the matters been resolved? Gu Nanxing expressed genuine concern. Though this boy could be prideful, he possessed a tender heart. His kindness towards her stemmed from his desire to defend his brother. Sort of. The police have been called, and now we wait to see how they handle it. He preferred not to dwell on the subject, as it was a source of sorrow. That's a relief. Did you come for something? Your brother should have left for work. Since Li Yanche seemed reluctant to discuss it, Gu Nanxing refrained from probing further. I'm not looking for my brother. I'm here for you. After saying this, Li Yanche handed her a beautifully crafted box from the nearby table. Gu Nanxing accepted it, bewildered. He gestured for her to open it. A gift for you. Take a look. Gu Nanxing hesitated, contemplating the box in her hands. Logically, given my current persona, I should eagerly unwrap it. But what if a spider or some other toy leaps out at me? I've seen enough of those viral videos. Chapter 8. Best Friends.
Oh,
What the heck, I'll just open it. Li Yanche felt a tinge of regret, sensing that she had been somewhat shortchanged. She picked up the box and opened it to reveal an exquisite set of jewelry. Gu Nanxing gazed at the jewels, then glanced at the brand label. Gasping in astonishment and taking a couple of steps back. There's no need to be surprised. Just accept it. Thank you, Li Yanche said before bidding farewell to Sister Chen and leaving with an air of nonchalance. Gu Nanxing looked at the jewelry on the table and then at Sister Chen. Madam, this is the second young master's heartfelt intention. You should accept it, Sister Chen remarked, bewildered by the transformation in Gu Nanxing. No longer was she the irritable person prone to sharp words. She had become a well-mannered and charming young woman. Then I shall accept it. Gu Nanxing forced herself to suppress the corners of her mouth that threatened to rise. Understanding the situation was crucial, and this was an opportune moment. Sister Chen found her adorable demeanor amusing and arranged for her to have something to eat, urging her to have her meal promptly. After dining, Gu Nanxing felt even better. Skipping up the stairs, she placed her new gifts alongside her previous ones and admired them for a considerable time, her spirits soaring. However, a phone call abruptly plunged her mood into despair.
Zhu Xin.
The original owner's confidant. The original owner had always complied with this friend, and many of her actions were orchestrated by her. Gu Nanxing looked at her phone with a cold smile, reluctant to answer. Yet the phone rang insistently, refusing to relent. Intrigued by Chu Xinxin's persistence, she wondered what schemes she had this time. Nanxing, why did it take you so long to answer?
Zhu Xin.
Growing anxious from Gu Nanxing's silence, spoke with a hint of irritation. Gu Nanxing's eyes flickered, her expression disdainful, yet her tone laced with feigned grievance. Xinxin, I didn't hear it. If I had, I would have rushed to answer. Are you upset? No, of course not. I just missed you a bit and wanted to invite you out for a shopping spree. Chu Xinxin hurriedly reassured her, fearing that Gu Nanxing might decline. Shopping? Did she lack anything? Although Gu Nanxing's card was frozen, she knew that as long as it wasn't tea for Mo Huayan, Li Jingchuan would never refuse her. Consequently, Gu Nanxing ended up purchasing numerous items for Chu Xinxin.
Great.
I've missed you too. Let us meet at the mall. Alright, Nanxing, see you soon. Not in a hurry, Gu Nanxing took another half hour to admire her collection. Once satisfied, she began to prepare herself. Initially, she thought casual attire would suffice for shopping, but she changed her mind and opted for a lovely little dress. After meticulously applying her makeup, Gu Nanxing inspected her reflection in the mirror twice before finally stepping out. When the driver dropped her off at the mall entrance, Chu Xinxin had grown impatient, having arrived earlier and waited for Gu Nanxing. She had called twice, but each time, Gu Nanxing assured her she would arrive shortly. To maintain her image, Chu Xinxin refrained from displaying her irritation and merely smiled at Gu Nanxing. No rush. Just be careful on your way. Observing Chu Xinxin's exasperated demeanor, Gu Nanxing understood it was time to make her entrance. Xinxin. Gu Nanxing approached her. Immediately, she noticed Chu Xinxin's expression shift, her smile transforming into something warmer and more intimate. As Chu Xinxin walked toward her, she froze momentarily, her expression becoming somewhat stiff. Nanxing, why did you come out dressed like this?
Huh.
Is it unappealing? Gu Nanxing feigned ignorance, fully aware of her stunning appearance. The envious glances from passers-by and the fleeting envy in Chu Xinxin's eyes did not escape her notice. No, it's just that I told you before. If you dress a bit more plain, Li Jingchuan will find you less appealing and want to divorce you, Chu Xinxin remarked, subtly distancing herself from Gu Nanxing, who deliberately linked arms with her, displaying affection. But we're out shopping. We won't see Li Jingchuan, will we? Gu Nanxing was unconcerned, pulling Chu Xinxin into the mall. Nanxing. Chu Xinxin grasped Gu Nanxing's arm, halting her steps. Let us shop somewhere else. Gu Nanxing was unwilling to change locations. They had arrived at the entrance. Moreover, since Chu Xinxin suggested it, she was determined to stay put. Gu Nanxing's expression darkened, her displeasure evident. I don't want to change. If you don't wish to go, you can just return home. Her petulance and domineering demeanor were perfectly in line with Gu Nanxing's character. Internally cursing, Chu Xinxin maintained her smile. All right, let us go in then. Only then did Gu Nanxing reveal a smile as they entered together. The pair headed straight to the third floor for women's clothing. Chu Xinxin excitedly entered a store. Nanxing, their clothes are beautiful. Let's try some on. Gu Nanxing replied nonchalantly. She had no interest in purchasing more clothes, given her ample wardrobe. Her primary purpose for visiting was not shopping. Unaware of Gu Nanxing's disinterest, Chu Xinxin eagerly tried on various outfits under the guidance of the sales staff, ultimately selecting 5 or 6 pieces to hand over. Nanxing, I've made my selections. What about you? Don't you like anything? No, Gu Nanxing replied coolly. You've chosen yours, so let us head to the next door. As Gu Nanxing turned to leave, Chu Xinxin, now anxious, grabbed hold of her. Gu Nanxing stifled a laugh, her face betraying only curiosity. What's wrong? Chu Xinxin stammered, bewildered by Gu Nanxing's change in behavior. She typically rushed to buy things for her. Xinxin, what's the matter? Gu Nanxing inquired, her concern rising. Hurry and pay.
Festi.
Let us grab some milk tea. Upon hearing this, the sales associate approached Chu Xinxin with the packaged clothes. Miss, your total is 326,700 yuan. Since you're purchasing multiple items, we can offer you a discount. You only need to pay 326,000. Gu Nanxing struggled to contain her laughter at such a meager discount. Chu Xinxin's complexion paled. Nanxing, aren't you going to pay? Gu Nanxing exaggerated her response. I didn't buy anything. Why should I pay? Isn't it all on you? Chu Xinxin's voice dwindled. Gu Nanxing was incredulous at her audacity. Xinxin, you know Li Jingchuan froze my card. I have no money. Gu Nanxing refrained from tearing into her. This was a mall owned by the Li family, and all she needed to do was mention it. Just tell them, it's always been like this. Chu Xinxin insisted, recalling past instances. Chapter 9. Well done. Xinxin. Gu Nanxing's voice was tinged with indignation. You said not to deal with Li Jingchuan. How can you expect me to call him over a mere 30-some thousand? Gu Nanxing internally chided herself for her audacity in deeming 30-some thousand as insignificant. Chu Xinxin was at a loss for words, grappling with Gu Nanxing's sudden assertiveness. What was to be done now? She was just an ordinary worker. Spending such a sum on clothes was simply unthinkable. Yet, not purchasing anything would leave her unable to lift her head against the disdainful stares surrounding her. With more people gathering, their judgmental glances intensified, the sales associate trailing behind her with the shopping bags. What's going on? A deep, magnetic voice drew the attention of everyone in the store. A man clad in a navy suit, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, exuded an aura of strength and elegance, as if he had been meticulously sculpted by divine hands. His facial features were sharply defined, with a prominent nose and thin lips that exuded a chilling aura. His jawline was so sharp it could slice through moonlight. Following closely behind him was an entourage of impeccably dressed men, and the depth of his gaze lent an air of formidable presence. Chu Xinxin gazed with rapt admiration at Li Jingchuan, who stood at the entrance. Silence enveloped the room. Gu Nanxing was somewhat taken aback, not expecting to encounter such a formidable figure after stepping out. Li Jingchuan furrowed his brow and fixed his gaze on Gu Nanxing, inquiring once more what happened. Oh, nothing. Just accompanying a friend to shop for clothes, Gu Nanxing indicated towards Chu Xinxin beside her. Although Li Jingchuan had already noticed Chu Xinxin, his impression of her was far from favorable. Each time Gu Nanxing had met with her, it had ended in chaos. Yes, I am accompanying her to buy clothes. She is the one purchasing. Gu Nanxing's tone hinted at something amiss, stirring a reaction in Li Jingchuan. Have you finished shopping? Not yet. We are waiting for Xinxin to pay, Gu Nanxing replied, a hint of mischief in her voice. I'll be ready soon, Chu Xinxin stammered, eager to leave a good impression on him. She could scarcely tolerate the pain in her heart as she prepared to settle the bill. Gu Nanxing clearly perceived the anguish in Chu Xinxin's eyes, as well as her infatuation with Li Jingchuan. Hurry up, Xinxin.
Em parched, Gu Nanxing urged.
All right, Nanxing. I'm coming. Chu Xinxin forced a smile, though her heart brimmed with resentment. What would you like to drink? Li Jingchuan's voice caused Chu Xinxin's hand to tremble as she paid. 1 coconut milk tea, 7 parts sugar, less ice, and extra coconut, Gu Nanxing replied, taking the opportunity to be forthright. Understood. Li Jingchuan nodded slightly, and one of his aides promptly exited the store. Chu Xinxin, having completed her payment, approached with the clothes in hand. It was a bitter pill to swallow as she had used her credit card. Feeling her heart bleed at the thought of needing to recuperate her losses elsewhere. In just a few minutes, the young man returned, holding a cup of milk tea, which he respectfully handed to Gu Nanxing. Yes, just 1 cup. Gu Nanxing couldn't help but feel a surge of pleasure at the sight of Chu Xinxin's displeasure. Well done. A flicker of amusement crossed Li Jingchuan's eyes. I must take my leave. Enjoy yourselves. Work well, and I shall see you tonight. Gu Nanxing waved cheerfully at Li Jingchuan. Mr. Li, Chu Xinxin suddenly took a couple of steps towards him, only to be halted by his bodyguards. Under Li Jingchuan's impatient gaze, she flinched, hesitating to speak, and quickly tugged at Gu Nanxing. Nanxing, since Mr. Li is working so hard, why don't we treat him to something to eat or drink? Gu Nanxing, seemingly overwhelmed, took a step back in astonishment. Xinxin, didn't you tell me to be a bit more aloof towards Li Jingchuan? Why are you suggesting we invite him for drinks now? Her words rendered the entire store silent, with employees casting furtive glances at Chu Xinxin. Li Jingchuan's gaze remained fixed on her, and he let out a cold chuckle. Miss Chu, I will remember you. Hey, little girl, are you daft? Chu Xinxin felt a wave of despair wash over her. She had wished for Li Jingchuan to remember her, but not under such circumstances. Mr. Li is not like that. It must be a misunderstanding on Nanxing's part. Allow me to clarify, she insisted, desperate to avoid leaving such an impression on him. Xinxin, there's no need to explain. Let us keep our distance from him. Gu Nanxing pulled Chu Xinxin back, seeking to distance herself from Li Jingchuan. Li Jingchuan regarded the scene with a hint of disdain, his gaze casually sweeping over the milk tea that Gu Nanxing held. With a cold snort, he turned and departed, leaving Gu Nanxing in anticipation. Mr. Li, Chu Xinxin attempted to pursue, but Gu Nanxing held her back firmly. Defeated, Chu Xinxin halted, her heart racing with anxiety. Having purchased clothes for herself, she had finally encountered Li Jingchuan, only to leave him with such an impression. Come, accompany me to buy clothes, she said, now solely focused on salvaging her image, with little regard for actual shopping. Gu Nanxing reveled in this outcome, thinking, your lack of enthusiasm suits me just fine. Meanwhile, the group trailing behind Li Jingchuan exchanged glances. Having accompanied him to inspect the mall that day, completely unprepared for the unfolding drama. Is that Mrs. Li? We've seen her before, one remarked. But it seems their relationship is rather strained, another speculated, their knowledge weighing heavily on their minds. I wonder if Mr. Li will silence us. The group remained on edge, oblivious to the faint smile playing on Li Jingchuan's lips. Chu Xinxin didn't linger with Gu Nanxing for long, hastily departing under the pretext of work. Gu Nanxing, however, was in high spirits, taking the time to browse once more. She purchased a piece of clothing for Aunt Chen, the first person she had encountered upon arriving in this world, and with whom she had shared the most interactions. Thus, Gu Nanxing felt an inexplicable fondness for her. Having found nothing else to buy, Gu Nanxing headed straight home. Upon returning, she discovered Aunt Chen bustling in the kitchen. Gu Nanxing pulled her out. Young mistress. What's the matter? Aunt Chen wiped her hands and looked at Gu Nanxing with amusement. Aunt Chen, I bought you a piece of clothing. Please try it on. Gu Nanxing urged. Aunt Chen halted in disbelief, her eyes wide. Hurry, go try it on. Gu Nanxing gently pushed her towards her room. All right. Aunt Chen acquiesced. Her spirits lifted as she hurried off. Gu Nanxing settled onto the sofa to await her return. In no time, Aunt Chen emerged, her face beaming. Young mistress. It looks stunning. Your taste is impeccable. Gu Nanxing stood and circled around Aunt Chen admiringly. It truly was beautiful. Aunt Chen had a remarkable figure, making everything look good on her. Oh my, how sweet of you, young mistress. Aunt Chen beamed with delight, unable to contain her smile. Women universally appreciate compliments, and she was no exception. Young mistress, please take some rest. I'll prepare dinner and make you something delicious.
All right.
Gu Nanxing indeed felt weary after a day out, her body also expressing discomfort. Chapter 10. A youth radiant as the clear sky? Li Jingchuan returned home early today. Upon entering the living room, he found Aunt Chen humming a tune as she set the table. Aunt Chen, you seem to be in good spirits today. Ah, young master, you're back. Young mistress went shopping today and even bought me some clothes. She has such great taste. The outfit fits beautifully. Aunt Chen shared with a smile, her eyes sparkling. Li Jingchuan raised an eyebrow, recalling the empty hands of a certain someone when he had left. Is this a sign of improved mood following a prank? As long as you like it, Aunt Chen responded, her joy evident. Love it.
Love it.
She continued, her delight unabated as she resumed her tasks. Li Jingchuan lingered at the doorway, a strange sensation brewing within him. Just yesterday, he had transferred 5 million to Gu Nanxing. And today she had gone shopping for Aunt Chen. To top it off, the milk tea she had was also on him. What a lack of gratitude. Finding humor in his own thoughts, he dismissed the triviality of a mere outfit. Li Jingchuan shook his head, resolved not to dwell further, and ascended the stairs to change. By the time he descended, Gu Nanxing was seated at the table, waiting to dine, her demeanor sweetly obedient. You needn't wait for me. If you're hungry, feel free to start eating. No, I'll wait for you. Gu Nanxing replied cheerfully, and they commenced their meal together. We'll be dining at the old residence tomorrow.
Ah?
Gu Nanxing's surprise was understandable. They typically visited once a week, and sometimes, when Li Jingchuan was away on business, she wouldn't go at all. Moreover, with Li Yanche's unique job, he seldom returned home. Hadn't they just visited a few days prior? Nothing serious. Someone sent over seafood. Mother said you enjoy it. Knowing there was nothing amiss, Gu Nanxing felt at ease. Mother is truly kind, always thinking of me when there's good food. With her beauty and gentle disposition, oh how splendid! Reflecting on it, I feel a twinge of reluctance at the thought of divorcing Li Jingchuan. Li Jingchuan paused momentarily while eating, yet maintained his composure as he continued. His psychological resilience had reached an extraordinary level. Nothing seemed to astonish him anymore. The following evening, it was once again Li Jingchuan who picked Gu Nanxing up from work to head to the old residence. As before, they were greeted by Zhang Fengxia. Upon entering the house, Gu Nanxing sensed a shift in the way they looked at her.
Dad, Mom.
Although surprised, Gu Nanxing dutifully greeted them. Oh, what a good child. Wenwan warmly approached her, taking her hand and guiding her to sit in the living room. Wow, Mom. Why are you being so nice to me today? But I do adore gentle and beautiful older sisters. I just want to hug you. Gu Nanxing gazed at Wenwan with starry eyes, her delight evident. The way she looked at Wenwan caused a blush to creep across Wenwan's cheeks, accompanied by a twinge of guilt. So this girl had such thoughts. I had misunderstood her in the past. Starry-eyed, others murmured, amused by her enthusiasm. Wenwan held Gu Nanxing's hand, patting it gently. Mom has come today to give you a gift. Following Wenwan's gaze, Gu Nanxing noticed an antiquated box on the table. No need, Mom. Wenwan opened the box, revealing a jade bracelet of exquisite quality. Wow, wow, wow. It's so beautiful. Gu Nanxing reluctantly averted her gaze, expressing her reluctance. Mom, this is too precious. Observing her pained expression, Wenwan couldn't help but chuckle softly. She directly took the bracelet and adorned Gu Nanxing's wrist with it. Wenwan lifted her hand, admiring how the ancient jade bracelet complemented the young girl's delicate skin. Smooth and fair, creating an enchanting sight. See how stunning it is. Gu Nanxing, equally enamored, embraced Wenwan. Thank you, Mom. Wenwan was momentarily taken aback, but then smiled as she patted her. Let's eat, Nanxing, you must be hungry. Li Hongxin interrupted their conversation. Even Dad, though often silent, cares deeply and has been unwavering in his devotion to Mom for decades. This couple is truly remarkable. Li Hongxin straightened his posture unconsciously. Li Jingchuan was speechless. Was this a case of hitting the nail on the head? Li Yanche also shared the sentiment. His sister-in-law's status had evidently risen. The group moved towards the dining table. And Wenwan called out to her daughter, who had been engrossed in her phone. Qingshan, come to eat, stop playing. Oh, I'm coming. Li Qingshan set down her phone and followed them to the dining table. Hugging her phone, smiling sweetly, Gu Nanxing remarked, prompting everyone to pause and scrutinize Li Qingshan. Hurry and eat, I'm starving. Li Qingshan inwardly groaned, hastily attempting to divert everyone's attention. Alas, young girls will be young girls, keeping secrets about their romantic lives from their families.
Li Qingshan.
Li Yancha's low reprimand startled her. Mom, look at brother. Just as Li Qingshan was about to complain, she noticed Li Jingchuan gazing at her with a similarly intense expression. Fearful of her elder brother, she lowered her head, rendered speechless, forgetting about the meal. When Wan seized her daughter. Qingshan, when did you start dating? Who is the other person?
Mom.
Glancing around, Li Qingshan wished to evade her mother's questions.
Qingshan.
Li Hongxin would not let his daughter off the hook.
I.
Under the family's scrutinizing gaze, Li Qingshan realized she could not conceal the truth and reluctantly revealed details about her boyfriend. Yet before she spoke, she cast a resentful glance at Gu Nanxing, leaving Gu Nanxing perplexed. Why are you looking at me like that? It's not my fault. However, your boyfriend certainly deserves a proper introduction to the family. Upon hearing Gu Nanxing's words, the Li family felt a chill run down their spines. Such a remark could only mean trouble. Qingshan, speak quickly. Li Jingchuan commanded, prompting Li Qingshan to hastily explain. I'm in my 3rd year of university, and since I'm the only daughter in the Li family, they didn't want me to travel too far, so I attend a local university. They never allowed her to stay in the dormitory, sending a driver to pick her up daily. My boyfriend is a senior from my university. We met during a club activity. His name is Huang Shuren, and he comes from a modest background. His parents are regular workers. Li Qingshan pursued him first, being a girl who valued looks. And her family members were all quite handsome, raising her standards. It was indeed no small feat to find someone more appealing than Li Jingchuan or Li Yanche. Yet, upon first meeting Huang Shuren, she was smitten. He wore faded jeans and a clean white shirt, with slightly long hair framing his handsome face. The gentle breeze tousled his hair, igniting a fluttering feeling in Li Qingshan's heart. In her words, he was undoubtedly the quintessential male protagonist from a campus romance novel. What a striking young man. Indeed, that's the feeling. The Li family nodded in agreement with Gu Nanxing's summary. Chapter 11. You are not wrong. Li Qingshan, feeling somewhat indignant, pouted in rebuttal. He's not like the girl my second brother encountered. Oh, Li Qingshan, don't be annoying. This Li Qingshan was spoiled, always picking at others' sore spots. That's the truth. She retreated behind Wenwan, yet still stretched her neck to argue. Shuren is different. He is very aloof. He has no ulterior motives. I offered him gifts, and he didn't want to accept. Yes, my little princess. You give him gifts and expect him to accept. Such an extraordinary person. I've truly never encountered anyone like you. Li Jingchuan's temples throbbed in frustration. What was going on? Why was everyone making matters so troublesome? So, I want to know, did he accept the things you gave him? Li Jingchuan posed the crucial question. He did, but only after I insisted strongly. He said these are all worldly possessions and that he doesn't care for them. Yet, since I had the money, he reluctantly accepted.
Li Qingshan feigned sympathy.
Appearing as if he were the one suffering. Everyone was left in shock, and Wenwan gasped, pressing her hand against her chest. All children are raised the same. How could such a significant oversight occur? Does your boyfriend have a close childhood friend? Gu Nanxing inquired, feeling a headache coming on. How do you know? Huang Shuren indeed had a close childhood friend, their neighbor, and they both attended the same school. Have you ever read the short stories in Tomato? It's a common occurrence. Gu Nanxing's explanation left Li Qingshan bewildered. I haven't read it? Let me tell you about the usual scenarios. Upon hearing this, Gu Nanxing became animated. Listen closely, so you won't be deceived again. In novels, the male protagonist often has a childhood friend of equal standing. They grow up together, sharing common goals. There exists an ambiguous affection between them, but neither dares to confront it. Then, a female antagonist appears, usually a wealthy girl who becomes infatuated with the male protagonist. Li Qingshan frowned, visibly displeased. Who is the female antagonist? A mere glance from Li Jingchuan prompted her to change her expression. The female antagonist becomes utterly infatuated with the male lead, resorting to all means to pursue him. However, the male lead typically does not succumb to her advances. The childhood friend might grow jealous upon the antagonist's arrival, leading to friction between them. To provoke the childhood friend, the male lead might agree to date the antagonist, but only to irritate the childhood friend. Naturally, this is to elicit a reaction from her. When the childhood friend is upset, the male lead comforts her, while the antagonist also tries to appease her. To retain the male lead's heart, the antagonist showers him with various gifts. Though he often disregards them, he ultimately accepts them. As Gu Nanxing recounted this, Li Qingshan's complexion grew pale. Not only does the antagonist buy gifts for the male lead, but she also needs to purchase items that the childhood friend likes. Thus ensues an intense tug-of-war among the three. However, the typical outcome remains. The male protagonist and his childhood sweetheart bask in mutual affection, while the female antagonist not only finds herself bereft of wealth, but subjected to the scorn of others. Gu Nanxing halted, and silence enveloped the room, all eyes gravitating toward the diminutive figure with bowed head, trembling slightly. Li Qingshan found it difficult to accept. Gu Nanxing's words rang true. This was indeed her reality. Entangled with Huang Xian and Yan Lili. Yan Lili was the cherished childhood sweetheart of Huang Xian. Li Qingshan lifted her gaze once more, her hands clenched and her eyes reddening. Am I truly the malicious female antagonist who disrupts the bond between the male lead and his childhood sweetheart? How absurd! Gu Nanxing slammed the table and grasped Li Qingshan's hand tightly. What of the female antagonist? As long as she has not inflicted harm upon others, she is deserving of appreciation. You have done nothing wrong. The fault lies with those scoundrel men and women, especially that despicable man. He could have simply rejected you if he didn't harbor feelings, yet he continues to dote on the childhood sweetheart while holding on to you.
Who are you?
The little princess of the Li family. Why should we settle for such a scoundrel? At her most impassioned, Gu Nanxing pointed at Li Jingchuan and Li Yanche. Look at them. Those two faces, sharp brows and bright eyes, exude an extraordinary presence. Absolute prodigies. What does your boyfriend's looks amount to? And then there's your father. Wise, refined, and graceful. Li Qingshan, do you comprehend? The three individuals being praised felt a touch of awkwardness. As Li Qingshan regarded these three men in her family, something within her eyes seemed to vanish, and her expression cleared considerably. Indeed, what is Huang Xian to me? I shouldn't have to coddle him. Yan Lili is no better. Scoundrels should be dealt with decisively. Gu Nanxing clapped her hands. Now we're getting somewhere. Oh dear, I'm utterly exhausted. This girl has finally come to her senses. However, those two shameless individuals are too formidable. The little girl is likely no match for them. How can I persuade her to take me to school? Gu Nanxing felt conflicted, oblivious to the knowing smiles exchanged among the members of the Li family. Sister-in-law, I'm still a bit scared. Will you accompany me to school tomorrow? Li Qingshan looked at Gu Nanxing with hopeful anticipation. Sister-in-law, are you calling me? Has this girl been too heavily affected? Gu Nanxing's expression turned complex. Sister-in-law? Li Qingshan struggled to suppress her laughter and called out once more, finally confirming that she was indeed addressing her. Gu Nanxing felt a tad embarrassed. Very well. I shall accompany you to school tomorrow. Oh my, wishes do come true. Yes, I will pick you up tomorrow. Li Qingshan beamed, her gaze resolute at the prospect of the upcoming battle. In gratitude for Gu Nanxing's enlightening words to Li Qingshan, Wenwan waved her hand, instructing Li Hongxin to transfer a sum of money to her. Gu Nanxing clutched her phone, trembling with excitement. Money. So much money. I'm utterly moved. I feel like crying. Her exhilaration was almost pitiable, prompting others to glance at Li Jingchuan with a scrutinizing gaze. I did not mistreat her. Li Jingchuan quietly defended himself. However, seeing Gu Nanxing's seemingly pitiful demeanor, they remained skeptical. Chapter 12. Little Wolf Dog. On the way home, Gu Nanxing addressed the driving Li Jingchuan. Tomorrow, I need 2 people to assist me and Qingshan. Li Jingchuan looked at her with slight surprise, a glimmer of admiration flickering in his eyes. I thought you would handle it yourself. Why would I be so foolish? If I have support, why not utilize it? Moreover, we are unaware of what tomorrow may bring. Having 2 extra individuals will ensure our safety. Gu Nanxing stated with conviction. It is prudent to always leave oneself an escape route, preventing oneself from falling into perilous situations. I will arrange 2 individuals for you. They will remain in the shadows and will only appear if you are in danger. Li Jingchuan's arrangements were meticulous, and Gu Nanxing graciously accepted his goodwill without hesitation. The following day, eager to accompany Gu Nanxing, Li Qingshan rose earlier than usual. Upon arrival, Li Jingchuan was having breakfast. Holding a cup of coffee, He observed Li Qingshan with a scrutinizing gaze, relieved to see her in good spirits. Eldest brother. Li Qingshan felt a lingering trepidation around him. Have you eaten yet? Noting her cheerful demeanor, Li Jingchuan chose not to mention the events of the previous night. I have eaten. Is sister-in-law still asleep? This question momentarily baffled Li Jingchuan, as he was uncertain how to respond. They were not in the same room, so he truly did not know if Gu Nanxing had risen. After a moment's contemplation, he replied slowly.
She.
Li Qingshan spotted Gu Nanxing descending the stairs. Sister-in-law. Li Qingshan's face brightened.
Wow.
Sister-in-law, you look truly stunning today.
Li Qingshan exclaimed in astonishment.
Li Jingchuan also looked up, his heart skipping a beat as he beheld the figure on the staircase. Indeed, she was beautiful. A pair of well-fitted jeans accentuated her long, slender legs. A simple t-shirt, paired with the ponytail Gu Nanxing had tied, exuded youthfulness and vitality. After all, she was merely 2 years older than Qingshan. Gu Nanxing hurried down the stairs. Qingshan, I'm ready. Let us go. Have something to eat first. Li Jingchuan interjected, stopping the excited duo. There is still time. Let us eat before we leave. Gu Nanxing obediently sat down to eat, while Li Qingshan was somewhat taken aback. Eldest brother seems quite concerned about sister-in-law. Gu Nanxing, preoccupied with her thoughts, hastily consumed a few bites before rushing off with Li Qingshan. Li Jingchuan shook his head helplessly, setting down his coffee. He picked up his phone and dialed a number. Hello, keep a close watch and stay alert. As the driver headed towards the school, Li Qingshan and Gu Nanxing sat in the back seat, observing the approaching campus. Sister-in-law, I'm feeling a bit anxious. Is that fear? Gu Nanxing understood the young girl's sentiments. Not afraid. Li Qingshan responded with determination. That is good. A touch of nervousness can be beneficial. It will make you more cautious about the events that unfold next. Though Gu Nanxing spoke thus, her hand rested gently on Li Qingshan's waist. Come, let me help you relax. Ah, sister-in-law, that tickles. The driver, glancing at the commotion in the rearview mirror, couldn't help but smile at the two girls' playful antics. Their spiritedness certainly lifted Li Qingshan's mood considerably. Miss, young lady, we have arrived. The driver's announcement caused the two to pause, exchanging relieved smiles. Let us agree on this. You must not call me sister-in-law at school. Gu Nanxing instructed Li Qingshan sternly at the entrance.
Why not?
Li Qingshan was perplexed. Well, think about it. This is school. If you call me sister-in-law, others will assume I am quite old. Just call me by my name. Gu Nanxing cleverly devised a rationale. Li Qingshan considered the logic and acquiesced. Li Qingshan then guided Gu Nanxing around the school, even though she had no classes that morning, as Huang Xian had classes in the last 2 periods. Gu Nanxing inhaled deeply, observing the young, vibrant students on campus, feeling somewhat rejuvenated herself. Wow, look at that little wolf dog. Those muscles. Being young is splendid. Gu Nanxing was captivated by the group of boys sprinting on the basketball court. Li Qingshan, startled, quickly pulled her away. Come on, let us check out other areas. This place is quite lovely. Where are we going? Gu Nanxing, being tugged along by Li Qingshan, repeatedly glanced back with reluctance. Internally, Li Qingshan thought, anywhere is fine, as long as it's not here. Seeing her expression, Li Qingshan quickened her pace. Next, Li Qingshan introduced Gu Nanxing to the library, cafeteria, laboratories, and dormitory buildings, avoiding places like the basketball court, football field, or gymnasium. Gu Nanxing's mood noticeably stabilized. Our school has a shop that sells particularly delicious juice. Let me buy you a cup. Li Qingshan intended to make amends with Gu Nanxing. Gu Nanxing, sipping through a straw, found the drink quite delightful. Yet she felt a tinge of grievance. Alas, mine is also particularly delicious.
Cheers.
You are my sister-in-law. How could I allow you to gaze upon other men?
Li Qingshan.
A stern male voice resonated from behind them. Gu Nanxing turned curiously to look back, noting the pale denim jeans and white shirt.
Oh.
Huang Xian. His appearance pales in comparison to the distinguished members of the Li family. Gu Nanxing cast a slight disdainful glance at Li Qingshan, her expression clearly conveying her sentiment. Your taste leaves much to be desired. Upon hearing the voice, Li Qingshan felt a tightening in her chest. Imagining the scenario was one thing, confronting it was entirely different. Just as her indignation began to rise, she caught sight of Gu Nanxing's look of disdain. Why are you looking down on me? Turning to face Huang Xian, she instantly comprehended the source of Gu Nanxing's disapproval. It was still the same jeans and that white shirt. From where did she derive the impression of elegance? He was, after all, merely an ordinary man. Remembering how she had fervently defended him at home, Li Qingshan felt a wave of shame wash over her. This shame, however, was misinterpreted by Huang Xian. You are aware of shame? This juice costs nearly 100 yuan per cup, and you still opted to buy it? Do you not realize that this single cup could sustain Lily for an entire day? Gu Nanxing looked at the juice in her hand, surprised by its exorbitant price. No wonder it tasted so exquisite. She took another sip with enjoyment, in a manner that seemed to respond to Huang Xian's remarks. Li Qingshan also took a drink. You, incorrigible. Huang Xian's finger trembled in indignation. Lily, please don't be upset. Qingshan is different from me. As a young lady, she deserves to indulge. However, wasting is never commendable, especially when so many go without food, spoke the girl who had been closely following Huang Xian, her tone laced with a hint of grievance. Chapter 13. A Paradigm Shift. Huang Xian immediately took the girl's hand, assuring her, Lily, you are too kind. Rest assured, I will work hard to earn more. You shall have everything you desire. After addressing Yan Lily, he shifted his gaze toward Li Qingshan, adopting a different demeanor. Li Qingshan, look at yourself, then at Lily. I have told you to be kinder. Now, as compensation for Lily, you must give her your newly purchased bag. On what grounds? Li Qingshan's heart sank further with contempt for herself. No wonder her sister-in-law scolded her. She truly lacked sense. Huang Xian's anger escalated upon hearing her retort. What do you mean on what grounds? You still have not reflected on where you went wrong. You have truly disappointed me. As it was beside a juice shop, a considerable number of students were passing by. The commotion quickly attracted attention. Noticing the growing crowd, Yan Lily tugged at Huang Xian's arm, pouting. Brother Xian, I do not need compensation. It suffices that Qingshan realizes her mistake. Lily, you are too understanding. Huang Xian gazed at Yan Lily's pitiable expression, his heart aching. What have I done wrong? Is it simply because I bought juice? The money I used was mine. What does it have to do with you? Li Qingshan's questions left Yan Lily's face pale. Huang Xian was also momentarily stunned. In the past, upon seeing him upset, Li Qingshan would have rushed to seek his forgiveness. Why was this time different? Moreover, he could hear the faint sounds of mockery from the surrounding onlookers. Alas, what does it matter if someone buys juice with their own money? Why should they be compelled to apologize? What kind of lunatic is this? Huang Xian's eyes flickered as he took a couple of steps forward, lowering his gaze to fixate on Li Qingshan. I am your boyfriend. How can I not intervene when you are in the wrong? Li Qingshan, if you do not admit your mistake, I will be angry. Yan Lily hastily took a few steps closer, still leaning against Huang Xian. Qingshan, do you know how many children in impoverished areas cannot afford an education? How many people go hungry? How many have never tasted meat in their entire lives? Yet you indulge in such expensive juice. Brother Xian simply does not want you to waste. The money you save could be donated to those in need. As she spoke, tears began to flow down Yan Lily's cheeks, her body trembling slightly, appearing utterly forlorn. Witnessing her state, the surrounding crowd began to murmur even more fervently. Indeed, this student possesses remarkable empathy. Such a kind young lady. Yet something felt amiss to others. Upon hearing the multitude of praises, Yan Lily nestled her head against Huang Xian's chest, appearing profoundly distressed. Faced with the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, Li Qingshan trembled with fury. Ah, Qingshan, is this your boyfriend? Then why does he seem so close to that girl? A clear voice pierced through the whispers of the crowd. Could it be that they are the real couple? Qingshan, are you engaging in something morally questionable? Wait, did he not just say she was his girlfriend? I'm utterly confused. Of course, it was Gu Nanxing speaking, her wide eyes blinking in apparent bewilderment. Yan Lily, nestled against Huang Xian, suddenly stiffened. Huang Xian had noticed the beauty beside Li Qingshan earlier, but refrained from inquiring further. Now that this striking young lady had posed a question, he felt compelled to clarify. This classmate, I am Li Qingshan's boyfriend. Lily is my friend. Being kind and caring towards her is simply my duty. Huang Xian turned to Gu Nanxing. Oh, I see. My apologies, classmate, I misunderstood. Gu Nanxing, with an innocent expression, offered her apology to Huang Xian. I was unaware that it is customary here to embrace friends so intimately while rebuking one's girlfriend. I sincerely apologize. In our circle, boyfriends and girlfriends maintain a close bond. Upon hearing Gu Nanxing's words, Huang Xian's face darkened. Indeed, The two were holding each other so tightly while he chastised his girlfriend. I knew something was off. Aren't they a couple? I often see them together. I've seen them embrace before. Wow, how unfortunate for a boyfriend like that. Huang Xian and Yan Lili hurriedly separated, intending to explain. Yet, their actions only served to reinforce the crowd's perception of their guilt. Li Qingshan cast a grateful glance at Gu Nanxing, her gaze resolutely fixed on Huang Xian. Huang Xian, I wish to break up with you. Hear me clearly. I am the one initiating the breakup. The gifts I gave you were given of my own volition, and I do not wish to keep them. However, the items I purchased for Yan Lili must be returned to me. You. Faced with the mounting scrutiny, Huang Xian felt utterly humiliated. Now, with Li Qingshan proposing a breakup, his dignity was further tarnished. Li Qingshan, do not regret this. Humph. The only regret I harbor is having been with you, Li Qingshan replied coldly. Qingshan, please do not let my breakup with Brother Xian affect you. We have grown up together. There are no romantic entanglements. Please do not misunderstand. I know we are all impoverished, unlike your wealthy family. I recognize that you have always looked down upon us, but Brother Xian genuinely likes you. Li Qingshan's gifts were all luxury items, and Yan Lili was reluctant to return them. This woman is cunning. With a single statement, she escalated the situation to imply that Qingshan looks down on the less fortunate. Moreover, she distanced herself from the issue. Gu Nanxing understood the implications of Li Qingshan's predicament perfectly well. Yan Lili had always been like this, simultaneously flirting with Huang Xian while asserting the innocence of their relationship. Truly, she was playing both sides. Madam, you ought to choose your words carefully. Our Li family donates a sum each year that you cannot fathom. Qingshan hails from such a background. How is it her fault? Gu Nanxing positioned herself protectively in front of Li Qingshan, her gaze piercingly fixed on Yan Lili. Your family's poverty is your own concern. Must others suffer alongside you? Just because your family is in financial straits, does that grant you the audacity to demand things from others? Kaishans is the esteemed young lady of the Li family. Do not presume that merely a cup of juice is all she desires. My family could procure for her even the stars in the sky. This young girl, though still tender in age, possesses both hands and feet. How has she resorted to begging from others? Gu Nanxing pressed forward relentlessly, leaving Yan Lili speechless and at a loss for a retort. With her eyes reddening, Yan Lili sought help from Huang Xian. Brother Xian, it's not like that. Huang Xian, feeling pained, stood protectively beside Yan Lili. What do you mean by that? You scoundrel. The most despicable one here is you. While you flirt with Kaishans, you shamelessly revel in the tenderness of your little sweetheart. Does your family know how brazen you are? You even let your girlfriend buy things for your little sweetheart? You truly shatter my worldview. No, someone like you must have no moral compass. Gu Nanxing's aura surged, causing Huang Xian's face to fluctuate between shades of blue and white. Chapter 14, The Scoundrel and the Wronged Woman. Li Kaishans gazed at the figure shielding her, deeply moved. How fiercely he protects her. Such a presence truly befits her elder brother. At that moment, two men clad in dark suits parted the crowd of onlookers and stepped forward. Young mistress, miss. Gu Nanxing understood that these must be bodyguards arranged by Li Jingchuan. The bodyguards in black suits bowed respectfully to the two.
Li Qingshan snuddaligali.
While Gu Nanxing merely offered a dismissive murmur. Why call me young mistress? If you do, everyone will know I'm married. What child would dare to invite me out then? Hearing Gu Nanxing's indignant thoughts, Li Kaishans could hardly believe her ears. Sister, do you not see the situation? And you're still thinking about this? After exchanging pleasantries with Li Kaishans, the two bodyguards positioned themselves before Huang Xian and Yan Lili. Mr. Huang, Miss Yan, our Li group reserves the right to pursue legal action for the insults and defamation you have directed at our young lady, as well as to reclaim any undue benefits you have gained from her. Upon the arrival of the bodyguards, Huang Xian and Yan Lili sensed something amiss. Their faces grew even more pallid upon hearing the declarations. Once the bodyguards concluded their statements, disregarding the dismay etched on Huang Xian and Yan Lili's faces, they produced a stack of photographs from their pockets. Finally, on behalf of the Li family, we present Mr. Huang with a gift. When Huang Xian remained unresponsive, the bodyguards forcefully placed the photographs into his hands. Unconsciously, Huang Xian glanced at the items in his grip, then moved to the next one. Hastening his pace as he did so, his fingers trembled, his eyes widened in shock, and his face flushed crimson, struggling to breathe. Brother Xian, what is wrong? Noticing Huang Xian's peculiar demeanor, Yan Lili leaned closer for a look. The moment she saw the contents, she panicked and attempted to snatch them away. Brother Xian, no. It's all fake. It's all fake. Don't look at it. But Huang Xian clutched the photographs tightly, glaring at Yan Lili with murderous intent, while she desperately tried to wrest them from his grasp. Li Kaixins and Gu Nanxing exchanged curious glances. What could evoke such a reaction from the two? Gu Nanxing, unable to contain her curiosity, leaned forward to see what the commotion was about. However, before she could approach, the photographs slipped from their hands and scattered across the ground. A few landed near Gu Nanxing, who hastily picked them up, only to gasp in astonishment.
Wow.
The images depicted Yan Lili in intimate poses with others. And to her shock, Gu Nanxing held 4 photographs featuring 3 different men. Each image was quite revealing, causing Gu Nanxing's cheeks to flush. Yan Lili, seeing the photographs on the ground, scrambled to retrieve them. Yet, there were too many, and her trembling hands made it impossible to gather them all. The onlookers, inherently curious, seized the opportunity to pick up the fallen images, leading to a chorus of gasps. Don't look. No one is allowed to see. It's all fake. It's all fake. As Yan Lili witnessed others examining the photographs, she frantically lunged to reclaim them. However, no matter how hard she tried, the enticing nature of the images made it unlikely they would be returned. The crowd erupted in excitement. Who would have thought such a seemingly innocent girl would be so promiscuous? Look at that expression. She seems so into it. Isn't that our teacher? You can't judge a book by its cover. This woman has quite the figure. As the situation spiraled out of control, Yan Lili collapsed to the ground, her gaze vacant and tears streaming down her face. It's over. It's all over. Yan Lili, you claimed I was your only man. You deceitful harlot. How dare you betray me? Just wait. I will make you pay. Huang Xian felt utterly shattered. The innocent fairy in his heart turned out to be a woman of loose morals. With a resounding slap, Huang Xian struck Yan Lili. Huang Xian! How dare you hit me? Yan Lili could no longer contain her fury, swiping at Huang Xian with her hands. You useless man! If you could provide for me, would I need to seek others? Huang Xian, your own inadequacies breed jealousy when you see others prospering. You cling to Li Kaixins while pretending to be morally superior. Do you think you're any better than me? Huang Xian, caught off guard, received scratches across his face from Yan Lili. Staring at the disheveled and venomous Yan Lili, he was dumbfounded. How had he ended up with such a person? He had even sacrificed a far superior choice for her. Suddenly, he lunged towards Li Kaixins, only to be intercepted by the 2 bodyguards. Standing just 2 paces from Li Kaixins, he confessed, Kaixins. Kaixins. This woman has deceived me. I love you. Please give me another chance. I won't fall for her tricks again. Let us be together. Witnessing Huang Xian's feigned affection, Li Kaixins felt a wave of disgust wash over her. The disheveled figure before her, covered in dirt and blood, bore no resemblance to the polished gentleman she had once admired. Stepping forward, Li Kaixins pulled aside her protective bodyguard and approached Huang Xian, offering him a slight smile. In his hopeful gaze, she softly declared, I'm sorry, but you're simply too filthy for my taste. With a disdainful glance, she turned and departed with Gu Nanxing, leaving Huang Xian in a state of shock, as if struck by lightning. Still hoping for a happy ending? She's rejected you. Yan Lili, witnessing Huang Xian's futile attempts to win back Li Kaixins, seethed with rage. If I can't have a good life, neither will you. You're the one to blame. Huang Xian, filled with hatred for Yan Lili, thought, if it weren't for her, he wouldn't have sunk to such depths. Observing the scornful expressions of those around him and their focused attention on their phones, Huang Xian realized his future would be bleak. All of this was Yan Lili's fault. The ensuing chaos between the 2 adversaries erupted into a brawl. Everything behind them devolved into disarray, but Li Kaixins remained unperturbed. She had no intention of attending classes today and, hand in hand with Gu Nanxing, exited the school gates. As they walked along the road, a car pulled up beside them. They paused, intrigued by the luxurious Maybach. The familiar license plate confirmed their suspicions. The rear window rolled down, revealing the strikingly handsome face of Li Jingchuan. Finished with your business? Get in the car. His cool voice prompted Gu Nanxing and Li Kaixins to glance at each other in surprise, as they stood frozen in place, momentarily speechless. Li Jingchuan furrowed his brows, exuding a sense of helplessness. What are you daydreaming about? Oh, he has arrived. Only then did the 2 women come to their senses. Given Li Jingchuan's workaholic demeanor, neither of them had anticipated encountering him here, which momentarily left them in a daze. Li Qingshan, ever perceptive, swiftly pushed Gu Nanxing to the back seat, taking her place in the passenger seat herself. Caught off guard, Gu Nanxing tumbled into Li Jingchuan's embrace. Chapter 15. The commanding presence of Mr. Li. Li Jingchuan promptly extended his hand to protect her, casting a fierce glare at Li Qingshan. Startled, she recoiled, ducking away. Are you all right?
Li Jingwan inquirat.
His gaze fixed on Gu Nanxing, who remained nestled against his chest, his worry evident. I'm fine, just a bit dizzy from the sudden jolt, Gu Nanxing responded softly.
Hee.
Mr. Li, this physique is quite impressive. More substantial than those college students we just saw. Alas, I must seize this opportunity while I can. Once he becomes an ex-husband, it won't be as convenient. Li Qingshan's head sank lower. What had she just heard? Are they getting divorced? She rather liked her sister-in-law. She must discuss this with mom and dad when they get home.
Li Jingquan straightened Gu Nanxing, commanding her to sit properly.
Sit up. Oh, all right, Gu Nanxing stammered, feeling a bit embarrassed and complied. Yet, she couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. What a pity, just a moment like this. No, if we do divorce, I must find a young stud with 8-pack abs. Gu Nanxing silently vowed to never let herself suffer in the future, ignoring the potential shock she might cause others. She lowered her head to play on her phone, resigned to the inevitable course of events. Li Qingshan turned and shot a covert glare at Li Jingchuan. How could he be so oblivious to his sister-in-law's plight, leaving her feeling starved for affection? Li Jingchuan, unfazed, casually adjusted his attire and shifted slightly aside, embodying the perfect family man who wouldn't allow anyone to take advantage of him. Li Qingshan understood that it was simply because her brother was too well covered that Gu Nanxing was contemplating divorce to seek a younger partner. Li Jingchuan remained unaware of his sister's thoughts. He was only concerned that Gu Nanxing was even contemplating divorce and, worse yet, trying to take advantage of him. No way. Brother, where are we headed? Li Qingshan had been staring at her brother for quite some time, but he remained oblivious. Eventually she gave up. You're not going to glare at me anymore? Li Jingchuan, still engrossed in his documents, briefly lifted his eyelids to glance at her. Li Qingshan turned away, feeling frustrated.
A barely perceptible smile grassa a Li Jingwan's lips.
Mom is worried about you too. Once you're done here, she wants to bring you back. Do you know how we operate? Gu Nanxing put down her phone, turning to the man beside her. Li Jingchuan set aside his documents, lifting his gaze to meet hers with seriousness.
I saw.
Just those 3 simple words energized Gu Nanxing. Facing those sparkling eyes, Li Jingchuan lowered his gaze, smiling gently. You did very well. I knew it. Gu Nanxing beamed with pride at the compliment, her confidence soaring. Was it you who had someone investigate that photo of Yan Lily? How did it happen so quickly? Gu Nanxing was astonished by Li Jingchuan's efficiency. He had only learned of the matter yesterday, and today he had it all sorted out. It was all too blatant. It wasn't difficult at all. Li Jingchuan's response earned him high praise from Gu Nanxing. Mr. Li is truly remarkable. Mr. Li is commanding. Noticing her continued banter, Li Jingchuan shook his head, choosing to ignore her as he returned to his documents, though that faint smile lingered on his lips. Before long, the car arrived at the old residence. As soon as the vehicle came to a halt, Li Qingshan sprang from the front seat, hurriedly opening the door for Gu Nanxing and pulling her out. Li Jingchuan strolled leisurely behind them. Upon arriving home, Wenwan was anxiously awaiting their return. Although Li Qingshan had Gu Nanxing for company and Li Jingchuan providing support, how could a mother not worry about her child in times of trouble? Mom. Li Qingshan's call interrupted Wenwan's pacing. Oh, you're back. Wenwan rushed forward to greet them. Mom, Gu Nanxing also approached, obediently addressing her. Wenwan acknowledged them, her gaze scanning the two, relieved to see they were unharmed and smiling, with Li Jingchuan trailing behind, appearing at ease. It seemed everything was well. They looked so happy. Wenwan teased Li Qingshan and Gu Nanxing. Mom, you have no idea how wonderful my sister-in-law was today. Li Qingshan urged Wenwan and Gu Nanxing to sit down while she stood and recounted the events that had transpired in the car, adding emphasis and gestures that left Wenwan both amused and infuriated. After finishing her story, Li Qingshan grabbed a cup from the table and gulped down water.
Slow down.
Wenwan sighed, exasperated. Nanxing is so clever. She uses her brain instead of resorting to direct confrontation, achieving great results while ensuring her safety. After praising Gu Nanxing's attire for the day, Wenwan remarked, Nanxing looks particularly lovely today, fresh and clean. Her delicate face resembles that of an underage girl. Wenwan beamed at Gu Nanxing, her smile wide, before suddenly turning her attention to the quietly working Li Jingchuan.
Jingchuan, don't you agree?
Hearing his mother call his name, Li Jingchuan set down his pen and looked up at Gu Nanxing. She felt a surge of nervousness under his intense gaze, but quickly shook off the apprehension. Wouldn't he find me beautiful, or perhaps aside from Shinmingxi, doesn't he think anyone else is pretty? When Wan glanced at Li Jingchuan, Shinmingxi, the Mo family's daughter-in-law, Jingchuan and her. Li Jingchuan sighed, realizing he had been inadvertently placed in such a position. She is indeed beautiful. He genuinely believed that Gu Nanxing was strikingly captivating, regardless of her past misdeeds. No one had ever criticized her appearance. They only spoke of her unreasonable nature and malicious intentions. Alas, look at how wronged this child feels. A mere compliment from me leads to a sigh. Li Jingchuan suddenly felt a surge of frustration. Shaking his head, he rose from the sofa. I have matters at the company to attend to. I must take my leave. He knew he would age several years just by being here. Mom, I'm leaving too. Gu Nanxing stood to bid farewell as well. Nanxing, why are you leaving too? Don't you want to stay a little longer? When Wan implored, while Li Jingchuan paused, intrigued by her words. Mom, I understand your concern for Qingshan's well-being. I want to intrude. You and Qingshan should rest well. Such obvious fatigue must be addressed. Otherwise, this beautiful lady will end up with dark circles under her eyes. When Wan felt warmth in her heart, both amused and exasperated. All right, I want to keep you. Come visit your mother when you have time. Certainly. After exchanging pleasantries, Gu Nanxing and Li Jingchuan made their way toward the exit. Observing the pair depart hand in hand, when Wan felt a deep sense of satisfaction. What a perfect match they were. Li Qingshan, however, had other matters at hand. As soon as they were out of sight, she hurriedly approached Wan to report. Chapter 16. The inability to obtain. Mom, let me tell you. On the way back in the car, my brother. Li Qingshan recounted the events that transpired in the vehicle, highlighting how tightly Li Jingchuan had guarded against any advances and how Gu Nanxing felt deprived. When Wan listened, her indignation rising. That scoundrel. No wonder Nanxing is always clamoring for a divorce to marry someone else. The root cause lies here.
Indeed, Mom.
If this continues, my sister-in-law will eventually divorce my brother. Where will you find such an extraordinary daughter-in-law then? Li Qingshan gazed at her mother, who was visibly upset, adding fuel to the fire. Mom, if my elder brother had surrendered to my sister-in-law sooner, wouldn't she have been less troublesome? Perhaps I would have had a little niece by now. When Wan was taken aback by this statement, an image of a soft and sweet little girl appeared in her mind, one who would raise her small hands for a hug and sweetly call her grandmother.
Li Jingwan.
How could he not be moved by the enchanting Gu Nanxing? It's no wonder Nanxing claimed that he harbored affections for another. When Wan took out her phone and called Li Hongxin, urging him to return home early. Not wishing to converse with Li Jingchuan, she sent him a message, instructing him to come back to the old residence that evening. Meanwhile, Li Jingchuan was blissfully unaware that he had been betrayed by Li Qingshan. As Gu Nanxing also intended to return, Li Jingchuan exited together with her. I'll escort you home. Li Jingchuan gestured for her to get into the car. No need. You should go to work. I can manage on my own, Gu Nanxing declined, waving her hand. This person is already feeling quite wronged. I truly cannot bear to let him drop me off at home. Li Jingchuan gritted his teeth and promptly opened the rear door of the car.
Get in. All right.
Gu Nanxing hurriedly climbed in, sitting up straight. Noticing her compliance, Li Jingchuan took a seat on the opposite side. Drive back to Looming Courtyard. Looming Courtyard was the name of the residence where Li Jingchuan and Gu Nanxing currently lived. Understood, young master, the driver responded before commencing the journey. Throughout the ride, Gu Nanxing sulked in silence, but her mind was anything but calm. Thoughts raced through her head in a myriad of forms, and Li Jingchuan silently sighed countless times along the way. Upon finally arriving at Looming Courtyard, Li Jingchuan hurriedly instructed the driver to stop.
Alas.
She wouldn't even stay an extra minute. When will the divorce happen? This was the last remark he overheard. As soon as he arrived at the office, Li Jingchuan noticed a message from Wan. Come to the old residence for dinner tonight, without Nanxing. Not a word more. Li Jingchuan frowned, perplexed by the implication. Given how Wan had recently favored Gu Nanxing, it was inconceivable that she would suggest leaving her behind. Mom, is something the matter? Li Jingchuan called his mother. But there was no response, so he sent her a message. Just do as instructed. The reply came swiftly. Upon reading it, Li Jingchuan furrowed his brow even tighter. Was this not a complete non-answer? Having stepped out unexpectedly in the morning, Li Jingchuan returned home later than usual. After messaging Gu Nanxing in advance, he directly headed back to the old residence. Upon entering, he found Li Hongxin, Wenwan, and Li Qingshan seated on the sofa, their expressions grave. What is this? A three-way interrogation? Li Jingchuan was intrigued by their serious demeanor. Smack. Wenwan slammed her palm on the table. Li Hongxin tenderly grasped his wife's hand, gently blowing on it. Wenwan pushed him away, frustrated that he had disrupted the atmosphere she had painstakingly created. Li Jingchuan shook his head, about to sit down when smack. Another clap on the table, though this time with less force.
Stand.
Li Jingchuan stood there innocently, facing the trio, utterly confused about how he had managed to anger Wenwan. Recently, he had handled the matters concerning Li Yanchen and Li Qingshan quite well, and his work was going smoothly. In fact, he had not even quarreled with Gu Nanxing lately. Do you believe you have wronged Nanxing? A single remark from Wenwan made Li Jingchuan realize that this was all for Gu Nanxing's sake. Not at all. Li Jingchuan genuinely believed this. They were getting along quite well at present. Just a few days ago, he had transferred 5 million to Gu Nanxing, which had made her exceedingly happy. If that's the case, why does Nanxing wish to divorce you? Why does she claim you have affections for the daughter-in-law of the Mo family? Why is she seeking a handsome man with an 8-pack? Wenwan's anger escalated with each question. Li Jingchuan cast a penetrating gaze at Li Qingshan. Only she was privy to the matter of the 8-pack abs. Li Qingshan, frightened, edged behind Wenwan. You even threaten your sister? Wenwan shot Li Jingchuan a glare before softening her tone. Son, a woman needs more than just financial support. She also requires care and love. As Li Jingchuan contemplated Gu Nanxing, he couldn't help but scoff inwardly. If he merely provided Gu Nanxing with financial support, would she truly care about anything else? It was evident that Li Jingchuan understood Gu Nanxing well. To her, money was paramount. As long as she had financial means, she would be devoid of the need for a man's affection and care. Son, are you? Li Hongxin, who had been silent, finally spoke, though with evident hesitation. The other three looked on with curiosity as he vacillated, unable to find the right words. Such suspenseful behavior was exceedingly vexing. Eventually, Wenwan, losing her patience, delivered a sharp slap to Li Hongxin. Speak up. If you don't, you'll sleep in the study tonight. Upon hearing this, Li Hongxin's expression changed. He could not bear to sleep without holding his wife. Qingshan, go back to your room. Li Hongxin reluctantly suggested, thus sending Li Qingshan away. Naturally, she was loath to leave. It was a rare opportunity to witness her brother being reprimanded, and she had no desire to depart. However, facing the three before her, she had no choice but to sulkily retreat to her room. Can we talk now? Once Li Qingshan had exited, Wenwan eagerly pressed Li Hongxin for answers. Li Hongxin nodded, offering a gentle smile to his wife. Taking a deep breath, he scrutinized Li Jingchuan with a serious demeanor. Son, is there something wrong with you? This statement struck Li Jingchuan like a bolt from the blue, leaving him bewildered. What had he just heard? Observing her son's expression, Wenwan assumed that Li Hongxin had guessed correctly. Her face turned pale. Her son, standing nearly 6'3", with broad shoulders and a narrow waist,
Possessed a perfect physique.
How could he possibly be lacking? Tears streamed down Wenwan's face. Son, it's all right. If you're unwell, we will seek proper treatment. Do not worry. Your mother will always be by your side. Li Jingchuan looked heavenward, utterly speechless. It would have been better if fate had delivered a more merciful blow. However, witnessing his mother's distraught expression, he felt compelled to mend his own wounded heart and comfort her. Mom, don't listen to Dad's nonsense.
I am perfectly healthy.
Li Jingchuan moved closer to Wenwan, sitting beside her. Impossible. If your health were fine, then how could someone as beautiful as Nanxing be all over you? No way. No way. Wenwan's heartache intensified as she clung to Li Jingchuan, sobbing. Chapter 17, A Change. Li Jingchuan truly did not know how to explain the situation. He could hardly confess that his lack of intimacy with Gu Nanxing stemmed from her enduring affections for another man, Mo Huayan. The mere thought of that name sent a chill through him. Moreover, he wished their relationship was rooted in love, but it clearly was not the case with Gu Nanxing. Mom, I assure you, there is nothing wrong with me. You trust your son's character, don't you? Li Jingchuan reiterated, nearly swearing an oath. Gradually, Wenwan calmed down, raising her tear-stained eyes. Son, are you truly all right? Mom, I'm really fine. You know our relationship has only just begun to thaw.
Li Jingwan spoke supli.
Yet when Wan recalled all of Gu Nanxing's past actions, suddenly, she felt that Li Jingchuan had been wronged. It was indeed well known that Gu Nanxing had pursued Mo Huayan in the past. Jingchuan, Nanxing seems different now. When Wan remarked, "It's not just us who can hear her innermost thoughts." Li Jingchuan understood his mother's words all too well. This was also something he had sensed. Ever since he began to hear Gu Nanxing's inner thoughts, he felt she had changed. Externally, she remained the same Gu Nanxing, but internally, she seemed different. In recent days, she had not mentioned Mo Huayan even once, a feat that was absolutely inconceivable before. Moreover, her demeanor and character appeared transformed. "Mother, she is indeed Gu Nanxing." "It can only be Gu Nanxing," Li Jingchuan gently asserted to Wan, his tone imbued with an unwavering seriousness. "No matter the circumstances, she is now his wife, and it is his duty to protect her. Mother understands this. As long as she wishes, she will forever be my daughter-in-law." In regard to the current Gu Nanxing, Wan genuinely holds a fondness for her. After all, she had assisted Yan Che and Qing Shan, and for that alone, Wan could staunchly defend Gu Nanxing. Once they had discussed these matters, Wan promptly sent Li Jingchuan away, under the pretext of urging him to return home early to accompany Gu Nanxing. Reluctantly, Li Jingchuan made his way back to the looming courtyard, but not before casting a glance at Li Hongxin. The depth of meaning in his gaze was profound, yet Li Hongxin feigned ignorance. Upon returning to the looming courtyard, he found the living room still illuminated. Li Jingchuan assumed it was Aunt Chen who had left the lights on for him, but upon opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of Gu Nanxing, bent over in laughter at the television. Hearing the sound at the entrance, Gu Nanxing turned her head and immediately spotted Li Jingchuan as he stepped inside. "You finished work so late?" she inquired. Li Jingchuan observed her delicate face, her hair fashioned into a neat bun, a stark contrast to her previous appearance. "Yes. Just got off work," he replied, pulling himself back to the present. "Have you eaten?" Gu Nanxing continued to inquire. "Not yet." "Oh, it's quite late. I let Aunt Chen rest first." How unfortunate, Li Jingchuan thought to himself, as he had merely mentioned working late and had not informed her that he had not dined. Aunt Chen had initially intended to wait for him, but Gu Nanxing had persuaded her otherwise. Given the uncertainty of his return, it would have been a considerable strain for her to wait. "No worries, I'm not hungry," he reassured her, though he was unaware that he had been sent back home. "You can't skip a meal," Gu Nanxing pondered for a moment. In novels, domineering CEOs often suffer from poor health due to skipping meals, leading to severe gastric issues, sometimes even ending in hospitalization due to bleeding. Li Jingchuan found her reasoning somewhat amusing. He had always been under professional care, and his stomach was quite healthy. "Could you perhaps look forward to my return a little?" he was about to say, when Gu Nanxing suddenly clapped her hands as a brilliant idea struck her. "I'll make you something." "You? There's no need to trouble yourself." "It's no trouble at all. I'll just boil some noodles. You go change your clothes. It will be ready shortly." Without giving Li Jingchuan the opportunity to refuse, Gu Nanxing sprang from the sofa and headed for the kitchen. Observing her retreating figure, Li Jingchuan chose to remain seated at the dining table instead of changing his clothes. Watching Gu Nanxing bustling about, he felt a sense of unreality wash over him. He had never imagined that he could coexist peacefully with Gu Nanxing, let alone have her prepare a meal for him. Initially, upon returning from the old residence, Li Jingchuan had felt a tinge of melancholy due to the misunderstandings surrounding his health that Gu Nanxing's words and actions had inadvertently caused among his family. This had led to a slight grievance toward her. However, the moment he opened the door and beheld Gu Nanxing curled up on the sofa, laughing joyously at the television, that grievance dissipated entirely. "All right, wash your hands, it's time to eat," her clear voice broke through Li Jingchuan's reverie. He collected himself and obediently proceeded to wash his hands. When he returned to the dining table, he was met with a steaming bowl of noodles. Li Jingchuan stared in astonishment at the fragrant dish before him, topped with 2 poached eggs and a handful of greens. "Try it. Just looking one tea fill you," Gu Nanxing said, noticing his dazed expression as she handed him the chopsticks. Sitting down, he took a bite, and his eyes immediately brightened. "How is it? Delicious, isn't it?" Gu Nanxing asked, observing his reaction. "Yes, it's quite good. I didn't expect you to be so skilled. Impressive." Li Jingchuan genuinely complimented her, for it truly was delicious. This was a talent Gu Nanxing had not previously possessed. Of course, just a handful of fine noodles, half a bowl of broth, a cup of clear water, 5 coins of pork fat, and a spoonful of soy sauce from the Chiao family, topped with 2 crisp and tender bok choy. Gu Nanxing gleefully boasted, eager to demonstrate her culinary prowess. Li Jingchuan was momentarily taken aback, for they had no river or the Qiao family nearby. You haven't heard of it? Gu Nanxing suddenly realized the absurdity of her statement. How could such a grand CEO have time to watch Soul Fairy? It's no matter if you haven't. Just eat, she said, returning to her television show. Leaving Li Jingchuan amidst the clamor of the screen and her gentle laughter as he devoured the bowl of noodles with great satisfaction. After tidying the table and washing the bowl, Li Jingchuan approached Gu Nanxing. Still not resting? It was only then that Gu Nanxing noticed he had finished his meal.
All right.
I'll be there in a moment, she replied, turning off the television and heading for the dining table. I've already cleaned up and washed the dishes. You should go rest, he interjected as she moved. Gu Nanxing paused momentarily. You washed the dishes? Aren't CEOs supposed to be above such menial tasks? Gu Nanxing was indeed surprised that Li Jingchuan had taken the initiative to wash the dishes. She had not wished to leave them for Aunt Chen to handle the next day. However, she smiled and waved her hand. Well then, good night. Good night. As Li Jingchuan watched Gu Nanxing's departing figure, a profound contemplation filled his eyes. Something seemed different. Chapter 18. Watching a play the following morning, Li Jingchuan awoke to find Aunt Chen had prepared breakfast, awaiting his arrival. Young master, did you cook last night? Aunt Chen, having entered the kitchen early, noticed the rearrangement of the culinary tools. Is it because you returned late from work yesterday that you didn't eat? It's my fault, she continued. No. It was Gu Nanxing who cooked, Li Jingchuan replied, and Aunt Chen's face immediately brightened with joy. Oh, that's splendid. That's splendid, she exclaimed, gleefully taking out her phone to discreetly report to Wenwan. Madam, young master returned late yesterday and didn't eat. It was young mistress who prepared the meal. I noticed young master is in good spirits this morning. Not long after, Wenwan replied. Well done, Aunt Chen. Keep observing and reporting. Understood, madam, Aunt Chen promised earnestly. When Gu Nanxing descended the stairs, she was met with Aunt Chen's beaming smile. Aunt Chen, what's the matter? Gu Nanxing glanced down at her attire, wondering if there was something amiss. Nothing. You must be hungry. Hurry and eat, Aunt Chen urged, bustling about. As Gu Nanxing ate, Aunt Chen stood beside her, unable to suppress her delight, leaving Gu Nanxing feeling somewhat perplexed. The ensuing days offered Gu Nanxing a life of sheer enjoyment. She would awaken at her leisure, followed by meals, gaming, and television. It was sheer bliss. One evening, as Gu Nanxing prepared for bed, she received a call from Li Qingshan. Sister-in-law, shall we go shopping tomorrow? Tomorrow? Gu Nanxing paused to contemplate her schedule when Li Qingshan interjected with playful disdain. Sister-in-law, I know you have nothing to do. You spend all day either eating or sleeping, so don't say you're busy. Fine, Gu Nanxing relented, agreeing to meet. After they finalized the time and place, she hung up the phone with a resigned sigh and began scrolling through videos. The next morning, as Li Jingchuan was having breakfast, he was astonished to see Gu Nanxing descend the stairs, still groggy from sleep. His eyes widened in disbelief. It was no wonder he was shocked. Aside from the days she and Li Qingshan had gone to school, he had never seen Gu Nanxing awake at such an hour. Good morning, she yawned, her voice slightly muffled as she greeted Li Jingchuan. Good morning. Do you have any plans for today? Nothing at all. She would never rise unless there was something important. Indeed, Gu Nanxing confirmed, nodding. I've made plans to go shopping with Qingshan. I can't be late. As she spoke, there was a hint of grievance in her tone. I didn't want to get up either. It's all that little witch Li Qingshan's fault. She unexpectedly declared that if I were late, she would come to knock on my door at 7 every morning. What a villain. Li Jingchuan took a sip of his coffee, suppressing a smile at the corners of his mouth. I'll transfer you some money. Buy whatever you fancy. Gu Nanxing's eyes sparkled with excitement, her smile turning flattering. Sounds good. Li Jingchuan fiddled with his phone for a moment, and Gu Nanxing's phone chimed with a message. With eager hands, Gu Nanxing opened her phone to see a string of zeros in the message. She felt like bowing down to Li Jingchuan in gratitude. Boss, you're dashing. Boss, you're amazing. Long live the boss. Li Jingchuan listened to Gu Nanxing's chaotic praises with a sense of helplessness, regretting giving her the money. After their meal, Li Jingchuan took his leave, leaving only Gu Nanxing to dawdle out the door. When she arrived at her destination, Li Qingshan was staring intently at her phone. That fierce expression confirmed Gu Nanxing's fears. If she were late, this girl would indeed come knocking on her door every morning. Qingshan's here, Gu Nanxing called out, waving to catch Li Qingshan's attention. Upon hearing her voice, Li Qingshan set her phone down and looked at Gu Nanxing running toward her. What sister-in-law is so lowly regarded? Miss, what do you plan to shop for today? Sister-in-law, today I'm buying you a gift. You helped me last time, so I thought I should give you something. But I'm not sure what you like, so I figured you could choose yourself. Li Qingshan felt particularly grateful for Gu Nanxing's assistance. Without her, she would still be lost in her own thoughts. Thinking about the current state of Huang Xian and Yan Lili, Li Qingshan shuddered slightly. Hearing Li Qingshan's words, Gu Nanxing's earlier grievances dissipated in an instant. We're all family. There's no need to be so polite. That's fantastic. No wonder you're the child of a wealthy family. You just love to throw money around. But I like it. Li Qingshan felt a bit helpless. Her sister-in-law had changed from the person she once knew. And she found it hard to keep up with the transformation, yet she appreciated this change. Your elder brother gave me money too. What do you like? It's on me. Gu Nanxing was equally generous towards those she cherished. All right. The two entered the store, chattering merrily. They returned to the mall they had previously visited with Chu Xinxin. But this time, Gu Nanxing's mood was markedly different. Indeed, it was essential to go out with someone you adore. They browsed several shops, purchasing many delightful items, arranging for the store to deliver everything directly home. Satisfied with their haul, they took their time to stroll leisurely. Just as they reached the lobby on the first floor, they noticed a commotion. A crowd gathered around something unknown. They exchanged glances and simultaneously headed in that direction. In the center of the lobby stood a young couple. The man knelt on the ground, tightly grasping the woman's legs, his face pleading. Baby, I was wrong. I swear I won't do it again. You must believe that everything I do is because I love you. The woman's eyes glistened with tears as she looked down at the man before her. T&I, please get up. There are too many people here. Everyone is watching. The man shook his head, tightening his grip on her legs. Baby, I can't. I can't live without you. What meaning does life hold for me without you? A flicker of compassion crossed the woman's face. T&I, we can't continue like this. It's not the first time. Xiaoya says you want to change. I will change, I truly will. It's just that I love you too much. When I see you getting too close to that man, I can't help but react. The man shouted passionately. Baby, I love you. How can I stand by while you grow close to another man? I told you he is my colleague. But did you listen to me? No, you don't. You only hear what you want. T&I, we be broken up. I can no longer trust your words. Baby, give me one more chance. Just once. I swear I will never do it again. Please, believe me just this once. The man shook her legs, pleading fervently. You want to change. You always react out of jealousy, refusing to listen to my explanations. Xiaoya said this is a psychological issue. You want to recognize your own mistakes. You will always be like this. I should have listened to Xiaoya and broken up with you sooner. Otherwise, my innocent colleague wouldn't have suffered. The woman's voice carried a note of grievance. Hearing this, Gu Nanxing furrowed her brow, catching the disapproval in Li Qingshan's eyes as well. Chapter 19. The Objective. Baby, you may not understand what men think, but as a man, I know their sordid intentions. I want to protect you. I don't want you to be in danger. The man, seeing the woman remain unyielding, steeled his resolve and raised a hand to slap himself several times. Baby, I was wrong. I deserve this. If you are unsatisfied, hit me. I will not complain. The woman quickly grasped his hand, a flicker of struggle in her eyes. T&I, don't act like this. Our situation is not so simple. Moreover, you still have your junior. At this thought, the woman's expression turned cold. Baby, my relationship with her is not what you think. She is merely my junior. She knows nothing, and I often help her. Moreover, after you forbade me from seeing her, I stopped helping her. That's not true. The woman shook her head, her face a mask of sorrow. Xiaoya said, she saw you together again. And you were very close. Xiaoya said your relationship is not that simple. You've been deceiving me. The man frowned, growing impatient. Baby, don't believe Li Xinya's words. She doesn't want us to be happy. She is jealous that you have a boyfriend and no one is pursuing her. Think about it. She says I don't love you, but baby, don't you know that I love you? The woman shook her head, unconvinced by his words. No, Xiaoya is only looking out for me. She has always protected me, understands everything, and she is exceptional. She is not what you claim. Alas. The man sighed. Raising his head again, his expression filled with reluctance as he gazed at the woman. Baby, I didn't want to tell you, but since it's come to this, I must speak. Baby, Is it true that since we've been together, she has been keeping a close watch on me? Is it true that before I met her, there were no conflicts between us? Has she continuously told you that I am not worthy of your affection, unworthy of being with you? Baby. That is because she has feelings for me. The woman gasped in shock.
Impossible.
Xiaoya is not that kind of person. She wouldn't do that. Yet, despite her words, Gu Nanxing could see the uncertainty in her eyes. The man noticed it too. Baby, how many years have we been together? You trust an outsider over me? Don't you remember how deeply we loved each other? Our current situation is all because of Li Xinya. Li Xinya's unrequited love for me has led her to stir discord between us. Seeing the woman bow her head in silence, the man pressed on.
Baby.
I admit I like to keep tabs on you. Have you ever thought about why I don't monitor anyone else? It's simply because I love you. Even if Li Xinya tries to tempt me, I am unmoved. My heart belongs only to you. The woman lifted her head, her voice timid. Xiaoya is prettier than I am, more capable. Baby. The man interrupted her words. I only love you. In my eyes, you are the best, and no one can compare to you. You are 100 times more outstanding than Li Xinya. The woman still hesitated. I need to talk to Xiaoya. I cannot simply forgive you. Let us go. Turning back to glance at Li Qingshan, who nodded, the two departed from the crowd. Sister-in-law. That woman Li Qingshan recalled the earlier scene with a sense of distaste. It's a matter of mutual consent. No one can intervene. Gu Nanxing felt a tinge of annoyance. Her previously buoyant mood had been marred by a rather unsightly scene. Where shall we head next? Gu Nanxing shook her head, attempting to dismiss thoughts of those two individuals. Li Qingshan, recalling her own intentions, cast a thoughtful glance around. It's time for a meal. This place isn't far from my brother's company. Let's go find him for lunch. What? Gu Nanxing replied, taken aback. Today's shopping spree was entirely funded by my brother. If we go to him for lunch, what if he gets emotional? And Gu Nanxing's eyes sparkled with newfound excitement. Indeed, I've been rather lackadaisical lately, without taking any action. All right then, let's go. Gu Nanxing had never visited the Li Corporation building before. In the past, she had wished to avoid any interaction with Li Jingchuan. So how could she possibly find herself at his workplace? Li Qingshan, however, was quite familiar with the place and led Gu Nanxing directly to it. The receptionist recognized Li Qingshan and promptly allowed them entrance. They took the elevator designated for Li Jingchuan, ascending directly to his office floor. Upon exiting the elevator, they made their way to Li Jingchuan's office. The staff in the secretary's area were also acquainted with Li Qingshan. Amidst a chorus of hello, Miss Li, they arrived at the door of Li Jingchuan's office. Just as they were about to knock, a young man hurried past them. Clad in a tailored black suit with neatly cropped hair, he beamed a smile upon spotting Li Qingshan from a distance. Clever and astute, this was Gu Nanxing's initial impression of Chen Fangchao, Li Jingchuan's chief assistant, who appeared harmless, yet was indeed a formidable character. Miss Li, you've arrived. Chen Fangchao greeted respectfully, though his gaze subtly flickered towards Gu Nanxing. Is my brother in the office?
Li Qingshan minkirat.
Yes. I'm also on my way to deliver documents to Mr. Li, Chen Fangchao replied, lifting the folder in his hand. He gently tapped on the door 3 times and then stood at attention. Come in, came a deep, resonant voice, prompting Chen Fangchao to grasp the doorknob and open the office door. After stepping aside to allow Li Qingshan and Gu Nanxing to enter, he followed suit and quietly closed the door behind him. Noticing an unusual sound of footsteps, Li Jingchuan looked up, his gaze landing on Li Qingshan and Gu Nanxing as they entered. He raised an eyebrow in curiosity. What brings you here? This marked Gu Nanxing's first visit to his workplace. We came to have lunch with you, Li Qingshan answered, while Gu Nanxing curiously surveyed the office's decor. The office was a paragon of minimalist elegance, showcasing the owner's exquisite taste and character. The color palette was dominated by deep hues, with top-tier brand furnishings that exuded a remarkable quality, every detail whispering understated refinement and luxury. Gu Nanxing's favorite feature was the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, which offered an unobstructed view of the breathtaking cityscape. Do you fancy this window? Li Jingchuan inquired softly, noticing Gu Nanxing's keen interest. Yes, I love it. It must look stunning in the rain. Gu Nanxing turned, her large eyes shimmering with enthusiasm. Well then, since you adore it, you should come by more often.
Li Qingshan din.
Chen Fangchao felt a jolt of realization. Sister-in-law? It seemed that this young lady was indeed the fabled boss lady. Their relationship appeared to be less acrimonious than rumored.
Li Qingshan's remark renderat Guam Nanxing sumawat flusterat.
Her determination is rather pronounced. Li Jingchuan shot a glance at Li Qingshan, prompting her to fall silent. Please have a seat. I'll be with you shortly, Li Jingchuan said, extending his hand to Chen Fangchao. Chen Fangchao promptly handed over the documents to Li Jingchuan. Excuse me, ladies, would you like something to drink? No, thank you, we just had milk tea, Gu Nanxing declined, fearing that another drink would spoil her appetite. Li Jingchuan examined the documents, annotating them with precision. A few minutes later, he returned the folder to Chen Fangchao.
No.
Have the design department revise this. Chen Fangchao nodded in agreement. Understood, Mr. Li, shall we go? What would you like to eat? Li Jingchuan rose, donning the coat draped over his chair. Let's eat at the cafeteria. Gu Nanxing remembered reading that the employee meals at Li Jingchuan's company were exceptional, an array of local delicacies and specialty dishes. The thought alone made her mouth water. Perhaps you should reconsider, Li Qingshan interjected through clenched teeth, her voice lowered. What sort of ambience can the employee cafeteria offer? What do you think I brought you here for? She shot Gu Nanxing a frustrated glare. Then it's settled, cafeteria it is, Li Jingchuan declared.
Efectively el ting Li Qingshan's impending protest.
Isn't this a blatant display of favoritism? Nevertheless, neither of them seemed to mind, and Gu Nanxing had little choice but to comply. Together, the three of them followed in Li Jingchuan's wake as they made their way outside. Mr. Li, the cafeteria is on the second floor. Chen Fangchao chimed in from behind, concerned that Li Jingchuan might not be familiar with the layout. Li Jingchuan paused. You should come along too. He had indeed never dined in the cafeteria, as Chen Fangchao always brought food to him. Chen Fangchao, quick-witted as he was, set his documents down and hurried to catch up. Thank you, Mr. Li. I happen to be hungry as well. Such perceptiveness. No wonder he is Li Jingchuan's most trusted aide, Gu Nanxing mused to herself. Yet, her reflections were merely assumptions. The arrival of the four at the cafeteria sparked a flurry of excitement. Their esteemed president was not a common sight. The employees dining there paused, abandoning their meals to surreptitiously observe the quartet. Some daring souls considered approaching to greet them, but were promptly deterred by Chen Fangchao. Consequently, no one dared to step forward, opting instead for furtive glances. Gu Nanxing felt a fleeting moment of regret, yet having come this far, she resolved to maintain a stoic expression, mirroring those around her. However, the sight of the lavish spread of food illuminated Li Qingshan's eyes. Brother, our company serves such delightful meals? Li Jingchuan ignored her query, and she took no offense. Chen Fangchao, on the other hand, responded with a smile. Indeed, Mississippi. You may not be aware, but our company boasts the best employee benefits. The chefs in our cafeteria rival those of external restaurants. Many choose to work here solely for the exceptional meals. Feel free to grab a tray and help yourselves to whatever catches your eye. If there's something specific you desire, the chefs can prepare it for you, Chen Fangchao elaborated, ensuring they understood the offerings. After hearing Chen Fangchao's explanation, Li Qingshan eagerly pulled Gu Nanxing to retrieve trays and select their meals. Li Jingchuan followed suit, with Chen Fangchao trailing behind. Once they had gathered their favorite dishes, the four settled into a secluded corner. Gu Nanxing chatted quietly with Li Qingshan as they ate. Li Qingshan had resigned herself to the notion that, in such a crowded and noisy environment, there would be little room for romance. Due to their tucked-away seating, many newly arrived employees remained unaware of their presence. Xingya, over here. A voice called out, slightly louder than the rest, catching Gu Nanxing's attention. The name Xingya piqued her curiosity. She turned to see a girl with long hair and black-rimmed glasses waving from the entrance, the very individual who had called out moments ago. Following the direction of the girl with long hair, Gu Nanxing's gaze fell upon another girl at the door, her eyes widening in surprise. Clad in a fitted white suit with stylishly cropped hair, the girl exuded both professionalism and charm. The short-haired girl scanned the cafeteria, momentarily oblivious to the throng. Xingya, this way. The long-haired girl called again, her gestures becoming more animated. This time, not only did the girl named Xingya hear her, but Li Qingshan also took notice. Li Qingshan cast a glance at the girl named Xingya, then turned her gaze toward Gu Nanxing. Their eyes met, and an uncanny coincidence seemed to linger in the air. Li Jingchuan observed the two with a furrowed brow, curiosity piqued. What's going on? Is that girl from your company? What's her name? Gu Nanxing gestured toward Li Jingchuan, who contemplated for a moment, his expression inscrutable. How absurd of me to think that the busy CEO would know an employee personally. Li Jingchuan felt as if he were being toyed with. Chen Fangchao, catching the look from Li Jingchuan, turned to regard the woman in question. After a brief moment of realization, he recalled that Li Xinya from the External Relations Department.
Li Xinya.
Li Qingshan and Gu Nanxing exclaimed in unison, exchanging glances filled with astonishment. The coincidence was indeed striking. Unbeknownst to them, both sensed an undeniable connection between this Li Xinya and the one they were familiar with. Is it her?
Li Qingshan Banturat.
I believe so, Gu Nanxing replied. So, shall we? Li Qingshan trailed off, but Gu Nanxing nodded in understanding. Li Jingchuan, setting down his chopsticks, scrutinized the two with a mix of intrigue and annoyance. What is happening? It's a secret, they replied simultaneously. Li Jingchuan took a deep breath, pondering why he had never found their antics so irritating before. Finished eating? If so, let us go. Out of sight, out of mind, lest I provoke my own irritation. We're not leaving, Gu Nanxing countered, shaking her head. Yes. We have matters to attend to, Li Qingshan added, then turned to Chen Fangchao, inquiring, Assistant Chen, which floor is the External Relations Department on? Chen Fangchao glanced at Li Jingchuan, who gave a slight nod of approval before responding, the External Relations Department is on the 11th floor. Is there surveillance? Gu Nanxing interjected, giving Li Qingshan an approving thumbs up. Li Qingshan beamed with pride. Yes, Chen Fangchao replied, albeit with some hesitation. With that, the two exchanged mischievous glances. And Li Jingchuan chose to ignore their antics. After their meal, Gu Nanxing and Li Qingshan accompanied Li Jingchuan back to the office. Li Qingshan seized the opportunity to pull Chen Fangchao aside, whispering a few words to him outside the door. Chen Fangchao regarded her with a look of discomfort, but after a few more words from Li Qingshan, he nodded in agreement. Chapter 21. Gossip. Li Jingchuan queried Gu Nanxing in the office. Is there an issue with Li Xinya? We cannot disclose that information just yet, but I assure you, we will inform you once we have clarity. Gossip. Intriguing gossip. Li Jingchuan acknowledged, recognizing it wasn't a matter of great significance, and refrained from further inquiry. Shortly thereafter, Li Qingshan entered, signaling an okay gesture to Gu Nanxing, who responded with a knowing smile. Before long, Chen Fangchao returned, carrying a laptop. After a brief interaction with the device, he placed it on the coffee table, typically reserved for guests by Li Jingchuan. Meanwhile, Gu Nanxing and Li Qingshan nestled on the sofa, engaged in hushed conversation. The scene was a peculiar yet harmonious one, with those entering to consult Li Jingchuan glancing at the two girls laughing together on the couch. At 2 p.m, Gu Nanxing and Li Qingshan suddenly sprang to their feet, startled by something they beheld. Without a moment to bid farewell to Li Jingchuan, they rushed out. Li Jingwan, who had been engrossed in his work, slowly set down his fountain pen and settled onto the sofa, observing the surveillance footage from the 11th floor. He had been aware of this all along. Without Li Jingchuan's consent, Chen Fangchao would never have allowed them such access. Li Qingshan and Gu Nanxing had been closely monitoring Li Xinya until they spotted a girl named Beibei approaching her. She's here, they exclaimed, dashing over. The thrill of first-hand gossip was irresistible. Indeed, Beibei had been deliberating for quite some time before finally approaching Li Xinya, who was preoccupied with her tasks. Upon noticing Beibei, she looked up, surprised to see her after a long absence. Beibei, where have you been? I haven't seen you.
Li Xinya Karia.
Beibei, nervously fidgeting with her fingers, managed a strained smile. I went out for lunch. That's why you didn't see me. Why are your eyes so red? Is something wrong? Li Xinya observed the way Beibei averted her gaze, instantly grasping the situation. Beibei, have you seen him again? Did he come looking for you? At Li Xinya's words, a man nearby scoffed derisively. Beibei, embarrassed by the sound, quickly grasped Li Xinya's hand. Xinya, let us not discuss it here. With a resigned sigh, Li Xinya followed Beibei to the stairwell. Once there, she released Beibei's hand. Beibei, have you seen him again? He's no good for you. Don't be so soft-hearted. Xinya, that's not true. He claims he really understands his mistakes this time, and he's different from before.
Facing Li Xinya's disapproving gaza, Beibei spoke softly. Besides,
we've shared so many years together. It's hard for me to let go. Perhaps he truly has changed.
Li Xinya frowned deeply.
Beibei, this isn't the first time he's made such promises. It's always the same, yet he never changes. He forbids you from wearing pretty clothes, from wearing makeup, and from interacting with male colleagues. Beibei, he has violent tendencies. He has already hitting others. What has to stop him from hitting you? After speaking, Li Xinya noticed a shift in Beibei's demeanor, as if she were harboring a potent discontent, but directed at Li Xinya. Before Li Xinya could voice her concerns, Beibei exclaimed. Xinya, why do you keep speaking ill of Tianyi? Is it because you want to be with him yourself? I've known him for many years, and he is not the person you portray. He loves me, and one T hurt me. You can't keep sowing discord between us. Beibei's tone bore a hint of accusation, leaving Li Xinya astounded. Beibei? Li Xinya was bewildered by her words, when suddenly, Gu Nanxing and Li Qingshan, concealed one floor above, could not bear to listen any longer. They felt it was evident that Beibei harbored feelings for Tianyi, and thus, Li Xinya's warnings were merely a projection of her own desires. Upon overhearing their conversation, both Li Xinya and Beibei jumped in surprise. Li Xinya scrutinized Beibei's expression, noting the fear and discomfort of being seen through. Who is there? Why are you eavesdropping? Feeling exposed, Beibei's embarrassment morphed into irritation. Gu Nanxing tugged at Li Qingshan as they descended the stairs, continuing, We were here first. You're the intruder. I didn't blame you for interrupting our conversation. So, why would you turn the tables on us? Seeing Gu Nanxing and Li Qingshan's astonished expressions, it dawned on them that they were acquainted with the CEO's sister, the heiress of the Li family. As for the other, news of her presence had spread like wildfire in the company chat that day. She was the boss's wife. Caught off guard, Li Xinya hadn't anticipated their purpose for being there. Boss's wife. Miss Li. She greeted them softly, nodding. The mention of boss's wife left Gu Nanxing momentarily stunned, while Li Qingshan calmly acknowledged her with a nod. Beibei, her face paling, fell silent, unsure of how to respond. This morning, the two of us strolled through the neighboring mall, where we witnessed a captivating scene akin to a dramatic pursuit of love unfolding on the first floor. Upon hearing Gu Nanxing's words, Wang Beibei's body trembled. She lifted her gaze to meet Gu Nanxing and Li Qingshan, suddenly realizing that she had been too absorbed in her own thoughts and had overlooked their presence amidst the crowd. Gu Nanxing and Li Qingshan took turns recounting the situation to Li Xinya, who listened with wide eyes, her entire being shaking with indignation. Wang Beibei, it is you who has been seeking me out to lament your woes. You are the one who claimed he forbade you from speaking to others, leaving you utterly devoid of freedom. You have repeatedly expressed your desire to break free from him, yet you lack the courage to do so. If it weren't for your incessant complaints to me, I wouldn't have been bothered with your trivial matters.
Li Xinya, turugli exasperata.
Cast aside any concern for politeness and unleashed a barrage of criticism. And you still have your eyes set on Tianyi? Do you think everyone else shares your lack of discernment?
What is so appealing about him?
He is short, lacks a good physique, and has barely any hair. He possesses neither wealth nor virtue. Why would I ever be enamored by him? Am I to keep him as a pet? At least a dog knows how to please its owner. What does Tianyi offer you in return? Just a constant source of frustration. Indeed. Li Xinya's words were incredibly cathartic. Gu Nanxing and Li Qingshan exchanged glances, admiration etched on their faces. Wang Beibei, unable to bear the onslaught any longer, crouched down and wept softly. Observing her distress, Li Xinya softened slightly, but remained resolute. Wang Beibei, let me make this clear. I have a boyfriend, which is why I do not find Tianyi appealing. Furthermore, do not ever bring up such nonsense to me again. I have no desire to hear it. You may do as you wish, but one thing is certain. Keep your distance from me. With that, Li Xinya turned her back on the sobbing Wang Beibei and looked gratefully at Gu Nanxing and Li Qingshan. Thank you, Miss Gu and Miss Li. Otherwise, I would have continued to be a foolish doormat. It is acceptable to assist others, but to tolerate a friend who resembles a ghost is intolerable. The moment she first confided in you, and after you provided her with a solution, if she still chooses to remain with that man, it is time to distance yourself. Li Xinya seemed to gain insight from Gu Nanxing's words. After enjoying the spectacle, Gu Nanxing and Li Qingshan departed, satisfied. Upon returning home to Li Jingchuan's office, they found him still seated at his desk, engrossed in work. Does he not feel discomfort from sitting all day? Li Qingshan mused. Li Jingchuan's hand holding the documents froze momentarily. Li Qingshan stifled a smile, knowing her elder brother would not appreciate it.
Let me tell you what we did today.
We initially intended to dine with you, but instead, we got sidetracked by some gossip and left you behind. We even enlisted your assistance help to share the juicy details with you. Li Jingchuan appeared somewhat speechless. Should I thank you for this? Gu Nanxing chimed in enthusiastically. This morning, we encountered a delightful drama that was unfolding within your company. As she animatedly recounted the events, Li Qingshan added her own commentary, and within 20 minutes, Li Jingchuan had heard the entire story. Foolish. She has not learned from her mistakes, repeatedly engaging in such folly. It is utterly unwise.
Li Jingguan succintly submarissa.
Indeed. Though somewhat lacking in empathy, your assessment is quite accurate, Gu Nanxing quietly concurred. What shall we do next? Li Qingshan pondered, still undecided. Mom has invited us to the old residence for dinner. Why don't you wait for me to finish work? That sounds fine. They had yet to finish the variety show they had been watching together and felt reluctant to leave. Thus, they settled back onto the sofa to continue watching, while Li Jingchuan worked amidst their laughter. After completing his tasks, Li Jingchuan noticed the two still engrossed in their phones. Shall we go?
Just a moment.
Gu Nanxing waved her hand, clearly enjoying the show. Li Jingchuan raised an eyebrow, prompting Gu Nanxing to quickly realize her oversight. She hastily turned off her phone, wearing an ingratiating smile. All right, let's go. Thank you for your hard work. Upon arriving home, they found Li Yanche sprawled on the sofa, engrossed in a video game. Brother, are you not busy today? Due to his work commitments, Li Yanche often found himself away from home. Well, my recent tasks have been local, he replied casually, his eyes glued to the screen. Li Qingshan rolled her eyes and chose to ignore him, returning to the variety show with Gu Nanxing. It wasn't until a game over message appeared that Li Yanche cursed and shut off his phone. Noticing Gu Nanxing and Li Qingshan laughing heartily, he curiously approached them. Upon recognizing the familiar television program, Li Yanche cleared his throat. Ahem. Receiving no acknowledgement, he decisively snatched their phones away. Seeing the annoyed expressions on their faces, he quickly spoke up. I will be participating in the recording of this program the day after tomorrow. Are you interested in attending? Really? I want to go. Gu Nanxing exclaimed excitedly. What? I have class. Li Qingshan lamented simultaneously, her tone filled with frustration. With classes preventing her from joining, Li Qingshan resigned herself to going alone. While Gu Nanxing expressed regret, Li Qingshan could discern her underlying glee. Brother! Li Qingshan pleaded with Li Jingchuan for assistance, wishing to attend the show.
No skipping class.
Li Jingchuan stated flatly, leaving Li Qingshan without rebuttal. Make sure to get me Zhao Qinglei's autograph, she urged, tears welling in her eyes. Of course. I will absolutely get it for you, Gu Nanxing promised earnestly. Zhao Qinglei was one of the hosts of the variety show, beloved by both Li Qingshan and Gu Nanxing, tall, handsome, and possessing a humorous charm that captivated a legion of fans. This silly child, wouldn't it be easier to ask your brother for it?
Ah.
Li Qingshan felt even more disheartened. Li Jingchuan and Li Yanche exchanged secret smiles at the scene. As when Wan emerged from the kitchen, she was greeted by this heartwarming tableau. Li Qingshan wore a pitiful expression while Gu Nanxing endeavored to console her. And her two sons observed the playful squabble with amused expressions. Seeing the smile on Li Jingchuan's face, Wan felt a modest sense of relief. She had often felt a sense of guilt towards her son for marrying Gu Nanxing. However, family decisions combined with Li Jingchuan's agreement left her with no option to refuse. Gu Nanxing's past actions had deeply wounded her, yet now. Is anyone interested in the steamed crabs? When Wan called out cheerfully from the kitchen doorway. I am. Thank you, Mom. The two girls, still bickering, sprang up and dashed toward the kitchen, followed by a resigned Li Jingchuan. Li Yanche's recording was scheduled for the afternoon, and Gu Nanxing waited at home for him to pick her up. It wasn't a matter of her being demanding. It was simply Li Yanche's request. Due to work commitments, he didn't come alone but arrived with his manager and assistant. Li Yanche's manager was quite a striking individual, indeed. Very flamboyant. Appearing to be in his 30s, he donned colorful casual attire and oversized glasses without lenses, exuding a sense of fashionable flair. His assistant, a young girl in suspenders with pigtails and thick-framed glasses, appeared somewhat dazed. These two individuals possessed distinct personalities. This is my manager, Xiao Bai, and this is my assistant,
Yu.
And this. Li Yanche began to introduce them, but when he reached Gu Nanxing, she interrupted. I am Gu Nanxing, his relative. Calling me sister-in-law sounds too old-fashioned. Today, I am an unmarried young lady. Li Yanche regarded this audacious individual, nodding in reluctant agreement under her assertive gaze. Let it be, if you wish to be a relative, then so be it. Those in the industry are well aware that many relatives of stars often accompany them in pursuit of fame. Li Yanche had previously obtained autographs for his younger relatives, but bringing them to the event was a first. Manager Xiao Bai observed Gu Nanxing with keen curiosity. The girl is quite young, yet she receives a considerable amount of courtesy from Li Yanche. The crux of the matter lies in her stunning beauty, radiating an unmistakable star-like charm. With my years of experience as an agent, I can assure you that if this girl falls into his hands, She will undoubtedly ascend to the forefront of the industry within 2 years. Chapter 23. Fandom. Xiao Bai is well aware of Li Yanche's status. Given that the girl claims to be his relative, she must also belong to a family of considerable wealth. Unbeknownst to Xiao Bai, she refrains from inquiring about Gu Nanxing's background directly, planning instead to ask Li Yanche when time allows. The show is recorded indoors, so they head directly to the local television station. To avoid any inconvenience due to Gu Nanxing's presence, Xiao Bai instructs the driver to enter the underground parking lot. Gu Nanxing curiously surveys her surroundings, everything appearing novel and intriguing to her. Since Gu Nanxing is a fan of Zhao Qinglei, Li Yanche leads her to greet him first. They arrive at Zhao Qinglei's lounge, and Xiao Bai knocks on the door. A stern-looking woman in a suit and bun answers the door. Sister Zhang. Li Yanche and I have come to see teacher Zhao. It is Zhang Jie, Zhao Qinglei's manager. After glancing at Li Yanche and Gu Nanxing behind Xiao Bai, she nods at them. Please come in. Zhang Jie steps aside to allow them entry. Excitement flickers in Gu Nanxing's eyes. They're here, they're here. Li Yanche can't help but feel a bit helpless at her enthusiasm. Zhao Qinglei is indeed good-looking, but having gazed at his brother's face every day, does she still harbor feelings for anyone else? In the center of the lounge, a man is seated with his back turned, engrossed in makeup application. Gu Nanxing catches a glimpse of Zhao Qinglei in the mirror. However, without the camera filters, he appears considerably aged, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes quite pronounced. A bit disappointing. Not to mention Li Jingchuan. Even Li Yanche is more handsome. Li Yanche rolls his eyes discreetly. Thank you. Teacher Zhao, they greet him. Zhao Qinglei, having debuted earlier than Li Yanche and considerably older, merits Li Yanche's respect. Good, Gu Nanxing murmurs, raising her eyes slightly as she greets everyone. After that, the conversation dwindles, enveloping the room in an awkward silence. Zhang Jie swiftly intervenes. Teacher Zhao was quite exhausted from last night's recording. He's lacking in energy today. Despite feeling somewhat uncomfortable, Li Yanche speaks up, thinking of Gu Nanxing and Li Qingshan. I have 2 younger sisters who are fans of Teacher Zhao. Could we possibly get a signed photo when he has a moment? Zhao Qinglei remained silent for a while before finally saying, Zhang Jie, fetch 2 signed photos. He makes no mention of taking pictures. The expressions on Li Yanche and Xiao Bai's faces immediately darken. Li Yanche, his face cold, contemplates saying something, but Xiao Bai gently pulls him back. Since teacher Zhao is busy, we won't disturb him. Xiao Bai leads Li Yanche out, but Li Yanche's anger simmers beneath the surface. Xiao Bai struggles to pull him away, but it is Gu Nanxing who gently nudges him from behind. Once outside, they walk towards Li Yanche's lounge in silence. Upon entering, Li Yanche finally unleashes his frustration. Is he out of his mind? Who does he think he is? Why are you pulling me back? Xiao Bai's expression is equally grim. Don't be impulsive. You can't confront him too directly. Regardless of the reason, he is still a senior. The moment you lose your temper, it will reflect poorly on you, regardless of fault. Moreover, we are on his turf. There's no need to rush. This debt will eventually be settled. I've been in this industry long enough to know the ropes, and he has a significant background. We can't afford to appear weak. Gu Nanxing remained silent, making Li Yanche feel somewhat guilty. He invited her over, and she was excited to come, yet this situation unfolded. I apologize for this. Why does Zhao Qinglei harbor such animosity towards Li Yanche? Oh, I see. It's because of her. Because of whom? Stop being cryptic and just tell me.
Li Yanche urges.
Growing anxious. I didn't expect it, but Feng Fangfei seems quite formidable. Zhao Qinglei has clearly been entangled with her. Who?
Who are you talking about?
Li Yanche's eyes widen, fixating on Gu Nanxing. This old man blames Li Yanche for ruining Feng Fangfei. He's merely venting for his little lover. Zhao Qinglei is no saint either. Even married, he still flirts around. His wife has sacrificed so much for him, yet he behaves this way. Truly despicable. Who? Who is married? Is this world truly so insane? Zhao Qinglei has always claimed to be single, and whenever media captures him with a woman, he makes a point to clarify. His fans insist he loves them and doesn't want them to misunderstand, hence the explanations. Li Yanche reflects, he plays the role convincingly. However, this matter can be deliberated upon later. If Zhao Qinglei ceases to trouble him, he wouldn't mind letting him off the hook. After all, this industry is not as glamorous as it appears. Reaching Zhao Qinglei's level is no easy feat nonetheless. Li Yanche doubts Zhao Qinglei will refrain from causing trouble in the future. He better not regret it then. The makeup artist arrives to attend to Li Yanche. Blessed with the inherent good looks of the Li family, he becomes even more striking under the artist's skillful touch. The upcoming variety show revolves around the theme of youth. Apart from Li Yanche, it features the recently popular Meng Qianqian from an idol drama, as well as the renowned screen couple from a previous generation, Sun Guangtao and Qin Jingli. With the addition of the show's host, the lineup is truly star-studded. Under Xiao Bai's arrangement, Gu Nanxing sits in the second row, affording her a clear view of the stage. Initially, the director and others provide a briefing on the essential points to note. Concerned that Gu Nanxing might not understand, Xiao Bai leans closer to her, whispering explanations. These elements will be integrated into the show, so we need to engage the audience to ensure the program is entertaining. I've heard that some shows have set prices for audience reactions. Applause costs this much, laughter that much, tears this much, and uncontrollable sobs even more. Gu Nanxing speaks with enthusiasm, while Xiao Bai feels a tinge of embarrassment. Although this may be industry insider information, stating it so directly feels somewhat inappropriate. Thus, Xiao Bai gestures for her to be quiet. Gu Nanxing pinches her thumb and forefinger together, brushing them across her lips. I understand. I want to speak out of turn. Xiao Bai nods in satisfaction. Once the director completes the introduction, he prompts the audience to practice applauding a few times until satisfied before exiting. The recording of the show commences. The first to take the stage are the three hosts, Zhao Qinglei, and a pair of young men and women. Overall, the show primarily revolves around Zhao Qinglei, with the other two hosts merely filling in a few lines. The hosts greet everyone before commencing the introduction of the guests. Just as Li Yanche suspected, Zhao Qinglei begins to stir trouble. Chapter 24, Targeted. When introducing other guests, Zhao Qinglei utilizes an array of flattering adjectives: talented and good-looking, skilled and popular. When the two older predecessors appear, he lavishes them with excessive praise, crafting a series of flowery words. However, when it comes to introducing Li Yanche, he merely states, "Welcome the young idol Li Yanche." Such blatant favoritism leaves Li Yanche's fans somewhat disgruntled. Yet, seeing Li Yanche greet everyone with a smile allows them to accept the situation. As the event progresses, it unfolds much as Li Yanche anticipated. Each time he is called upon, the remarks are either dismissive or laced with sarcasm. Even the most oblivious could discern that this was a deliberate targeting. The director had also noticed, casting furtive glances at Zhao Qinglei, who feigned ignorance. The clamor from the audience escalated, and despite the executive director's repeated attempts to pacify the crowd, the uproar persisted, rendering the recording utterly unfeasible. Li Yanche remained silent, simply observing Zhao Qinglei with an inscrutable expression. Zhao Qinglei's countenance was equally unflattering, yet he could not bring himself to relent. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense.
Li Yanche,
possessing striking good looks, undoubtedly hailed from an idol background. Over time, he had starred in numerous breakout television series and films, showcasing commendable acting skills. His fan base was vast, a blend of popularity and quality, which explained why Feng Fengfei had chosen to approach him at that time. The director took the stage to converse with Zhao Qinglei. Visibly irate, Xiao Bai promptly ascended the stage, positioning himself beside Li Yanche, a clear indication of his unwavering support for his artist. Witnessing Xiao Bai's actions only incited further ire from the audience towards Zhao Qinglei, whose fans began chanting for an apology. Though Zhao Qinglei's admirers felt somewhat discontented, their trust in his character compelled them to rise in defense. Chaos reigned in the recording venue, leaving the other guests at a loss, unsure of the cause and hesitant to speak. The director had no choice but to approach Li Yanche again, a forced smile plastered on his face. Yanche, I truly apologize. Could we ask the fans to quiet down for a moment? Li Yanche shrugged innocently, replying, but it's not my fault. The director found himself at a loss for words. Resorting once more to Zhao Qinglei. Teacher Zhao, what is happening today? How could you make such a blunder with so many eyes upon you? How will we salvage this? Zhao Qinglei felt a surge of impulsiveness, yet the image of Feng Fengfei's tear-streaked face ignited a blaze of anger within him. Li Yanche, what do you mean? Can't you manage your own fans? Observing the pandemonium and the frenzied fans, Zhao Qinglei felt his dignity and status severely threatened. Regardless of the circumstances, he was the senior figure here, while Li Yanche appeared utterly clueless. Li Yanche maintained his stance. I don't seem to have done anything wrong. And what about you, Teacher Zhao? Shouldn't you take responsibility for your own actions? The weight of Zhao's name was heavy in the air. Zhao Qinglei's face turned a shade of iron, While Li Yanche disregarded his displeasure and continued, I am also curious to know how I have offended you, Teacher Zhao, to warrant such disdain from you. Xiaobai chimed in, his tone exaggerated. Teacher Zhao, our Yanche came to greet you in your lounge when he first arrived, yet you were dismissive. I thought perhaps I had interrupted your rest. Which is quite understandable for a first meeting. Xiaobai deliberately paused, noting more people taking out their phones before continuing, but now that we are in a professional setting, why do you continue to target him? He is young and likely unaware of how he has offended you, yet you seem intent on taking your frustration out on him, disregarding the hard work of all the teachers present. Marvelous. Xiaobai is truly remarkable. In just a few sentences, he highlighted the crucial points. First, we approached with courtesy, yet it was you who displayed a lack of manners. Second, there was no prior conflict as it was our first meeting. He adeptly positioned himself as the aggrieved party. Despite the tumult, Li Yanche could distinctly hear Gu Nanxing's sentiments, filling him with a sense of pride. Of course, from the inception of his career path, Li Jingchuan had sought out an agent for him. Xiaobai had been meticulously chosen, youthful yet astute, exuding a calm demeanor coupled with fervor. Li Yanche was exceedingly pleased with this manager. Xiaobai's words stirred deep sympathy among Li Yanche's fans, some even tearing up, further inciting their anger towards Zhao Qinglei. Recognizing his disadvantage, Zhao Qinglei swiftly altered his expression. Li Yanche, you claim to have done nothing wrong? Are you unaware of the harm you inflict upon others? My actions stem from my own discontent with your behavior. Zhao Qinglei's declaration incited a reversal of sentiment among his fans, who began to hurl accusations at Li Yanche. Li Yanche, however, did not respond to Zhao Qinglei's claims, but turned his attention to the audience. I assure you, I have not acted against my conscience. Since Teacher Zhao has made such allegations, and you have all heard, we will clarify this matter and ensure that no unjust slander falls upon us. Please observe closely. His final statement was delivered with righteous fervor, compelling the audience to sit down, tears in their eyes, silently nodding in support. How pretentious! Gu Nanxing's remark nearly caused Li Yanche to falter. Were it not for the multitude present and his desire to maintain his image, he would have rolled his eyes. After delivering his words, Li Yanche finally faced Zhao Qinglei. Teacher Zhao, you accuse me of harming others? I am curious to know whom I have harmed. His tone was imbued with genuine curiosity, masking a cold smirk within. Thankfully, from Gu Nanxing, he had learned that Zhao's ire was directed towards Feng Fangfei. Otherwise, he would have been utterly perplexed. Now that he understood Zhao's motivations, he was eager to see how Zhao would trip over his own machinations. Zhao Qinglei, hesitant to name Feng Fangfei directly due to the ambiguous nature of their relationship, was nonetheless plagued by a twinge of guilt. A so-called innocent person. If I were to utter her name, you would undoubtedly conspire against her again. I cannot allow such a pitiful individual to suffer further harm. Zhao Qinglei's words were delivered with fervor. Li Yanche was nearly amused. Teacher Zhao, you have yet to specify what I have done, yet you incessantly claim I harm others. Do you deem this appropriate? The whispers among the audience and the skeptical gazes from his fans made Zhao Qinglei realize that unless he clarified matters, he could not escape suspicion. Resolutely, he pointed at Li Yanche, declaring vehemently, if you insist on clarity, then I shall not spare your dignity. You, Li Yanche, attempted to assault another. The uproar that ensued from Zhao Qinglei's accusation was palpable, as the audience regarded Li Yanche with doubt, while Zhao Qinglei's expression gleamed with satisfaction. You harbor feelings for a girl, yet she does not reciprocate. In your desperation to possess her, you resorted to drugging her for your vile intentions. Had she not fought fiercely, you would have succeeded. In your failure, you sought to frame her, asserting that others conspired against you.
Li Yanche,
your actions are nothing short of abhorrent. Any person with a sense of justice would denounce you. Li Yanche stood in shock, realizing that Zhao was referring to Feng Fangfei. How could he possibly have come by such information, and why had he not verified its accuracy? Is this individual truly deranged?
Oh.
So it was Feng Fangfei who informed him, but does he truly believe her words? Indeed, Li Yanche found it perplexing that Zhao would take her word as truth. My heavens, Feng Fangfei is pregnant. She told Zhao Qinglei that it is his child. Although Zhao had secretly married long ago, he has yet to have children. Feng Fangfei's claim of bearing his child ignited a glimmer of hope within him. Li Yanche was on the verge of madness. Was the world truly this insane? Yet, how could he remain oblivious to Feng Fangfei's pregnancy? Surely his lawyer would have informed him. Suddenly, he recalled that about a week prior, he had indeed received a call from his lawyer. However, having been inebriated, he could not recall a single detail of their conversation. Could it be that the lawyer had addressed this very issue? Li Yanche suddenly felt a profound sense of regret, cursing himself for allowing alcohol to cloud his judgment. An overwhelming impulse to slap himself surged within him. Stealing his composure, Li Yanche maintained a demeanor of unwavering fortitude. Teacher Zhao, it would be prudent for you to present evidence. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to pursue legal action against you. Humph. A young lady herself confided in me. Can that possibly be false? Zhao Qinglei, consumed by thoughts of Feng Fangfei and the child she carried within her, harbored intense animosity towards Li Yanche. Were it not for Feng Fangfei's adamant refusal, their child would undoubtedly have suffered. Teacher Zhao, you choose to believe the words of others. Do you place your faith in my denial? Li Yanche's assertion left Zhao Qinglei at a loss for words.
Yet, unperturbed, lian che presto onorevole. Teacher Zhao.
She claims I harbor feelings for her? I fail to recall ever having such sentiments. She accuses me of drugging her. How, then, could she resist so vehemently?
Li Yanche's inquiries rendered Zhao Qinglei momentarily speechless.
There seemed to be a semblance of logic in his words. Yet Zhao Qinglei remained steadfast in his belief that Feng Fangfei would not deceive him. She was such an innocent and charming young woman. Such eloquent rhetoric. No girl would jest with her own virtue. Teacher Zhao, her innocence is indeed pristine, and so too is our Yanche's. Xiao Bai interjected disdainfully. When the incident regarding Feng Fangfei transpired, Li Yanche had promptly informed him. Initially, he pondered the source of Zhao Qinglei's ire. But upon hearing the terms drugging and assault, the situation became crystal clear. This was a matter of defending Feng Fangfei's honor. With the context now understood, Xiao Bai felt emboldened. I possess ample evidence in my possession. To this day, is Teacher Zhao still unwilling to disclose the identity of that individual? Does such a person even exist? Zhao Qinglei was reluctant to speak. He yearned to reveal the truth. However, he feared for Feng Fangfei's reputation. The standing of a young woman is of paramount importance. I do not wish for you to act without consideration, Zhao Qinglei asserted, resonating with many girls present who felt the weight of societal injustice. The world is indeed unfair when a girl's reputation is tarnished, regardless of the truth. She bears the brunt of public scrutiny. I empathize with everyone's sentiments. I respect each individual, be they a gentleman or a lady. However, if someone deliberately seeks to frame me, I cannot remain silent, Li Yanche continued. I have been in the industry for nearly 6 years, and I assure you, I have never harmed others and have always fostered goodwill. Yet, should I be attacked, I shall retaliate. Since Teacher Zhao is reluctant to speak, allow me to unveil the truth. As Li Yanche's declaration echoed through the air, the audience's mobile devices erupted with notifications. Gu Nanxing received one too, opening his phone to reveal a shocking news alert. Breaking. A certain female artist named Feng has been apprehended by police for drugging someone. This Feng has a notorious history, having engaged with multiple directors, producers, and artists. Feng is allegedly pregnant, yet the identity of the father remains unknown. The studio erupted in chaos. The shocking headlines and provocative images flooding the screen. Among them, one photo, albeit obscured, unmistakably featured Zhao Qinglei. The disdainful gazes and whispers of the crowd instilled a sudden unease in him. The agents and assistants of the artists on stage rushed forth, phones in hand. Zhao Qinglei's manager, Zhang Jie, ascended the stage with a pallor of dread. Taking the phone she offered, Zhao Qinglei's eyes widened upon reading the horrifying headlines. Under Zhang Jie's guidance, he nervously opened a link, revealing his own image. Zhao Qinglei's eyes widened in disbelief as he shook his head vigorously in denial. It is not me. This is all fabrication.
Fabrication?
The police have issued a statement. A voice from the audience boomed.
What?
Trembling, Zhao Qinglei opened another link, the glaring red stamp of officialdom searing into his vision. He gazed in disbelief at the smirking Li Yanche. Reality struck him. This young man was behind it all. Yet, he had previously verified Li Yanche's lack of connections.
How could this be?
Zhao Qinglei never considered that the failure to uncover Li Yanche's background did not imply its absence. Rather, it indicated that the investigators lacked the requisite authority. Li Yanche aspired to enter the entertainment industry, yet Li Hongxian disapproved. Having witnessed too much from his elevated position, he wished for his son to remain uninvolved. Despite his father's wishes, Li Yanche was determined to break into the industry. After countless pleas, It was only the compassion of his grandparents that allowed him to pursue his dreams. However, to instill in him an understanding of the industry's challenges, they insisted he never publicly claim to be a scion of the Li family. Li Yanqi adhered to this directive, starting from minor roles and eventually gaining fame through a talent competition. Coupled with his charisma and skill, he remained untainted by scandal, prompting Li Hongxian to turn a blind eye. Only after Li Jingchuan assumed control of the family business did he discreetly offer Li Yanqi greater protection. Chapter 26. The Reversal. You. It was you. What have you done?
Zhao Cheng lay a trembling finger pointed accusatorily at Li Yanqi.
Teacher Zhao. How could you imply that I am responsible? I have been here all along. Li Yanqi's tone shifted, a sigh escaping his lips. Teacher Zhao. You cannot simply attribute every misfortune to me because of your personal grievances. Moreover, the incriminating photo features you. Zhao Chenglei's breathing quickened, his face flushed. Devoid of any semblance of righteous indignation, Li Yanqi gazed at him, disappointment etched across his features. Teacher Zhao, you have been married for so many years. How could you engage in such behavior? What sorrow this brings to your esteemed wife. What anguish for the fans who trust you.
As Li Yanqi spoke.
Shaking his head, he appeared more pained than if he himself had erred. His seemingly casual remarks brought a sudden hush to the tumultuous studio. The room fell silent, the only sound being Zhao Chenglei's rapid breaths. Do not spout nonsense about marriage. This is slander against Teacher Zhao. He has been deceived and merely sought a genuine relationship. Who could have anticipated the woman's lack of character? Yet, thanks to this individual, Teacher Zhao has discerned her true nature. Throughout this period, Zhang Jie had remained silent, observing and contemplating a resolution. Initially, she felt untroubled, believing this to be Zhao Chenglei's domain. She did not expect Li Yanqi to audaciously confront him. However, as the situation spiraled out of control, despite Li Yanqi's calm demeanor, his stance grew resolutely firm. When the photo incident erupted, Zhang Jie felt an overwhelming sense of rage. She began to strategize how to resolve the matter. While it was no easy feat, it was not impossible. Little did she know, Li Yanqi was about to unveil a horrifying truth. Zhang Jie was acutely aware of Zhao Chenglei's marital status, however. This information could not be exposed, not only because Zhao Chenglei had cultivated a single persona, but also due to the implications of the photo. If the truth of his marriage were to surface, he would be branded an adulterer. Such a person would find no refuge in the entertainment industry. In an instant, Zhang Jie made a decisive choice, outright denying the marriage while affirming the authenticity of the photo. It is entirely normal for artists to date, she proclaimed, portraying Zhao Chenglei as a victim of deception. Gu Nanxing could not help but nod in approval. Zhang Jie is quite astute. Her response is remarkably swift. He thought to himself, secretly commending her. Li Yanqi concurred. He recalled that when Li Jingchuan provided him with a list of potential managers, Zhang Jie's name had appeared. Yet, for reasons unknown, Li Jingchuan had subsequently crossed her name off. Ah, is it not true? Have I misjudged? Li Yanqi wore an expression of earnest curiosity. Indeed, you might have heard unfounded rumors from others. However, fret not. It suffices to clarify matters next time. Zhang Jie seamlessly continued the conversation. He. Li Yanqi chuckled softly and shook his head. I am not like Teacher Zhao. When I make a statement, I always possess evidence. In an instant, the faces of Zhang Jie and Zhao Chenglei turned pale. From a perspective invisible to others, Zhang Jie grasped Li Yanqi's sleeve, her tone laced with desperation. Teacher Li, I implore you to show mercy and spare us. Observing Li Yanqi's unyielding demeanor, she tugged at Zhao Chenglei. Understanding her intent, Zhao Chenglei remained silent, intimidated by the mocking expression on Li Yanqi's face. Zhang Jie, exasperated, shook off Zhao Chenglei's hand and donned a beaming smile directed at Li Yanqi. Teacher Li, there are too many people here. Let us converse in the lounge. It would be more convenient for you to voice your demands. I have no demands. I am merely here to record the program properly, Li Yanqi replied. As I mentioned earlier, my two younger sisters are quite fond of Teacher Zhao. Who could have anticipated such an incident? Alas. He glanced at Zhao Chenglei, sighing in regret. It is indeed unfortunate. Let us proceed to the lounge and discuss matters thoroughly. Li Yanqi shook his head, declining the suggestion. There are so many waiting. Should we not provide them with an explanation? He cast his gaze toward the audience, who remained seated obediently. Just then, a leader from the station arrived, issuing a directive for the guests to retire to the backstage lounge. As for the audience, the leader whispered instructions to the director, who nodded in understanding. Acknowledging the necessity to return backstage, Li Yanqi exchanged a few words with Xiaobai, his eyes shifting toward Gu Nanxing. Upon catching his gaze, Gu Nanxing waved at him with a smile, realizing this was part of the arrangement. Xiaobai also glanced over and nodded. Subsequently, Li Yanqi proceeded backstage with the others, while Xiaobai lingered behind, approaching Gu Nanxing. As the audience had yet to disperse, Xiaobai's actions attracted everyone's attention. Xiaobai, known to be Li Yanqi's manager, personally escorting such a beautiful young woman, raised questions among the fans about their relationship. Fans exchanged curious glances, their eyes sparkling with intrigue. Li Yanqi followed the station staff alongside Zhao Qinglei and Zhang Jia into a spacious office. Present alongside them was Deputy Station Chief Zhou. Other guests were led away by different staff members. Individuals in the entertainment industry are astute, understanding that it is better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Thus, they refrained from asking questions and followed along quietly. Deputy Chief Zhou settled in the center, gesturing for Li Yanqi and Zhao Qinglei to take a seat. "Yanqi, please sit down. We can discuss matters at our leisure." His tone was congenial, and his demeanor approachable. "You two may also take a seat." Despite his curt tone toward Zhao Qinglei and Zhang Jia, the latter exhaled in relief, signifying the station's intent to protect them. Creating a program is no small feat, and achieving success is even more challenging. Considerable manpower and financial resources have been invested here, making them averse to any risks. "Yanqi, I witnessed earlier that Zhao Qinglei's attitude towards you is indeed unsatisfactory. Let him apologize to you first." Deputy Chief Zhou maintained a smile as he addressed Li Yanqi, not once casting a glance at Zhao Qinglei. This time, Zhao Qinglei, abandoning his previous obstinacy, quickly stood and bowed deeply to Li Yanqi. However, Li Yanqi merely stared at his fingers, deliberately avoiding eye contact with Zhao Qinglei, effectively ignoring the gesture. A flicker of malice appeared in Deputy Chief Zhou's eyes, yet he continued with a smile. "It seems our Yanqi is still displeased. Zhao Qinglei, you must continue apologizing until Yanqi is satisfied." Zhao Qinglei clenched his fists and repeated loudly, "Yanqi, I am sorry. I was misled, and well, I deeply regret my actions towards you. I hope you can forgive me." Li Yanqi's impatience became increasingly evident. It was clear he was not leaving the room without a resolution. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Xiaobai entered, followed by the intrigued Gu Nanxing. Chapter 27. Reconciliation? Xiaobai was familiar with Deputy Chief Zhou, but he had never seen Gu Nanxing before. Upon observing her beauty, he assumed she was a new artist under Xiaobai's management. Deputy Chief Zhou furrowed his brow. It was best that as few people as possible were privy to this situation. As Gu Nanxing approached, Li Yanqi stood and pulled out a chair for her, a gesture that silenced Deputy Chief Zhou, who had been about to speak.
"Yanqi,
"What is happening? Why is Teacher Zhao bowing to you?" Gu Nanxing inquired with a friendly tone, causing Li Yanqi to shudder slightly at her familiarity. Yanqi was such a well-crafted facade. Nevertheless, he could not dismantle her act and responded in kind. "Teacher Zhao is apologizing to me." "Apologizing?" Gu Nanxing exclaimed, her tone exaggerated. "What is the reason for the apology? Is it due to a lack of respect towards you, or is it for wrongfully accusing you?" Observing the expressions of those around her, she appeared somewhat distressed. "No? Is it because of infidelity during marriage? That shouldn't warrant an apology to you. It should be directed towards his wife instead." Her final statement caused a collective tension in the room. Had she truly said such a thing so openly?
"Yanqi, who is this?"
Deputy Chief Zhou regarded Gu Nanxing with a hint of wariness. "Family," she replied succinctly. A mere 2 words that both answered Zhou's inquiry and left much unsaid. "Since that is the case, let us address this matter openly. We do not wish for it to escalate, as that would be detrimental to all parties involved." Deputy Chief Zhou, perceiving Li Yanqi's dismissive attitude, lost his patience. He waved for Zhao Qinglei to sit down. If it weren't for this troublesome situation, we wouldn't even be having this discussion. He refrained from elaborating. Yet all present understood the implication, an overt threat. This provoked the ire of the young master from the Li family. "Well, I am not afraid." Yet Gu Nanxing restrained her arm, shaking her head in disapproval. "We do not wish to provoke conflict with you. After all, we are not the ones who instigated this. I trust you are aware of this fact." Li Yanqi felt a sense of irritation. Did she intend to let this matter slide? The station is planning to produce a war drama, which promises both acclaim and popularity. It is essential to have Li Yanqi participate, as it could potentially lead to him becoming an award-winning actor. It is imperative not to jeopardize Li Yanqi's relationship with the station. Li Yanqi's gaze upon Gu Nanxing shifted dramatically. Who is this enchanting fairy? So, she was his esteemed sister-in-law. Her words softened Deputy Chief Zhou's expression. Indeed, it was their side that had instigated the issue. Our Yanqi has always been soft-hearted, yet we cannot allow him to be bullied. Gu Nanxing gazed at Li Yanqi with genuine concern, her demeanor and expression utterly flawless, not merely reliant on her youthful beauty. We do not seek trouble, but we cannot be cowed into submission. We cannot allow ourselves to be unjustly victimized. Had it not been for the evidence proving otherwise, we would have been at a loss for words. Gu Nanxing's eyes glistened with unshed tears, evoking sympathy from those present. A clever ploy, the best tactic to employ. At Gu Nanxing's suggestion, Li Yanqi lowered his head with a sigh. Their softened stance seemed to render Deputy Chief Zhou somewhat embarrassed. Well, indeed, we have caused Yanqi some distress here. How about we offer you some form of compensation? Excellent, this is it. As you are aware, our Yanqi possesses both popularity and quality. However, he has recently expressed interest in transitioning into film and television. I wonder if your station has any opportunities in this regard? Gu Nanxing's tone was polite, yet her intent was unmistakable. Deputy Chief Zhou felt a wave of relief. As long as they desired something, he was content. He feared a scenario where they sought nothing and wished for mutual destruction. Indeed, recently, our station has indeed been arranging a wartime drama, albeit with some challenges. There's a concern regarding Yanqi. Director Zhou is currently all smiles. Could this be a requirement? It seems more like a gesture of goodwill. However, the station hasn't invested much focus on this wartime drama. Nevertheless, with the illustrious Yanqi brand, they might begin to pay it some attention. Rest assured, Director Zhou, Yanqi is not one to shy away from hard work. Gu Nanxing's words ignited a wave of excitement within Yanqi. Observing the lively exchanges between both parties, Xiao Bai felt a surge of bewilderment. Isn't the manager? Surely this young lady cannot be a relative of Yanqi. She must be the new manager Yanqi has secured for himself. There's no other explanation. Zhao Qinglei, sensing the situation had calmed, approached Yanqi with a friendly demeanor. From now on, we are practically colleagues. I hope we can get along splendidly. Yanqi was truly reluctant to face him, unable to muster even a semblance of a smile. However, given the recent events, such feelings were understandable. Smile while you can. Yanqi thought to himself. You may not find it so easy to smile when you hear that Feng Fengfei's child is not yours. Your wife will not let you off so easily. The very man who owes his current stature to his wife, betraying her so brazenly. Does he think everyone else is a fool? And Feng Fengfei will cling to you until you descend into despair. Those who are laughing brightly now may not find it so amusing when they learn the truth. I wonder if he will shed tears upon realizing he is the one unable to bear children. Yanqi found himself intrigued. Such a dramatic turn of events would be too sensational for television. His disdain for Zhao Qinglei diminished, even evoking a twinge of sympathy for him. Zhao Qinglei, clearly sensing a shift in Yanqi's gaze, offered a grateful smile in return, which only deepened Yanqi's sense of pity. Once everything was clarified, Gu Nanxing and the others departed promptly. It wasn't until they were settled in the car that Xiao Bai could no longer contain himself. What happened? How did everything suddenly change? Are we just going to let it go? Observing Xiao Bai's agitation, Yanqi attempted to soothe him. Do you trust me? Of course. Xiao Bai replied, momentarily stunned. Trust me and refrain from asking further. Damn it. Xiao Bai struggled to suppress his urge to curse. Gu Nanxing found the exchange amusing. You trust me that much? This was the question Gu Nanxing had been eager to pose since earlier. You are my family, and, since my brother trusts you, I too shall place my faith in you. Yanqi glanced at Xiao Bai, choosing not to reveal Gu Nanxing's true identity. If she wished to keep it a secret,
So be it.
Yanqi understood her intent. He could hardly declare, I can hear your thoughts. Instead, he opted for a more sentimental approach. Does Li Jingchuan trust me?
I certainly don't feel that way.
Gu Nanxing couldn't help but think of the person occupying Li Jingchuan's heart. Surely, that was the individual deserving of his unwavering trust. Right? Chapter 28. The Explosion. What has his brother done that evokes such feelings? Xiao Bai, unaware of their underlying thoughts, sought one last attempt at communication. He pulled out his phone and discreetly messaged Li Jingchuan. When Li Jingchuan had asked him to accompany Yan Che, they exchanged contact information. To quote Li Jingchuan directly, "This kid tends to be impulsive. Sometimes when he gets stubborn, you may not be able to handle him. You can reach out to me, and I will intervene." Though Xiao Bai had little contact with Li Jingchuan, he felt the moment was ripe to reach out. "Boss, I recorded a program with Yan Che today, and there was an incident involving that host Zhao Qinglei." He succinctly relayed the circumstances, including Yan Che's intention to partake in the station's drama under Gu Nanxing's guidance. Before revealing the crux of the matter, "Boss, I'm concerned about this television station as personnel. Their character seems questionable. If Yan Che participates, could it lead to complications?" Nervously, Xiao Bai waited a response. Before long, a message arrived, and he hastily clicked to read it. It contained but a single, brief sentence: "This matter shall be at her discretion." Did the boss make a typo? Should it not be to heed Yan Che's wishes? Well then, if the big boss has spoken, he would no longer hesitate. Xiao Bai dejectedly pocketed his phone. As it turned out, events unfolded as Gu Nanxing had predicted. Within a week, the situation surrounding Zhao Qinglei erupted. It began with a lengthy Weibo post that quickly went viral, authored by Zhao Qinglei's wife, Li Na. In it, she meticulously recounted how she met, got to know, and fell in love with Zhao Qinglei. She detailed how she utilized her family's resources to pave the way for his ascent, transforming him into the beloved host he is today, standing proudly behind him despite repeated denials. As the years passed, they began to contemplate having a child, yet none arrived. Though their relationship seemed stable at the time, the urgency grew, yet patience remained. Time slipped by and still no child came. Zhao Qinlei's mother grew impatient and insisted they undergo medical examinations. They sought out a private clinic and underwent thorough testing. It was Li Na who retrieved the report, only to discover the issue lay with Zhao Qinglei. Though she remained blissfully unaware, taking on the stigma herself, Zhao Qinglei consoled Li Na, assuring her that not having children was inconsequential, which only deepened her devotion to him and her willingness to invest in his career. Little did she know, Zhao Qinglei was unfaithful, entangled with another woman and making life difficult for a rising star. In the aftermath, Li Na publicly detailed Zhao Qinglei's infidelity and deceit in her Weibo post. Ultimately, she announced her intent to file for divorce and reclaim assets he had squandered on other women. Subsequently, a staff member exposed how Zhao Qinglei had harassed Yan Che, leading to an outpouring of public condemnation against him. The station conducted an investigation and found no connection between Zhao Qinglei and Yan Che. It was merely Zhao Qinglei's failure to manage his personal affairs. Consequently, Yan Che's participation in the drama remained unaffected, and the station could easily replace Zhao Qinglei as the host of the variety show. Upon hearing this news, Xiao Bai was elated, for the station staff had elevated Yan Che's status even further. That day, Xiao Bai approached Yan Che with utmost seriousness, proposing to sign him into the entertainment industry. Yan Che was taken aback by Xiao Bai's suggestion. Initially inclined to refuse, he hesitated, uncertain of Gu Nanxing's intentions. "Why don't you accompany me to ask her?" he suggested. It was the day for dinner at the old residence, and perhaps Xiao Bai should inquire directly. Having previously visited the Li family's ancestral home with Yan Che, Xiao Bai felt a twinge of apprehension but was reluctant to let go of the promising talent that was Gu Nanxing. Li Jingchuan and Yan Che arrived in succession, and Gu Nanxing stepped out of Li Jingchuan's car, surprised to see Xiao Bai at the old residence. "Xiao Bai, what brings you here?" It was rare for outsiders to dine at the ancestral home. Seeing Gu Nanxing exit Li Jingchuan's vehicle further astonished Xiao Bai. He glanced between the stoic Li Jingchuan and the inquisitive Gu Nanxing, his gaze flitting back and forth. "Xiao Bai? Xiao Bai?" Gu Nanxing observed Xiao Bai's gaze with amusement. Xiao Bai did not respond to Gu Nanxing's inquiry, taking a few steps back instead. Approaching Li Yanche, she discreetly inquired, "You mentioned that Gu Nanxing is your relative. What kind of relative is she?" "She is my sister-in-law." "Oh, sister-in-law," Xiao Bai echoed, only to immediately sense something was amiss. "What? Sister-in-law?" Li Yanche, taken aback, adjusted his ears in disbelief and nodded calmly. "Indeed, she is my sister-in-law." Xiao Bai, with a respectful smile directed towards Gu Nanxing and Li Jingchuan, pulled Li Yanche aside to engage in hushed conversation. "Sister-in-law? Your brother's wife?"
"Yes." Li Yanche, Puzlat, Raspunda. "Isn't the sister-in-law the wife of the elder brother? Are you implying there's only one elder brother?" Xiao Bai stammered, stealing a glance at Li Jingchuan. "Of course." "Xiao Bai, what filth have you encountered?"
Li Yanche looked at him in exasperation, questioning the absurdity of his inquiries. Suddenly, Xiao Bai recalled the message from Li Jingchuan, which instructed her to heed Gu Nanxing's opinions. The truth dawned upon her. While they were still conversing quietly, Li Jingchuan grew somewhat impatient. Let's go. After saying this, he entered the house with Gu Nanxing. Li Yanche turned back, responding loudly, coming. He grasped Xiao Bai's hand and made his way inside. Let us discuss it further inside. Thus, Xiao Bai followed him in, her emotions a tangled web of complexity. Was Li Yanche doing this on purpose? Surely, he was deliberately teasing her. Wenwan and Li Hongxin awaited them in the living room. Upon seeing Gu Nanxing approach, Wenwan beamed with joy. Nanxing.
Mom. Dad.
Gu Nanxing hurriedly closed the distance, joining Wenwan and gently conversing with Li Qingshan. At that moment, Li Hongxin noticed Xiao Bai trailing behind Li Yanche. Xiao Bai has come too. Please take a seat. Li Hongxin had grown more accepting of Li Yanche's work and was no longer distant towards them. Mr. Li, madam. Xiao Bai greeted them respectfully. Li Jingchuan, perceptive as ever, immediately sensed Xiao Bai's unease. What's the matter with you? Xiao Bai met Li Jingchuan's profound gaze, causing her to shiver slightly. She faltered, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. Was she to say that she found his wife beautiful and wished to offer her a job? Observing Xiao Bai's hesitation, Li Jingchuan frowned slightly. Xiao Bai intended to inquire whether Nanxing would be interested in entering the entertainment industry.
Li Yanche,
witnessing his friend's lack of confidence, interjected smoothly on his behalf. Chapter 29, Living as a Couch Potato. As Li Yanche concluded, an abrupt silence enveloped the room. Gu Nanxing appeared utterly bewildered. Sure, agree. Li Qingshan exclaimed, jumping up in excitement as she shook Gu Nanxing's shoulders. Her exuberance jolted Gu Nanxing back to reality.
Li Qingshan.
A sharp reprimand from Li Jingchuan prompted Li Qingshan to release Gu Nanxing and obediently take her seat. Gu Nanxing turned to look at Li Jingchuan, her eyes reflecting a hint of desperation. It's up to you. Li Jingchuan's voice was soft yet resolute. If you wish to pursue it, you may. If not, there's no obligation. The choice is yours. His words brought Gu Nanxing immense comfort. Thus, she understood that if she desired to pursue this path, Li Jingchuan would facilitate it.
Wow.
A line from the domineering CEO. Mr. Li is so charming. Li Jingchuan felt a hint of helplessness at this. Gu Nanxing scanned the room, realizing that everyone's gaze was fixed upon her, filled with respect and understanding. Her eyes glistened with tears. For the first time since arriving, she felt a sense of belonging. After pondering briefly, she lifted her head, her eyes sparkling like stars. Her small face adorned with a radiant smile that illuminated her entire being. Xiao Bai was momentarily stunned. This was the essence of a born star. I don't wish to go. Gu Nanxing gently shook her head at Xiao Bai.
Huh.
Xiao Bai was still entranced by Gu Nanxing's beauty and momentarily failed to react. Why not?
Li Qingshan caria, sumawat perplexa.
To her, becoming a celebrity meant garnering love and admiration from many, experiencing diverse lives through acting, a precious opportunity. There's no particular reason. If I must provide one, I simply wish to live as a couch potato. Gu Nanxing declared with conviction. Li Jingchuan's expression shifted to mild surprise, his lips curving into a subtle smile, an imperceptible warmth flickering in his eyes.
Ah!
Li Qingshan appeared either disappointed or astonished. It's true, I harbor no grand aspirations. I merely wish to lounge about, doing nothing, waking up naturally each day to eat, drink, and be merry. Gu Nanxing's lips curled into a slight smile, her eyes sparkling with joy. Li Jingchuan glanced at Xiao Bai, who sheepishly scratched her head.
Em sorry, madam.
It seems I overthought it. If I had endless funds, I too would choose to do nothing. Li Hongxin chuckled lightly, shaking his head. That's a fine aspiration. Just let Jingchuan support you. Dad. Gu Nanxing felt a hint of shyness at Li Hongxin's words, her cheeks flushing. I wouldn't dare let this big shot support me indefinitely. I only wish for a bit more before the divorce.
Li Jingwan's smila faltarat.
A vein at his temple pulsing slightly. He knew he held no genuine feelings for Gu Nanxing, yet hearing her frequently mention divorce was unsettling. The Leaf family exchanged glances, bewildered by her intentions. Let us eat. When Wan broke the silence, inviting everyone to the dining table. The atmosphere remained somewhat peculiar during the meal. After eating, Xiao Bai hurriedly departed. Li Jingchuan, too, did not linger, bidding farewell to Gu Nanxing before returning to the Lu Ming courtyard. Throughout the journey, He remained silent, prompting Gu Nanxing to glance back at him repeatedly. He seems rather displeased. But why? Wasn't he just fine earlier? Sigh. The thoughts of men are truly inscrutable. Just a moment ago, he was smiling gently, and now he is all frosty again. Truly difficult to please. How foolish of me to feel moved by my earlier words to him. All the while, Li Jingchuan endured Gu Nanxing's grievances without retort, nearly reaching his breaking point. Li Jingchuan inhaled deeply, striving to maintain a composed expression. I have work to attend to. You should return and rest.
All right.
Gu Nanxing nodded obediently, a smile gracing her features. Humph, such sweet words. Gu Nanxing sauntered away. Li Jingchuan silently followed her, feeling increasingly ineffectual. As Gu Nanxing entered her room, she was greeted by the sound of a notification on her phone. Upon opening it, she discovered a new transfer notification. Oh! Counting the zeros displayed on her phone, Gu Nanxing danced with joy in her room. After spinning around a few times to quell her excitement, she descended the stairs with a beaming smile. 2 minutes later, a knock resonated at the study door.
Come in.
After Li Jingchuan uttered these words, he lifted his gaze, anticipating the visitor. Naturally, he knew who it would be. Sure enough, Gu Nanxing entered, her face alight with a charming smile, carrying a cup in her hands. Li Jingchuan remained silent, reclining lazily against the back of his chair, observing her with an air of anticipation. Drink some water. Gu Nanxing gently set the cup on the table, standing obediently beside him in silence. They exchanged glances, the atmosphere tinged with peculiarity. Speak up. If you're not going to talk, at least take a sip of water. Otherwise, how am I to continue?
Speak.
Sighing, Li Jingchuan rubbed his eyes and straightened his posture. Gu Nanxing, with wide eyes, fixed her gaze upon him. Li Jingchuan, no longer teasing her, lifted the cup to his lips and took a sip. Gu Nanxing sighed in relief. All right, go ahead. Under the scrutiny of the man's gaze, Gu Nanxing's heart momentarily skipped a beat. Calming her thoughts, Gu Nanxing finally spoke up. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your generous support. Li Jingchuan raised an eyebrow, eagerly anticipating what would follow as the more significant point. Secondly, I would like to request your assistance. This moment had seen a flurry of titles exchanged. Please go on, Li Jingchuan replied, intrigued by the musings swirling in her mind. I currently have nearly 20 million at my disposal, and I wish to invest it. It would be quite a pity to let it sit idly in my hands. This conclusion had been reached after much contemplation on Gu Nanxing's part. This sum, while substantial in her hands, would yield far greater returns in Li Jingchuan's adept management. After all, the narrative extolled his investment prowess in almost mythical terms. Moreover, during their time spent together, Gu Nanxing discovered that he was not as merciless as depicted in the stories. He was, in fact, quite amiable. Are you not concerned that I might incur losses on your behalf? Li Jingchuan's understanding of her was astutely clear. He was well aware of her penchant for wealth. Gu Nanxing suppressed a pang of anxiety. It's all right. Investments inherently come with both gains and losses. Oh no, I can't say losses. My heart aches. Li Jingchuan felt a twinge of his own heartache. Not only was he pained, but his head throbbed as well. Considering your commendable performance lately, I shall invest on your behalf. Any profits will be yours, while any losses will be mine. Wow, you are the best, Gu Nanxing exclaimed, leaping up to envelop Li Jingchuan in a grand embrace. Chapter 30. Trust in You. Li Jingchuan's body immediately stiffened. Gu Nanxing, however, remained blissfully unaware of his discomfort. I will fetch my phone and transfer the funds to you. With that, she released him and dashed back to her bedroom. Li Jingchuan maintained his position, his gaze subtly fixed on the retreating figure of Gu Nanxing, lost in contemplation. Within moments, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed closer. Li Jingchuan lowered his gaze, regaining his composure, and observed the petite figure rushing towards him. She moved with grace, her cheeks flushed from excitement or exertion, and her eyes sparkled with vivacity. Her delicate features seemed sculpted with meticulous care, breathtakingly beautiful. It was no wonder that Xiao Bai remarked she was destined for the entertainment industry. For a fleeting moment, Li Jingchuan felt a sense of relief, grateful for her modest aspirations. Gu Nanxing, however, was singularly focused on her newfound ambition to earn. With her phone in hand, she transferred the funds. I have a total of over 18 million. I will send you 18 million. Oh, you are entrusting me with all of it? Such faith in me.
Li Jingwan teasa.
Indeed, trust, Gu Nanxing affirmed earnestly, nodding with conviction. Her gesture elicited an inexplicable satisfaction within Li Jingchuan. Since Mrs. Li has placed such trust in me, I shall match your investment to an even 20 million. Gu Nanxing's eyes widened in excitement. Is this how wealthy individuals consolidate their investments? Yes. After completing the transaction, Li Jingchuan reflected briefly. In fact, when we married, you received 5% of the company's shares as part of the dowry, along with 2 apartments and some jewelry. 5% may not seem substantial. But given the vastness of the Li Corporation, as Gu Nanxing would assert, it represented a significant fortune. Gu Nanxing was aware of these assets. But she also understood that the original owner had nearly exhausted them in purchases for Mo Huayan. Was this the moment for reckoning? A wave of guilt washed over Gu Nanxing. This isn't how it should be played out. It's been quite some time since then. Why are we still settling old scores? Li Jingchuan observed her with amusement, noting the displeasure etched on her face. You are aware that many of those possessions have already been depleted. Gu Nanxing's expression grew even more despondent. Yes, he is doing this deliberately. To alleviate his own grievances, Li Jingchuan continued, however, I've withheld your shares, allowing you to reap the benefits of the dividends accrued over the past 2 years. Gu Nanxing looked at him with tear-filled eyes, causing a tightening in Li Jingchuan's chest. I didn't mean to place blame on you. Please do not cry. Li Jingchuan is so kind. Despite my past mischief, he has left himself an escape route.
Oh.
How much is this worth? Understanding her sentiments, Li Jingchuan sighed again. I have also invested that money on your behalf. Yes. Gu Nanxing nodded vigorously, her excitement rendering her voice slightly nasally.
Li Jingwan.
Rest assured, I will treat you well in the future. Her voice trembled with emotion. Very well. I thank you in advance. Li Jingchuan's expression held a deep significance, his smile carrying a hint of mischief. The remainder of the evening was spent as Li Jingchuan elucidated the intricacies of investment and financial management, leaving Gu Nanxing in awe of his capabilities. As she showered him with unrestrained praise in her mind, Li Jingchuan felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. Enough now, it is late. You should return to rest. Observing Gu Nanxing stifle yawns, Li Jingchuan urged her to retire. She had little exposure to such matters, so it was commendable that she had absorbed so much in one sitting. All right, you should also rest early. Gu Nanxing wiped away the tears caused by her yawning and waved as she retreated to her room. Good night. Li Jingchuan softly murmured, watching the door close behind her. Li Jingchuan raised his hand and finished the now cold water at the table in one gulp. Life was tranquil and warm, providing Gu Nanxing with immense comfort. Yet, as is often the case, joy is accompanied by discomfort. Today, Gu Nanxing was nestled on the sofa, engrossed in a show, while Chef Chen busied herself in the kitchen. Li Jingchuan was nearing home, and Chef Chen was hard at work. Ding dong! The doorbell rang, prompting Gu Nanxing to glance back at the industrious Chef Chen. She promptly rose to answer the door. Upon opening it and recognizing the visitor, Gu Nanxing's previously jubilant demeanor faltered. What brings you here? Chu Xinxin exclaimed, affectionately embracing her. Nanxing, I have missed you dearly. After speaking, she released Gu Nanxing and pulled her inside. Noting Chu Xinxin's attire, Gu Nanxing internally mused, you are not missing me. You are yearning for Li Jingchuan. Dressed in a form-fitting, low-cut red dress that showcased her figure, it was evident to Gu Nanxing that she was attempting to allure him. Wow! Is this a ploy to ensnare Li Jingchuan? Just as this thought crossed her mind, Chef Chen emerged from the kitchen with 2 platters of food. Upon seeing Chu Xinxin's attire, she froze momentarily. Gu Nanxing approached and took the dishes from Chef Chen, placing them on the table.
Chef Chen.
Chu Xinxin, aware of Chef Chen's long-standing service to the Li family, treated her with utmost respect. Chef Chen offered an awkward smile and nodded. Miss Chu, dinner is ready. You can return now. Although she did not finish her sentence, the implication was clear. Thank you, Chef Chen, but I haven't eaten yet. There's no need to prepare too much for me. I eat very little. Chu Xinxin feigned ignorance of Chef Chen's insinuation, beaming brightly. That old woman never greets me with a pleasant expression. Once I win over Li Jingchuan, she'll be the first to go. Chef Chen's lips twitched, and she forced a nod before turning back to the kitchen. Madam, please come help me for a moment. As soon as she stepped into the kitchen, Chef Chen called for Gu Nanxing. Coming. Gu Nanxing approached the kitchen door, and Chef Chen tugged her inside. Madam, can you not see your friend's intentions? Dressing like that at night and coming to someone else's home. Her intentions are rather dubious. Observing Chef Chen's furrowed brows as she chastised Chu Xinxin, Gu Nanxing felt a warmth in her heart, smiling more brightly. Oh dear, you silly child, why are you still smiling? If the young master truly falls for her charms, you will be the one in tears.
Chef Chen scolded gently, tapping Gu Nanxing's forehead.
Chef Chen, am I not pretty? Is she prettier than me? Gu Nanxing pouted. Chef Chen immediately grasped her meaning. You are beautiful. She pales in comparison. Indeed, you should quickly change into something more splendid. At that moment, Sister Chen experienced a moment of clarity. Certainly, Gu Nanxing is more beautiful than that woman and possesses a superior figure. Her petite face, devoid of makeup, is still more enchanting than Chu Xinxin's. The only flaw is the overly loose clothing that obscures her admirable physique. Hurry and go out. Do not concern yourself with that plate. Sister Chen set aside the plate in Gu Nanxing's hands and gently urged her out of the kitchen, ascending the stairs. What are you two up to? A soft, mellifluous voice revealed the man was in fine spirits. Chapter 31. A little cooperation. Recently, Li Jingchuan had been maintaining a regular work schedule, no longer burdened by overtime. Today, as he opened the door, he beheld Sister Chen pushing Gu Nanxing upstairs. Sister Chen's face was flushed with anger, while Gu Nanxing wore a cheerful smile. This girl has been mischievous again, was the first impression that flickered through Li Jingchuan's mind. Upon noticing his return, Sister Chen's hand reluctantly withdrew from guiding Gu Nanxing. Young master is back. Her voice lost its vibrancy. After greeting Li Jingchuan, she retreated to the kitchen. HM? Li Jingchuan gestured for Gu Nanxing to explain. Ah, Mr. Li, you're back. You must be exhausted after a long day. Please change into your slippers and take a moment to rest. Chu Xinxin, having overheard the conversation at the entrance, hurriedly sashayed over. Her voice was sweet and her tones so natural that one might mistakenly believe she was the lady of the house. Li Jingchuan lowered his gaze. A fleeting glint of concealed malice passed through his eyes. When he looked up again, his expression was composed. He chose to ignore Chu Xinxin's words, instead offering the items in his hands to Gu Nanxing. For you. It's time to eat. Have this after your meal. Gu Nanxing joyfully accepted the bag Li Jingchuan handed her. Matcha bread. How wonderful. Her delight was palpable as she spotted the bread she had mentioned the day before, now brought home by him. She promptly placed the bread in the refrigerator before eagerly rushing over to fetch slippers for Li Jingchuan, casually taking his discarded clothing and placing it aside. Her attentiveness was almost overwhelming. Chu Xinxin observed this scene with a darkened expression. The man, in response to the woman's care, wore a perpetual smile. Their relationship had recently become rather peculiar. Chu Xinxin dug her nails into her palm, striving to regain her composure. Nanxing, Mr. Li has worked hard all day. You should let him sit down first. Chu Xinxin smiled as she pulled Gu Nanxing closer, ostensibly to clear Li Jingchuan's path, but in reality to create distance between the two. Gu Nanxing, following the tug from Chu Xinxin, took 2 steps back and inadvertently stepped on her foot.
Ah!
Chu Xinxin exclaimed in pain, her expression contorting. Oh, Xinxin, I'm so sorry. You pulled me, and I lost my balance. Did I hurt you? Gu Nanxing rubbed her hands together, her petite face brimming with contrition. Serves you right. Li Jingchuan recognized Gu Nanxing's pretense, yet the sight of her aggrieved expression caused him to furrow his brow. It's fine, it's fine. No harm done. Chu Xinxin discreetly glanced at Li Jingchuan, noticing his frown directed at Gu Nanxing, which brought her a flicker of joy. Seeing you so flustered must have displeased Mr. Li. Nanxing, I know you didn't mean it, but do be more careful. Luckily, it was me who stepped on this time. What if it had been Mr. Li? That would have been quite painful, Chu Xinxin said in a soft, pitiful tone, all the while casting a sorrowful glance at Li Jingchuan. He did not grant her even a fleeting glance. Dinner is ready, young master, young mistress. Sister Chen rolled her eyes and called out to them. Do you need to change first? Gu Nanxing noticed Li Jingchuan still dressed in his shirt and trousers. Normally, he would return home in a comfortable outfit after wearing a fitted suit to work. No need. Li Jingchuan glanced at Chu Xinxin, washed his hands, and took a seat at the dining table.
Xinxin, come sit.
Gu Nanxing warmly beckoned Chu Xinxin over. Gu Nanxing settled beside Li Jingchuan, and Chu Xinxin followed suit, surveying the surroundings before seating herself on Li Jingchuan's other side. My goodness, is this not too blatant? Gu Nanxing silently critiqued, feigning oblivion. However, you've delivered yourself right into my hands. Do not blame me. Li Jingchuan's hand holding the chopstick stiffened. Had it not been for Gu Nanxing's evident enthusiasm, he would have already had Chu Xinxin ejected from the premises. Chu Xinxin gazed at the man beside her, who exuded a cold elegance and an alluring aura. Her eyes filled with infatuation, her cheeks flushed with excitement. This gaze irked Li Jingchuan, and he shot a look at Gu Nanxing, signaling her to expedite matters. Gu Nanxing flashed him a charming smile, indicating her intent to act swiftly. She was curious to see how far Chu Xinxin would go. Oblivious to their intentions, Chu Xinxin focused solely on how to impress Li Jingchuan. She picked up a rib and placed it on the plate beside him, lingering close to him. After setting down the rib, she did not retreat but instead adjusted her posture, ensuring that Li Jingchuan could catch a glimpse of her assets at a mere turn of his head. Just as Li Jingchuan contemplated expressing his annoyance, Gu Nanxing nestled closer to him. "Darling," she sang sweetly, causing Li Jingchuan to shudder involuntarily. Gu Nanxing cupped his face, urging him to look at her. "Darling, I wish to have that shrimp. Please, please do indulge me." Gu Nanxing repeatedly blinked at Li Jingchuan, hoping he would comprehend her unspoken plea. Li Jingchuan did not grasp her meaning but understood her request. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to soften his tone. "If you desire it, I shall serve it to you." "Thank you, darling." Li Jingchuan's hand, poised to serve the food, hesitated before he continued, placing the dishes into Gu Nanxing's small bowl. Faced with such a Gu Nanxing, Li Jingchuan endeavored to adapt as swiftly as possible. "You've just done your nails. Let me peel it for you." "You are the best, darling." Gu Nanxing extended her delicate hand, showcasing her manicure for his inspection. "All right, I shall peel it for you. I will wash my hands first," Li Jingchuan replied before heading to the kitchen. Gu Nanxing watched his retreating figure, inadvertently catching a glimpse of Chu Xinxin, whose gaze was venomous as it fixed upon her. Upon noticing Gu Nanxing's glance, Chu Xinxin quickly masked her expression, donning a look of disapproval. "Nanxing, do you not have feelings for Mo Huan? How can you treat him this way?" Her tone was laced with feigned concern for Gu Nanxing. Gu Nanxing scoffed inwardly. "If it weren't for the way you gaze at Li Jingchuan, I might have believed you." Her face shifted between longing and regret. "Xixing, you know I've pined for so long, yet Huan has never reciprocated my feelings. Moreover, I am weary of this pursuit. I have no desire to continue." Hearing this, Chu Xinxin grew anxious. "Nanxing, you..." But her words were interrupted by the steady footsteps of a man, halting her in her tracks. Li Jingchuan returned to his original seat, his long fingers deftly picking up the shrimp from Gu Nanxing's bowl, peeling it with deliberate slowness. "Sigh, how pleasing it is to see someone so handsome. Everything he does is captivating. Even peeling shrimp is a delightful sight." Chapter 32, Darling. This flattery warmed Li Jingchuan's heart, causing him to peel with renewed vigor. Before long, Gu Nanxing's small bowl was filled to the brim. She quickly grasped his hand, halting his efforts. "This is sufficient. Thank you, darling. No more peeling. I can't eat any more." Seeing her genuine disinterest, Li Jingchuan ceased his actions, extracting a napkin to wipe his hands. Perhaps dissatisfied with the cleanliness, he raised his hand to inspect it, furrowing his brow before rising to return to the kitchen. It appeared he was off to wash his hands once more. Gu Nanxing secretly rolled her eyes. Chu Xinxin glanced at Li Jingchuan's retreating figure and leaned closer. "Nanxing, in a few days there will be a banquet, and I heard that Mo Huan will also be attending. I will create an opportunity for you. I no longer wish to pursue him. It's too exhausting." Gu Nanxing appeared somewhat reluctant, prompting Chu Xinxin to continue her persuasion. "Nanxing, it's all about seizing the moment. How suffocating it would be to go through life without being with the one you love. Would you truly prefer to witness your beloved with another woman, sharing tender moments together?" This was the sentiment harbored in Chu Xinxin's heart. She could not bear the thought of Li Jingchuan marrying someone else and sharing intimate moments with another. Gu Nanxing's expression softened slightly, and Chu Xinxin pressed on. "Imagine a lifetime filled with sweet love alongside the one you cherish. How blissful that would be. If it were me, I would do anything just to be with him." Chu Xinxin cast a longing glance towards the kitchen. "I suspect you are daydreaming about Li Jingchuan, and I have evidence to support that." However, Gu Nanxing lowered her head, stealing a glance at Chu Xinxin before shyly averting her gaze once more. Sensing a glimmer of hope, Chu Xinxin hurried to further her argument. But the arrival of Li Jingchuan interrupted her. Li Jingchuan took a seat and resumed his meal, noticing that Chu Xinxin's advances had grown bolder. Her gaze, laden with an unsettling intensity, made it difficult for him to continue eating. Gu Nanxing, meanwhile, focused on the shrimp in her bowl, too timid to raise her head, fearful of succumbing to temptation. It's truly a challenge for Li Jingchuan to endure such blatant attention. He mused inwardly, sighing at the situation. Nanxing, you are quite inconsiderate. You should be taking care of Mr. Li, not the other way around, Chu Xinxin teased, leaning forward towards Gu Nanxing. Although her words were directed at Gu Nanxing, her enchanting eyes remained fixed on Li Jingchuan. Suddenly, Li Jingchuan could no longer tolerate the scrutiny. He was aware of Gu Nanxing's intentions and didn't mind letting her play her games. Yet, faced with such a gaze, he had no desire to linger. I'm full. I shall take my leave. Enjoy your meal. He extended his elegantly defined hand and tousled Gu Nanxing's hair affectionately, an act of intimacy that made Chu Xinxin grit her teeth in frustration, wishing that he were caressing her instead. Gu Nanxing, her hair in disarray, mentally cursed, that petty man is doing this on purpose. Nevertheless, she feigned compliance in front of Chu Xinxin, nodding obediently. He is certainly being deliberate, the heartless one. With his irritation somewhat alleviated, Li Jingchuan retreated to his study. Chu Xinxin gazed longingly at his tall, poised figure until it vanished from sight, reluctantly withdrawing her gaze. She plopped down in the spot Li Jingchuan had just vacated, intending to grab his chopsticks. Gu Nanxing's heart tightened before she could act. Anchen swiftly cleared away Li Jingchuan's bowl and utensils. Oh dear, the young master has already finished. He didn't eat much. Perhaps he was in a foul mood upon seeing something unclean. Anchen chattered on while tidying up. Well done, Anchen. Chu Xinxin recognized the veiled implication, but chose to ignore it. From there, Chu Xinxin relentlessly indoctrinated Gu Nanxing, urging her to seize her love bravely and not allow herself to suffer. She encouraged her to pursue Mo Huayan with the promise of her support. Gu Nanxing's head throbbed from the bombardment of advice, and when Chu Xinxin finally departed, she felt as though she might burst with frustration. Meanwhile, Li Jingchuan remained in the study, unable to focus on his work. He had held the documents for nearly half an hour, oblivious to the content of the first line. His mind was preoccupied with the image of Gu Nanxing softly calling him husband. Although he recognized her antics as deliberate, they still stirred something within him. He was aware that his feelings had shifted, yet he remained uncertain whether this change was for better or worse. Although Gu Nanxing was his wife, their relationship was merely nominal. Previously, they had endured a tumultuous connection, with her heart belonging to another, leading her to commit many embarrassing acts for Mo Huayan.
Now,
She had changed, but what of Mo Huayan? Did Gu Nanxing still harbor feelings for him? Had he truly developed feelings for her? Li Jingchuan was lost in thought when a knock on the study door jolted him back to reality. Come in, he replied curtly. Entering was Gu Nanxing, carrying a tray with a steaming bowl. Li Jingchuan quickly rose to take the tray from her, revealing a bowl of noodles, reminiscent of the ones she had made before. Gu Nanxing's lips curled into a gentle smile, her eyes sparkling. I knew you didn't have a satisfying dinner. So, I made you a bowl of noodles to tide you over. Li Jingchuan looked down at the steaming noodles, a smile creeping onto his face as a glimmer of joy shone in his eyes.
all right.
He was unceremonious, placing the bowl on a nearby table and sitting down himself. He picked up the chopsticks and delicately lifted a few strands of noodles, savoring them slowly. The noodles were perfectly chewy, with a rich and savory broth that melded beautifully, bringing a serene smile to his face, as if the world around him had warmed. Gu Nanxing sat beside him, watching him eat in silence, though her mind was anything but tranquil. Sigh, he looks so good even while eating, it's no wonder Chu Xinxin is so enamored. But really? She came dressed like that, and he managed to keep his composure. What an impressive man. He is truly handsome. Thank goodness I'm more rational, otherwise I might be completely entranced. Facing such a temptation, I wonder how long I can maintain my resolve. Gu Nanxing, you have a long way to go. Li Jingchuan was torn between pride and irritation. He found it hard to resist the allure of such attention, especially from someone like Chu Xinxin. In mere minutes, he had cleaned his bowl of noodles. He stopped Gu Nanxing, who was about to clear the table. I'll take care of it later, just leave it here. With someone willing to help, Gu Nanxing withdrew her hands to relax.
What are you scheming now? Li Jingwan inquirat.
What do you mean? I don't understand. Gu Nanxing was genuinely perplexed by his sudden question. You seem less enthusiastic about Chu Xinxin lately, yet you still indulge her. What is the reason behind that? Li Jingchuan made his point clear. Oh no! Gu Nanxing's heart screamed in alarm, causing Li Jingchuan to look at her with concern. Have I been too transparent? Would he notice the change so quickly? After all, he is quite clever. I've been irritable with him over Chu Xinxin multiple times. My attitude today is indeed off. How do I rectify this? Li Jingchuan observed her conflicted expression, Realizing how slow she was to react, she had already revealed her hand and was now worried. Have you realized that Chu Xinxin deceived you? Sighing, he took pity on her distress and offered an excuse to ease her burden. Chapter 33. Li Jingchuan is truly a good man. Gu Nanxing gazed at him gratefully, nodding vigorously. Yes, Li Jingchuan is truly a good man. Li Jingchuan feared she might shake her head off with such fervor. Is that all it takes to be considered a good man?
How easily satisfied you are.
I've discovered that she has been deceiving me. She spends my money and talks behind my back, calling me gullible. She is a bad person, and I no longer trust her. Gu Nanxing expressed her grievances, feeling a sense of injustice for her predecessor, who had once placed immense trust in Chu Xinxin. She regarded her as her sole confidant, believing unreservedly in whatever Chu Xinxin said. When Chu Xinxin instigated her to quarrel with Li Jingchuan, she complied without hesitation. If Chu Xinxin urged Gu Nanxing to spend money, she did so willingly, without a care for the amount. She allowed Gu Nanxing to endure considerable humiliation. Yet, Chu Xinxin had her own ulterior motives, all for the sake of Li Jingchuan. Chu Xinxin had never held Gu Nanxing in high esteem, consistently treating her like a fool. Shall I assist you in teaching her a lesson? Chu Xinxin harbored her own grievances against Gu Nanxing. Observing the young girl's distressed demeanor, Li Jingchuan felt a twinge of compassion.
No.
Gu Nanxing shook her head defiantly, brimming with determination. I will handle my own affairs. It is far more gratifying to avenge my own grievances. Clenching her fist in a gesture of resolve, she declared, Very well, should you encounter difficulties, seek my help. Li Jingchuan did not press her further. If she wished to navigate this on her own, so be it. However, he would ensure that someone kept a watchful eye on her. Li Jingchuan, I promised Chu Xinxin that I would attend a banquet in a few days. Gu Nanxing stated vaguely, prompting Li Jingchuan to raise an eyebrow in curiosity. A mere ordinary banquet would not elicit such a reaction from her. That banquet will feature Mo Huayan. Gu Nanxing's voice dwindled to a whisper at the end. Having perused countless novels, she recognized that many misunderstandings arise from protagonists who fail to voice their thoughts. Though not the main character herself, she did not wish to appear foolish. After having finally eased her relationship with Li Jingchuan, she was reluctant to create further rifts. Indeed, Li Jingchuan's expression darkened, his aura becoming frigid and somewhat intimidating. I knew he would be angry. Gu Nanxing stole a glance at him. Sigh, I knew this would provoke his ire. After all, he is the man who has stolen away his beloved. As a man, it was intolerable for him, and merely hearing the name was enough to incite his fury. Li Jingchuan felt a wave of frustration. What did it matter, man or woman? His rivalry with Mo Huayan had always been rooted in business disagreements. Glancing at Gu Nanxing, who was looking downcast, he recalled how she had subjected him to ridicule. His own wife blatantly admired another man. And although he had once held little affection for Gu Nanxing, his pride as a man could not withstand such humiliation. Thus, their relationship deteriorated further. Moreover, Li Jingchuan had been pondering whether Gu Nanxing still harbored feelings for Mo Huayan, and now she intended to meet him again. If you wish to see him, why inform me? Li Jingchuan's voice was now low and hoarse. I've given him far too much in the past, and I wish to reclaim it. Do not dismiss it as inconsequential. It vexes me. I no longer hold any feelings for him, truly, not in the slightest. I do not wish to conceal anything from you. To avoid misunderstandings, Li Jingchuan, regardless of our circumstances, I am aware that I am your wife. A tremor coursed through Li Jingchuan as he gazed into her large, shimmering eyes, which were filled with sincerity and gravity. Very well. He was willing to trust her. Is it the full moon banquet for the Tian family's grandson? Li Jingchuan inquired after a moment of contemplation. Yes, you are aware? Gu Nanxing realized immediately after speaking. Did they extend an invitation to you as well? It was entirely normal for someone of Li Jingchuan's stature to receive such an invitation. However, he was known for his aloofness and typically declined such social gatherings. Yes. I heard from Qin Fangchao, he replied. Li Jingchuan straightened his posture, his penetrating gaze fixed on her radiant visage. If I were to say that I might attend as well, you... What? Gu Nanxing exclaimed, rising in astonishment. Li Jingchuan's expression shifted slightly before returning to calm, a cold smile gracing his lips. Gu Nanxing, you truly... This is splendid. I won't need Chu Xinxin to escort me anymore. You know how I've been vexed by her lately. Ah. The smile on Li Jingchuan's lips faltered. This was not the outcome he had anticipated. Do you genuinely wish for me to go? Li Jingchuan remained somewhat skeptical, considering her aversion to appearing in public with him, especially in the presence of Mo Huan. Absolutely. Yes. Gu Nanxing nodded vigorously. This is fantastic. Li Jingchuan is attending too. I was worried that my presence would be insufficient to reclaim what I lost. With your support, it will be much easier. Mo Huan, just you wait. The trace of unease in Li Jingchuan's heart dissipated. Shall I arrange for someone to pick you up when the time comes?
All right.
Also, Gu Nanxing hesitated, feeling a bit bashful. Li Jingchuan, in good spirits, was amenable to any discussion. You know, my previous appearances at banquets were solely to entice Mo Huan, and with Chu Xinxin's intentional guidance, my attire and makeup were rather garish. Very well, I shall handle your wardrobe and makeup. I will come to collect you in advance. Li Jingchuan recalled Gu Nanxing's previous attire and could not help but frown. Sensing his expression, Gu Nanxing understood his thoughts. It was truly mortifying. The sensation akin to showcasing a garish style before an elegant and refined individual. Utterly embarrassing. Gu Nanxing could no longer bear the humiliation and hastily concocted an excuse to flee. Chuckling, she exited the room, only to hear a deep, resonant laugh behind her. What a scoundrel. Detecting someone's ire, Li Jingchuan suppressed his amusement, lest he truly provoke her. In the following days, Chu Xinxin incessantly called Gu Nanxing, merely to ascertain that she would indeed attend the Tian family banquet. She also inquired about Li Jingchuan's recent activities. Naturally, Gu Nanxing only divulged a fraction of the truth. Chu Xinxin became assured that Gu Nanxing would attend. As for Li Jingchuan, she felt embarrassed to admit she was unfamiliar with him. Internally, Chu Xinxin cursed, "Are you truly not acquainted? You call him husband and have peeled shrimp for him. How could you not know him well?" Nevertheless, she maintained a facade of sweetness towards Gu Nanxing, particularly since Gu Nanxing, worn out by her persistence, claimed she no longer wished to pursue Mo Huan. This left Chu Xinxin feeling anxious, constantly pondering how to persuade Gu Nanxing. Chapter 34. The beauty seeing that Chu Xinxin was discontent, Gu Nanxing felt a sense of relief. Over the past few days, Li Jingchuan had been engaging a fashion team, sending a flurry of outfits to their residence. Gu Nanxing eagerly tried on each piece, immersing herself in makeup and the excitement of it all. At the end of the day, she felt more fatigued than Li Jingchuan after a long day of work. Yet, Gu Nanxing relished in her exhaustion, reveling in the beautiful garments and the attentive service she received. Aunt Chen was particularly diligent, snapping pictures of Gu Nanxing in each outfit and sending them to Li Jingchuan. For the particularly stunning ensembles, she even recorded short videos. Aunt Chen had begun sharing these with Li Jingchuan from the very first day Gu Nanxing tried on the clothes. Despite not receiving a response from him, Aunt Chen remained undeterred, reasoning that he had not outright rejected them either. At Li's group, Chen Fangchao stood before the desk. Observing his boss, Li Jingchuan had been engrossed in his phone for several minutes, a faint smile playing on his lips, leaving Chen Fangchao curious about the source of his amusement. However, as a competent assistant, he managed to restrain his curiosity. Just then, a man with a radiant smile entered the room. Upon seeing Chen Fangchao, he was about to speak when he noticed Li Jingchuan's unusual demeanor. The man subtly gestured to Chen Fangchao, inquiring silently about the situation. Chen Fangchao helplessly shook his head, indicating he was equally in the dark. The man leaned in for a closer look and gasped, "Wow, this woman is absolutely stunning." She donned a fiery red dress that contrasted beautifully with her flowing, seaweed-like curls. As she walked, her long legs swayed gracefully beneath the hem of her gown, and her curves resembled flames flickering in the night. Li Jingchuan's expression hardened as he slammed his phone onto the desk, his gaze directed menacingly at the astonished Shen Mukin. In the City of Silence, a pair of peach blossom eyes brimmed with astonishment as Shen Emocheng seized Li Jingchuan's shoulders, shaking him fervently. "Jingchuan, who is that enchanting beauty? Who is she? Tell me, please." Li Jingchuan forcefully pushed him away, retorting with a menacing glare. "Forget what you just saw, or I won't hesitate to assist you in forgetting it." Shen Emocheng dismissed Li Jingchuan's threat, sensing something unusual in his gaze. "I thought you were a man devoid of desires, yet it appears you too have an appreciation for beautiful women. However, remember that you are already married, and there can be no connection between you and that beauty. Therefore, you had better inform me of her identity. Get lost." Li Jingchuan had no inclination to entertain this infatuated fool, inwardly regretting that he hadn't noticed his entrance sooner. Accustomed to being berated, Shen Mo Chung was unfazed. If you truly fancy the girl on your phone, you might as well divorce your neurotic wife sooner rather than later. Despite the scolding, Shen Mo Chung was genuinely concerned for his friend.
Ah?
Li Jing Chuan momentarily froze, quickly grasping the situation. Shen Mo Chung had not discerned who was on the phone. He assumed Li Jing Chuan was still apprehensive about the disapproval of his elders regarding a divorce. Shen Mo Cheng's impatience grew. Jing Chuan, that Gu Nanxing is entirely unworthy of you. Not only is she unattractive, but her heart is also wicked. I've never encountered a woman so lacking in grace. As Shen Mo Cheng spoke of Gu Nanxing, his agitation heightened. Noticing the peculiar expression on Li Jing Chuan's face, he continued to persuade him. You cannot confine yourself for a lifetime due to the bonds of the past. You deserve better. I know there is someone you truly cherish in your heart. Although she is married, you still have a chance. If not, seek another. Anyone would be better than Gu Nanxing, like that beauty on your phone. While uttering these words, Shen Mo Cheng found himself moved by his own sentiments. I am indeed the world's finest friend, so consider it. Gu Nanxing is ugly? Li Jing Chuan had absorbed all this information, yet that was his only takeaway? Shen Mo Cheng gazed at him in bewilderment. Has this boy been infected by that neurotic Gu Nanxing? How can you not know whether she is ugly or not? With your looks, what girl couldn't you attract? Hurry up and divorce her, otherwise, you won't be able to present her in public. Shen Mo Chung was aware that Gu Nanxing was not truly ugly, rather. Her attire and her outrageous actions had left a negative impression. In Shen Mo Cheng's mind, she was the most unattractive of all.
Li Jing Chuan,
Recalling the photos sent by Aunt Shen, chuckled and shook his head, no longer wishing to argue. What brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be working?
Shen Montag Cheng,
The second son of the Shen family usually carried a carefree demeanor, contrasting sharply with his elder brother Shen Mo Han's serious nature. His primary interests revolved around indulgence and leisure, with a distinct aversion to work. His elder brother, disapproving of Shen Mo Cheng's carefree lifestyle, had unceremoniously thrust him into the family business. Now, during working hours, Li Jing Chuan questioned him. Upon hearing the inquiry, Shen Mo Cheng appeared drained of all energy. Collapsing onto the sofa. I'm at work. If I don't get out for a stroll, I might go insane. He frantically ruffled his hair, leaving it in disarray. Fortunately, his handsome visage mitigated the madness he might otherwise exude. I will be attending the Tian family's banquet the day after tomorrow. Are you interested? Li Jing Chuan found it amusing to see Shen Mo Cheng's dejected expression. The Tian family S? What makes you want to go? Shen Mo Cheng was well aware of the Tian family banquet and knew Li Jing Chuan had no intentions of attending. However, he suddenly recalled that someone from the Mo family would also be there. He wishes to see his beloved. I'll go.
Shen Montag Cheng,
Fearing Li Jing Chuan might become angry with Mo Huayan, resolved to assist his friend. Oh, these two are quite the tragedy. The wife admires another man, while the husband has eyes for another woman. Shen Mo Cheng firmly decided to leave, needing to prepare in advance to prevent any altercations. As Shen Mo Cheng departed, Li Jing Chuan turned to the ever-silent Chen Fong Chao. You may leave now. Instruct the department heads to prepare for a meeting in 10 minutes. Understood, Mr. Li. Chen Fong Chao exited, and Li Jing Chuan picked up his phone once more, gazing at the alluring girl on the screen. After some contemplation, he sent a message to Gu Nanxing. For the Tian family's grandson's 100-day banquet, as there will be elders present, it's inappropriate to wear anything too ostentatious. Best to keep it understated and not overshadow the host family. Not 2 minutes later, Gu Nanxing replied, Yes, I agree with your thoughts. However, there are a few dresses I find quite appealing. Could you see if you can manage? Though somewhat bashful about her request, who could resist beautiful attire? Li Jing Chuan recalled the stunning photos and raised an eyebrow in agreement. You may keep those dresses. Take your time wearing them. Thank you, Mr. Li. Long live Mr. Li. As Li Jing Chuan read Gu Nanxing's response, he shook his head and set his phone down, preparing for the meeting and the pursuit of wealth. Chapter 35. The Banquet. Time flew swiftly, and soon the day of the Tian family banquet arrived. Li Jing Chuan first attended to work, planning to return early to pick up Gu Nanxing. Around 5 in the afternoon, he arrived at the Lu Ming courtyard. Where is Madam? The servant quickly took the clothes from Li Jing Chuan's hands and replied, Madam is upstairs changing. Nodding, Li Jing Chuan ascended to the second floor. In the makeup room, Gu Nanxing sat obediently in front of the mirror, clad in pajamas, while someone else applied her makeup. In the reflection of the mirror, She caught sight of Li Jingchuan entering.
Back so soon?
Yes, I came back to prepare early. Li Jingchuan admired Gu Nanxing's exquisite makeup, complimenting her. You look stunning.
Thank you.
Could I not look beautiful? I have been sitting here for over half an hour.
Ha, Li Jingchuan momentarily froze.
A low chuckle escaping from deep within him. Gu Nanxing looked at him in confusion, unsure of the reason for his laughter. You should focus. We'll leave once you're ready. Li Jingchuan glanced around, his gaze briefly lingering on the rack where her clothes were hung. Once Li Jingchuan exited, the makeup artist let out a subtle sigh of relief, though the release was so evident that even Gu Nanxing noticed. Are you that afraid of him? The makeup artist felt a bit embarrassed. Despite knowing Li Jingchuan was no longer in the room, she couldn't help but sneak a glance at the entrance. Mr. Li is quite imposing. Indeed, he can be rather intimidating. Gu Nanxing spoke truthfully, recalling how nervous she had been when first facing Li Jingchuan. However, the makeup artist held a different view. Is it really appropriate to be so lovey-dovey? Li Jingchuan returned to his room to take a shower. When he emerged, he was only wrapped in a gray towel, his upper body muscular and powerful. His 8-pack abs were perfectly defined, and the hint of a V-line disappeared beneath the towel. Glistening water droplets on his sun-kissed skin eliciting a thrilling rush. It was a pity that no one was there to admire him. Li Jingchuan's strong hands skimmed over a range of clothes before settling on a sleek black suit. Once dressed, he refrained from disturbing Gu Nanxing and simply made his way downstairs to await her in the living room. Knowing that girls often took their time, he took out his phone to handle some work affairs. After some time, Li Jingchuan heard sounds from the staircase. Laying aside his phone, he lifted his gaze to the stairwell. The girl appeared in a black evening gown, her delicate features and curvaceous figure captivating. The bodice of the gown clung perfectly to her curves, while the flowing skirt shimmered with the brilliance of starlight, adorned with golden flowers and diamond earrings that complemented one another. As she walked, the hem of her skirt danced like a cascade of galaxies. For a moment, Li Jingchuan was rendered speechless, finding her even more breathtaking in person than in the photos Aunt Chen had sent him. How do I look? Gu Nanxing is indeed quite charming, but she still desires compliments. Oh my, you are simply stunning. The young mistress appears as if she has descended from the heavens. Wouldn't you agree, young master? Chen Sa glanced at Li Jingchuan in silence, unable to suppress a covert glare at him. This young master truly lacks perception. The household would fall apart without her. No, next time I encounter the mistress, I must advocate for a raise. Indeed, she is beautiful. Li Jingchuan cleared his throat, concealing his embarrassment. Li Jingchuan, you look particularly handsome today. Gu Nanxing's words were imbued with genuine sentiment. The suit Li Jingchuan wore today was not overly formal, and with his slightly tousled hair, he appeared even younger and more dashing. Thank you, Li Jingchuan responded, feeling somewhat bashful at the praise, and hastily shifted the topic. It's getting late. Shall we set off?
All right.
Shen Mo Chung had arrived early and was anxiously waiting at the entrance for Li Jingchuan. What are you doing? Playing the role of a waiting stone? A teasing voice came from behind Shen Mo Chung. Upon hearing the voice, he instantly recognized who it was and did not turn his head. Waiting for Jingchuan, he replied irritably. The man behind him wrapped his arm around Shen Mo Cheng's neck, joining him in gazing toward the entrance. The man, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, concealed his keen and astute eyes behind the lenses. His straight nose and the faint smile at the corners of his mouth exuded an air of nonchalance. You mentioned Jingchuan would arrive today. Hasn't he shown up? Are you lying? Lu Jinyan exerted a bit of pressure with his arm. Shen Mo Cheng slapped Lu Jinyan's arm away. Let go of me. Lu Jinyan ceased his teasing and released his hold. Shen Mo Cheng loosened his collar before slowly responding. He told me so himself. If you don't believe me, why are you here?
Ah, Lu Jinyan sighed softly.
I'm just worried. The two exchanged glances and simultaneously sighed, both aware of the potentially awkward scene that could unfold. Li Jingchuan, Shen Mo Han, and Lu Jinyan were high school classmates. Shen Mo Cheng was 2 years their junior, but due to his brother Shen Mo Han, he often accompanied the trio. They formed a rather unconventional circle within the city's social scene, leading to a strong bond among the four. Thus, they all felt a sense of injustice for Li Jingchuan, who was infatuated with someone unattainable and was compelled to marry a woman of questionable standing. Has Mo Huayan arrived? Shen Mo Cheng turned to glance at the banquet hall. Yes, and she brought Shen Mengxi along. They are greeting people in the hall. As Lu Jinyan envisioned the scene in the banquet hall, he couldn't help but sigh once more. While the two were conversing, they suddenly heard a series of exclamations. They quickly raised their heads to look toward the entrance. Two individuals had just entered, a tall, handsome man and a beautiful woman. They walked side by side, resembling a pair of perfect jade, their appearance and demeanor harmoniously complementing each other. Shen Emocheng and Lu Jinyan clearly recognized the man as Li Jingchuan. However, the woman beside him evoked a sense of both familiarity and strangeness. The girl had her hair elegantly styled, with a few strands cascading down, accentuating her exquisite facial features. Her confident and profound gaze, coupled with her slightly parted red lips, revealed an unmistakable air of nobility. At the moment they stepped into the banquet hall, all eyes were drawn to them, as if the entire space had been illuminated by their presence. Shen Emocheng exchanged a glance with Lu Jinyan, both reflecting confusion. Shen Emocheng quickly approached Li Jingchuan.
Jingchuan.
Hearing the familiar voice, Li Jingchuan turned to his two friends, bringing Gu Nanxing along. Upon seeing his brothers,
Li Jingwan visibly relaxa.
"What brings you here?" Realizing Li Jingchuan was addressing him, Lu Jinyan shrugged. "It was this fellow who said you were coming, so I thought I might as well check it out." As Lu Jinyan spoke, his gaze fell upon Gu Nanxing. "And who might this be?" Chapter 36. Have you had cosmetic surgery? Li Jingchuan looked at the radiant Gu Nanxing beside him, then glanced at his curious friends, feeling a playful urge to tease. "Do you not recognize her?" Shen Emocheng shook his head decisively. If he had encountered someone so dazzling, he would surely have remembered. Hearing Li Jingchuan's words, Lu Jinyan sensed something amiss and began scrutinizing Gu Nanxing closely. This woman was extraordinarily beautiful, unlike the delicate charm of Shen Mengxi. She possessed a striking, assertive beauty that was both bright and breathtaking. Moreover, Lu Jinyan felt an increasing sense of familiarity with her, particularly those bright eyes. He had indeed seen them before. Suddenly, as if struck by lightning, Lu Jinyan's hand trembled as he pointed at Gu Nanxing. Li Jingchuan smiled faintly, clearly entertained by the revelation. Shen Emocheng looked at Lu Jinyan with disdain. "What's wrong with you? Channeling Wu Lao air?" Lu Jinyan, observing Shen Emocheng's expression, suddenly felt disinclined to share his thoughts. Furthermore, he noticed Li Jingchuan's hand resting on the girl's slender waist.
"Humph, man.
"Emocheng, isn't this girl lovely?" Lu Jinyan grinned mischievously. "Indeed, quite lovely," Shen Emocheng replied, feeling a bit shy as he discreetly punched Lu Jinyan. "How can you discuss a lady so openly in front of her?" Lu Jinyan feigned ignorance and continued, "Isn't she more beautiful than Gu Nanxing?" Li Jingchuan and Gu Nanxing immediately recognized his ill intentions, opting not to intervene. Shen Emocheng was left astonished. Did you really say that in front of them? However, Lu Jinyan's assertion held some truth. "Of course, you are the more beautiful one." He gestured toward Gu Nanxing. Li Jingchuan frowned, intending to intervene, but suddenly felt the gentle squeeze of the girl's small hand around his arm. "All right, I understand," he conceded. "You are far more beautiful than that Gu Nanxing. You should know, that woman is not only unattractive but also possesses terrible taste. She often engages in embarrassing antics, truly a case of beauty and folly. Furthermore, you wouldn't believe what she once wore, a dress that even my grandmother wouldn't don.
Ha.
Just thinking about it makes me laugh." Shen Emocheng grew increasingly animated as he spoke. Gu Nanxing regretted her earlier tolerance, who knew this person would not only call her ugly but also provide examples. While she could endure being called unattractive, the specifics were unbearable. With a smile on her face, Gu Nanxing quietly gritted her teeth.
Shen Montag Cheng.
"I'll remember this." "Just wait until you need my favor." Li Jingchuan hurriedly intervened, sensing the girl was holding a grudge.
Montag Cheng.
He called out loudly,
Interrupting Shen Montag Cheng's tirade.
Under Shen Emocheng's curious gaze, he softly introduced, "This is Gu Nanxing."
Oh. Shen Montag Cheng instinctively responded.
But then quickly sensed something was off. He hesitantly pointed a trembling finger at Li Jingchuan, who affirmed with a nod, then directed his finger toward Lu Jinyan. As he beheld Lu Jinyan's mischievous grin, his hand trembled even more. "Shen Emocheng, are you channeling Wu Lao air?" Shen Emocheng realized that the two were deliberately withholding information to watch him stumble. Nevertheless, he took a deep breath and composed himself. Lu Jinyan secretly admired him, thinking, no wonder the second son of the Shin family has such thick skin. He truly doesn't mind anything. Impressive. Shen Emocheng, disregarding any notions of propriety, circled around Gu Nanxing and Li Jingchuan twice. How can such a shrewd person like Li Jingchuan be friends with this fool?
Li Jingwan batxa shen Macau shens antics.
Feeling a blend of exasperation and embarrassment. Alas, this kid has always followed us since high school. There's no shaking him off. Speaking too much only brings tears. He lamented.
TSK, TSK.
Shen Mo Chung exclaimed while continuing to circle them. The small face, the slender waist, and those piercing eyes are utterly terrifying. When Shen Mo Chung inadvertently locked eyes with Li Jingchuan, he felt a shiver run down his spine. Instead of turning away, he gazed curiously at Gu Nanxing and the other two. Gu Nanxing, have you had cosmetic surgery? It's no wonder Shen Mo Chung was taken aback. The current Gu Nanxing was a far cry from her former self. The transformation was so drastic that it was understandable that he and Lu Jinyan failed to recognize her at first. Shen Mo Cheng's remark nearly left Gu Nanxing gasping for breath. She turned to Li Jingchuan, her small face taut and her expression particularly serious. Can I hit him? Puffed, ha 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 ha. Lu Jinyan couldn't hold back his laughter and immediately received 3 murderous glares in return. My apologies, I simply couldn't resist.
Hey.
Don't be angry. Let's not stoop to the level of fools. Li Jingchuan, too, felt helpless. They hadn't even entered yet, and already there was so much commotion. Li Jingchuan, you're scaring me. You actually dared to confront me for the sake of a woman. Shen Mo Chung was being intentionally provocative. He was determined to annoy them, given how the group had conspired against him. You. Li Jingchuan was also tempted to retaliate, but the occasion was not appropriate. He could always settle the score later. Let's go greet the hosts. Upon their arrival, Shen Mo Chung and his companion were intercepted, and they had yet to properly introduce themselves to the hosts. Humph. Gu Nanxing rolled her eyes at Shen Mo Chung and followed Li Jingchuan toward the hall. Alas, Lu Jinyan, they are quite different now. Shen Mo Chung observed the duo walking away hand in hand, and the unyielding smile in Li Jingchuan's eyes nudged him to nudge Lu Jinyan beside him. Only now are you noticing? Did you not see how Li Jingchuan's hand remained on Gu Nanxing's waist? He might not even be aware, but his feelings for her have indeed changed. Lu Jinyan gazed at their retreating figures, momentarily unsure whether he should feel happy for his friend. Does this mean Gu Nanxing no longer likes Mo Huayan? And what about Shen Mengxi? Shen Mo Cheng's 2 questions left Lu Jinyan at a loss for words. How would I know? In response to Shen Mo Cheng's disdainful gaze, Lu Jinyan punched him lightly. What kind of look is that? You don't know either, do you? All right. Let's hurry and catch up. Mo Huayan and Shen Mengxi are inside. After saying this, Lu Jinyan strode toward the hall, with Shen Mo Chung grumbling behind him. Meanwhile, Li Jingchuan leaned down to introduce Gu Nanxing nearby. The jubilant trio included Tian Peng, the host of the evening, with his wife Chun Hui beside him. Their son, Tian Haowen, who happened to be the father of the baby, stood behind them. Oh, I see now. Gu Nanxing observed the 3 smiling broadly ahead and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This family is quite lively. Tonight promises to be entertaining. Li Jingchuan raised an eyebrow, looking at the cheerful trio with a complex expression. He silently prayed for them, hoping their fate would not be as dire as it often was for those who piqued Gu Nanxing's interest.
Chapter 37, Montag Hui an.
Gu Nanxing was oblivious to Li Jingchuan's thoughts, her expression one of keen interest as she watched the trio. Oh dear, I'm feeling a bit excited. It's over for them. Li Jingchuan regarded the 3 with pity. Upon noticing Li Jingchuan's approach, Tian Peng quickly donned a beaming smile. Mr. Li, your presence graces our humble abode. Tian Peng was genuinely thrilled. It was a rare occasion for both Li Jingchuan and Mo Huayan, his arch-nemesis, to attend the same banquet at the Tian family. He could already envision the uproar this would cause when word spread tomorrow. Li Jingchuan sighed inwardly at their enthusiasm, which softened his demeanor toward Tian Peng.
Congratin, Tian Lao.
Seeing Li Jingchuan's attitude, Tian Peng was moved. Look. Even the usually stoic Li Jingchuan is treating me with such warmth. My family has hope. Though the Tian family was affluent, they still paled in comparison to the Li family. Moreover, Li Jingchuan was notorious for his ruthless business practices, often causing others to steer clear of him. He had never been fond of such gatherings, yet the invitation had been extended nonetheless, and to everyone's surprise, he had chosen to attend. Thank you, Mr. Li, Haowen. Come greet Mr. Li. Hearing his father's call, Tian Haowen hurried over, extending his right hand. Mr. Li, Li Jingchuan shook his hand, repeating his earlier sentiment. Congratulations. Thank you, Mr. Li. Gu Nanxing maintained a flawless facade, her smile unwavering. The Tian family had long been curious about her identity, but dared not inquire. After all, who in their social circle was unaware of the strained relationship between Li Jingchuan and his wife? It was commonly understood that his wife had affections for another. The sudden appearance of a beautiful young lady by his side was bound to pique their curiosity. Tian Peng attempted to further ingratiate himself with Li Jingchuan, but before he could speak, he was interrupted by the demands of his busy schedule, leaving him to exchange only a few pleasantries before he had to attend to other matters. Shall we grab something to eat? Li Jingchuan was not fond of mingling with others, feeling that one should adhere to the purpose of the occasion. Casual pleasantries exchanged at such events were never to be taken seriously. Should any business dealings arise, they would follow the formal protocols. Thus, he had come solely to accompany Gu Nanxing. Sure, let us go. Gu Nanxing linked her arm with Li Jingchuan and headed toward the food station. After selecting her favorite juice, she took a sip just as a surprised voice called out, "Nanxing? You're here." Turning to see Chu Xn approaching with delight. Gu Nanxing noted that today, she was exuding a sensual charm.
Chu xin cast a mini phun gờ lăng at Li Jingchuan.
Mr. Li Jingchuan ignored her. Chu Xn chuckled awkwardly before redirecting her attention to Gu Nanxing. "Nanxing, let me show you around while Mr. Li is busy." "Is Mr. Li busy?" Gu Nanxing teasingly asked him. "Not busy," Li Jingchuan replied coolly.
Ah. Chu xin flowen, searching for another etsu.
Oh, dear. I've grown so accustomed to bantering with her that I've almost forgotten why I'm here. Gu Nanxing silently reprimanded herself. "I'm just joking. Darling, you go ahead and busy yourself while Xin shows me around." Li Jingchuan furrowed his brow, uncertain of Chu Xin's intentions. But he knew it couldn't be anything good. Gu Nanxing sensed his apprehension and gently patted his arm. "Don't worry." Seeing Gu Nanxing's insistence,
Li Jingchuan reluctantly acquiesced.
as Gu Nanxing walked away with Chu Xin, the ever-watchful Shun Mo Chung and Lu Jin Yen finally approached. "Have you two had your fill of watching?" Li Jingchuan glared at the two mischievous friends. "Now that she's gone, you should come over and explain what's going on," Shun Mo Chung urged as he pulled Li Jingchuan to a corner. Meanwhile, Chu Xin led Gu Nanxing to the back, claiming that the banquet hall was too stuffy and they needed some fresh air. Gu Nanxing smiled and agreed, even complimenting Chu Xin.
Xin.
"Your consideration is truly thoughtful. After all, you are my best friend." Chu Xin felt no embarrassment, readily accepting the compliment. "Humph, don't think I'm unaware. You're taking me to find Mo Huayan, aren't you?" Although Gu Nanxing was fully aware of her intentions, she still chose to follow. "Why am I here? I came to find you two for something, didn't I?" Sure enough, they exited the banquet hall and arrived at the garden behind. "I'm introducing you to Mo Huayan. See how good I am to you." Gu Nanxing shyly nodded in agreement. Upon reaching their destination, Chu Xin began to glance around, surveying the area. In a moment, they would explore this place, then that place. Gu Nanxing merely observed as Chu Xinxin busily scurried about. Suddenly, a spark illuminated Chu Xinxin's eyes. "I've found him," she exclaimed. "Nanxing, look at that pond ahead. I can see Mo Huayan over there." Without waiting for Gu Nanxing's response, Chu Xinxin took her hand and hurried along. Gu Nanxing cast a glance behind her, only to be pulled forward by Chu Xinxin. As they approached the pond, a figure clad in a crisp white suit came into view, standing tall and proud, the ethereal moonlight cascading over his shoulders, rendering the scene dreamlike. Nanxing, it really is him." Chu Xinxin's voice reached Mo Huayan's ears. She nudged Gu Nanxing.
Go on.
Gu Nanxing took a few steps forward, arriving beside Mo Huayan. Upon hearing the sound, the man turned, a flicker of impatience crossing his features. Though he managed to suppress it, as he beheld the striking woman before him, his impatience vanished, replaced by awe. "Nanxing?"
Montag Huayan hesitated,
gazing at the enchanting beauty before him, incredulous that she was the once unremarkable Gu Nanxing. Gu Nanxing scrutinized Mo Huayan in return. His skin was alabaster, his nose elegantly sculpted, and his lips were thin yet rosy, complemented by eyebrows sharp as blades. His eyes seemed to harbor the cosmos, drawing one in with their depth. A charming smile graced his lips, warm and refined, akin to jade. Truly, he is Mo Huayan, Gu Nanxing mused internally, a smile blossoming on her face. "It is indeed me. What brings you here?" Mo Huayan pondered how to respond, while Gu Nanxing remained unperturbed. "Have I become more beautiful?" she continued, following his lead. Mo Huayan regarded her with a hint of exasperation. You truly. His tone carried a note of indulgence. Gu Nanxing observed the warmth radiating from Mo Huayan's smile and the tenderness in his eyes, and it was precisely this demeanor that made her utterly devoted to him. Chapter 38. Not worth it. Gu Nanxing reminisced about the original owner's first encounter with Mo Huayan, a rather cliché tale. Gu Nanxing was indeed beautiful and garnered the affection of many boys at school, yet her pride rendered her indifferent to them all, inciting the disdain of numerous girls. Until one fateful day, when she found herself cornered by a group of boys and girls intent on tearing her clothes. At that moment, Mo Huayan appeared, towering and princely, rescuing her and captivating her heart irreversibly. Thus began Gu Nanxing's silent obsession with him, leading her to engage in many excessive acts to win his favor. Eventually, upon learning of his impending marriage, she became desperately entangled in his life, causing Li Jingchuan to bear the brunt of public scrutiny. Reflecting on this, Gu Nanxing shook her head, lamenting the original owner's folly. Nanxing, has something happened to you recently? You seem so different, Mo Huayan remarked, his concern evident. Gu Nanxing regarded him quietly, her gaze merely a calm assessment. There was no trace of the familiar infatuation or adoration in her eyes, unsettling Mo Huayan. Nothing's wrong. I've merely come to terms with some things, Gu Nanxing articulated clearly, though Mo Huayan remained perplexed. She had indeed come to a realization. Mo Huayan consistently professed his disinterest in her to everyone, yet he maintained an ambiguous connection with her that made it impossible for Gu Nanxing to relinquish hope. This realization filled her with regret for the original owner and disdain for Mo Huayan. How could such a person be the male lead? Li Jingchuan was undoubtedly a far better choice. Unbeknownst to Mo Huayan, Gu Nanxing's thoughts left him in a state of confusion. What have you come to understand? He inquired. However, regardless of her revelations, they could not impede his plans. Sighing, he added, Nanxing, I know you're unhappy, but I am powerless to help you at this moment. He gazed at her with a heart-wrenching expression. Is it because the Li family surpasses the Mo family? Gu Nanxing recognized his hypocrisy and resolved not to entertain his charade. Though her face bore an innocent expression, Mo Huayan's gentle demeanor momentarily faltered, but he quickly composed himself. To achieve his objectives, he gritted his teeth and spoke. Indeed, the Mo family currently lags behind the Li family. Alas, if I were just a bit more capable, I could rescue you. I could divorce her right now. What about you? Are you prepared? Gu Nanxing's smile was enigmatic, and she dared not meet his gaze, fearful he might perceive her contempt. Mo Huayan was taken aback. How had she gained such insight? This was unlike her. She would typically be crying and cursing Li Jingchuan. But the notion of divorce?
How could she assist him then?
Nanxing, I still have my own difficulties. Even if you were to divorce, I would be unable to care for you. Trust that I won't abandon you. After all, I have helped you before, haven't I? Gu Nanxing remained silent, her attention fixated on the koi in the pond. Mo Huayan frowned slightly and continued, however, Nanxing, it will be soon. Things will improve quickly. I just need your assistance. If you help me, I will be able to take care of you even faster. Help you? What could I possibly do? I have no skills to offer. Gu Nanxing turned her head, her bright eyes locking onto Mo Huayan's. In that moment, something akin to guilt flickered within Mo Huayan, yet he quickly steeled himself. You are indeed beautiful now, he thought, swallowing hard. The day after tomorrow morning, if you can, please keep Li Jingchuan from leaving the house. That would be a great help. But how could I stop him when our relationship is so strained? Gu Nanxing countered. I believe you can manage it. It won't take long, just until after 9:30. If all else fails, simply claim you're ill and require a trip to the hospital. Mo Huayan was genuinely attempting to devise a plan for her. But Li Jingchuan isn't fool. He wouldn't fall for that, Gu Nanxing replied.
Montag Huayan's patience were thin.
Although Gu Nanxing was now stunning, she was overthinking everything. The old Gu Nanxing may have been a bit foolish, but she was obedient. She did as told without question. Nanxing, you need to take a cold shower. Upon uttering those words, he caught a glimpse of her icy gaze and promptly fell silent, letting out a sigh of exasperation. Nanxing, I know this will be difficult for you, but it is for our future, even if just for me. Gu Nanxing regarded Mo Huayan as he feigned concern. Watching the facade of friendship and helplessness on his face, she internally mused, Gu Nanxing, have you finally discerned his true nature? After being toyed with for so long, do you not feel any indignation? I do not wish to comply, Gu Nanxing stated softly, leaving Mo Huayan momentarily speechless.
What did you say?
He stammered.
I said, I do not want to see Li Jingchuan, nor do I wish to become ill. Her tone grew louder, but remained resolute. Nanxing, what has happened to you? Mo Huayan observed her expression, sensing the seriousness in her demeanor. He became somewhat flustered. I am fine. I merely mentioned that I have come to terms with some matters. Their current dynamic was a complete reversal of their past interactions. Now Gu Nanxing maintained her composure, while Mo Huayan appeared increasingly agitated. Nanxing, what has caused this change? Did Li Jingchuan say something to you? Do not trust him. He is deceiving you. Mo Huayan's earlier elegance had evaporated, and he grasped Gu Nanxing's shoulders, desperate to rouse her from her newfound clarity. Gu Nanxing forcefully pushed him, catching Mo Huayan off guard. He stumbled, releasing his grip on her. Mo Huayan looked at her in disbelief, as if she had been possessed. However, Gu Nanxing disregarded his feelings and pressed on relentlessly. You make it difficult for me to trust Li Jingchuan, so tell me, what do you expect me to believe in you? Li Jingchuan has never once mentioned you. Rather, it's you who insists on reminding me how terrifying he is at every encounter. You instilled a deep-seated fear of him within me, yet I wonder, what is your true intention? Gu Nanxing's voice was cold and cutting as she confronted Mo Huayan. Chuxin, who had been standing nearby, noticed the tension between the two and quickly approached to see what was amiss. Just as she arrived, she heard Gu Nanxing's words and inwardly cursed, quickly pulling Gu Nanxing aside with a smile. Nanxing, what's the matter? After all this time, why are you at odds with Mr. Mo? I have no desire to see him, Gu Nanxing replied tersely. Before arriving, she had contemplated reclaiming the items he had either given her or deceived her into accepting, hoping to bolster her own finances. Yet, upon encountering him, her intentions had shifted. She realized the person she had long yearned to meet was indeed the very one who had been the object of her disdain. Upon meeting him, she discovered that Mo Huayan was not as she had imagined. The true Mo Huayan was hypocritical, arrogant, and had been exploiting Gu Nanxing. Though she was not Gu Nanxing herself, she felt a profound sorrow for her. All her efforts had been in vain. Nanxing, what are you saying? Haven't you always wanted to meet Mr. Mo? Chuxin tugged at Gu Nanxing's arm, urging her to rethink her words. Gu Nanxing forcefully pulled her arm away, glaring coldly at Chuxin. Chuxin, have you paid back the money from our last shopping trip? Chuxin's expression soured, her mouth opening as if to protest. This woman was merely digging at her wounds, but were it not for the money, she would. You deceived me into buying you various items while maligning me as a fool behind my back. Chuxin, I have always considered you a true friend. I trusted and relied on you, yet you have consistently toyed with my emotions. How dare you, Chuxin? Chuxin recoiled, as if struck, her face paling. Yet, Gu Nanxing advanced step by step. Chuxin, you conspired with Mo Huayan to manipulate me. It was Mo Huayan who sent you to bring me here, wasn't it? How much did he pay you? Enough to settle your clothing debt? Chuxin was taken aback by her knowledge and collapsed to the ground, unable to bear the weight of her shame. Gu Nanxing cast a scornful glance as she walked past her, fixing her gaze on the equally pale Mo Huayan. Just how inept are you? Or perhaps how terrified of Li Jingchuan are you, to resort to such despicable tactics to escape his competition?
Montag Huayan.
You are nothing but a coward.
You.
Mo Huayan gasped, his face flushed with anger.
Gu. Nanxing.
Each syllable dripped with venomous hatred. Mo Huayan could tolerate being called hypocritical or malicious, but he could not abide Gu Nanxing suggesting that he feared Li Jingchuan. Everything you face is the consequence of your own actions. You brought this upon yourself. Who told you to be foolish enough to provoke Li Jingchuan? You should have obediently followed his lead. Dressed in such a gaudy manner, you still complied. Thanks to you, Li Jingchuan has faced a great deal of trouble. Gu Nanxing, I simply disdain you. I deliberately dangle you like a marionette, making you serve my needs, all because you are Li Jingchuan's wife. I want everyone to know that Li Jingchuan's wife has been chasing after me like a dog. I will ensure Li Jingchuan never holds his head high. He will always be beneath me. Observing Mo Huayan's frenzied state, Gu Nanxing found herself immensely amused. So it is all because of Li Jingchuan. It seems he truly is your nightmare. Her words rendered Mo Huayan ashen-faced. Since we have laid everything bare, Chuxin, why don't you confess your infatuation with Li Jingchuan? Gu Nanxing appeared particularly pleased, her mood brightening at the expense of others. Chuxin, glaring at Gu Nanxing's triumphant demeanor, rose angrily from the ground. I do like Li Jingchuan. So what? Why do you get to marry him?
Why do you get away with all those humiliating deeds while he still defends you? Is it merely because you are more attractive? I will make you look like an absolute fool every single day. Chuxin stomped her feet in frustration.
What can I do about that?
Gu Nanxing shrugged nonchalantly. Li Jingchuan is a man you will never possess. You. Chuxin felt a pang of heartbreak. Gu Nanxing had obtained what she desired and no longer felt the need to engage with them.
All right.
I will issue one final warning to both of you. Keep your distance from me in the future. Return everything I bought for you. If you cannot repay it, then compensate me with money. I don't know what you're talking about, Mo Huayan replied coldly. Indeed, you have never bought me anything. Don't speak nonsense. Chuxin quickly chimed in, seeing Mo Huayan deny it. Returning those items is more painful than taking a life. I am not afraid of your refusal to return them. I have kept all the messages you sent me, and I have the receipts for what I purchased. I have already spent the money, but the items are in your possession. Are they not stolen from me?
Or...
Gu Nanxing smiled, brandishing her phone in front of them. I just recorded everything. If you wish to conceal your true selves from everyone, you may choose not to return it. However, if I were to accidentally press something on my phone, it would no longer be my concern.
Montauk Huayan cursed inwardly.
His eyes darted as he reached out to snatch the phone from Gu Nanxing's hand.
Montauk Huayan.
A voice, fierce and commanding, halted his actions. 3 figures emerged slowly from behind a flower bed. Oh, Lu Jinyan, did you see anything just now? Someone seems to be humiliated. Shen Maching's voice was filled with mirth. Haha, let us see if Mo Huayan dares to act so brazenly in front of them again.
Oh my.
I never thought there would be someone so shameless in this world. Maching, I apologize for my previous insults, Lu Jinyan sighed, shaking his head. His expression one of utter disdain. He feigned the demeanor of a refined gentleman, yet was nothing more than scum. Shen Maching sensed something was off but couldn't he pinpoint what exactly. Li Jingchuan stepped forward and stood behind Gu Nanxing. Though he said nothing, his presence spoke volumes.
Li Jingguan.
Mo Huayan glared at him with murderous intent. Jingchuan. Chuxin staggered forward a couple of steps, longing to approach him. However, she halted, for she had caught sight of the disdain in Li Jingchuan's eyes. Gu Nanxing turned to Li Jingchuan behind her. So, how was it? Enjoyable? Li Jingchuan pondered for a moment, but upon meeting Gu Nanxing's threatening gaze, he could do nothing but smile and nod. Indeed, Miss Gu is quite formidable. Both courageous and clever. Of course. Gu Nanxing beamed at his praise, her little face lifted in triumph.
Li Jingguan.
Was it you who taught Gu Nanxing these underhanded tactics? How could you be so cunning? Mo Huayan seethed with venomous hatred for Li Jingchuan. From a young age, he had always heard, look at Li Jingchuan. He topped the class again. I met Li Jingchuan yesterday. That child is remarkable, particularly composed and dignified. Huayan, you should learn from him. Mo Huayan. Do you still have the audacity to play games? This time, you certainly didn't surpass Li Jingchuan, did you? These sounds have accompanied Mo Huayan throughout his life. And even now, he is often compared to Li Jingchuan. Despite his politeness and amiable demeanor towards everyone, he finds himself overshadowed by the increasingly aloof Li Jingchuan. Whenever their names are mentioned together, it is instinctively assumed that Mo Huayan pales in comparison to Li Jingchuan. After much effort, he has finally discovered a way to undermine Li Jingchuan through Gu Nanxing and Shen Mingxi. How could he not harbor resentment over this? Chapter 39, Shen Mingxi. On their way, Gu Nanxing informed Li Jingchuan that everything would depend on her arrangements. She also mentioned that Chu Xinxin would take her to meet Mo Huayan. After that, Gu Nanxing would handle things on her own, which was something Li Jingchuan needed to avoid. Thus, when Chu Xinxin approached Gu Nanxing, suggesting a stroll, Li Jingchuan did not refuse and agreed to let her manage independently. However, he did make one request. While he would not interfere with Gu Nanxing's endeavors, he would ensure her protection from the shadows. He felt a twinge of unease, knowing that even a cornered rabbit might bite. Gu Nanxing readily agreed. As Chu Xinxin led Gu Nanxing to the garden, Li Jingchuan and Shen Moching followed discreetly. They witnessed Gu Nanxing's moment of humiliation, silently reveling in the spectacle, but daring not to disturb her. It was only when Mo Huayan seemed poised to take action that Li Jingchuan voiced his concern. Mo Huayan. You are overthinking things, he said, his expression unchanged. Alas, this is what I deduced. Your true nature has been unveiled. Gu Nanxing exclaimed, a hint of urgency in her voice. Look how clever I am. It's me, not Li Jingchuan. If the atmosphere had not been so tense, Li Jingchuan might have chuckled.
Montauk Huayan disregarded Gu Nanxing.
his gaze fixed on Li Jingchuan. Gu Nanxing glanced between Mo Huayan and Chu Xinxin, both of whom were intensely focused on Li Jingchuan, and her heart sank. What on earth? Why are they both fixated on Li Jingchuan? Clearly, they are both in love with him. Li Jingchuan frowned slightly, bewildered by the absurdity of it all. Gu Nanxing shot him a resentful glance. You're a villain, stealing my thunder. Li Jingchuan felt a sense of helplessness. His intentions had never been to overshadow the young lady, nor had he anticipated that everything stemmed from his actions. Chu Xinxin had deceived Gu Nanxing because of him, and Mo Huayan had continuously lured her due to him. This left Li Jingchuan feeling guilty toward Gu Nanxing. However, seeing her seemingly unperturbed and solely focused on proving her cleverness eased his mind a bit. Do not forget what I just told you. You must return what you owe within a week at the latest. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to have Li's legal department contact you. Li Jingchuan did not wish to engage in further arguments. Having said this, he escorted Gu Nanxing back to the banquet hall. Shen Mo Chung and Lu Jinian shrugged and followed suit, leaving behind a pale-faced Chu Xinxin and a venomously glaring Mo Huayan. After some time, a gentle voice called out to Mo Huayan. Huayan, Huayan. A girl hurriedly approached him, clad in a light white dress, her long hair cascading over her shoulders. Her skin radiant and translucent like fine porcelain. Her eyes sparkled with a watery glimmer that instinctively invoked a desire to protect her. Mo Huayan managed a strained smile, gazing tenderly at the newcomer. Mingxi, have you seen the little one? The girl, Shen Mingxi, beamed with excitement, her cheeks flushed. Yes, I have. The baby is absolutely adorable. So tiny all over. My heart melted. I knew you would love it, Mo Huayan said, gently pinching Shen Mingxi's cheek. What are you doing? Shen Mingxi inquired anxiously, glancing at the pallid Chu Xinxin. Xinxin, what is wrong? Why do you look so unwell? Chu Xinxin forced a smile.
Me fine.
I just wanted to speak with Mr. Mo.
Oh?
Shen Mingxi's voice was soft and endearing, eliciting sympathy. Mingxi, it's all right. You know she has run out of money and wants to borrow some from me. Mo Huayan held Shen Mingxi's hand gently, lowering his gaze to conceal his emotions. Chu Xinxin trembled, recalling the words Gu Nanxing had spoken when leaving. Gu Nanxing had gifted her many items, primarily clothing and jewelry. While the jewelry was manageable, many of the clothes were missing, leaving her uncertain about how to repay Gu Nanxing. Repaying? Those garments were not cheap, and she could not afford them. Yet, she could not allow Gu Nanxing to disclose this, or her life would be ruined. In that moment, Chu Xinxin genuinely contemplated asking Mo Huayan for more money. Oh? Xinxin, do you need money for something? Is there a problem? Shen Mingxi asked, her concern evident as she clutched Mo Huayan's hands tightly, shaking them gently. Rest assured, I will handle it. Let us head to the banquet hall. It wouldn't be wise to linger outside for too long. Mo Huayan gently reassured Shen Mingxi as they departed together. Before leaving, he cast a disdainful glance at Chu Xinxin. With Gu Nanxing no longer an option, Chu Xinxin had become redundant. She served no further purpose. Chu Xinxin clearly perceived the disdain in Mo Huayan's gaze as he left, her numbness morphing into malice. Even you look down on me. She discerned from his expression that he would not assist her. However, thinking of the possessions she held, a cold smirk crept across her face. Chapter 40. Sister-in-law. Remarkable person. Shen Mo Chung and Lu Jinian observed the couple conversing ahead, whispering among themselves. Hey, do you think Gu Nanxing has offended someone? How has she changed so drastically? If you dare to ask Li Jingchuan, just watch him pound you, Lu Jinian replied, gesturing towards Li Jingchuan. Shen Mo Chung glanced at Li Jingchuan's back, shaking his head silently. He would surely beat me. Who are you kidding? As if he wouldn't hit me, Lu Jinian retorted, exasperated. But little brother, don't blame me for not warning you. Be polite to Gu Nanxing from now on. Don't bring up the past. I can tell there is something going on between them. Shen Mo Chung secretly clenched his fist behind his back. Meanwhile, Li Jingchuan discreetly inquired of Gu Nanxing, so, do you feel vindicated? I do, though I regret not seeing their true color sooner. I've been deceived for so many years, Gu Nanxing reflected, feeling a tinge of regret. Since she had broached the subject, Li Jingchuan felt compelled to explain. I am truly sorry.
Huh?
Gu Nanxing replied, puzzled by his apology. Did he lose the money I just gave him? No way. He said it was his if he lost it. Does he not want to admit it? Gu Nanxing halted, her eyes pleadingly fixed on Li Jingchuan. Li Jingchuan closed his eyes, the emotions he had just mustered dissipating.
I apologize because I never anticipated they would treat you this way. All because of me.
I feel guilty for that. Stop.
Gu Nanxing interrupted, raising her hand to halt his words. It has nothing to do with you. They were never good people. You did nothing wrong. They harbored ulterior motives. It's like having a beautiful flower in my garden that many covet. Some would go to great lengths to possess or destroy it, perpetrating many wrongs against me. So, tell me, is it the flower's fault? Gu Nanxing required no answer from Li Jingchuan as she voiced her conclusion. No, the error does not lie with the flowers, nor with the florist, but rather with those of ill intent. Li Jingchuan, this does not concern you. At most, it is that you attract too much attention. Alas, being too handsome and capable is also a kind of flaw. Li Jingchuan has entirely abandoned any intention of apologizing to her. Instead, he feels somewhat smug from the compliments. Although flattered, he is somewhat displeased with the flower metaphor. Next time, he will discuss with Gu Nanxing and suggest a different analogy. After this incident, Li Jingchuan felt utterly relieved. Gu Nanxing truly harbored no feelings for Mo Huayan anymore. With such a light-hearted mood, Li Jingchuan's expression improved considerably. The group had spent a considerable amount of time outside, and upon returning to the banquet hall, Tianpeng was anxiously searching for them. How could these individuals suddenly vanish? They cannot just leave without waiting for them. Yet, time was running short. At that moment, Tianpeng spotted Li Jingchuan and the others approaching. Mr. Li, where have you all been? We were about to start and feared we wouldn't find you. Your garden is stunning. My wife adores it. I took her to see it, Li Jingchuan remarked, leaving Tianpeng in a state of shock. A wife? Li Jingchuan has remarried? How was he unaware of this? Was it possible he had not received the notification? The casual excuse from Li Jingchuan sent Tianpeng's thoughts spiraling. Had he been cast aside by the circle? For a fleeting moment, Tianpeng gazed around the banquet hall, momentarily disoriented. Were there not plenty of people? Noticing Tianpeng's stunned silence, Li Jingchuan cleared his throat to interrupt his reverie. Mr. Tian, you may attend to your duties. There is no need to fuss over us. Indeed, Mr. Tian. Feel free to focus on your responsibilities. We are eager to meet your grandson, Shen Machin chimed in, aiming to encourage Tianpeng to leave. With Tianpeng present, there were many things they could not comfortably discuss. All right, I'll be off. Please, feel free to make yourselves comfortable. Upon hearing Shen Machin mention his grandson, Tianpeng quickly set aside the matter of Li Jingchuan's second marriage and hurriedly departed. Once Tianpeng was gone, Shen Machin approached Gu Nanxing, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Li Jingchuan frowned, wishing to halt him. However, he observed Gu Nanxing smiling cheerfully, showing no signs of irritation. Shen Machin, the more joy you exhibit now, the greater your sorrow will be later. Smile while you can. Li Jingchuan's heart sank, and he quickly pulled Shen Machin aside. Let us speak with courtesy. Indeed, Li Jingchuan's intent was clear. Do not offend Gu Nanxing unnecessarily. If Shen Machin were to encounter any trouble, he might still seek Gu Nanxing's assistance through her feelings. Yet, Shen Machin interpreted it differently. He looked at Li Jingchuan with a sorrowful expression, feeling somewhat hurt. So he is already protective? He hasn't even said anything yet. Li Jingchuan no longer loves me. He has found someone else. Fortunately, Li Jingchuan was oblivious to Shen Machin's thoughts. Otherwise, he would surely disregard him. Shen Machin could only stand tall, feeling aggrieved, and after some contemplation, he finally spoke up. Calling Gu Nanxing's sister-in-law suddenly feels quite difficult for me. After mentally preparing himself, Shen Machin continued, Sister-in-law, how did you suddenly uncover Mo Huayan's true nature? Having been deceived for so long, it would be foolish not to realize it. Gu Nanxing casually remarked. Shen Machin secretly scoffed. Haven't you always been the fool? A non-fool wouldn't be so thoroughly deceived. Yet, with Li Jingchuan present, he dared not voice his thoughts. He could only smile and inquire further. Even if Mo Huayan were to repay you, it wouldn't be a substantial amount, right? Why is it so imperative for him to return the money? Regardless of how much Gu Nanxing might offer Mo Huayan, it was inconsequential to Li Jingchuan. Why must they insist on reclaiming it? Gu Nanxing was well aware. Even if the sum Gu Nanxing possessed were considerable, it would be beneath Mo Huayan's notice. However, Mo Huayan consistently accepted the gifts Gu Nanxing bought for him and even flaunted them to others, making it widely known. What was his intent? Was it not to annoy Li Jingchuan? These actions served as proof that he had outdone Li Jingchuan. Is there anything more humiliating than one's own wife continually bestowing gifts upon another? Absolutely not. Given Mo Huan's intentions, Gu Nanxing was resolute in ensuring he returned the items. Gu Nanxing shared her thoughts with the others and concluded, since Mo Huan harbors ill intentions, he must return the items, otherwise, who knows if he will use them to provoke others. Upon hearing this, Shun Machin was invigorated. Sister-in-law, you are truly remarkable. This time, the title rolled off his tongue with ease. Lu Jinyan also gave Gu Nanxing a thumbs up, genuinely impressed. Chapter 41, Conflict. Gu Nanxing proudly shook her head, happily accepting their praise, which made Li Jingchuan shake his head in resignation. Sister-in-law, do you think Mo Huan will easily return the gifts? Gu Nanxing regarded Lu Jinyan's inquiry. Look, finally someone insightful has posed a question with depth. Gu Nanxing's joy surged further. He will not readily return them. I have an aversion to the term gift, as it always makes me feel foolish. Given Mo Huan's temperament, asking him to return the items is akin to slapping him in the face. It would be astonishing if he willingly did so. Then what shall we do? Shun Machin queried without a second thought. Why must this child always ask such foolish questions? Gu Nanxing rolled her eyes, unwilling to respond.
Li Jingwan,
Unable to bear it any longer, explained to Shun Machin. What can we do, brother? Nanxing has already recorded the conversation, and we have our footage. Even if Mo Huan is reluctant to return the items, he must consider the implications. Li Jingchuan let out a cold laugh. Currently, Mo Huan is undoubtedly in a predicament, so he will likely resort to other measures to salvage the situation. The one in a bind is Mo Huan. We can simply observe. Gu Nanxing gave Li Jingchuan a thumbs up, and he smiled in gratitude. Lu Jinyan silently rolled his eyes. Previously, Li Jingchuan's intellect was enough for them to contend with. And now they had to contend with Gu Nanxing as well. Life is becoming increasingly challenging. As the group engaged in lively conversation, a slight commotion arose in the banquet hall. They looked up to see Tian Peng and his wife, along with Tian Wenhao and a young woman holding a baby. With everyone's attention focused on them, Tian Peng's eyes crinkled with joy. He then proceeded to deliver a lengthy speech, expressing gratitude for everyone's presence despite their busy schedules and his affection for his grandchild. The guests applauded out of courtesy, gratifying Tian Peng's vanity immensely. Next, the guests at the banquet took turns admiring the baby and offering compliments. What a beautiful child, with such striking features. This child is sure to be a promising talent. Indeed, just look at how chubby and fair he is. Oh my, the delicacy of his features is remarkable. Tian Wenhao and his wife, Lu Fong, cradled the baby, nodding gratefully at everyone. Yet, Li Jingchuan noticed a peculiar detail. Although Tian Wenhao smiled along with others praising the child, his smile grew increasingly strained. Glancing at the radiant Gu Nanxing beside him, Li Jingchuan deliberately spoke to Shun Machin and Lu Jinyan, ensuring his voice was audible to Gu Nanxing. I observe that Tian Wenhao's complexion seems rather poor.
Oh, does it?
Shun Machin stood on tiptoe, peering at the gathered crowd. Now that you mention it, it does seem so. Look at Tian Wenhao's wife. Her expression doesn't appear favorable either. After hearing Li Jingchuan's remark, Lu Jinyan scrutinized Tian Wenhao more closely. He realized that Li Jingchuan's observation held merit. Tian Wenhao's smile now looked more like a grimace than a genuine expression of joy. He was, of course, quite displeased, for this child was not his own. Li Jingchuan was taken aback, gazing incredulously at Gu Nanxing and casting a sympathetic glance towards Tian Haowen. Why did he have the unsettling impression that Tian Haowen had a hint of green above his head? Tian Haowen had long suspected that the child was not his, as both he and his wife possessed single eyelids, while the child's double eyelids were strikingly apparent.
Now,
these individuals were extolling the child's thick brows and large eyes as adorable, which felt like a dagger thrust into Tian Haowen's heart. Alas, how pitiable.
Li Jingwan concurrat.
It was indeed quite tragic. Subsequently, through Gu Nanxing's inner thoughts, Li Jingchuan learned of Tian Haowen's plight. Tian Haowen and his wife, Lu Fong, had been married for over 5 years without any children. Tian Peng had often expressed his frustration over this issue, and Tian Peng's wife, Chen Hui, had made things difficult for Lu Fong because of it. How cruel. Was it an absolute necessity to bear children? And if one did not, they were subjected to scorn? Eventually, Lu Fong became pregnant, and Tian Haowen was overjoyed beyond measure. Throughout her pregnancy, he treated her with utmost care.
ensuring she did not lift a finger and providing her with an array of nutritional supplements. After 10 months of anticipation, Lu Fong gave birth to a healthy baby boy a month prior. Not only was Tian Peng ecstatic, but Tian Haowen was also beside himself with joy. However, their bliss was short-lived. 3 days after the child's birth, as they were preparing for discharge, Tian Haowen overheard a conversation among the nurses, who remarked on how both parents had single eyelids and wondered how they could possibly have a child with double eyelids. It was then that Tian Haowen scrutinized the child more closely and sought opinions from others. Many offered various possibilities, but the consensus was that while it was conceivable for a couple with single eyelids to have a child with double eyelids, the odds were exceedingly slim. Tian Haowen continually reassured himself that they were the rare exception. Thus, he remained entangled in this turmoil until the present moment. Li Jingchuan raised an eyebrow. Tian Haowen was quite adept at self-deception. However, it was evident that for the past month, Tian Haowen had been suffering internally. Hearing others praise the child would undoubtedly intensify his anguish. Just then, an unexpected turn of events transpired. With a crowd surrounding her, Lu Fong lost her footing. Perhaps someone had accidentally jostled her and stumbled slightly, causing her to sway precariously while cradling the child. A gasp erupted from the onlookers, and those nearby hurriedly extended their hands to steady her. Fortunately, the quick reactions of those around her prevented Lu Fong from falling. Tian Peng and Chen Hui, who were standing some distance away, witnessed this alarming scene and rushed towards Lu Fong, their faces pale with fear. Chen Hui pushed through the crowd and seized the child with urgency. Perhaps startled by the commotion, the usually docile baby began to cry uncontrollably.
Shen Hui,
filled with maternal concern, held the child close and whispered soothingly, "Don't be afraid, darling.
please stop crying."
Seeing the child in distress pained Lu Fong, who yearned to take the baby in her arms and comfort him. In a fit of frustration, Chen Hui swung a hand towards Lu Fong, delivering a sharp slap that echoed through the banquet hall, leaving the room in stunned silence. The guests exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what had just transpired. Lu Fong covered her face, her head bowed, obscuring her expression from view. "I told you to wear flats, yet you insisted on those high heels. Do you think you're trying to entice someone? If you had dropped the child, I swear I would have killed you." The child continued to wail, and Chen Hui, growing increasingly impatient, turned to Lu Fong and scolded, "What are you doing? What kind of occasion is this? Why must you create such a scene?" By the time Tian Peng approached, Chen Hui had finished her tirade. His face was ashen, and he shot a fierce glare at Chen Hui. "What? Are you upset because I scolded her?" Chapter 43. Stop the commotion. Chen Hui suddenly regained her composure, looking at Tian Peng with disdain. His expression shifted as he glared at her, panicking. "What nonsense are you spouting?
Just stop this."
Chen Hui's countenance darkened, and her grip on the child tightened. The baby's cries, which had just begun to subside, erupted once more. Tian Peng swiftly took the child from her and gently placed him back into Lu Fong's arms. He then straightened his posture and smiled apologetically at the guests. "I sincerely apologize, everyone. Please excuse the disturbance. My wife is simply overwhelmed with affection for this child. She cares deeply, which led to this moment of panic." After speaking, he glanced at Lu Fong, who was wiping away tears. "Xiao Fong, don't take it to heart. Just ignore your mother." Lu Fong nodded, her eyes reddened. "Oh, yes, it's understandable. It truly is. Indeed, we must be cautious with such a small child." Others chimed in with polite remarks, though their gazes conveyed a different sentiment. Gu Nanxing observed Chen Hui's expression, noting a mixture of mockery and a hint of melancholy as she stared vacantly at the tiny infant. Meanwhile, Lu Fong, tearful as she cradled the baby, looked at Tian Peng with a face full of grievance. She then turned to cast a glance at the impassive Tian Haowen. A flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes upon noticing his averted gaze. Realizing Lu Fong as stare, Tian Haowen stiffly turned his face away, refusing to meet her eyes. Following this incident, the guests at the banquet ceased to congregate around Lu Fong and the child, instead forming small clusters and whispering amongst themselves, casting furtive glances at the family of 5. Tian Peng and his companions grew increasingly discomposed, their smiles wavering. Nonetheless, the banquet had to continue. Shen Moqing approached Gu Nanxing, leaning in conspiratorially. "That Chen Hui is quite formidable. She dictates what her daughter-in-law wears and isn't afraid to resort to violence. Tian Haowen, on the other hand, appears rather spineless. His wife gets struck, and he remains silent."
Shen Maching regarded Tian Haowen with disdain. In their circle, there were no secrets. They were aware that Tian Haowen lacked authority in his household, always deferring to Tian Peng and Shen Hui. However, Lu Fong was the one he had fought for. It was said that Lu Fong and Tian Haowen were college sweethearts, but Tian Haowen's family had opposed their union, primarily because Lu Fong hailed from a humble background that could not provide any advantage to the Tian family. Rumor had it that Tian Haowen had to concede to certain conditions for Tian Peng and Shen Hui to relent. Yet, judging by the current circumstances, their life together was far from idyllic. I suspect Tian Haowen harbors some regrets, Lu Jinian remarked mysteriously, casting a knowing glance at the three of them. Li Jingchuan and Gu Nanxing exchanged a glance, instantly grasping his implication. Indeed, Shen Maching had fallen for the bait. What have you discerned? Lu Jinian feigned a troubled expression, his face contorted in a manner that suggested he was grappling with unspeakable thoughts. Shen Maching, sensing his hesitation, grew increasingly curious, fidgeting with anticipation. Just tell me, brother, please. I can tell you, but you know that car your brother just purchased? Gu Nanxing felt as if Lu Jinian's scheming was being thrust upon her. He just bought it. He waited for half a year and never let me touch it. Don't get me involved. Upon hearing this, Shen Maching became frantic. No way. Maching, I assure you. If you don't listen, you will definitely regret it. This will be a surefire win for you, Lu Jinian proclaimed with unwavering conviction, causing Shen Maching to waver. He was desperate to understand what was happening within the Tian family, yet he feared the repercussions from his older brother. Recognizing Shen Maching's indecision, Lu Jinian sought to entice him further. ISN to your brother abroad right now? Just grab the keys. And I'll take it for a spin and return it right away. He won't even notice, trust me. Lu Jinian had long coveted Shen Maching as prized vehicle. But Shen Maching treated it like a treasure, refusing to let anyone drive it, declaring that neither his wife nor his car could be lent out. Ironically, he often flaunted it in front of Lu Jinian, inciting his ire. The opportunity has presented itself perfectly. The astute Shen Mohan is absent, allowing the naive Shen Shu to take advantage. Shen Maching is deep in contemplation, exerting every effort in his thoughts.
All right, it's settled then,
he exclaims, swallowing hard in agreement. However, you mustn't let my brother know. Of course, Lu Jinian replies succinctly, internally elated yet striving to maintain composure. Could you enlighten me about the situation with the Tian family? Shen Maching promptly inquires of Lu Jinian, trusting Shen Maching's integrity. Or perhaps believing he is too timid to betray his word, Lu Jinian responds, look at Tian Haowen and his wife. Do they have single or double eyelids? Being a doctor, Lu Jinian is particularly perceptive in this regard. Single eyelids, Shen Maching observes intently, scrutinizing Tian Haowen and his spouse. Tian Haowen's small eyes are truly unappealing. His wife, Lu Fong, has decent-looking eyes, but they too are single-lidded. Why hasn't she opted for double eyelids? Don't young women nowadays typically prefer them? Shen Maching's thoughts begin to drift. Now, take a look at their child. What type of eyes does he have? Lu Jinian continues, unaware of Shen Maching's mental wanderings.
Huh?
When would I have the time to examine a child's appearance, especially with such detail? Eyes? How would I know? I've been too preoccupied with inquiring about Gu Nanxing. Besides, I have no interest in children. Had I not known Li Jingchuan would be here, I wouldn't have come at all. However, Lu Jinian, with his cunning nature, must have a reason for his questions. Shen Maching scratches his head and heads towards Tian Haowen. Don't rush. I'll go take a look, Lu Jinian hastily interjects, pulling him back with exasperation. Are you foolish? Are you truly foolish? Pfft, ha ha ha. Gu Nanxing laughs heartily, clutching her stomach. This person is simply too amusing. How does someone so innocent manage to navigate the circles of Li Jingchuan? They must have been taken advantage of terribly. I can already envision him leaning in to scrutinize the child's eyes. Oh, dear. How hilarious. What if Tian Peng were to ask him why? Would he respond directly, asking whether the child's eyes are single or double-lidded? Li Jingchuan pinches the bridge of his nose, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Gu Nanxing has accurately deduced that, based on his understanding of Shen Maching, he would indeed respond candidly. Li Jingchuan, in irritation, tugs at Shen Maching. Look around. The entire banquet hall is adorned with photos of children. Can't you simply observe for yourself? It dawns on Shen Maching that indeed, the most prevalent images are those of children. Tian Peng has even arranged for a large screen where videos and photos of children are showcased in succession. Chapter 44. All because of you. The cherubic faces of babies continually grace the television screen.
Shen Maching approaches a backdrop featuring a baby's face, carefully inspecting it. The baby depicted is plump and beaming, eyes nearly squinting from joy. Yet, Shen Maching can discern clearly that this baby possesses double eyelids and quite attractive eyes. After voicing his observation, he glances at Li Jingchuan and the others. They, too, fix their gazes upon him, and an abrupt silence ensues. As Shen Maching notices their lack of response, he grows anxious. So? Why did the conversation halt abruptly? Don't you understand yet? Gu Nanxing exclaims, wishing she could peer into his mind to see if it were filled with water. What is it that I am supposed to comprehend? Shen Maching replies, feeling somewhat aggrieved. The three of them, with their expressions tinged with mild disdain, remain silent. Li Jingchuan sighs, feeling as though his reputation has been tarnished by this brother's antics. How could he maintain his facade in front of Gu Nanxing after this? Consider it, if the parents have single eyelids and the child has double. How could Tian Haowen not feel disheartened? Upon hearing this, Shen Maching experiences an epiphany. He genuinely had not considered this angle. As Tian Haowen had previously made quite a fuss for Lu Feng, leaving Tian Peng, who valued his image, with a grim expression for quite some time. Realizing this, Shen Maching hastily retrieves his phone from his pocket, fiddling with it for a while. When he looks up again, his gaze is filled with empathy for Tian Haowen. This poor child, could he be part of that minuscule probability? Although Shen Maching does not have a close relationship with Tian Haowen, he sincerely hopes he does not have to face such a predicament. Despite his usual naivete and somewhat carefree demeanor, he is the softest-hearted among the four. Lu Jinyan pats his shoulder, shaking his head at him. Look at Tian Haowen's expression and his attitude towards Lu Feng. What do you perceive? Shen Maching earnestly evaluates Tian Haowen's demeanor and, with a sigh, decides to refrain from further commentary. This foolish child may have a good heart. Perhaps I should lend him a hand when the time comes. Li Jingchuan lets out a subtle sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the group continues to lament the tribulations faced by Tian Haowen. He, too, acutely senses the gazes of the guests upon him. These guests, distinguished individuals from various fields, are not easily duped. Tian Peng's excuses serve only to deceive himself. Chun Hui observes with a cold smile, hearing the hushed murmurs of the guests. Out of the corner of her eye, she notices beads of sweat accumulating on Tian Peng's forehead. Yet, witnessing Tian Haowen's distressed expression, she feels a pang of compassion. In his eagerness to showcase his adorable baby, Tian Peng has invited many, including partners, friends, and even competitors. The scrutiny of these individuals is particularly piercing, laced with a hint of schadenfreude. While Tian Peng is consumed with anger, he remains oblivious to the fact that Tian Haowen is on the verge of breaking under the pressure. The guests' gazes pierce him like daggers, causing him immense discomfort. Enough already. Tian Haowen's voice booms, reverberating through the banquet hall and rendering it utterly silent. The guests are taken aback, their eyes wide as they witness Tian Haowen's sudden outburst. Haowen, why are you so angry all of a sudden? A voice tinged with schadenfreude calls from the crowd. Gu Nanxing turns to see a man of similar age to Tian Haowen, possessing a more attractive appearance, but with a somewhat murky gaze. This man, Song Ning, is a rival in the building materials business, and the two families are indeed adversaries. Li Jingchuan quietly fills Gu Nanxing in on the details. She nods, acknowledging that while she is aware of many matters, she does not recognize numerous individuals. His explanations are quite helpful, allowing her to grasp the situation. Song Ning certainly harbors disdain for Tian Haowen. Is he not merely exacerbating the situation? Li Jingchuan agrees, noting that Song Ning has already begun his assault. Haowen, we are all here to congratulate you on the birth of your precious son. Your behavior is quite unbecoming as a host, Song Ning proclaims loudly. Tian Haowen grits his teeth, taking a step forward to retort, but is interrupted by Tian Peng. While he too finds Song Ning insufferable, he knows better than to allow such a display in front of the guests. Haowen, Tian Peng delivers a sharp slap to Tian Haowen's face. This brat cannot raise his voice in front of so many people, regardless of the circumstances.
Dad.
Tian Haowen's face flushes red from the strike.
Shen Yi.
Witnessing her son's humiliation and Tian Peng's blatant disregard for his dignity, seethes with anger.
Tian Peng.
How dare you strike my son? Chun Hui pulls Tian Haowen to her side, glaring fiercely at Tian Peng. Tian Peng, nearly beside himself with frustration, retorts, What are you causing a scene about? Do you not comprehend the gravity of this occasion? I care not for the occasion. You are aware of how unbecoming this appears.
Yet you have not considered my son's feelings. I am unconcerned with your perspective. Chen Hui glares at Tian Peng with fierce intensity. You. Tian Peng, trembling with rage, points at Chen Hui but finds himself at a loss for words. Dad, Mom, please do not be angry, Lu Fang gently interjects. Cradling the child in her arms, her voice soft and tinged with a hint of weeping. Her pallid complexion evoked a sense of pity. Upon hearing this, Tian Peng withdrew his hand, clutching his chest. Chen Hui, upon hearing her voice and witnessing her expression, felt a wave of revulsion. You wretched creature. This is all you're doing, and yet you continue to feign innocence. Chen Hui pointed an accusatory finger at Lu Fang, her eyes filled with venom. Lu Fang seemed taken aback by Chen Hui's fierce gaze, shrinking back and hiding behind Tian Peng. With her head bowed and a timid demeanor, she dared not meet Chen Hui's eyes. Chen Hui's anger intensified. She felt as though her inner fury would explode if not released. Still pretending, Chen Hui disregarded all else and lunged at Lu Fang.
Ah!
Lu Fang gasped in shock. Tian Peng, quick to react, positioned himself between Lu Fang and Chen Hui, forcefully pushing Chen Hui away. Unprepared for the shove, Chen Hui stumbled sideways.
Damn!
Tian Haowen hurriedly caught his mother, preventing her from falling. Supporting Chen Hui, he anxiously inquired, Mom, are you okay? Is everything all right? Chen Hui looked at her son, her expression filled with sorrow. I'm fine, don't worry. Lu Fang observed this scene of maternal affection and filial piety, a bitter smile curling her lips. Here we go again. It's not that you cannot protect anyone. You just choose not to protect me. Gu Nanxing watched the intrigued guests nearby, feeling a twinge of annoyance. How many of these friends are genuinely sincere? As long as it doesn't concern them, others' matters are of no consequence. They almost wish for the situation to escalate. Alas. But the issues in their family are indeed significant. Chapter 45, A Farce. Li Jingchuan glanced at Gu Nanxing, then at the chaotic Tian family. Is this really a minor issue? What then constitutes a major one? Indeed, Tian Haowen, upon witnessing Tian Peng push Chen Hui, was consumed with rage.
Dad!
What are you doing? How could you push my mom? Tian Haowen confronted Tian Peng, standing protectively in front of Chen Hui. Seeing his son's defiance, Tian Peng's temper flared. With so many people here, do you think you can just challenge me? Tian Peng's face darkened as he attempted to strike Tian Haowen. Unfazed, Tian Haowen caught his father's hand mid-swing. Hey, this kid has grown some backbone.
Shen Montak Cheng silently commented.
Numerous guests, maintaining appearances, attempted to mediate. Haowen, what's the matter? You two shouldn't escalate this. Indeed, old Tian, why argue with your son? Let us not provide others with entertainment. Tian Haowen released Tian Peng's hand, his smile more painful than tears. Entertainment? They're already laughing at us. Dad, did you hear what they're saying? Tian Peng's gaze darted, lost in thought.
Dad!
Tian Haowen's voice was filled with anguish, causing Chen Hui to feel a pang of sympathy. Let us discuss this after the banquet. Tian Peng hastily replied. No, I refuse to wait. Tian Haowen decisively rejected. With so many witnesses here, you can't just brush this aside. I'm not afraid of embarrassment. I want clarity. I refuse to be a scapegoat. What do you wish to know? What can you possibly uncover? Tian Peng's voice rose. Dad, can't you see? These people are practically stating that the child doesn't resemble me. Tian Haowen adopted a nonchalant demeanor. Even if we didn't cause a scene now, their tongues would wag regardless. What nonsense are you spouting? Tian Peng, in denial, erupted in fury. Do you truly think I'm speaking without reason? Tian Haowen's expression was one of near tears as he looked at Lu Fang. Lu Fang, I ask you one thing. Is this child mine? Lu Fang trembled, clutching the child, but remained silent, her head bowed. Lu Fang, Tian Haowen shouted. Wah. Lu Fang remained mute, and the child in her arms began to wail in fear. Tian Haowen, you frightened the child. Tian Peng yelled at his son, then turned to the nanny. Nanny, take the child away. The nanny, complying with Tian Peng's request, quickly took the child from Lu Fang and departed, her head down. Who could blame her for wanting to leave swiftly? After witnessing the unfolding drama, Tian Peng exhaled a sigh of relief. Haowen, let us not make a scene. We can discuss this as a family later. Tian Peng softened his tone, attempting to pacify Tian Haowen. Yet, the more he tried, the more suspicion arose. His peculiar behavior was all too apparent, prompting the guests to take note, even the oblivious Shun Mo Cheng. Alas, what is wrong with this old Tian? If others suspected their child wasn't theirs, they would have sought the truth long ago. Why is he shielding his daughter-in-law? Look, even that foolish child has caught on. Tian Peng is only making matters worse. Why not just tell Tian Haowen the truth? The child is indeed not his. Gu Nanxing, having endured the evening, felt thoroughly exasperated. This drawn-out farce was maddening. Not only Gu Nanxing, but also other guests shared his sentiments. It was the same Song Ning who boldly exclaimed, Mr. Tian, your Haowen is doubting that the child is his. Why do you still keep this from him? Oh, Mr. Tian, could it be you? Song Ning did not finish his thought, but the implication was clear. He suspected that Lu Feng's child might belong to Tian Peng. If word spread that the daughter-in-law's child was, in fact, the father-in-law's, the Tian family would be utterly ruined. It must be said, Song Ning's insinuation was rather cruel. However, other guests perked up at the revelation. This evening had not been in vain. Tian Peng trembled with rage. Pointing at Song Ning and cursing, you little brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you dare threaten me? Song Ning appeared unfazed. You really think you can strike me? Mr. Tian, I'm looking out for you. The issue of paternity is significant. It cannot be glossed over. You must conduct a paternity test to put Tian Haowen's mind at ease. You cannot raise another child. Song Ning. Someone, throw him out. Tian Peng's composure shattered. Dad, regardless of the outcome, I will uncover the truth. I won't allow anyone to point fingers at me. I refuse to raise another child. Tian Haowen, have you considered my predicament? Are you so certain that the child is not yours? Lu Feng, her eyes reddened, approached Tian Haowen. Lu Feng, you need not speak to me in a manner that unsettles my heart. I can tell you, the day after you gave birth, I overheard you on the phone with someone else. Tian Haowen's eyes reflected disdain and the pain of betrayal. If only Lu Feng would admit the truth, Tian Haowen would not be so angry and heartbroken. Yet, Lu Feng continues to deny it. On the third day after Lu Feng gave birth, while Tian Haowen was at the nurse's station, she secretly called that man. With no one at the nurse's station, Tian Haowen returned early and overheard the conversation clearly. Lu Feng said a few lines. Aren't you going to see the child? Do you really care? I don't believe it. You should come see your child sometime. After a few exchanges, she abruptly ended the call. However, combined with what he heard from the nurses, how could Tian Haowen remain oblivious? Indeed, the child is not Tian Peng's. Tian Peng is not so deranged, but the situation is still intricately connected to him. Li Jingchuan gritted his teeth, beginning to understand Shen Mo Cheng's earlier sentiments. Hearing half the story was indeed troubling. Lu Feng stared at Tian Haowen in shock, then cast a pleading glance at Tian Peng. Tian Haowen, witnessing her actions, was taken aback. Could this child truly be my father's? Tian Peng, unable to contain himself, raised his hand to strike, cursing as he did so. I'll kill you, you scoundrel. How dare you speak like that? I'll end you. Chen Hui rushed forward, forcefully shoving Tian Peng aside. Tian Peng, why are you so invested if the child isn't yours? Isn't that your child? Why are you helping Lu Feng? Isn't it your child, yet you won't let Haowen investigate? What were you secretly whispering about with that vixen recently? As Chen Hui spoke, she lunged towards Lu Feng, only to be firmly restrained by Tian Peng. If you're suspicious of your husband's fidelity, shouldn't you confront him instead? Why is it that women always resort to attacking the woman involved? Though Tian Peng had no connection with Lu Feng, he was not entirely innocent in this matter. Gu Nanxing observed Chen Hui's aggression towards Lu Feng, feeling a surge of impulsiveness within her. Chapter 46. Are you insane? Li Jingchuan wholeheartedly agreed that infidelity, regardless of whether it is committed by a man or a woman, is unforgivable. If love has faded, divorce is a viable option. Chen Hui, cease this madness. I can assure you that Xiao Bao is not my child. Indeed, he may not be your child, but he is your grandson. Gu Nanxing rolled her eyes. No. My dear lady, isn't Tian Haowen the father of Xiao Bao? How then could he be Tian Peng's grandson? Li Jingchuan's gaze towards Tian Peng grew increasingly disdainful. Mr. Tian, since the matter has escalated to this point, it would be prudent to conduct a paternity test to set your family's mind at ease. Li Jingchuan took a few steps forward with Gu Nanxing, approaching Tian Peng and his companions. Upon seeing Li Jingchuan's approach, the guests instinctively parted to make way. Mr. Li, Tian Peng stood rigidly, staring at him. Mr. Tian, you previously stated you could never be the child's father. If that is indeed the case, Let us proceed with the paternity test, which will clarify whether you are the father or the grandfather. Li Jingchuan spoke again. Tian Peng, lowering his head in contemplation, eventually agreed to the proposal. Very well, I will undergo a paternity test with Xiao Bao. Observing Tian Peng's unrepentant demeanor, the onlookers began to harbor doubts. Was it possible that Tian Haowen had made a mistake, and Xiao Bao was indeed his child? Oh, cunning fox, of course, you are the child's grandfather. If you wish to take the test, it won't be so simple. Let young Master Tian also undergo a paternity test with the child, Gu Nanxing suggested innocently, feigning concern for everyone involved.
No.
Haowen cannot do that. Upon hearing this suggestion, the smile vanished instantly from Tian Peng's face. Gu Nanxing shrank back slightly, gripping Li Jingchuan's arm tightly. Li Jingchuan, recognizing her charade, felt a pang of concern. Mr. Tian, can't we discuss this civilly? His gaze bore down sharply on Tian Peng. Mr. Li, I. Sweat beaded on Tian Peng's forehead. Jingchuan, I meant no harm. Gu Nanxing timidly tugged at Li Jingchuan's sleeve, speaking softly, I merely observed Mr. Tian's confidence in claiming to be the child's grandfather. Young Master Tian seems to be in distress, so perhaps if he underwent the test, it would resolve any misunderstandings and allow him and his wife to live peacefully. Gu Nanxing's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she spoke. I fail to understand why Mr. Tian is so invested in this matter. Clearly, he is the child's grandfather. Why not allow the child's father to undergo the paternity test as well? Her wide, innocent eyes searched for answers. Mr. Tian must be afraid. This remark dissipated the compassion Li Jingchuan had felt. He continued to play along, gently patting Gu Nanxing's hand while murmuring reassurances. Dear, it is not your fault. I understand your good intentions. Before the guests could fully absorb the unfolding drama, Chun Hui's voice diverted attention. I believe I have discerned the truth, and I shall enlighten you.
Huh?
Gu Nanxing tilted her head curiously, gazing at Chun Hui. It is because Xiao Bao's father is Tian Peng's other son. Chun Hui's revelation rendered Lu Fang, Tian Peng, and Tian Haowen ashen-faced. Gu Nanxing feigned shock, her mouth agape as her gaze flitted between the three. You mustn't speak such nonsense. Tian Peng was the first to rebut, though his tone lacked its previous conviction.
Shen scoffed.
Humph. Haowen, go for the paternity test tomorrow. If Xiao Bao is not your child, I will ensure they all face consequences. Of course, if he is, I shall apologize to Lu Fang and provide appropriate compensation. Panic enveloped Lu Fang. She understood that a paternity test would spell her doom. Father, what do we do? We cannot proceed. Lu Fang pleaded with Tian Peng, her words igniting a tumultuous uproar among those present. Though brief, Lu Fang's statement clarified everything. Tian Peng glared at her fiercely. You foolish girl. I told you not to allow Tian Haowen to marry you. Tian Peng, you had better disclose everything now. Otherwise, when I uncover the truth, it will not be so simple, Chun Hui warned, her gaze piercing with a hint of menace. No wonder Chun Hui is so resolute. It turns out the company truly belongs to her family, and Tian Peng is merely a son-in-law. However, as Chun Hui is their only child and her health is fragile, Tian Peng has managed all company affairs. Though Tian Peng may be somewhat thick-skinned and vain, he possesses a degree of capability. Coupled with the fact that he has completely bewildered Chun Hui, she has relinquished all authority to him. Alas, women, the folly of love can lead to ruin. Gu Nanxing's lament left Li Jingchuan speechless. My lady, how can you possess a love brain when you have not even experienced love? Tian Peng, aware of Chun Hui's determination, ultimately conceded. I have a child outside, and Lu Fang is bearing his child. Though Chun Hui had speculated, she still found it difficult to accept. Tian Haowen was left in shock. What a peculiar day. Both he and his mother had been betrayed. He had lost a son, yet gained a brother and a nephew? What was his mother embroiled in? Tian Peng, we are getting a divorce. You and your young mistress and child can go.
Oh.
And your grandson too. Chun Hui glanced at Tian Haowen, who understood her unspoken message. And your daughter-in-law, he added, turning to Lu Fang. We shall also proceed with our divorce tomorrow. No, Haowen, we cannot divorce. I was wrong. There were reasons. I will change. And we can live happily from now on. Lu Fang sank to her knees before Tian Haowen, desperately grasping his arm. He pulled her fingers apart, speaking each word deliberately. Lu Fang, the moment you betrayed me, it was no longer possible. Seeing the resolute expression on Tian Haowen's face, Lu Fang turned back to plead with Tian Peng. Father, you promised me there would be no repercussions. You cannot deceive me. I do not wish to divorce Hao-wen. You promise me. Tian Peng, what were you thinking, allowing Tian Hao-wen's wife to bear a child for your other son? Are you out of your mind? Though Chen Hui posed it as a question, her tone was accusatory. What other reason could there be, but for your mistress? You pity her for being in the shadows, and you lament the absence of a father figure for her child. This led you to a moment of insanity. Allowing Lu Fong to bear a child for the one outside. Once Xiao Bao is raised and assumes control of the family business, you intend for the outside son to return. At that point, wouldn't all the family wealth belong to him? It's absurd. A mind capable of such thinking would surely suffer a cerebral thrombosis within 2 years. Li Jingchuan, with his astute mind, was taken aback by the peculiar reasoning. There is indeed a significant issue. Chapter 47. Tian Qingji. Tian Peng could not divulge the reasons and hoped to conceal them as much as possible.
Shen Yu,
No longer concerned, directly informed Tian Peng of her next decision. Tian Peng, you must resign from the company at once. All affairs will be handed over to Hao-wen. Absolutely not. I have devoted over 20 years to this company, overseeing all its matters. You cannot simply demand my departure. Tian Peng lunged forward, gripping Chen Hui tightly. He had endured for so many years, only to see everything within reach.
Why?
Brotherly, murmured Shen Mo Chung. You mentioned that Tian Peng has been working at the company for such a long time. Why is he still so fearful of Chen Hui potentially dismissing him? He leaned in closer to Li Jingchuan, who merely rolled his eyes in response. Now you call me brotherly instead of Li Jingchuan. Truly, one can discern a person's character in times of crisis. Shen Mo Chung was not convinced that Li Jingchuan was unaware. Rather, he sensed that Li Jingchuan was reluctant to divulge the truth. Yet, if he chose not to speak, there was little that could be done. His gaze then drifted towards Gu Nanxing's sister-in-law. Aren't you curious as to why? Gu Nanxing understood his implication but remained unfazed. What was there that she did not know? Thus, she firmly shook her head. I am not interested. Shen Mo Chung sulked, withdrawing his neck. Neither of these two is a decent person. Li Jingchuan found the situation amusing and did not attempt to conceal anything, as there was little to hide. Although Chen Hui exhibited a touch of romantic naivete, her parents were astutely pragmatic. Upon signing the contract, Tian Peng effectively became an employee without any stake in the company. The shares remained firmly in Sharon Huey's hands, destined for her children upon her passing. After hearing Li Jingchuan's explanation, Shen Mo Chung nodded in agreement. One should indeed heed their mother's counsel. Gu Nanxing concurred with a nod. Indeed, Chen Huey's parents were perceptive. They recognized Tian Peng's ambition. However, their daughter's affection led them to acquiesce, all the while preparing a safety net. As long as Tian Peng behaved, he could lead a comfortable and prosperous life. Should he harbor ill intentions, he would find himself with nothing. Tian Peng was well aware, having signed the contract himself. He remembered how resolutely he had asserted, I am not with Hui Hui for money. I truly love her. If this eases your concerns, I am willing to sign this contract. However, after the demise of Chen Huey's parents and her disinterest in managing the company, coupled with the arrival of Tian Hao-wen, Tian Peng found himself in control of the entire enterprise, with everyone addressing him as President Tian. This newfound authority inflated his ego, and his thoughts began to wander. His mistress, Chen Li, a former secretary, frequently praised him, claiming the company's success was due to his efforts, subtly laced with admiration. Their relationship blossomed swiftly, and Tian Peng concealed her from sight. Eventually, Chen Li became pregnant, with the child being merely 2 years younger than Tian Hao-wen. Observing Chen Li's delicate demeanor, Tian Hao-wen felt a pang of sympathy. His affection for the boy outside further motivated him to genuinely seek control of the company. Tian Peng consulted numerous lawyers, all of whom informed him that altering the contract was nearly impossible. Thus, he lived in a state of turmoil for years.
Now,
as the boy grew older, Tian Peng devised a plan. Little did he know that everything seemed to be proceeding smoothly until the unforeseen complication arose. His outside son was exceptionally handsome. After all, it was Chen Li's striking beauty that ensnared him in the first place. After all the hard work I've put in over the years, you expect me to leave just like that? Tian Peng protested. Chen Hui, you cannot force me out. Chen Hui, now devoid of romantic illusions, was filled with a combative spirit. Humph, have you forgotten the contract you signed? If I order you to leave, you must comply. You have deceived me for over 20 years and sought to harm my son. I will not let you off the hook. Filled with venomous hatred towards Tian Peng, Chen Hui was determined to witness his downfall. You vile woman! How dare you demand my father leave? He is the president of the company. It belongs to him. If anyone should go, it should be your feckless son. No sooner had Chen Hui uttered these words than a youthful voice resonated from the back of the gathering. Tian Peng's face paled upon hearing it. He abruptly turned to locate the source. Oh, look, the younger son has arrived. Are you frightened, Tian Peng?
Li Jingchuan, intriga.
Also turned to look. The others followed suit, and from the crowd emerged a striking young man. Li Jingchuan observed the man's eyes closely. Indeed, he has double eyelids. Qingji, why are you out here? Return. Tian Peng beckoned anxiously. However, the young man, filled with indignation, strode purposefully towards Tian Peng, shouting, Dad, if I don't come out, you'll be driven away. Ignoring Tian Peng's pleading gaze, he positioned himself protectively in front of his father, facing Chen Hui defiantly. On what grounds do you demand my father leave? He is the president. Upon hearing the young man refer to Tian Peng as Dad, Chen Hui comprehended everything. This was Tian Peng's younger son. Tian Haowen experienced a moment of recognition, as if he had seen him before. Realizing the young man was Tian Chengji, an employee of the company, he leaned closer to Chen Hui and shared his discovery. Chen Hui's expression turned icy. So, you have placed your younger son right beneath my nose. Tian Peng, you have gone too far. Tian Peng grasped Tian Chengji's arm, attempting to usher him away. Why should I leave my son's full-month celebration? Tian Chengji's retort nearly drove Tian Peng and Lu Fang to madness. Lu Fang lunged at Tian Chengji, scratching his face, leaving several bloody marks. In pain, Tian Chengji pushed Lu Fang away and struck her hard across the face. You wretched woman! How dare you raise a hand against me? You are nothing but a purchase of my father's. I would not even give you a glance if it weren't for the need for you to bear me a child. Lu Fang collapsed to the ground, her eyes filled with venom as she lunged at Tian Chengji once more. Observing the chaos, Gu Nanxing shook her head. Lu Fang is truly confused, she remarked. Li Jingchuan, curious about Gu Nanxing's thoughts on Lu Fang, perked up his ears, eager to understand the reasoning behind her misguided choices. As the banquet drew to a close, it was noted that Lu Fang's family situation was quite ordinary. They were overjoyed at her marriage to a wealthy man, prompting her parents to cease working altogether. When finances grew tight, they would turn to Lu Fang for assistance. Although she was aware of her circumstances, the dissatisfaction from Tian Peng and Chen Hui weighed heavily on her. Thus, any financial support she provided to her parents was done in secret, only to have them grow increasingly entitled. Lu Fang's father, initially winning at gambling, soon fell victim to addiction, losing significant sums. Despite Lu Fang's pleas for him to stop, he succumbed to his vice, ultimately losing over 3 million. With little means to support him, she was left with no choice when he began demanding money. It was then that Tian Peng approached her with an offer. Bear Tian Chengji's child, and she would receive 5 million. Reluctantly, she agreed, feeling cornered by her father's demands, leading her to a path of no return. What a foolish woman! She should have consulted Tian Haowen. They are husband and wife, and such significant matters should have been discussed together. Gu Nanxing chose to divert her thoughts from Lu Fang. Li Jingchuan mused, this isn't mere foolishness. It is utter naivete. Some actions are permissible, while others must be avoided at all costs. As Tian Chengji and Lu Fang's tumultuous confrontation continued, Tian Peng frantically attempted to mediate. Chen Hui, growing impatient, declared, those who must leave should do so. Do not linger here. Tomorrow, head directly to the Civil Affairs Bureau for the divorce. And do not forget about your child. Upon hearing this, Tian Chengji disregarded Lu Fang and sought out Chen Hui once more. I implore you not to dismiss this matter lightly. It is simply inconceivable. You must hand over the company to my father. If I am in a good mood, perhaps I may even allow you a chance at redemption. Chen Hui gazed curiously at Tian Haowen, her irritation momentarily forgotten. How audacious this child is. Are you truly unaware that Tian Peng works for me? Chen Hui promptly informed Tian Chengji about the contract situation. Tian Chengji, no fool, understood precisely what such a contract entailed. He stared incredulously at Tian Peng, who, upon perceiving the evasion in his gaze, collapsed under the weight of despair.
Impossible, impossible, impossible.
Tian Chengji's appearance elicited a twinge of sympathy from Tian Peng. Chengji, my dear, do not frighten your father. It will be all right. We can start anew. Tian Peng embraced Tian Chengji,
offering gentle reassurances. Your words are comforting. Tian Qingji forcefully shoved Tian Peng, sending him sprawling to the ground, unable to rise. Yet, Tian Peng felt no anger, only profound concern etched across his face. Qingji, my son, you spoke of providing me a good life, of allowing me to be a boss. How can you now tell me that all is lost? Tian Qingji struggled to accept such a devastating outcome. When he was quite young, Tian Peng was often absent from home. Little Tian Qingji once asked Chen Lily, "Where has father gone?" To which she always replied, "Father is out earning money for you, so you can become a great boss." This sentiment remained deeply ingrained in Tian Qingji's mind. Eventually, he learned of the complexities between his parents, feeling a sense of discomfort. However, he came to realize that such notions were illusory. Only wealth was tangible. And as Tian Peng had asserted, having endured so much indignity, he deserved compensation in the form of the company. Tian Peng gazed at Tian Qingji with a look of utter disbelief, his hardened resolve shattering in a moment. Tears streamed down his face as he regarded his son. Tian Haowen stood, transfixed by the scene before him, finding it almost absurdly humorous. Chen Hui pulled her son away, preventing him from witnessing further, and tenderly wiped his eyes. "My son, do not be disheartened. Such a person is not worth your sorrow." Tian Haowen nodded obediently, though his expression remained profoundly melancholic. Chen Hui understood that her son would require time to process this upheaval, but she believed that time would ultimately heal all wounds. Ascending the staircase, Chen Hui surveyed the guests below. The banquet hall fell into an eerie silence, all eyes fixed upon her. "Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the spectacle. Today it is I, Chen Hui, who has transgressed. Once I have attended to my family matters, I shall extend my sincerest apologies with gifts. This banquet is hereby concluded. Thank you, all, once more." With a graceful bow, she expressed her elegance and beauty. The atmosphere in the hall was so quiet one could hear a pin drop. Suddenly, a round of applause erupted, shattering the stillness. "Chen Hui is quite impressive," Li Jingchuan observed Gu Nanxing, who was clapping enthusiastically, and he offered a subtle smile, joining in her applause. The others followed suit, and in an instant, the atmosphere in the banquet hall transformed. Chen Hui rose, her smile radiant as she regarded the assembled guests, her eyes shimmering with emotion. As guests began to depart, Li Jingchuan and Gu Nanxing made their exit, followed closely by Xin Macheng and Lu Jinyan. As the two men trailed behind him to the car, Li Jingchuan halted. "Why are you following me? Shouldn't you be heading home?" "Hey, Jingchuan, next time bring your sister-in-law along," Xin Macheng remarked with a mischievous grin. "Indeed. We should bring a few young ladies next time to keep your sister-in-law company," Lu Jinyan chimed in eagerly. Li Jingchuan refrained from responding directly, instead casting a glance at Gu Nanxing, whose eyes sparkled with interest. "Very well, we shall discuss this further at a later date." After exchanging a few words, he sent the two men on their way. They climbed into the car, which had been driven by the chauffeur for the occasion. As they settled into the back seat, Li Jingchuan turned to Gu Nanxing. "How did you find today? Are you fatigued?" Gu Nanxing shook her head. "No, it was quite lively."
Li Jingwan Shuklat.
Finding her description fitting. Indeed, it was rather bustling. After expressing his agreement, he continued, "Tian Peng will not relinquish his hold on the company so easily. There will be more turmoil to come." Gu Nanxing nodded in affirmation. While Tian Peng may not hold shares in the company, he has certainly accrued a substantial sum. Moreover, Lu Feng's father has fallen prey to gambling, a trap laid by Tian Peng, who has long had designs on Lu Feng for the sake of Tian Qingji. Yet, Lu Feng remains genuinely devoted to Tian Haowen and would never betray him. Tian Peng, feeling cornered, devised this plan out of desperation. He is filled with resentment. No matter what, as long as it ultimately belongs to his family, he is satisfied. Alas, the complexities of the wealthy are quite intricate. Upon reflection, the Li family seems far more straightforward. Li Jingchuan raised an eyebrow, pride evident in his demeanor. "Of course. I take great pride in this aspect. Mo Huayan may seek you out. Be prepared for that," Li Jingchuan stated, shifting to discuss more pressing matters. "I understand," Gu Nanxing replied with a nod. "However, I suspect the likelihood of you being sought after is even greater." Chapter 49. Tian Peng's plight. Li Jingchuan was taken aback, unable to fathom that the arrogant Mo Huayan would come looking for him. Would that not be more unbearable than death? Yet, observing Gu Nanxing's expression, which resembled that of a mischievous cat, something felt amiss.
There was an almost gleeful mischief in her demeanor. Li Jingchuan desired to delve deeper into her thoughts, but Gu Nanxing had shifted her focus, happily gazing out at the passing scenery. After a brief wait, he realized she was indeed disinterested in the subject. Consequently, he engaged his astute mind, contemplating the various possibilities that lay ahead. Both were lost in their own thoughts, and the car journey home unfolded in comfortable silence. The following morning, Li Jingchuan set off for work. By the time Gu Nanxing descended the stairs, still stifling yawns, she spotted Wenwan animatedly conversing with Aunt Chun on the sofa. "Mother, you're here." Gu Nanxing hurried down to greet Wenwan. So engrossed were they in conversation that Wenwan only noticed Gu Nanxing's arrival when she called out. With a warm smile, Wenwan beckoned her to sit beside her. "I heard you attended Tian's full moon banquet with Jingchuan yesterday. How was it? Did you enjoy yourself?" Gu Nanxing nodded obediently, settling beside Wenwan. "We went to the Tian family's banquet, and it was quite enjoyable." The use of we from Gu Nanxing piqued Wenwan's interest. Just as her excitement was building, she overheard Gu Nanxing's inner thoughts. Yesterday was not merely enjoyable, it was overwhelmingly lively. Given the significant events that transpired at the Tian family, news should be circulating today. What happened? Wenwan inquired, eager to know. Gu Nanxing's musings were correct. The banquet had concluded late into the night, and it was still early the following day, leaving many unaware of the developments at the Tian family. However, some had already caught wind of the situation. It wouldn't be long before the news spread widely. Wenwan, having heard only that Gu Nanxing attended the banquet with Li Jingchuan, was overly excited and had not yet learned of the events that unfolded. Without hesitation, she pressed Gu Nanxing for details. "Nanxing, how was the banquet? Did anything interesting happen?" Recalling the previous evening's events invigorated Gu Nanxing. With a gentle sigh, she recounted the events of last night concerning the Tian family to Wenwan. She detailed how Xiao Bao bore no resemblance to Tian Haowen, the quarrel between Tian Peng and Chen Hui, the child born from Tian Peng's extramarital affair, and the son he had with Lu Fong, who was also the father of Xiao Bao. Every incident was narrated with great detail and vivid expression, causing Wenwan's countenance to shift through urgency, anger, and indignation. Even Aunt Chen, unable to focus on serving Gu Nanxing her meal, stood by the dining table, absorbed in the unfolding drama, interjecting with her own curses directed at Lu Fong's foolishness and the wickedness of Tian Peng and Tian Qingji. Wenwan, slightly more reserved in front of Gu Nanxing, opted for a more subtle form of condemnation. After Gu Nanxing finished her tale, a silence enveloped the room, allowing Wenwan and Aunt Chen a moment to collect their thoughts. It took Wenwan 2 glasses of ice water to temper her fiery emotions. Women often empathize with one another, and Wenwan believed that Chen Hui had trusted Tian Peng wholeheartedly, dedicating herself to caring for their children while allowing him to manage the business. Yet, what she received in return was over 2 decades of betrayal and the humiliation inflicted upon Tian Haowen. Gu Nanxing patted Wenwan's back, attempting to soothe her ire. "Mother,
Please do not be upset.
all of Tian Peng's elaborate plans have crumbled, and neither Tian Qingji nor Chen Lili will spare him. Chen Lili was only with Tian Peng for money, enduring over 20 years of humiliation, and in the end, she was left with nothing. How could she not be infuriated? Tian Qingji, too, followed Tian Peng's lead to father children with Lu Fong, yet he gained nothing. He had a girlfriend he cherished, but after this debacle, she completely rejected him. That child must be driven to madness." Listening to Gu Nanxing, Wenwan couldn't help but feel pity for the unfortunate Tian Haowen. What a wretched fate for this poor child, abandoned by a father who does not care for him and now burdened with a younger brother born from his wife's infidelity. What will become of that child? Aunt Chen lamented. The elderly cannot bear to witness a child suffering, and her greatest concern was for this innocent soul. Tian Haowen will likely reject him, and can Tian Qingji truly care for him? With such a wicked heart, what if he treats the child poorly in the future? Wenwan sighed deeply, realizing that this was beyond their control. All they could do was hope that Lu Fong would take good care of the child. Gu Nanxing shared her desire for Lu Fong to nurture the child well, for he was indeed adorable, yet his arrival into the world was not born of love, but rather from a sordid scheme. Would Chen Hui be able to navigate a divorce so effortlessly? Having known her for many years, Wenwan wished for her future happiness, though it seemed unlikely. Gu Nanxing subtly pointed out that Chen Hui's divorce would not be an easy affair. Tian Peng has no intention of parting ways. He is merely seeking to salvage something from this wreckage. Though his reputation is utterly tarnished, he still has other wives and children to support. he cannot abandon them entirely. Though the matter dragged on for some time, ultimately the divorce was finalized. Tian Peng ended up with nothing. Not only that, but Chen Lili and Tian Qingji cast him aside. Chen Lili had long since found another, and once Tian Peng lost his wealth, she stopped pretending. They were never married. After all, she simply expelled him and moved in with an older gentleman. When one found herself at a loss for words regarding such an outcome, it seemed rather fitting. Tian Haowen and Lu Fong, however, divorced quite decisively. Perhaps it was because Lu Fong felt a genuine sense of guilt towards Tian Haowen. She did not demand anything, simply took her child and left. With her family circumstances as they were, she was grateful not to burden them further. She was struggling to care for the child on her own. As for the child, Wenwan was unsure of what to say. Lu Fong's predicament was a consequence of her own foolishness. Gu Nanxing refrained from mentioning the affairs of Mo Huayan and Chu Xinxin to Wenwan, not out of malice, but rather embarrassment over her own past naivety. Chapter 50, A Flourishing Era. Once Wenwan had calmed down, she urged Gu Nanxing to eat her meal. Gu Nanxing, feeling hungry herself, returned to the table, leaving Wenwan and Aunt Chen to continue their tirade against Tian Peng. Observing their escalating anger, Gu Nanxing found it somewhat amusing. Yet, it was a beautiful day, and she refused to let such troubling matters spoil her mood. Thus, she swiftly changed the topic, and Wenwan, understanding her intent, followed suit, leaving the Tian family's troubles behind. Wenwan accompanied Gu Nanxing until the afternoon before taking her leave. Li Hongxin was finishing his workday, and Li Qingshan was about to finish school. After bidding farewell to Wenwan, Gu Nanxing did not return to her room, but instead settled on the sofa, contemplating the situation with Mo Huayan. Li Jingchuan had given them a week, and today was merely the first day. The items would not be returned so swiftly, and Mo Huayan was unlikely to comply. Gu Nanxing's thoughts drifted back to Chu Xinxin, wondering how long it would take for her to gather the funds. As time passed, Li Jingchuan returned to find Gu Nanxing lost in thought, truly absent-minded, as he could hear nothing from her. "Hey, what are you thinking about?" He approached her, waving his hand in front of her face. Gu Nanxing snapped back to reality to find Li Jingchuan's strikingly handsome face before her. How charming! Li Jingchuan couldn't help but chuckle, his good looks enhanced by the twinkle in his eyes, making it difficult for anyone to look away.
No.
I must not be swayed. Gu Nanxing shook her head, dismissing her fanciful thoughts. Is it time to leave work? Li Jingchuan cast her an exasperated glance, offering no reply. This man was far too composed. Noticing his silence, Gu Nanxing tilted her head in curiosity. With a resigned sigh, Li Jingchuan responded, "What were you daydreaming about?" "Nothing. I was just pondering when Chu Xinxin would repay her debt." She stood up to stretch her limbs. "Is it that dire?" Li Jingchuan looked down at her with undisguised amusement. Gu Nanxing discreetly stood on her tiptoes. Why must he be so tall? What a waste of fabric. No one ever complains about having too much money. The more, the better. Although she recognized Li Jingchuan's jest, she answered earnestly, "All right, I understand." Li Jingchuan silently resolved to work diligently and earnestly. Gu Nanxing sensed that he was becoming increasingly peculiar. Li Jingchuan, not intending to share his thoughts, swiftly changed the subject. "Tomorrow, Shan Mo Chung has invited us to Xingshi. Shall I ask if you would like to join? Are you interested?" Gu Nanxing was aware that Xingshi was a venue frequented by their circle and, given its name, it was undoubtedly luxurious and high-end. Recalling that Shan Mo Chung had indeed invited her the previous day, she felt curious about Xingshi and agreed. "Sure, at what time?" Seeing her acquiescence, Li Jingchuan breathed a quiet sigh of relief. "I will come to pick you up tomorrow." "No need, I can go by myself." Gu Nanxing felt it was too pretentious to have someone escort her. "I also need to come by to change clothes." Li Jingchuan's explanation made sense to Gu Nanxing. Indeed. One cannot dress too formally for leisure. Too formal? That phrase doesn't quite fit, Li Jingchuan mused. At times feeling that hearing Gu Nanxing's inner thoughts was not a blessing. He often found himself exasperated by her remarks but could not retort, only stifling his frustration. The two of them finalized their plans for tomorrow, without further ado. Time passes swiftly, especially for Gu Nanxing, who often feels that a mere blink of an eye can make an entire day vanish. When Li Jingchuan arrived to pick her up, she was already prepared. Donning a simple yet charming little blue dress devoid of any superfluous embellishments. "I'll change my clothes and be right out," she announced. Li Jingchuan nodded and ascended the stairs. Gu Nanxing thought it would be a quick change, and before she could even sit down, she stood at the door waiting for him. However, 10 minutes turned into 20, and Li Jingchuan still had not emerged. Feeling somewhat awkward, Gu Nanxing hesitated to knock on his door, recalling how long he had waited for her at the Tian family banquet last time. After a while, fatigue overcame her, and she returned to the sofa to wait. Approximately 10 minutes later, Li Jingchuan descended in a casual outfit of soft beige. He wore an elegant, loose-fitting shirt made from delicate fabric that perfectly complemented his carefree style. The gentle shade harmonized beautifully with his complexion, and the slightly open collar revealed his alluring collarbone and graceful neck. Well, although the wait was long, it was undoubtedly worth it. Gu Nanxing couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight of him. Li Jingchuan, slightly embarrassed, explained, "I just took a shower." In truth, he had indeed showered but did not take much time, as he was aware Gu Nanxing was waiting downstairs. The delay was due to his indecision over choosing an outfit. He wished to find something in a similar light blue hue to match her dress. Searching through his wardrobe filled with gray, white, and black garments proved fruitless. Not one suitable piece was found. Undeterred, he searched once more, but to no avail. Finally, resigning to the situation, he settled on a light-colored outfit. Gu Nanxing, not wanting to fuss, merely said it was fine, and together they stepped out. As Li Jingchuan glanced at the petite figure clad in blue ahead of him, he silently resolved that he needed some new clothes, and so did Gu Nanxing. The city at night was breathtaking, with twinkling lights creating a dreamlike atmosphere that often left Gu Nanxing entranced. The car had not been in motion for long before it came to a halt. Li Jingchuan was the first to exit, then walked around to open the door for Gu Nanxing. As she gazed at the grand entrance adorned with the imposing characters of Xingshi, she couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Li Jingchuan took her hand and led her inside. The spacious foyer sparkled with golden decorations against the backdrop of white marble walls, resembling an opulent banquet hall. The inviting sofas, resplendent murals, and air of exclusivity made the scent of wealth unmistakably palpable. Upon seeing Li Jingchuan, a well-groomed young man hurried over to greet him respectfully. "Mr. Li, you have arrived. Allow me to show you the way." "No need, I can find my way," Li Jingchuan replied, dismissing the young man's offer. "By the way, have they arrived?" After taking a few steps forward, he paused again. "Yes, Mr. Shen, both young Master Shen and Mr. Liu are already here."
Li Jingwan nodded,
ceased further conversation, and took Gu Nanxing towards the elevator. Upon reaching the third floor, they arrived at a door emblazoned with the name Dihai. Gu Nanxing, curious about the room's name, remained silent for a moment before running to another door marked Baiyang. She tilted her head, then moved to another labeled Kanjiaju, followed by Jingshuixuan. Although somewhat cliched, they were still quite ordinary names. Returning to the door marked Dihai, she stared at it intently. The way she gazed made Li Jingchuan feel an unexpected sense of embarrassment, inwardly cursing Shenmacheng. Within Shengshi, there existed a private room that had originally borne the rather mundane title Huayan Pavilion. The four of them had never cared much for names. They were indifferent to what it was called as it did not hinder their leisure and conversation. However, Shenmacheng, that boastful brat, insisted that the name did not suit their collective aura. Despite having no idea what their aura was, they shrugged it off. If Shenmacheng wanted to fuss, let him. Consequently, the room was renamed Dihai. The other three felt it was somewhat inappropriate, but Shenmacheng confidently declared that he had toned it down. Ultimately, they grew weary of the discussion and allowed it to remain as is. This was the first time Li Jingchuan regretted permitting Shenmacheng to meddle. Gu Nanxing, having observed the names of the other rooms, realized that Dihai was their exclusive designation. Who would have thought this person could be so self-important? Quite impressive indeed. One should not judge by appearances. The playful glint in her eyes was too much for Li Jingchuan to bear, prompting him to swiftly push open the door and usher Gu Nanxing inside. "Come, don't just stand at the door, step in," he gently urged, guiding her further into the room. "How can you be so bashful?" A sly smile played at the corners of Gu Nanxing's lips as she followed him inside.
"Ah,
"You two have finally arrived. We were waiting for you." Upon entering, they heard Shenmacheng's voice. Gu Nanxing glanced around the spacious room, which featured a row of sofas and a large table at its center, along with a karaoke stage. She couldn't help but pout in disappointment. "It's just like an ordinary KTV, only larger. Not even a dazzling disco ball, what a letdown." Li Jingchuan silently countered her thoughts. The room may appear simple, yet its interior decor was meticulously crafted. Not to mention, that sofa alone was far more expensive than what Gu Nanxing had described as a KTV. What was this fixation on a glittering disco ball? "What are you two dawdling about for?" Shen Macheng called out again, noticing them still lingering by the entrance. We're coming, Li Jingchuan retorted with an eye roll, pulling Gu Nanxing to sit down. Shen Macheng was left perplexed. He hadn't offended Li Jingchuan. So, why the glare? Little did he know that his choice of name had embarrassed Li Jingchuan. Once seated, Gu Nanxing took a moment to survey the room's occupants. She recognized both Shen Macheng and Lu Jinyan, each accompanied by a young woman. The girl next to Shen Macheng was a celebrity whom Gu Nanxing was familiar with. The actress Lan Shuangshuang, who was dressed in a sultry and glamorous manner. The girl alongside Lu Jinyan exuded a graceful elegance. Between the two men stood another. With a ruggedly handsome face, tan skin, and a strong presence, Gu Nanxing knew him to be Shen Macheng's elder brother, Shen Moken. At first glance, one might mistake him for a soldier rather than a corporate president. Beside Shen Moken stood a woman with a practical short haircut, whom Gu Nanxing recognized as Shen Moken's secretary Yan. Shen Moken nodded in greeting to Gu Nanxing.
Sister-in-law.
Although his tone was casual, Gu Nanxing sensed a scrutinizing gaze in his eyes. Shen Moken had heard from Shen Macheng about Gu Nanxing's transformation, but unlike his younger brother, he remained skeptical. Gu Nanxing chose to ignore the scrutiny, smiling warmly in return. Nanxing, allow me to introduce you, Li Jingchuan said, gesturing towards Shen Moken. This is Shen Moken. As for the others, they can introduce themselves. Shen Moken observed the protective manner in which Li Jingchuan's hand rested behind Gu Nanxing on the sofa. A slight frown creasing his brow. That affectionate posture and the intimate tone of his words indicated that this woman was indeed quite remarkable, capable of transforming the once distant Li Jingchuan into someone so changed. However, Shen Mohan maintained his composure, nodding slightly as he gestured towards the woman beside him, Yan. This is my secretary, Yan. Mrs. Li, it's a pleasure to meet you. Yan's smile was captivating, leaving a favorable impression on Gu Nanxing. Hello. Humph. Just a secretary? Huh? Only then did Li Jingchuan lift his gaze to scrutinize Yan seriously. Lu Jinyan pointed to the gentle-faced woman beside him. This is my junior sister and colleague, Zhou Enan. Hello, Mrs. Li. Zhou Enan spoke somewhat shyly. Hello. Gu Nanxing reciprocated the greeting. Yet, Li Jingchuan could distinctly perceive a hint of aloofness in Gu Nanxing's demeanor. Hey, sister-in-law, do you know this person? Shen Macheng, with his arm around the nearby Lan Shuangshuang, wore a mischievous grin. Gu Nanxing nodded in compliance, her tone exaggerated. Of course, Miss Lan. I thoroughly enjoyed the drama you starred in recently.
Lan Shuangshuang zitger.
A hint of bashfulness in her laughter, her eyes sparkling with pride, which Gu Nanxing noticed clearly. Li Jingchuan also discerned this, his brow furrowing slightly in annoyance. Good day. Mrs. Li. I never imagined you watched television. Is it so strange that I watch TV? Gu Nanxing feigned interest in her question, tilting her head with curiosity. Not at all. Typically, wealthy ladies like you portrayed on television are preoccupied with afternoon teas and card games, aren't they? Gu Nanxing shook her head, finding this person rather amusing. Oh, Miss Lan mentioned it was on television. You work in this field, so can what is depicted on TV be taken seriously? You are correct, Mrs. Li. I was being thoughtless. Lan Shuangshuang stuck out her tongue, appearing somewhat embarrassed. Gu Nanxing waved her hand dismissively, not taking offense. Just as Gu Nanxing finished speaking, Li Jingchuan handed her a glass of pale blue liquid.
Give it a try.
Gu Nanxing inspected the beautiful drink in her hand, curiously taking a sip, and her eyes lit up immediately. Delicious. Upon hearing her exclamation, Li Jingchuan finally relaxed, engaging in light conversation with Shen Macheng. Most of their dialogue revolved around Shen Macheng's business trip, with Lu Jinyan occasionally chiming in. Meanwhile, Shen Macheng seemed oblivious to their chatter, focused solely on his banter with Lan Shuangshuang. His ostentatious demeanor struck Gu Nanxing as somewhat irksome. Just as Shen Macheng seemed poised to toast with Lan Shuangshuang, Gu Nanxing interjected. Shen Macheng, what happened to your face? It looks rather peculiar. Chapter 52. You're quite infuriating. Gu Nanxing's sudden remark silenced the three conversing, their gazes converging on Shen Macheng's face. Yan and Zhou Enan also halted their attention on the others, now focused on Shen Macheng. At this point, both Shen Macheng and Lan Shuangshuang had raised their arms, but under the weight of so many scrutinizing eyes, their gazes flickered before they lowered their hands. Please, don't look at me like that. It's quite frightening. Shen Macheng set down his drink, instinctively straightening his posture. Look at you, still so cocky. Did you discover something else? Li Jingchuan inquired with curiosity, though he remained silent, observing how Gu Nanxing would navigate the situation. Gu Nanxing smiled gently, her expression filled with concern as she regarded Shinmachin. Shinmachin, what's wrong with your face? It appears rather bruised.
Impossible.
I covered it well, Shinmachin exclaimed, startled by her words, hastily pulling out his phone to check, speaking before thinking. Upon seeing his well-covered face in the phone's reflection, he quickly realized. Frustrated, Shinmachin thumped his leg, feeling somewhat dejected as he queried the smirking Gu Nanxing. How did you notice? I thought I did a great job hiding it. Different lighting can reveal certain things. Gu Nanxing solemnly fabricated her response. The others caught on to the mischief in Gu Nanxing's eyes. Yet, Shinmachin believed her. Shaking his head while inspecting his phone. Really? Is that true? Unable to bear it any longer, Shinmohan kicked him lightly. Sit still. Shinmachin tumbled back onto the sofa. Why did you kick me? He protested, feeling aggrieved. What do you think? Shinmohan glared at his foolish younger brother, causing him to obediently close his mouth. Shinmachin straightened up again, discreetly rubbing the spot where his brother had kicked him, muttering under his breath. Though he dared not voice it out loud, feeling utterly frustrated. Li Jingchuan watched the scene with amusement. What's the matter? Did your brother hit you? It was understandable for Li Jingchuan to ask, as Shinmachin appeared somewhat foolish. However, in front of their small circle, he still maintained an imposing presence. The only one who could discipline him without restraint was his elder brother, Shinmohan. Shinmachin rubbed his nose, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Jinyan and Shinmohan. Shinmohan glared menacingly, while Lu Jinyan's gaze flitted away uneasily.
Oh, Li Jingwan should then be understood.
Did you borrow the car without permission and your brother caught you? His tone was more of a statement than a question.
Sigh.
Shinmachin realized he couldn't hide it from Li Jingchuan. After all, there were no outsiders present, so he might as well admit it. He nodded in agreement. Quit sighing. If you don't fix the car, I'll have to beat you. Shinmohan shot daggers at Shinmachin, casting a disapproving glance at Lu Jinyan as well. Shinmachin shrank back, while Lu Jinyan gulped nervously. Ha ha, serves you right. The two had agreed that the next morning, Lu Jinyan would call Shinmachin. True to his word, Shinmachin sneakily made his way to Shinmohan's house. Knowing his brother's residence well, he directly took the keys and called Lu Jinyan back. Lu Jinyan was ecstatic as he touched the car, cautiously driving a couple of laps. After relishing the experience, he intended to return the car to Shinmohan. However, Shinmachin, feeling the itch to drive, insisted on taking a couple of laps himself. As he happily drove, he suddenly spotted Shinmohan in a car parked nearby. Remember the expression of Li Dakong from In the Name of the People? It was identical. Shinmachin screamed, swerving and crashing onto the curb. Subsequently, he faced a brutal beating, leaving him in a woeful state. Ha ha ha, oh no, I can't. It's making my stomach hurt. Gu Nanxing was on the verge of bursting with laughter. Li Jingchuan patted her back, trying to soothe her as she trembled with suppressed giggles. Shinmohan, visibly enraged, lamented to Li Jingchuan. The car had barely been in my garage for a short time, and I hadn't even enjoyed it fully. Just as I was about to leave on a business trip, which was already rushed, I hoped to return quickly to see my little car. On the road, I spotted another car of the same model and wondered how someone else could have bought it. Just as I was pondering, the distance closed and I saw this fool smugly driving my car. Then, he crashed it. Tell me, should he not be punished? Li Jingchuan nodded in agreement. He too would have punished Shinmachin. The problem is that my car is currently unavailable here. The parts need to be imported. Who knows how long it will take to repair once the parts arrive. Thinking of this only fueled Shinmohan's anger further, and he stood up, ready to give Shinmachin another beating. Shinmachin, frightened, quickly hid behind Li Jingchuan. Brother, I was wrong. I truly made a mistake. It was all Lu Jinyan's fault. He encouraged me to steal it. Shinmachin, unwilling to shoulder the blame alone, sought to drag someone else down with him. At the mention of this, Shinmohan's anger escalated. How many times has that scoundrel led you astray? Why can't you learn your lesson? Do you have any sense? Is that thing on your neck just for show? I'm starting to doubt if you were switched at birth. Are you not my family? He tells you to take it, and you just do? Does that mean he also told you to drive my car? No. The more you speak, the angrier I become. Come here, so I can hit you again. Shinmohan was furious, determined to beat Shinmachin once more. Shinmachin cowered behind Li Jingchuan, refusing to emerge. The laughter of the people in the room resonated in unison. Upon observing Gu Nanxing, whose laughter was so vigorous it made her tremble, a thought stirred within. My sister-in-law is here. One must be mindful of their image. No, Gu Nanxing chuckled, waving her hand dismissively. You all carry on as if I were not present. How delightful this is. Shun Mo City was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Gu Nanxing in disbelief, his right hand pressed to his chest, feigning an expression of profound heartbreak. Sister-in-law, you have truly disappointed me. I risked my own appearance just to play with you, and yet you treat me thus. You, heartless woman. Gu Nanxing could hardly contain her laughter at his exaggerated demeanor, nearly doubling over. Li Jingchuan, with a sigh of resignation, wrapped an arm around Gu Nanxing to prevent her from collapsing onto the sofa.
Sit properly.
Given Li Jingchuan's sternness, Shen Mo City ceased his antics and retreated to the original sofa, though he made a deliberate detour to stomp heavily on Lu Jinyan's foot.
Ouch.
Lu Jinyan grimaced in pain, but acknowledging his own fault, he conceded silently. When Gu Nanxing finally finished laughing, she lifted her head. Her cheeks flushed with a charming rosy hue from her mirth, rendering her incredibly enchanting. Chapter 53. The Beating. Li Jingchuan regarded Gu Nanxing's radiant smile, and his gaze flickered. Oh dear. One must cease laughing, lest her face become frozen in delight. This foolish child was just beaten yesterday, insisting that her brother refrain from striking her face. Naturally. This only incited Shun Mo City further, who then directly aimed for her visage. Even in such a pitiful state, she still insists on flaunting her spirit. She insisted we gather today, ostensibly to welcome Shun Mo Han. What a farce that is. They all frequent outings, and at this rate, they could practically reside here. Look at that. Today she coated her face with 3 layers of powder before rushing out. Every beating Shun Mo City has received has been entirely justified. Li Jingchuan wholeheartedly agreed with Gu Nanxing's assessment of Shun Mo City, simultaneously astonished by the layers of powder adorning his face. Indeed, it was quite fair. Li Jingchuan leaned slightly, his warm presence enveloping Gu Nanxing, his deep, melodious voice resonating beside her ear. I shall step out for a moment and return shortly. Gu Nanxing nodded, and Li Jingchuan gently patted her head before exiting. Gu Nanxing rubbed her slightly heated ears, gazing at his departing figure.
Qian Muhan.
Observing Li Jingchuan leave, also stood to follow. And Yen, noticing Gu Nanxing alone, took a seat beside her. Mrs. Li, Gu Nanxing regained her composure, smiling as she nodded in acknowledgement. Miss Sen, you may simply call me Yen. And Yen replied somewhat bashfully. Then you may call me Nanxing, Gu Nanxing winked. And Yen suddenly burst into laughter, visibly relieved. Nanxing. Yes. Gu Nanxing affirmatively nodded with a smile. Earlier, Shen Mo Han had requested her to engage Gu Nanxing in conversation, and Yen had felt a twinge of concern, fearing that this extraordinarily beautiful Mrs. Li might not be as amiable as she appeared. After conversing for only a couple of sentences, however, Yen felt reassured. This Mrs. Li was rather pleasant. Is Shen Mo Han similarly irritable at work? Gu Nanxing was well aware of Shen Mo Han's volatility in professional settings. After all, venting about their boss was the quickest way to forge camaraderie among employees. And Yen, upon hearing this, displayed a flicker of emotion upon her icy visage. Grasping Gu Nanxing's hand tightly, she shook it vigorously. Though no words were exchanged, her expressions spoke volumes. Gu Nanxing found the situation amusing. After all, who was not a little mad at work? You have no idea how formidable he can be. His temper is like a firecracker, ready to explode at any moment. And Yen, who usually had her grievances unheard, finally found an understanding ear in Gu Nanxing, and she could not help but unleash her pent-up frustrations. And now, even after work, he insists on having a rendezvous. Fine, if he has plans, so be it, but he still made me come along, claiming he lacked familiar company.
Well,
since I rely on him for my livelihood, I had no choice but to acquiesce. Yet he didn't even let me change out of my work attire, insisting I come just as I was and chided me to stop being so fussy. As Yen recounted her grievances, tears nearly welled in her eyes. If it weren't for the generous salary from Shun Mo Han, she would have been far less compliant. Gu Nanxing could only offer her consolation. Meanwhile, Shen Mo City was engrossed in laughter with Lan Shuangshuang, while Zhou Ainen and Lu Jinyan whispered to each other, their glances frequently drifting towards the engrossed Gu Nanxing and Yen. Just as Li Jingchuan had stepped outside, he did not proceed further but leaned gently against the wall. True to his expectations, within a minute, Shun Mo Han emerged. Upon exiting, he immediately spotted Li Jingchuan leaning quietly against the wall, clearly waiting for him. With a smile, Shen Mo Han playfully punched him, and the two made their way towards the restroom. Upon arriving at the restroom, Li Jingchuan turned on a faucet and began washing his hands gently. Shun Mo Han paused momentarily before following suit. Once Shun Mo Han finished, Li Jingchuan spoke up. Mo Han, I understand you still harbor some reservations about Xingwan, but I can assure you that I have come to trust her immensely. Having known Shun Mo Han for many years, Li Jingchuan recognized the guarded expression in his eyes, a clear sign of his protectiveness over Gu Nanxing. Li Jingchuan knew this concern stemmed from friendship, so he refrained from saying too much, opting to discuss matters privately first. Shun Mo Han shared a similar sentiment. His unease regarding Gu Nanxing was palpable. After all, he remembered vividly the past incidents involving her. The scrutiny Li Jingchuan faced due to Gu Nanxing was not lost on him, and he wished to shield his friend from further distress. Yet, observing Li Jingchuan's demeanor towards Gu Nanxing, he chose to remain silent, wishing to converse privately with him. After a moment's contemplation, Shun Mo Han continued, Jingchuan, I must be forthright with you. I truly struggle to believe she has changed for the better. When Shun Mo City mentioned today's gathering, I did not refuse him. I took a deep breath, acknowledging that Gu Nanxing has indeed transformed somewhat. At the very least, the former her would never have been so at ease chatting with us. However, I hope that during your interactions, you maintain a level of awareness. Li Jingchuan felt a surge of emotion. These individuals, despite their quarrels and playful banter, shared a bond that could withstand any trial. Agreed.
Li Jingwan nudda earnestly.
His concern for Gu Nanxing was genuine. Yet he recognized that conveying this sentiment might not be readily accepted by his friends. Nevertheless, he held faith that, with time, change would manifest. The two did not require extensive dialogue. Their understanding was implicit. Laughter and lightheartedness accompanied their return to the imperial mansion. Just as they took a few steps, they were intercepted by an individual clad in a white dress. Both men lifted their gazes to the newcomer. Xinmingxi. Shun Mo Han regarded Li Jingchuan with a complex expression, a hint of perplexity crossing his features. Knowing Xinmingxi had come to seek Li Jingchuan, Shun Mo Han cleared his throat. I'll head back first. No need. We shall return together. Li Jingchuan firmly rejected Shun Mo Han's suggestion. A slight frown creased his brow as he recalled Gu Nanxing's words from their ride together. Someone would come looking for him. He had initially assumed she referred to Mo Huayan, never anticipating it would be Xinmingxi. While it was not entirely unexpected, he had not foreseen her returning to seek him out. Jingchuan. Upon hearing Li Jingchuan's words, Xinmingxi took 2 steps forward, positioning herself before him. She lifted her delicate face to gaze at him, her eyes shimmering with unspoken emotions. Chapter 54. The White Moonlight. Mrs. Mo Li Jingchuan spoke softly. May I inquire as to your purpose here? If it is no trouble, I must ask for your understanding as my wife awaits me. No sooner had Li Jingchuan finished speaking than he detected a faint sound from around the corner. The noise was subtle enough that he almost doubted his ears. Yet he was convinced that someone was indeed present. He did not believe it to be the staff of the Xinggu, as they cater to an elite clientele and prioritize their guests' privacy, never indulging in eavesdropping. However, eavesdropping? That was a possibility he considered. Just as he arrived, a thought crossed his mind. Indeed. Here she comes. Here comes Li Jingchuan's white moonlight. Humph, I knew it was her. But who told you that Xinmingxi is my white moonlight? What even is this so-called white moonlight? Yet, Li Jingchuan could not directly expose Gu Nanxing, and instead, he faced Xinmingxi with a resigned demeanor. Xinmingxi, oblivious to any other sounds, was entirely focused on Li Jingchuan before her. Clad in a cream-colored casual outfit, he exuded a youthful charm that made her cheeks flush. Noticing her silence and stillness, Li Jingchuan's patience waned, and he spoke again, his tone growing colder. Mrs. Mo, do you require my attention for something? Hey, still calling me Mrs. Mo? I knew you cared about that, she thought. Li Jingchuan silently gritted his teeth. Xinmingxi, her hands nervously clasped together, inhaled deeply before timidly speaking. Jingchuan, it has been a long time since we last met. Shun Mo Han's eyes brightened. What was this turn of events? Gu Nanxing's heart raced with excitement, while Yen, beside her, was on the verge of tears. They had been enjoying a pleasant conversation when Gu Nanxing suddenly froze, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. She then grasped Yan's hand, shaking it vigorously in her enthusiasm. I'll take you to see a play. What play? Yen asked, intrigued by the sudden change in plans. Gu Nanxing had no time to explain, dragging her along instead. Yen followed, planning to call Shun Mo Han later. However, Gu Nanxing did not head outside but rather towards the restroom.
Upon reaching the corner, she paused and pulled Yen into hiding. And Yen, filled with curiosity, followed suit, unsure of Gu Nanxing's intentions. To their surprise, they witnessed President Li being confronted by someone. And Yen squinted, gasping in shock. Wasn't he that Mrs. Mo? This couple frequently graced various events, known for their affectionate relationship. And Yen discreetly observed Gu Nanxing's face, knowing that it was rumored Mrs. Mo was Li Jingchuan's white moonlight, while Mrs. Li was said to pursue Mr. Mo relentlessly. All in all, Gu Nanxing and her husband were quite the spectacle. Today, upon seeing President Li and his companion, An Yen noted their seemingly cordial rapport. She initially thought the rumors exaggerated, only to realize that Mrs. Li had brought her here to catch President Li in a scandal. Strangely, Mrs. Li appeared not at all enraged, but rather excited. Was there something peculiar about this couple? Yet, An Yen quickly rationalized that anyone who associated with Shen Mo Han could not possibly be ordinary. With that thought, she relaxed and joined Gu Nanxing in observing the trio. However, she felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Why was Shen Mo Han even present? It would have been more appealing without him there, as he seemed utterly oblivious. Little did she know, it wasn't Shen Mo Han's fault. It was Li Jingchuan who wouldn't let him leave. Meanwhile, Shen Mingxi remained unaware of the commotion, continuing to speak. So you came here to have fun too? Didn't you already know I was here? Otherwise, how would you have found me? Li Jingchuan found it hard to believe that their meeting was mere coincidence. They seldom crossed paths, and now, with Mo Huayan in trouble, fate had conspired to bring them together. Shen Mingxi's face was etched with grievance as she urgently sought to explain herself to Li Jingchuan. Her voice trembled with emotion, her fingers unconsciously fidgeting.
No, Hinchuan.
You've misunderstood. Desperation gripped her, yet the more anxious she became, the less coherent her words were. If you have nothing else to say, I kindly ask you to leave. Li Jingchuan was not inclined to linger in conversation with her. Firstly, he understood that Shen Mingxi was likely here for Mo Huayan. Secondly, there were still ears lurking nearby. Jingchuan, how can you speak to me in such a manner? Shen Mingxi gazed at him, with tear-filled eyes. I believe that given our history, it should not be like this. Wow, your history? So direct? Gu Nanxing gripped An Yan's hand tightly, excitement coursing through her. An Yan, however, furrowed her brow at Shen Mingxi, puzzled by her situation. Wasn't he Mrs. Mo supposed to have a strong bond with Mr. Mo? Why did it seem otherwise? I too would like to know what connection we share. Perhaps, Mrs. Mo, you could elaborate? Li Jingchuan's gaze was icy as he scrutinized Shen Mingxi. Your white moonlight? You treat her so coldly. Once again, the term white moonlight resonated through the air, prompting Li Jingchuan to silently scoff. Shen Mingxi seemed taken aback by his words. As if struck, staggering back a step. Li Jingchuan observed her with a frigid demeanor, while Shen Mo Han found himself in an awkward predicament. Unable to move forward or retreat, he hesitated to speak, attempting to slip away to the side, yet Li Jingchuan had no intention of allowing him to leave. As for Shen Mingxi, she hardly acknowledged his presence. Jingchuan. Shen Mingxi attempted to voice her thoughts, but Li Jingchuan raised a hand to silence her. Mrs. Mo. Our relationship is not as profound as you suggest. In fact, there is no relationship at all. We merely encountered each other while studying abroad. You did assist me, for which I am grateful. However, the unfounded rumors you have spread since your return have been ignored out of respect. But do not presume to overstep. Shen Mingxi's complexion paled, leaving her at a loss for words. Li Jingchuan, unfazed, continued, I do not know what you have told others. Claiming I am infatuated with you, and that you are my white moonlight. But whether the truth or a fabrication lies within your knowledge, the reality is evident. Or perhaps, you have woven your fabrications so extensively that you have come to believe them yourself? He emphasized the words white moonlight with a biting intensity. Mrs. Mo. I will reiterate, should any such insinuations arise again, do not expect me to remain courteous. His gaze darkened, laden with unmistakable threat. Chapter 55. Is there affection between us? Shen Mingxi lowered her head, her emotions inscrutable. Indeed, there was little connection between her and Li Jingchuan. Yet, upon their first meeting in her teenage years, she felt a flutter of her heart. However, Li Jingchuan maintained a cold demeanor towards everyone, leaving Shen Mingxi too timid to approach him. Later, when Shen Mingxi traveled to France for her studies, it was soon after that Li Jingchuan followed suit. She began to hint at ambiguous tales to others, leading to the widespread belief that Li Jingchuan had gone abroad for her sake. In truth, Their paths rarely crossed until one day, when Li Jingchuan found himself in a predicament, and it was Shin Mingxi who lent him her assistance and accompanied him to the police station. Initially, Li Jingchuan had no idea who Shin Mingxi was, but he felt compelled to express gratitude to anyone who had helped him. Grateful for the presence of Shin Mingxi, Li Jingchuan only then realized she was the youngest daughter of the Shin family. In subsequent encounters, he would nod slightly at her, which provided her with ample opportunity to express herself. By the time Li Jingchuan returned to the country and heard of these matters, he was indifferent. The rumors surrounding him had quieted his surroundings significantly. Li Jingchuan relished this newfound tranquility and paid little heed to such gossip. However, his indifference only deepened others' perception that he harbored profound feelings for Shin Mingxi. Before she could confess her feelings to him, Li Jingchuan married. Later, Mo Huayan approached the Shin family to propose, and Shin Mingxi became his bride. To be honest, Mo Huayan treated Shin Mingxi exceptionally well, almost to the point of being overly indulgent. Now, when Mo Huayan sought her assistance, she found it impossible to refuse. While Shin Mingxi pondered the situation, Gu Nanxing was inwardly lamenting, how could it turn out this way? Fairy tales are all lies. I always thought Li Jingchuan had feelings for Shin Mingxi, but I misjudged him. Alas. Li Jingchuan secretly smirked, his mood considerably lifted. And Yen regarded Gu Nanxing with newfound respect. It was no wonder that Mrs. Li chose to remain out of sight. She was observing how Mr. Li would handle the situation. Mrs. Li was quite adept at managing her husband. Shin Mohan, however, felt increasingly awkward. Did you not clarify things? Why must I be here? This matter is not appropriate for me to know. Li Jingchuan was satisfied and had no desire to linger. Sensing his intention to leave, Shin Mingxi could no longer contain herself.
Jingchuan.
At a glance from Li Jingchuan, she swiftly altered her address. Mr. Li, there may be a misunderstanding between us. Should others speak of this again, I shall clarify the situation. Furthermore, I would like to request that Mr. Li show some leniency.
Oh.
How so? Li Jingchuan was well aware of her pretense. I know that you and Miss Gu have instructed Huayan to return the gifts previously given by Miss Gu. This seems rather inappropriate, considering they've already been bestowed. Could you not speak to Miss Gu about letting the matter rest? I am certain she is a generous individual who would not concern herself with such trivialities. This Shin Mingxi is quite calculating. What does she mean? That I am petty for wanting something back? How infuriating! Li Jingchuan's gaze turned icy. Mrs. Mo. The return of those items was agreed upon by my wife and Mo Huayan. Why would Huayan consider going back on his word? It is not about the value of the items. If my wife desires them, they shall be returned. Once they are back, she may choose to discard or incinerate them as she pleases. Shin Mingxi's complexion darkened. Given the assistance I provided you in the past, could we not negotiate?
Huh.
Li Jingchuan scoffed, his voice low and frigid, laced with an imposing aura. Mrs. Mo, do you doubt my ability to handle this? You are unaware that the bodyguards of the Li family have been following me closely, I presume? Furthermore, I have already repaid you tenfold, if not 100-fold. You may inquire with your father about the benefits he has reaped from me. Li Jingchuan paused before continuing. Relay to Mo Huayan not to forget the items in my possession. There are 4 days remaining, otherwise, do not blame me for being ungracious. With that, he departed with Shin Mohan, though his pace was deliberately slow, allowing others a chance to escape. Indeed, Li Jingchuan is coming back. Quick, run. Gu Nanxing tugged at and ran, and they stealthily fled. Li Jingchuan smirked, a hint of mischief dancing in his eyes. Shin Mohan observed the downcast Shin Mingxi behind him and glanced at the clearly pleased man beside him. Are you two truly not involved? Li Jingchuan shot him a glare. Did you not hear? So, why do you not clarify? Others are saying you have feelings for another man's wife. Shin Mohan appeared perplexed. Isn't it simply that I do not care to explain? Besides, with this rumor, my surroundings have become considerably cleaner. I told you, with that mouth of Shin Maching. How could he keep my secret? Li Jingchuan expressed his disdain. Shin Mohan fell silent. Li Jingchuan was correct. Shin Maching was indeed incapable of keeping secrets. Shin Mohan felt a flush of embarrassment. The two returned to Dihao, chatting and laughing. Upon entering, Li Jingchuan's gaze inadvertently landed on Gu Nanxing. This young lady was quite adept at feigning innocence, her eyes clear and transparent. Why are you two so slow? Shin Maching asked impatiently. After all this effort to gather together, you both ran off for a while and took so long to return. Weren't you enjoying yourself? Shin Mohan kicked Shin Maching again.
No.
Shin Mohan felt somewhat aggrieved but dared not retort, turning to lean against Lan Shuangshuang in search of solace. And Yen noticed Li Jingchuan approaching and discreetly moved back to her original seat. Have you grown weary? Li Jingchuan seated himself gently, his gaze on Gu Nanxing laden with meaning. Gu Nanxing felt inexplicably guilty, awkwardly touching her nose as she chuckled. Not at all, it was quite enjoyable. Enjoyable is all that matters, Li Jingchuan replied with a slight smile, opting for silence thereafter. Shin Moching, growing increasingly impatient, suggested, let's play mahjong. 1 round for us. And 1 for the ladies. Gu Nanxing was taken aback and shook her head in refusal. I cannot. She genuinely did not know how to play. And this stemmed from her past experiences. In her neighborhood, there was a notorious incident where an elderly woman, in her obsession with mahjong, left her sleeping grandson at home. Initially intending to play just a couple of rounds, she became so engrossed that she forgot about him. Unbeknownst to her, the child, who was merely 3 years old, crawled onto the windowsill and fell. It was only when a neighbor went to the mahjong parlor to fetch her that she learned of the tragedy. The child's mother could not bear the loss and divorced the father. The father, filled with resentment, could not endure the situation, leading to the elderly woman's hand being severed by an axe. The woman became disabled, while the man was imprisoned. Chapter 56, Victory. On the day the woman's son was incarcerated, she also took her own life by jumping from a building. This incident stirred considerable uproar in their community, causing many elderly individuals to cease playing mahjong, and numerous parlors were shuttered. Young parents became exceedingly cautious with their children. Households with children installed protective nets. This matter had a profound impact on Gu Nanxing. She had adored that little boy, a particularly charming and clever child, which made her feel a deep sense of loss. Gu Nanxing understood that playing mahjong was not inherently wrong. The fault lay in the elderly woman's obsession and her negligence towards the child. However, Gu Nanxing feared that she might lack self-control and become addicted. Thus, she had always refrained from playing. You could give it a try. I will watch over you. I can teach you if you don't know how. Li Jingchuan wished for her to experience it, emphasizing that winning or losing was inconsequential. It was merely for fun. Lu Jinyan chimed in gently, yes, sister-in-law. Anan has never played either. You two should try together. Well, let us do it this way. The ladies will play, and we will watch. If they lose, it counts as our loss, and if they win, it counts for the 4 ladies. What do you think? Shin Moching proposed excitedly. And Yen looked at Shin Mohan with some apprehension. They shared a close relationship. Yet Shin Mohan was her boss, and she could not expect him to pay if she lost. Fine, it's decided. Shin Mohan, having noticed in Yan's gaze, disregarded it and agreed to Shin Moching's suggestion. Seeing her boss's agreement, and Yen no longer voiced her concerns. After all, further protest would be futile, and with so many witnesses, Shin Mohan could hardly go back on his word. Noticing that everyone else had consented, Gu Nanxing felt that further refusal would seem pretentious, and thus nodded in agreement. The 4 ladies settled at the mahjong table, while Li Jingchuan pulled over a chair and casually crossed his long legs as he sat beside Gu Nanxing. The others also took their places, ready to commence the game. Gu Nanxing truly struggles. Among the multitude of mahjong tiles, her recognition is minimal, let alone her ability to play. The game leaves her utterly bewildered, her hands flailing in a frantic manner. The others, having had some experience, witness her unfortunate defeats with a mix of sympathy and amusement. As her losses accumulate, Gu Nanxing becomes increasingly anxious, turning to Li Jingchuan with a pitiful gaze. What should I do? Li Jingchuan remains unfazed, gently soothing her nerves. Do not fret. It is entirely normal to lose on your first attempt. Besides, you have already recognized a fair number of tiles. Gu Nanxing is both bemused and exasperated by his praise, muttering, as long as it doesn't hurt the pockets of those who pay. With Li Jingchuan's encouragement, Gu Nanxing begins to calm down, gradually immersing herself in the rules of the game. Before long, she starts to grasp the nuances, though losses still persist. They are not as devastating as before. As she gains confidence, she glances at her hand in astonishment and turns to Li Jingchuan, who understands her expression and nods approvingly. Yes, I've won. I've won, she exclaims, leaping into Li Jingchuan's arms for an exuberant embrace. Li Jingchuan's eyes narrow slightly, a low, lazy chuckle escapes him, laced with an alluring charm. Gu Nanxing releases him almost immediately, pushing her tiles across the table. Li Jingchuan lets out a soft sigh of regret. She then lifts her chin, extending her right hand towards the others. I've won. Pay up. Just one win and you're so proud. Shun Emoching teases, attempting to provoke her. Li Jingchuan, however, seizes a cushion from the sofa and tosses it at Shun Emocheng, admonishing, "Are you incapable of speaking properly?" Encouraged by Li Jingchuan's support, Gu Nanxing revels in her triumph. The remaining 3 players relinquish their winnings into her hands, and she joyfully stacks the money on the table. Over time, her occasional victories turn into frequent wins, though her earlier losses mean she still trails behind, with the highest earner being Yen, followed closely by Lan Shuangshuang. Ultimately, Gu Nanxing and Zhou Anin find themselves on the losing end. Gu Nanxing and Yen hit it off splendidly and exchange WeChat contacts, planning their next meeting. On the drive back to Luming Courtyard, Li Jingchuan notices Gu Nanxing's exuberance and playfully teases her. "Are you so happy that you want me to find someone else to play with you?" "No," Gu Nanxing replies firmly, her expression earnest.
"Oh, and why is that?"
Li Jingchuan inquires, genuinely curious. "Occasional play is fine, but one must not become obsessed," she asserts, placing her winnings into his hands. Li Jingchuan stares at the money momentarily in surprise, then, smiling, returns it to her. "It's not much. Keep it for yourself." "All right, I shall accept it then." Meanwhile, Shin Emohan drives Yen home. As she glances at the money in her bag, she wrestles with her thoughts. Should she give the money to Shun Emohan? The reluctance to part with it clashes with the fear of upsetting him. Even upon reaching her neighborhood, she remains undecided. "Are you waiting for me to open the car door for you?" Shun Emohan prompts, and Yen hurriedly exits the vehicle. "My apologies, Mr. Shun. I wasn't paying attention," she replies, secretly cursing him for his twisted demeanor. After stepping out, she hesitates, biting her lip before returning. Shun Emocheng furrows his brow, questioning, "What is it?" Mr. Shun, about the money you won today." She begins reaching for her bag. Realizing the sum is significant, she reflects that it pales in comparison to her earnings at Shun Emohan's company. "Humph." Shun Emocheng responds with a dismissive huff, driving away without another word, leaving Yen to contemplate her predicament in the wind. Lu Jinyan, observing the quietly seated Zhou Anin, expresses his gratitude softly. "Thank you, Anin, for today. I know it was difficult to leave work early and come out." "Thank you, Senior Lu, it was no trouble at all. I had a good time," Zhou Anin replies, her gaze lowered, hesitant to voice her thoughts. "Senior Lu, I didn't prepare well for our outing. I made you look after me. And you missed out on fun with your friends." "Not at all. We gather often. There's no need for so many words," Lu Jinyan reassures her. "Your friends? And those girls come from such good backgrounds. I feel out of place among them. Did I embarrass you?" Zhou Anin's eyes glisten with unshed tears, her voice thick with emotion. "Anin, please do not think so. It is not true. You are wonderful, and they are not like that." Lu Jinyan comforts her as they continue their journey. As for Shun Emocheng, he takes Lan Shuangshuang to the next event. Chapter 57. Of little use after Li Jingchuan departs, Shun Mingxi lingers in the corridor for an extended period, gazing in the direction he vanished, her expression inscrutable. It has been ages since she last saw Li Jingchuan, and now he seems markedly different. Ever since her marriage to Mo Huayan, life has been quite agreeable. Mo Huayan treats her with kindness, respect, and tenderness. They frequently attend various events together, where he takes great care of her, solidifying their status as a model couple admired by many. This greatly satisfies Shun Mingxi's vanity. In stark contrast, Li Jingchuan and Gu Nanxing are embroiled in an awkward standoff. Witnessing Gu Nanxing's reckless antics for Mo Huayan elicits a complex swirl of emotions within Shun Mingxi. Li Jingchuan, "Do you not regret our separation?" she muses. Indeed, Shun Mingxi had confessed her feelings to Li Jingchuan, only to be met with a cold, unyielding rejection. Despite this, she cannot help but feel pity for the proud figure who has been reduced to a subject of gossip due to a woman. Thus, each encounter with Gu Nanxing is tinged with an inexplicable sense of superiority. This sentiment peaks during her last visit to the Tian family banquet. She had asked Mo Huayan to wait for her in the garden while she attended to a baby, and upon returning to him, she sensed a change in his demeanor. He appeared troubled and restless. When she inquired, he dismissed her concerns, stating he was fine. Later, in the banquet hall, she spotted Li Jingchuan, who seemed transformed, exuding an air of leisure and languor. He was half embracing Gu Nanxing, laughing and conversing animatedly with Lu Jinyan and Shun Emocheng, occasionally leaning down to whisper in Gu Nanxing's ear, his eyes betraying a tenderness Shun Mingxi was reluctant to acknowledge. Overwhelmed, she felt suffocated by the atmosphere of the hall, her complexion paling. She tugged at Mo Huayan's sleeve, expressing her discomfort and desire to leave. He promptly obliged, taking her away. Shin Mingxi felt a flutter of gratitude for Mo Huayan's attentiveness. The following day, however, he approached her with a sorrowful expression. He revealed that Gu Nanxing, frustrated by her lack of affection from him, demanded the return of a gift she had previously bestowed upon him. Mo Huayan sighed, clearly troubled, explaining that Gu Nanxing had taken back all the gifts, leaving him unable to comply. Moreover, if he were to offer her money instead, the implications would be fraught with misunderstanding. Ultimately, he wished for Shin Mingxi to speak to Li Jingchuan to resolve the matter amicably. Shin Mingxi felt conflicted, fully aware of the nature of her relationship with Li Jingchuan. Yet, Mo Huayan insisted that Li Jingchuan would acquiesce, given their bond. Convinced by her husband's reasoning, and recognizing their mutual dependence, Shin Mingxi readily agreed. Mo Huayan informed her that Li Jingchuan would be visiting Xingshi today, and she had been waiting for him. However, Li Jingchuan showed no regard for sentiments, and Shin Mingxi discerned his protective stance towards Gu Nanxing. Shin Mingxi felt unprepared for the situation and was at a loss for how to communicate it to Mo Huayan. At that moment, her phone rang. She pulled it out to see that the caller was Mo Huayan. After a moment's hesitation, she answered the call. Huayan? Shin Mingxi spoke softly. Mingxi, how did it go today? Did Li Jingchuan agree? Mo Huayan inquired anxiously as soon as the call connected. Huayan, I'm heading home first. We can discuss it in person.
All right.
The driver is waiting for you at the entrance, so please be careful on your way back. Mo Huayan wanted to say more but restrained herself. Okay.
See you soon.
Shin Mingxi hung up, glanced back at the direction where Li Jingchuan had vanished, then turned to make her way to the elevator. Upon returning home, she found Mo Huayan already waiting for her at the door. As Mo Huayan paced anxiously in the living room, she spotted Shin Mingxi entering and hurried over to grasp her hand. Mingxi, what happened? Shin Mingxi hesitated, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Could you at least let me sit down before we talk? Yet, understanding Mo Huayan's urgency, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Huayan, I'm sorry, but I wasn't able to accomplish this task. As soon as Shin Mingxi spoke, Mo Huayan halted.
What? How could that be?
Didn't you meet Li Jingchuan? Shin Mingxi met Mo Huayan's astonished gaze, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I did meet him, but Li Jingchuan did not agree. Mo Huayan struggled to contain her frustration. How could he refuse? Hasn't he always held affection for you? Surely, he would not deny your request. Seeing Mo Huayan's agitation, Shin Mingxi felt a deep sense of helplessness. How could she confess that everything was fabricated in her mind? To admit that Li Jingchuan harbored no feelings for her? To reveal that he had issued her an ultimatum? She found herself unable to articulate such truths, and all she could do was bow her head in sorrow, tears streaming down her face. Mo Huayan, feeling vexed, glanced at the fragile Shin Mingxi beside her and felt a fleeting flicker of disdain. The momentary disdain vanished as quickly as it had appeared. Taking a deep breath, she attempted to calm her emotions. Mingxi, I am not being harsh with you. I will think of another way. Mo Huayan's troubled demeanor stirred a sense of guilt within Shin Mingxi. Nodding, Shin Mingxi leaned against Mo Huayan's shoulder. It's my fault for not being able to assist you. Mo Huayan gently patted her shoulder, soothing her. This is not your fault. They are the ones who are being unreasonable. You should go rest now. You have been out for quite some time and need to take care of yourself. I will think of a solution.
All right.
You should also rest early and not stay up too late. Shin Mingxi nodded and headed upstairs. Watching her retreating figure, Mo Huayan's expression darkened. Li Jingchuan and Gu Nanxing were resolute in reclaiming what was theirs. Those items held evidence of Li Jingchuan's shame, and Mo Huayan was truly unwilling to return them. Moreover, returning them would signal to others that Gu Nanxing had given up on him, which was absolutely unacceptable. Yet, Shin Mingxi, this woman, proved utterly ineffectual. Despite her claims of Li Jingchuan's deep affection, she had failed to accomplish such a simple task. However, as long as Shin Mingxi remained his wife, it would serve to affirm that Mo Huayan was a winner in life. Thus, she would continue to placate Shin Mingxi. Additionally, there was that woman, Chu Xinxin, who had reached out to him today, seeking his assistance in repaying a debt. Humph, what a foolish woman, always flaunting herself. And now that Gu Nanxing was aware, she was filled with trepidation. What good would that do? To further presume upon him for help. She ought to consider whether she was worthy of it. With all these matters at hand, what other plans could he devise? Chapter 58.
The cat of spring Gu Nanxing had neither the time nor the inclination to concern herself with the affairs of others. Instead, she lay on her bed, deep in contemplation. She noticed that things were amiss lately. The protagonists in the story seemed to be veering off course. Mo Huayan was not the refined and dignified gentleman depicted in the narrative, but rather a petty and sinister character, harboring dark thoughts. The heroine, Shen Mingxi, was not the innocent and kind-hearted soul, but rather a touch vain. As for Shen Mingxi's other qualities, Gu Nanxing had yet to uncover, as they had not interacted much. However, she had witnessed the conversation between Li Jingchuan and Shen Mingxi, which was not characteristic of a true heroine. Everything felt different. Was it her own transformation that had led to this divergence? Gu Nanxing could not ascertain, nor did she know if this change was for better or worse. After much reflection, she resolved to cease her pondering. What did it matter whether it was good or bad? What mattered was that she was living quite well at present. The next day marked the occasion for her visit to the Li family's ancestral home, a routine she had grown accustomed to. However, this time, Li Jingchuan would not be coming to fetch her. This was due to an important contract that he needed to sign, which would delay his departure from work. Given these circumstances, Gu Nanxing decided against having him pick her up. She could manage on her own, as she had a driver. After some contemplation, Li Jingchuan acquiesced to her decision. Gu Nanxing set out shortly after 4 o'clock. Li Qingshan had only one class that afternoon and would be returning home early. She had received a message from him that morning, expressing a desire for her to arrive sooner. Eager to spend time with Li Qingshan, Gu Nanxing chose to leave a bit earlier. Upon her arrival at the ancestral home, she was greeted by Zhang Fengxia. With her hair a striking white, pulled back neatly, and an aging face that exuded authority and coldness, Gu Nanxing couldn't help but admire the demeanor of the Li family. Zhang Fengxia, upon seeing Gu Nanxing arrive alone, respectfully bowed. "Good day, young madam." "Good day, Grandma Zhang." Gu Nanxing replied in a subdued tone. She could clearly perceive the disdain in Zhang Fengxia's eyes, which did not escape her notice. "Since you look down on me, I harbor no regard for you either." However, Gu Nanxing was not inclined to confront an elderly woman. Moreover, without concrete evidence, how could she compel her to acknowledge her disdain? She certainly did not feel important enough to engage in a dispute with someone who had been part of the Li family for so many years. Understanding this, Gu Nanxing casually greeted her before heading inside. The living room was empty, as only Li Qingshan was aware of her early arrival. Thus, Wenwen was unaware of Gu Nanxing's visit and had not yet returned. Gu Nanxing ascended to the 3rd floor and knocked on the door of the second room on the right.
"Come in."
A voice called out, and Gu Nanxing pushed the door open. Upon entering, she found Li Qingshan reclining on the bed, engrossed in her phone. "Sister-in-law,"
Li Qingshan exclaimed,
throwing down her phone and rushing to embrace Gu Nanxing. Gu Nanxing felt a wave of joy upon seeing Li Qingshan. The two of them immediately immersed themselves in playful banter, gossiping, playing games, and watching variety shows together. Since arriving, Gu Nanxing had few friends, and the one she had was rather deceitful. Thus, spending time with Li Qingshan was a delightful experience for her. The two enjoyed themselves so thoroughly that they lost track of time regarding meals. When Li Jingchuan returned home, he was momentarily taken aback to see Wenwen and Li Yanche in the living room. "Where's Nanxing?" "Who? Wasn't Nanxing supposed to come with you?" Wenwen looked at Li Jingchuan in confusion. "She arrived early."
Li Jingwan frowned.
"Today, I had an appointment with Mrs. Chun. Upon returning home, I found only Aunt Zhang in the house, and there was no sign of anyone else. The Aunt Zhang referred to by Wenwan is none other than Zhang Fengxia. Yan Che arrived merely half an hour earlier than you, yet he did not encounter Nanxing. Would you like to call and inquire?" Li Jingchuan nodded and retrieved his phone to call Gu Nanxing. "Hello?" Gu Nanxing answered the call, and Li Jingchuan, filled with urgency, asked, "Where are you?" "I'm at the old residence," Gu Nanxing replied, somewhat perplexed. "I told you I would come here myself." Before Li Jingchuan could respond further, he heard Li Qingshan's voice. "Is it you, big brother?" Gu Nanxing nodded. Li Jingchuan let out a sigh of relief, now aware of Gu Nanxing's whereabouts. "You two should come down quickly. It's time for dinner." His tone softened significantly. "All right, understood," Gu Nanxing replied obediently before ending the call. "Let us head down," he suggested. The two were seated closely, allowing Li Qingshan to overhear everything he said. "Okay," Gu Nanxing agreed and followed him down. As they descended the stairs, they spotted Wenwan and Li Yanche sitting on the sofa, engaged in conversation with Li Jingchuan. Li Jingchuan was still dressed in his work attire, although he had removed his suit jacket. Clad in a white shirt and black trousers, with the sleeves rolled to his elbows, he revealed a strong, well-defined arm. His broad shoulders and narrow waist formed a smooth silhouette, akin to a figure sculpted with great care. One hand casually rested in his pocket while the other gestured as he spoke to Li Yanche, exuding an air of ease and naturalness. Yet, his gaze occasionally flickered towards the staircase. Upon catching sight of Gu Nanxing and Li Qingshan, Li Jingchuan's lips curled slightly, a hint of a smile dancing in his eyes. Wenwan astutely noted her son's expression and turned to see Gu Nanxing and Li Qingshan. Nanxing, when did you arrive? Mother, Qingshan had fewer classes this afternoon, so I came early, Gu Nanxing said as she naturally approached Li Jingchuan. You're off work? Earlier than I expected, she remarked, noting the slightly subdued tone in their voices after spending the afternoon together. Yes, today went rather smoothly, Li Jingchuan replied with a smile, reaching out to smooth her tousled hair. Wenwan observed the lovely young couple beside her, both exceptionally attractive, and couldn't he help but feel a surge of excitement at the thought of future grandchildren. Li Jingchuan instructed a servant to pour a glass of water, handing it to Gu Nanxing. You've been having so much fun that you've nearly lost your voice. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Gu Nanxing accepted the water and took a few sips. Once she spoke again, her voice was notably clearer. Thank you. Li Jingchuan took the cup from her and placed it on a nearby table. Li Qingshan stared at Li Jingchuan, wide-eyed. Li Yanche gently tugged at his somewhat dazed sister. What are you thinking? I'm thinking of Big Brother. What does he look like now? Li Qingshan had never seen Li Jingchuan in such a light. Hey, what could it be? Like a spring cat?
Li Yanche remarked with a smirk.
Spring?
Cat?
Li Qingshan instantly grasped the implication. Suppressing a laugh, she bit her lip, acknowledging that her brother's description was quite vivid, albeit a tad mischievous. Let us sit down and eat. Your father has an engagement tonight, so we want to wait for him, Wenwan suggested, her heart filled with joy at the scene before her. Dinner, I'm famished. Li Qingshan lamented, clutching her stomach, and Gu Nanxing concurred, realizing her own hunger as well. She hadn't felt it while playing, but now her stomach was growling.
Ben Ban playfully tapad Li Qingshan sa furayat. Whose fault is that?
You two were too busy playing. I had no idea Nanxing was here. Otherwise, I would have called you to dinner much earlier. Gu Nanxing and Li Qingshan exchanged glances, both recognizing the mutual exasperation in each other's eyes. I entered when Grandma Zhang was aware of it. Yet, it appears she didn't inform Mother. Li Jingchuan's expression shifted slightly, revealing a complex emotion. Wenwan and the others also showed surprise, exchanging glances. However, they didn't dwell on it, assuming Grandma Zhang might have simply forgotten, considering her age. Let us eat quickly. Nanxing is already hungry, Wenwan urged, taking Gu Nanxing's hand and leading her to the dining table. As they dined, Li Yanche suddenly recalled something and set down his chopsticks. Sister-in-law, the television drama you contacted me about is now in production. Gu Nanxing nodded, having heard about it from Li Qingshan. I have a scene tomorrow. Would you like to visit the set? Li Yanche felt grateful that Gu Nanxing had played a role in making this drama happen. The longer the shoot went on, the more excited he became. He believed what Gu Nanxing had said. This could potentially lead him to win the Best Actor award. After Li Yanche's invitation, Li Qingshan grasped Gu Nanxing's hand, seriously addressing her brother. She agreed. Gu Nanxing was initially inclined to accept, but, noticing Li Qingshan's eagerness, decided to tease her a little.
Oh.
I have things to do tomorrow, what? Li Qingshan exclaimed, her shock quickly giving way to disappointment. All right, she relented. The others sensed the playful glint in Gu Nanxing's eyes and understood her intent, except for Li Qingshan, who felt somewhat dejected. Wenwan, unable to watch any longer,
sighed.
Can't you tell your sister-in-law is teasing you? Li Qingshan abruptly lifted her head, looking hopefully at Gu Nanxing. Gu Nanxing nodded. Yes. Oh, you're the best. Li Qingshan beamed, jumping up to embrace Gu Nanxing and planting a fervent kiss on her cheek. I love you the most. Gu Nanxing laughed, allowing the gesture.
Li Jingwan frowned, pulling Li Qingshan away.
Sit properly and eat. Humph. Though reprimanded, Li Qingshan cheerfully returned to her seat. Hey, I'm in a good mood. I'm not angry. You're just jealous that I can kiss Gu Nanxing. Will you be free tomorrow? Gu Nanxing inquired curiously, noting that tomorrow was not the weekend. Li Qingshan, eager to agree on behalf of herself, nodded vigorously. I'm free. I have no classes tomorrow. All right, as long as it doesn't interfere with your work. Gu Nanxing consented. It's fine. Qingshan and I will come to pick you up tomorrow. For Li Yanche, Having Li Qingshan along was no problem at all. Why are you still standing around? Sister-in-law, stay over with me tonight, Li Qingshan called out, glancing at Li Jingchuan. Gu Nanxing genuinely considered it for a moment, thinking staying over might be quite nice. You didn't bring a change of clothes. Wait until next time when you bring your clothes and stay over for a couple of days, Li Jingchuan remarked, his gaze fixed pointedly on Li Qingshan. Despite addressing Gu Nanxing, Li Qingshan instinctively shrank back, feigning calmness. Should I ask sister-in-law? What if she wants to stay with me? Besides, she can wear my clothes. Li Qingshan was deliberately provoking him for the earlier reprimand. At that moment, all eyes turned to Gu Nanxing. Li Qingshan blinked, looking at her with a pitiful expression. Under the collective scrutiny, Gu Nanxing shook her head. Maybe next time. Sister, I would love to stay with you and could wear your clothes, but what about undergarments? Ahem.
Gu Nanxing glanced concernedly at Li Yanke.
Does he not want to come pick me up? He coughed upon hearing I was going home. I could manage on my own. Li Jingchuan shot a meaningful look at Li Yanche, who quickly understood. Mom, please inform the kitchen that this dish is a bit too spicy. All right, Wenwan instinctively replied. Sister-in-law, my scene tomorrow is in the afternoon, so I have plenty of time. I can pick you up, otherwise you might not be able to get in. With Li Yanche as assurance, Gu Nanxing felt no need to decline. After dining, Li Jingchuan accompanied Gu Nanxing back home. Before departing, he cast a meaningful glance at Li Qingshan, causing her to shiver involuntarily. It wasn't until the roar of the car engine echoed that Li Qingshan clung to Wenwan, lamenting, Mom, my brother won't spare me. He will surely seek revenge. Wenwan, somewhat exasperated, patted her daughter's shoulder. Why did you provoke him in the first place? I just did.
Li Qingshan raplia.
I was simply being impulsive. Indeed, you acted rashly.
Li Yanche interjected, söksinki summarizing her predicament, living sham momentarily speakless.
Fine, he is right, she conceded. She regretted those impulsive actions now. With no other recourse, Wenwan comforted her, just behave for the next couple of days. If you don't irritate him, he might forget. If all else fails, let your sister-in-law step in. With your brother's current disposition, he will heed whatever she says.
Li Yancha,
disapproving of his sister's lack of maturity, proposed a suggestion. Sigh, Li Qingshan lamented, that's a brilliant idea. They all noticed that her brother harbored a certain interest in her sister-in-law. Once she spoke up, he would undoubtedly acquiesce. Enlightened, Li Qingshan cheerfully waved goodbye to Wenwan and Li Yanche, exclaiming, Mom, second brother, I'm off to bed. Good night. The remaining two exchanged glances at Li Qingshan's jubilant retreat, somewhat speechless. Mom, perhaps we should just let brother give her a good beating, Li Yanche muttered through gritted teeth. Just keep this from your father, Wenwan cautioned, patting her son's shoulder. She too had grown weary of Li Qingshan's antics lately. The children were growing up. If they didn't discipline her now, they might miss the opportunity. Yet, they couldn't let Li Hongxin, the doting father, find out, or their plans would be thwarted. The following morning, shortly after 8, Li Yanche took Li Qingshan to Looming Courtyard. As before, Gu Nanxing awaited them in the living room. Li Yanche momentarily felt disoriented, imagining the scene without Li Qingshan. The familiarity of the moment brought forth a twinge of anxiety. Surely, nothing untoward would happen this time? In Chapter 60, titled Cafe, Li Yanche glanced at Gu Nanxing, feeling considerably reassured. With her presence, calamity was less likely, yet they had always managed to navigate through unscathed. Sister-in-law, let us hurry, Li Qingshan urged, pulling Gu Nanxing towards the car. Li Yanche touched his nose and obediently settled into the passenger seat. On the road, the chatter between Li Qingshan and Gu Nanxing was lively and animated. Li Yanche's ambition to enter the entertainment industry received Li Qingshan's enthusiastic endorsement. She had longed to see those celebrities. After all, which young girl didn't have her idols? However, Li Qingshan was slightly different. Her affections could change with each television show or video she watched. She simply wanted to accompany Li Yanche, yet she felt too timid to voice it. Previously, when Li Yanche aspired to enter the industry, it had provoked a fierce backlash from Li Hongxin. He adamantly opposed Li Qingshan being involved, which had silenced her voice. It wasn't until later that Li Jingchuan managed to sway Li Hongxin's perspective, reducing his disapproval. Hence, now, as she followed Li Yanche to the filming set, she was particularly thrilled. Li Qingshan had not considered that, as the eldest daughter of the Li family, any celebrity she encountered would treat her with utmost courtesy. The drama Li Yanche was currently filming was a war-themed piece, necessitating a location quite distant from their starting point. By the time they arrived at the set, it was nearly noon. Li Yanche insisted they eat first. This film base featured a dining area, and after their meal, Li Yanche led Gu Nanxing and Li Qingshan towards his filming location while leisurely exploring the surroundings. Li Qingshan encountered numerous celebrities, her excitement palpable. Given Li Yanche's stature, many people approached him to exchange pleasantries. In that moment, Li Qingshan shed her usual nonchalance. After all, she had been raised with a certain decorum, and she felt compelled not to embarrass her family. Her playful demeanor was reserved for family, while she maintained a poised facade in front of outsiders. After approximately half an hour, they finally reached Li Yanche's filming site. They arrived just as a scene depicting a siege was unfolding, the air thick with tension. Gu Nanxing gazed at the dilapidated buildings and bloodied soldiers, overwhelmed by the somber reality of their portrayal. The grim atmosphere silenced Li Qingshan, who typically exuded exuberance. They stood quietly, their expressions somber, as the actors, displaying remarkable skill, brought tears to their eyes with their solemn and resolute performances. Once a scene wrapped, Li Yanche called out to the two women, "Let me introduce you to some of the other actors." "No, thank you," Gu Nanxing politely declined. "Yanche, we won't disturb you. The show is excellent, truly. Focus on your work. Let the audience see that you are more than just a romantic lead. Let your father see how exceptional you are, Li Yanche, and that you are every bit as talented as Li Jingchuan." Li Yanche was momentarily taken aback, and his gaze towards Gu Nanxing shifted. What had once been simple gratitude now held a deeper warmth. Li Qingshan, catching Gu Nanxing's words, secretly smiled. She understood how challenging it had been for her second brother. While Li Jingchuan was composed, reserved, and exceptionally talented, Li Yanche had always found himself in the shadow of comparison. Despite their differences, why must they be pitted against each other? Both of her brothers were, in her eyes, the finest in the world. Eventually, Li Yanche, under his brother's influence, had chosen to pursue this path, but it felt akin to a grave mistake. He often refrained from returning home, and, when he did, he approached with caution. Yet, Li Qingshan couldn't comprehend why her second brother felt he had erred. Fortunately, with Li Jingchuan's intervention, their father had become less critical. But Li Qingshan noticed how her father sighed and shook his head when discussing Li Yanche, while he radiated pride when speaking of Li Jingchuan. Thankfully, Li Yanche was a kind soul. Otherwise, given such an upbringing, the brothers might have been at odds long ago. "All right, second brother, we want to intrude. You focus on your filming and sister-in-law, and I will explore on our own." Li Yanche understood their intentions and graciously accepted their kindness. "If I become busy, I'll have my assistant take my calls. Should anything arise, don't hesitate to reach out." He also arranged for Yu to accompany them, as many people recognized her, making it more convenient for them. Both women nodded in agreement, looking quite obedient. Li Yanche had invited Gu Nanxing to the set not only out of gratitude, but also to bridge the distance between them. However, he now sensed that their relationship deserved a more casual familiarity. He pulled out his phone and made a call. Shortly afterward, a young girl approached them. Gu Nanxing recognized her as the girl in overalls with twin pigtails, looking somewhat dazed. "Is that the only outfit you have, little girl?" Gu Nanxing teased, casting a dubious glance at Li Yanche. Li Yanche quickly understood her implication and waved his hands. "I assure you, I haven't neglected her. She has several outfits of the same kind." He almost swore an oath to protect his reputation. The young girl, Yu, chimed in, No, it's not like that. The boss is very kind to me." Gu Nanxing burst into laughter. "I was just teasing. Of course, I believe you're not that kind of person." Flustered and embarrassed, Li Yanche turned away, muttering, "Call me if you need anything." Yu, slowly and deliberately, asked Gu Nanxing and Li Qingshan, Miss Li, where are you headed? I can show you the way." Yu naturally recognizes Gu Nanxing, having met her before. On one occasion, when Li Jingchuan was in a hurry to return home, Yu accompanied him. However, she did not alight from the vehicle, having only glimpsed Li Qingshan from the car, yet she was aware that she was Li Yanche's sister. "Where shall we go?" "You lead us to a good place," she said. Li Qingshan, truly at a loss for options, entrusted the decision to Yu. Yu is quite an intriguing character. Her speech is slow and deliberate, but her eyes sparkle with brightness. After a moment of contemplation, a flicker of joy illuminated her gaze. "I know where to go," she declared. Observing Yu's evident enthusiasm, both Gu Nanxing and Li Qingshan felt a surge of anticipation. With their plans established, the trio set off. Within less than 10 minutes, Yu came to a halt in front of a quaint coffee shop. Gu Nanxing and Li Qingshan exchanged skeptical glances, questioning Yu's choice.
Li Qingshan.
Noticing Yu's calm demeanor and triumphant expression, stammered, "Is this coffee shop the good place you mentioned?" "Oh no. I forgot how this little girl is utterly devoted to coffee. For her, a good place undoubtedly means a coffee shop." Chapter 61. A play starring three women. Gu Nanxing and Li Qingshan shared a glance, both recognizing the mutual exasperation reflected in each other's eyes. How could I have forgotten this little girl's obsession with coffee?
Ah, Li Qingshan respondà, a quasi resignat.
Yet, they had already arrived, and since it was they who had allowed the girl to make her own choice, they could hardly complain further. With a sigh, Gu Nanxing smiled at Yu. "Come on, it truly is a lovely place. I'll treat you to coffee."
"Yes."
Yu replied exuberantly, adding, "I'll treat you both. Don't argue with me. Your boss has already paid." Li Yanche generously provided a substantial sum, enough for us to indulge in food and fun for quite some time. Gu Nanxing, determined not to let the young girl pay, accepted without hesitation, especially since Li Yanche had just transferred her money with a note stating, "I am treating for everything today." Of course, Gu Nanxing would not be shy about accepting, given Li Yanche's affluence. In truth, Gu Nanxing wished to imply, "You could simply throw money at me." Whether they enjoyed themselves or not was inconsequential. Hearing Gu Nanxing's words, Yu readily acquiesced, feeling no qualms about spending the boss's money. Li Qingshan, feeling a bit miffed, remarked, "Second brother, why didn't you give me any money?" The coffee shop was modest in size, featuring 4 or 5 tables. The interior was bright and clean, filled with the rich aroma of coffee. Each table sported a vase of flowers, complemented by soothing background music. There were only 2 other sets of patrons present. One table housed 2 young women dressed in short-sleeved shirts and jeans, resembling little assistants like Yu. The other table was occupied by 3 elegantly dressed ladies, all appearing to be in their 30s. The trio was adorned in opulent jewelry, the woman in the center with curly hair being particularly striking. As Gu Nanxing and her companions entered, all eyes in the cafe instinctively turned towards them. The 2 young women gazed in awe, whispering to one another, perhaps mistaking them for emerging stars. Conversely, the 3 affluent women regarded them with less friendliness. The central figure's gaze was laced with disdain, which intensified into envy upon seeing Gu Nanxing and Li Qingshan's beauty. Gu Nanxing paid little mind to their scrutiny. After all, the world is filled with all kinds of people, and caring too much can be exhausting. The trio settled at a table by the window. The plush sofa enveloped Gu Nanxing in comfort, eliciting a deep sigh of relief. After enduring a long car ride and extensive wandering, she felt utterly fatigued, having grown accustomed to the confines of home. Yu recognized Gu Nanxing's praise of her choice, her cheeks flushing with delight. As the server approached to take their orders, the 3 requested coffee, with Li Qingshan also ordering a few pastries. Since they were already here, they might as well indulge. Moments later, the server gently placed their orders on the table. "If you require anything further, just call for me," she said softly before stepping away. This establishment, situated in a film studio, primarily welcomed either stars or their staff, alongside family members like the trio at the table. Thus, the service staff prioritized discretion and politeness. "Thank you," Gu Nanxing replied with a smile, causing the server's cheeks to flush with color. She was truly beautiful. A newcomer, perhaps. Once the server departed, the 3 began to converse quietly. It was then that Li Qingshan was taken aback to discover that Yu was already 28 years old. Gu Nanxing was equally astonished. Having never known Yu's age, her appearance, dressed in a short-sleeved jumpsuit with her hair in twin ponytails, made her seem like a mere girl. Yet, she was indeed older than both Gu Nanxing and Li Qingshan. However, despite her age, the 2 found it difficult to regard her as an elder sister. The conversation flowed pleasantly, the atmosphere relaxed, but soon the trio's brows furrowed in irritation. The volume of the 3 women at the adjacent table had risen, encroaching upon their peace. The 2 younger girls, though visibly displeased, were disinclined to confront the trio, choosing instead to express their grievances through glances. Nevertheless, the 3 women remained oblivious, engrossed in their own discourse. "Yahan, you are absolutely right. I think you should reprimand that little vixen first," the woman with short hair on the left said, her tone ingratiating as she addressed the woman in the center. "Indeed, Yahan, the young ladies of today are utterly shameless. They have no reservations. If you do not teach them a lesson, they will remain blissfully unaware of their faults." The woman on the right, with her hair elegantly styled, spoke with outrage. The central woman, filled with resentment, masked her true feelings with feigned kindness. Ah, the young ones are simply naive. The real issue is that my partner is too charming. The woman on the right quickly chimed in. Oh, indeed. Which man in the world can compare to your significant other? The woman on the left turned to the center, her envy palpable. Exactly. You possess beauty and talent. But most importantly, he remains devoted to you. How enviable. The woman named Shui Han covered her mouth, giggling. Shuyan, what nonsense are you spouting? Your husband is quite good too. Although he may not match mine, he is still a decent man. The woman named Sun Shuyan laughed along, complimenting her companion while raising her coffee cup to her lips. In that fleeting moment, a flicker of disdain slipped through her eyes. Sun Shuyan raised her gaze again, still wearing an envious expression. Yahan, no man can surpass your partner. Sigh, if only I had a sense of self-awareness, I would fancy him too. The woman on the right intended to compliment as well, but as soon as she spoke, Shui Han's expression darkened. Yueying, do mind your words. Sun Shuyan, perceptive enough, realized that Shui Han was beginning to grow displeased. This foolish girl. Did she not know that Shui Han despised anyone who coveted her partner? Wang Yueying, suddenly aware of her misstep, hastily sought to amend her words.
Yahan.
I was merely jesting. You mustn't take it to heart. How could your partner possibly look at someone like me? In his heart and eyes, only you reside. He would never consider anyone else. Upon hearing Wang Yueying's words, Shui Han's mood lightened considerably. Wang Yueying inwardly sighed, recognizing that had her family background been more comparable to Shui Han's, she would not have to expend such effort to flatter her. As Shui Han basked in the admiration bestowed upon her, Sun Shuyan felt an unsettling discomfort within. A thought crossed her mind, prompting her to speak again. Yahan, although your husband remains steadfastly loyal to you, does the sight of that little vixen's audacity not irk you? That woman exhibits no sense of propriety, shamelessly throwing herself at your husband. Chapter 62. Confrontation. Observing Shui Han's expression darken, Sun Shuyan's spirits lifted considerably. The smile on Shui Han's face was barely maintained. Could she not be angry? She had long suppressed her desire to confront that vixen. However, her husband had intervened, assuring her that his heart belonged solely to her and that he harbored no thoughts for anyone else. Furthermore, given her husband's unique status, they could not afford to create a scene. Even though her heart was filled with venomous hatred, she had to consider her husband's feelings. Shui Han also did not wish to provide them with amusement. The relationship between such individuals was inherently fragile. Despite their current flattery, she knew that should she ever fall from grace, they would be the first to turn against her. Thus, while Shui Han found them distasteful, she still sought their company. Moreover, how could she ever fall from grace? They would always fawn over her, remaining beneath her heel. Shui Han steadied her emotions. Shuyan, while you are not entirely wrong, the wretched woman deserves a lesson. I still feel a pang of compassion. She has struggled to reach this point, and I wish to grant her one more chance. I hope she can turn her life around. I could forgive her. You are far too kind-hearted. Wang Yueying, eager to seize the moment, chimed in. Indeed, your heart is soft. Sun Shuyan's tone dripped with regret. Yet inwardly, she cursed vehemently. You hypocritical wretch. Who doesn't know that your heart is the dirtiest of all? Pretending to be a saint, who could be worse than you? Humph. Sun Shuyan had little faith in Shui Han's benevolence towards that woman. She could simply sit back and enjoy the spectacle. The three women grew increasingly audacious in their conversation until the waitress could no longer bear it. Approaching, she bent slightly and whispered to Shui Han and her companions. Excuse me, ladies, could you please lower your voices? The trio immediately fell silent, their expressions freezing. Sun Shuyan's tone dripped with disdain.
Who are you to speak to us like that?
Who have we disturbed? As she spoke, her gaze flicked towards Gu Nanxing and her companions.
Hey.
Li Qingshan felt a surge of indignation. We haven't said anything. Why are you looking at us? And what does that condescending look in your eyes signify?
Besides,
even if we were speaking, so what? This is a public place. Should you not be more mindful? Gu Nanxing furrowed her brow. The name of the woman ringing a bell, though she couldn't quite place it. This woman's name sounds familiar. Does that mean she is involved in something? Undeniably, Gu Nanxing possessed a keen self-awareness. The waitress, anxious at Sun Shuyan's words, hurried to clarify. No, it's just that your side is a bit loud. I wanted to remind you. Who do you think you are? We don't need your reminders. Just a mere worker, yet you presume to meddle. Shui Han did not even glance up, her air of arrogance emanating from her very core. The waitress's face flushed red, tears welling in her eyes. The young woman had said nothing wrong. Why the anger? Given your attire, you must be related to the staff here, correct? You should know how much they value their reputation. If, and I stress if, anything here escalates and draws the attention of the press, how do you think your family will handle it? Gu Nanxing stepped forward, pulling the waitress behind her, her enchanting face cloaked in frost. From the implication of their words, this woman's husband must be some sort of celebrity. Yet, with a wife of such character, he can't be much better. Li Qingshan and Yu joined Gu Nanxing, their faces adorned with fury. Smack! Shui Han slammed her hand on the table, rising defiantly. Who dares to speak to me in such a manner? Are you new here? Do you believe I can have you thrown out of this industry? Gu Nanxing recognized that this woman was accustomed to wielding her power unchecked. Coupled with the adulation of those around her, it had clouded her judgment. As expected, Sun Shuyan fanned the flames, as if fearing the situation would not escalate enough. These young girls today are utterly insufferable, thinking their beauty grants them immunity. Let me tell you, you are sorely mistaken. We are not swayed by your charms. Sun Shuyan's words drew Shui Han's gaze towards Gu Nanxing's face. They had noticed her upon entering, but had dismissed her, recognizing only that she was attractive. The other must be one of their assistants, as there was no shortage of beauty in this place. Naturally, they assumed Gu Nanxing and Li Qingshan were here to film. Yet, upon seeing Gu Nanxing's striking features, Shui Han felt a twinge of envy. She loathed beautiful women, especially young and exquisite ones. Today's women are utterly clueless. Which company do you represent? Dare to speak to me in such a manner? Perhaps you should consult your superior first. I am not a celebrity, so I need not seek permission to speak to you. Gu Nanxing's words left them momentarily stunned. Not a star? Then you must be the girl accompanying her. What of your friend? Is she not afraid? Sun Shiyun's gaze shifted towards Li Qingshan behind Gu Nanxing. Li Qingshan understood immediately. They had mistaken her for a celebrity. Although she still harbored disdain for them, her mood lifted considerably. I am not, so do not think to intimidate us. Indeed, who are you to act so arrogantly? Speak your identity. Let us hear it. Yu urged, hoping they would reveal their connections, perhaps to someone influential. As tensions escalated, the waitress grew alarmed. The manager, a woman in her 40s, rushed out, glaring fiercely at the waitress before plastering a smile on her face as she approached the group. I apologize, ladies. Did our staff offend you? Allow me to extend my apologies on her behalf. Gu Nanxing frowned. She did nothing wrong. The issue lies between me and these ladies. They were too loud and disturbed me. This manager is rather bothersome. Li Qingshan concurred, having noted the manager's demeanor. Gu Nanxing succinctly took charge of the situation, recognizing that the manager was not someone easy to deal with, and that the waitress might face reprimand. It was clear that their annoyance was directed at the group, and it would be unjust for the waitress to suffer the consequences. Chapter 63, A Smile That Captivates the City. We only spoke out because we could not stand by and watch. However, if our intervention inadvertently harms the young lady, that would indeed be our fault. Evidently, upon hearing Gu Nanxing's words, the manager's demeanor softened considerably. Humph, I disturbed you? How so? Just then, 5 or 6 individuals clutching cameras entered, unmistakably journalists. Upon witnessing the tense standoff, the journalists' expressions brightened with interest. This wretched profession. The moment the reporters arrived, Shui Han's face froze. She could not afford to cause trouble for her husband. Exchanging glances with her companions, Shui Han scoffed and departed. Sun Shuyan and Wang Yueing each picked up Shui Han's bag, while one placed 200 yuan on the table before departing. These two little attendants are truly attentive. As they left, Gu Nanxing's expression softened. After settling the bill, Gu Nanxing nodded at the waiter and proceeded towards the exit with Li Qingshan and Yu. The owner instructed the waiter to attend to the new guests before retreating to the back. The waiter complied, welcoming everyone in and directing them to their seats. However, her mind seemed elsewhere as she frequently glanced back at Gu Nanxing and her companions outside. When they were about to cross the street, the waiter could no longer contain herself. I apologize, everyone. Please take a moment to decide what you would like to drink. I will return shortly. With that, she hurriedly pushed the door open and dashed outside. The 3 guests heard her call and simultaneously turned around, surprised to see the waiter standing at the entrance. Unsure of what she wanted. Thank you. The young waitress gently bowed and smiled gratefully at them. Gu Nanxing was momentarily taken aback, then nodded and smiled back at the girl.
Her smile radiated warmth like sunshine, illuminating the innermost corners of the heart. Li Qingshan waved at the waitress as well. The trio turned to leave again, but just before crossing the street, Gu Nanxing glanced back and waved at the waitress still standing at the door. In that fleeting moment, her smile blossomed like flowers in spring, enchanting and captivating. Gu Nanxing then departed with Li Qingshan and Yu, unaware that a reporter had captured her smile. Big sister. These three women are truly beyond words. Their arrogant demeanor is simply unbearable. Li Qingshan pouted, clearly displeased. They obviously come from wealth or power, Yu astutely summarized. Hearing this, Gu Nanxing turned to Li Qingshan with a smile. Qingshan, speaking of wealth and power, your family is certainly no exception. But why do none of your three siblings exhibit such behavior? Big sister. We have been educated from a young age that we represent the Li family when we go out. Every word and action draws attention. And we cannot conduct ourselves so indiscreetly, Li Qingshan sighed. You might think my father is always smiling, but that is only because my mother is present. He has a line that should not be crossed. Once, when my second brother bullied a classmate, my father punished him with a belt. At that time, my second brother was only in second grade. He never did it again. Gu Nanxing nodded. This is how a wealthy family should behave. The portrayals in novels are overly exaggerated. Li Qingshan looked at Gu Nanxing with curiosity, pondering what books her big sister must read. She too became interested in exploring them. Having learned from experience, Yu decided against taking them shopping and instead led them to a film studio, showcasing various interesting landmarks. Yu meticulously introduced each location. This is where this drama was filmed, that spot hosted a particular variety show, and this area has been the backdrop for several movies. Her detailed narrative made their experience immensely enjoyable, especially as it connected to the shows and films they had watched, enhancing their appreciation. During this time, Li Yanchen called them, subtly expressing that he had an hour for dinner. The three women, seemingly oblivious, stated that they would find a place to eat.
Li Yanchen,
staring at his phone after the call ended, was left speechless. All right then, guess I'll just have to settle for the cruise box meal. The trio chatted and laughed, finishing dinner as it approached 8 in the evening. It was then that Gu Nanxing received a call from Li Jingchuan. His deep, magnetic voice resonated through the phone. Have you returned? Not yet. It seems Li Yanchen's schedule is still ongoing, Gu Nanxing replied obediently. Beside her, Li Qingshan kept signaling her with her eyes. And Gu Nanxing quickly grasped her intention. Are you suggesting we stay here tonight and continue our fun tomorrow? Should I inform Li Jingchuan?
Li Qingshan nudda vigorously.
Sister-in-law, you guessed right. You're so clever. As for Li Jingchuan, it is too late today. We can indeed. But Li Qingshan, you have classes tomorrow. Gu Nanxing's words were abruptly interrupted, and Li Qingshan clearly heard everything. Gu Nanxing, exasperated, pouted at Li Qingshan, indicating her helplessness. Observing Li Qingshan's suddenly crestfallen expression, she felt reluctant to disappoint her. I dare not oppose your brother. I cannot afford to offend him. Li Qingshan felt equally intimidated. Li Yanchen's work is nearly done. He has the next 2 days off, and I will ask him to bring you back. From what I'm hearing, it seems Li Jingchuan has already made arrangements. That leaves no room for negotiation. Li Qingshan realized that the matter was settled, and she felt disheartened. After a few more exchanges, they concluded the call. Li Qingshan observed the smile on Gu Nanxing's lips and silently resolved to influence her. She planned to immerse Gu Nanxing in stories and shows featuring strong female leads, ensuring that she would no longer fear her elder brother and could confidently say no to him. Moreover, with her brother's careful attention to Gu Nanxing, the dynamics might not be as straightforward as they seemed. With this thought, Li Qingshan's spirit surged. Given her friendship with Gu Nanxing, the day when she could overshadow her brother was not far off. Why does she fluctuate between feeling dejected and then suddenly energized? Is she truly affected? I doubt it. I'll spend more time with her in the future. Before long, Li Yanchen called again. Upon arriving at the gathering spot, Gu Nanxing was astonished to see the parked RV. Isn't this a bit extravagant? Li Yanchen saw no extravagance in it. This was a direct order from his older brother, who insisted that Li Qingshan rest well to ensure she wouldn't be fatigued the next day.
Ha!
Do you think I believe that? Of course, Li Yanchen did not believe it. His older brother had never been so kind. Furthermore, his older brother had explicitly instructed him not to board the RV. He never considered that his younger brother might be tired too. Humph. He is probably too preoccupied with his wife. Li Yanchen scoffed internally while maintaining an air of nonchalance. Gu Nanxing was thrilled by the convenience of the RV.
As she admired it, Li Qingshan approached her second brother. What does he mean? The reference was obvious.
Li Yangshen nudda.
Li Jingchuan is genuinely concerned about Gu Nanxing. Given this, the plan to influence Gu Nanxing must be initiated promptly. As expected, Li Yanchen did not board the RV, even when Gu Nanxing inquired. He dared not defy his brother's orders and complied. With the RV, the journey home felt less tiring. The driver first dropped Gu Nanxing off, and the vehicle stopped at Looming Courtyard around 11 o'clock at night. Gu Nanxing exited, and the car drove away. The living room was still illuminated. At this hour, Aunt Chen should be asleep, having likely left a small light on for herself. Aunt Chen's room was on the first floor for convenience, so Gu Nanxing intentionally lightened her footsteps to avoid disturbing her. Quietly opening the door, Gu Nanxing was taken aback. Under the soft glow, a man sat on the sofa, engrossed in a book. The gentle light cast a warm glow on his handsome face, and the world seemed to fall silent. Hearing the noise at the door, the man lifted his gaze. His dark eyes sparkled with stars, revealing a subtle tenderness. Upon seeing the beautiful woman still lingering at the entrance, Li Jingchuan's lips curled into an involuntary smile as he stood and walked toward her. What's the matter?
What are you thinking about?
Li Jingchuan's gentle voice brought Gu Nanxing back to reality. Shaking her head to clear her thoughts, she slowly spoke. No. Why are you still awake? Could it be that you're waiting for me? I am indeed waiting for you.
Huh?
Gu Nanxing was momentarily taken aback by Li Jingchuan's sudden candor. Why is he being so nice to me all of a sudden? She noticed a glimmer of expectation in his gaze. It must be that I've been behaving well lately, and he's had a change of heart. Li Jingchuan shot her an exasperated glance. This ungrateful little one. Seeing his glare, Gu Nanxing felt oddly reassured. Look, you're glaring at me again. It's getting late. You should return to rest. Li Jingchuan said with a hint of resignation, conceding to her. Okay, Gu Nanxing replied, genuinely feeling weary. She tiptoed toward the stairs, and Li Jingchuan found her cautious demeanor amusing. Rest assured, you won't disturb Aunt Chen. She sleeps like a log and doesn't even flinch at thunder. Gu Nanxing was skeptical of Li Jingchuan's claim, recalling how even the slightest noise during the day would rouse Aunt Chen. Her hearing was remarkably acute. Sensing her doubt, Li Jingchuan recounted, once, when we were at the old residence, Li Yanchen insisted on entering the entertainment industry and my father refused and tried to scold him. Everyone in the house was awakened, except for Aunt Chen. The next day, she claimed she hadn't heard a thing. Gu Nanxing was left speechless. Aunt Chen is truly incredible. Li Jingchuan agreed, noting that while Aunt Chen was impervious to even thunder while asleep, she was acutely aware of the slightest disturbance when awake. With Li Jingchuan's assurance, Gu Nanxing felt at ease. The week he mentioned was drawing nearer. Chu Xinxin pondered every conceivable method, initially hoping to win Gu Nanxing's forgiveness, as it would be the best outcome. If Gu Nanxing could forgive her, she wouldn't have to return the items, and perhaps, with time, their relationship could revert to its former state. She first attempted to call Gu Nanxing, only to discover that she had been blocked. Resorting to using someone else's phone, she tried again, but upon recognizing her voice, Gu Nanxing hung up without uttering a word. Chu Xinxin sought other avenues for an apology, but she couldn't even enter Looming Courtyard now. She realized that Gu Nanxing had made up her mind. In desperation, she turned to Mo Huayan. She found herself at a loss, lacking the funds necessary. Much of what Gu Nanxing had previously purchased for her was now gone. If Gu Nanxing were aware of Chu Xinxin's thoughts, she would surely retort, "Did I buy those for you? Didn't you deceive me into it? You would always say, Nanxing, I don't have enough money. Could you cover me this time? I'll pay you back when I get my salary." With such pleas, Chu Xinxin had convinced Gu Nanxing to buy her items worth over $1 million. Yet now, asking her to return the money was utterly impossible. When Mo Huayan received Chu Xinxin's call, he was both surprised and infuriated. What could this woman possibly want from him? Is there something you need? He asked, his tone cold. Chu Xinxin cursed inwardly at his indifference. He had been so polite when he needed her, yet now that he had no use for her, he turned hostile. Mo Huayan was truly a petty man. I have a matter for which I would like to seek your assistance, Mr. Mo. Chu Xinxin still needed to maintain some respect, as she was hoping he would help her with her debts. I'm not certain what I can assist Miss Chu with, he replied. Taking a deep breath, Chu Xinxin thought, how could you not know why I'm reaching out? I would like to borrow some money from you.
Oh?
Money?
You say.
We don't have such a close relationship, do we? And I recall we clarified things during our last conversation.
Mo Huayan, fueled by his recent frustrations, saw an opportunity to vent his anger. I know, but I am truly at my wit's end. I cannot allow Gu Nanxing to make everything public. If that happens, I'm finished. I have no choice but to implore you. Chu Xinxin pleaded softly, hoping Mo Huayan would lend her a hand. At your wit's end?
Ha! Montag Huayan scoffed.
What does that have to do with me? Your vanity and greed are your own burdens. Why should I care? Chu Xinxin felt her face flush with shame from his ridicule, wishing she could hang up the phone immediately, yet she knew she couldn't. Mr. Mo, I beg you. I know I made mistakes. Just help me this once, and I won't trouble you again. After all, I have assisted you before.
Zhu Xin.
Please don't bring up your so-called assistance. Did you not receive compensation for it? What was your contribution? Gu Nanxing has changed so much, yet you didn't even mention it. What have you done that has been of any use? You're utterly worthless. Let me tell you, Chu Xinxin, your misery brings me great delight. Do you think I would help you? Mo Huayan's tone was chilling, and Chu Xinxin realized there was no possibility of negotiation. In that case, Mo Huayan, remember that it is not only Gu Nanxing who possesses evidence. Do not forget that I have my own. Chapter 65, A Dinner Invitation. So? Mo Huayan's tone dripped with disdain. If you refuse to lend me money, I will release all that evidence and ruin your reputation. Chu Xinxin gritted her teeth, determined that if she was to suffer, Mo Huayan would not emerge unscathed either. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted from Mo Huayan's end of the line, a sound that persisted long enough to test Chu Xinxin's patience. Chu Xinxin, how naive you are. Do you think you can threaten me like Gu Nanxing? After his laughter subsided, he continued, Gu Nanxing can threaten me because she has Li Jingchuan backing her. And you? A mere worker without power or influence. You think you can intimidate me? Chu Xinxin retorted, I can make you regret it. Shivers ran through her as she realized he spoke the truth. Even if you release that evidence, I have countless ways to resolve it. I can ensure you face ruin as well. Do not call me again.
As you do not deserve my time.
Without waiting for a response, Mo Huayan hung up the phone. Beep, beep, beep. As the dial tone echoed in her ears, Chu Xinxin crumpled to the floor. After a long while, she slowly gathered herself, her eyes devoid of hope. She began to pack her clothes, bags, jewelry, and any items of value. On the seventh and final day, Gu Nanxing received the items sent by Mo Huayan and Chu Xinxin. Of course, neither of them had come in person. They had sent someone else instead. Most of what Mo Huayan offered was money, with few items returned. Gu Nanxing understood his intentions clearly. He wished to retain the items for potential future use. She had no objections, as she possessed leverage against him on her phone. Whatever Mo Huayan planned to do, he would have to tread carefully. Chu Xinxin's returns were more substantial, including used bags, worn clothing, and a portion of the money. Gu Nanxing recognized this as the extent of Chu Xinxin's capabilities. This was quite a significant loss for her. She collected everything and sold the items secondhand. Watching the funds accumulate on her phone, Gu Nanxing felt a surge of joy. She was well aware that his willingness to return the money was largely due to Li Jingchuan's influence. She was, in a sense, riding on his coattails. With that thought, Gu Nanxing pulled out her phone and sent Li Jingchuan a voice message. At that moment, Li Jingchuan was listening to a report from the technical department when he noticed his phone buzzing. Glancing at the screen, he raised an eyebrow upon seeing Gu Nanxing's name and opened the message. Mr. Li, would you like to join me for dinner tonight? Her cheerful voice, combined with the message from Aunt Chen earlier, suggested she was in high spirits. The manager of the technical department's eyes widened in surprise. Although he was still presenting his report, he had completely forgotten what he was saying. Her gaze flitted inquisitively between Li Jingchuan's face and his phone. It seemed she was the proprietress having visited previously. He had fortuitously been outside and missed her, having only heard others speak of her beauty, which rivaled that of contemporary stars. Li Jingchuan did not respond to her message, but opted to return her call directly. Oh, Miss Gu, how exuberant you sound. It appears you have received quite a few good news. Upon hearing Gu Nanxing's cheerful tone, he felt a spark of joy himself. It's all right. Gu Nanxing replied with a hint of pride in her voice. Li Jingchuan could easily envision her triumphant demeanor, her lovely face tilted upwards, her eyes sparkling with delight. He found himself yearning for the end of the workday. Indeed, it was a moment worth celebrating. Li Jingchuan intentionally coaxed her, hoping to elicit more from her. Yes, it truly is delightful. However, Su Xinxin's clothes, which were secondhand, didn't sell for much. Gu Nanxing lamented slightly. Li Jingchuan's eyes narrowed, and a low chuckle escaped from deep within him. Would you like me to assist you? No, that is sufficient for her to feel lost. I hope she remembers this lesson, Gu Nanxing sighed. She was not a saint. If someone wronged her, she would undoubtedly seek retribution.
Indeed.
The one who was bullied was the former Gu Nanxing. It feels somewhat strange to retaliate. Li Jingchuan felt a tinge of disappointment, being too distant to hear her unspoken thoughts. He had once stealthily conducted a test to discern if he could hear her innermost feelings, discovering there was a certain range within which he could do so. If he strayed too far, her thoughts would elude him, much like the distance within which one can perceive another's speech. Thus, during their phone calls, he was unable to grasp Gu Nanxing's silent musings.
All right.
I shall heed your wishes. This is your affair, and naturally, your preferences take precedence. Then, Mr. Li, you have yet to mention whether you have time? After much conversation, they had yet to address the main topic, prompting Gu Nanxing to inquire once more. Well, since you have graciously invited me to dinner, I must certainly attend. Li Jingchuan acquiesced with pleasure. What time do you finish work? I shall come to pick you up. Initially, he thought that would be the end of it. But to his surprise, Gu Nanxing uttered a remark that left him astonished. You will pick me up? Of course, it would display my enthusiasm, he replied. Enthusiasm? Is that how it is used? She asked, though the notion of someone coming to fetch her was agreeable. All right, I finish around 6 today. Li Jingchuan contemplated his schedule, realizing he could indeed manage to arrive by 6, as the employees would be leaving at 5:30, resulting in fewer people around. Very well. I shall come to collect you.
Please wait for me.
Gu Nanxing, without much thought, happily agreed. All right, I will await your arrival. After Gu Nanxing hung up, Li Jingchuan chuckled, shaking his head as he set his phone down. His gaze fell deeply upon the technical department manager before him, whose eyes gleamed with eagerness. The manager shivered slightly and quickly straightened up. Please recheck these 2 data points. The rest seems satisfactory, Li Jingchuan instructed coldly, gesturing toward the document. Understood. I will handle it immediately, Mr. Li, the manager replied, awkwardly exiting the room. Once outside, he discreetly wiped non-existent sweat from his brow. The notion of Mr. Li engaging in playful banter with his wife while still attending to minute details in the documents was impressive. However, as he reflected on the recent gossip, excitement flared in the manager's eyes. Within half an hour, the entire Li Corporation building buzzed with the latest tidbit. The proprietress would arrive at 6 to escort the boss on a date. The employees extracted 2 key pieces of information. First, the proprietress would arrive at 6. Second, the boss had a date planned for the evening. An hour and a half later, Chen Fangchao received a notification from Li Jingchuan and entered the office. I reviewed this document. It appears flawless. Please proceed with its distribution.
Li Jingwan instructa. Certainly.
Chen Fangchao promptly accepted the document. Noticing Chen Fangchao's lack of movement, Li Jingchuan raised an eyebrow in confusion. Is there something else?
Chapter 66, Familiar Fases.
Chen Fangchao composed himself. Mr. Li, there is an appointment with the Mu Corporation tonight. Would you like me to cancel it for you? Only then did Li Jingchuan recall his prior commitment for the evening, having completely forgotten during his call with Gu Nanxing. Nonetheless, he concluded that it was of no consequence. Yes, please cancel it for me. After he spoke, he suddenly remembered. How did you know I had plans tonight? Did Lao Zheng inform you? Lao Zheng was the manager of the technical department. Chen Fangchao had just returned from delivering documents, making it unlikely he would know. The only explanation could be that Lao Zheng had mentioned it. Chen Fangchao scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward. It's not just me. The entire company is aware. Li Jingchuan was genuinely taken aback. So quickly? Are the employees in our company truly that idle? He furrowed his brow, pondering this matter. He would need to observe whether the employees were indeed idle. However, it seemed Lao Zheng had a bit too much free time on his hands. Poor Zheng Jia remained oblivious that his loose tongue had caught Li Jingchuan's attention. At 5:30, the Li Corporation had officially closed for business for half an hour. Yet, the seats remained filled with bustling individuals, all appearing diligently occupied, especially on the first-floor lobby and the floor where Li Jingchuan worked. Gu Nanxing had visited once before, so she was not unfamiliar with the environment. Upon entering the building, she was astonished to see so many people still working. Are there really that many still on duty? Don't they have homes to return to? What could they possibly be doing in the lobby? Of course, Gu Nanxing was unaware that these individuals were specifically present to catch a glimpse of her. During her last visit, some had already seen her.
but those who had not felt an immense sense of regret upon hearing tales of the proprietress's stunning beauty. Knowing she would be returning today, those who had missed the chance were eager to see her. However, the proprietress would head directly to the boss's office, and they lacked both the qualifications and the audacity to venture to Li Jingchuan's floor. After all, a sudden influx of people would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Upon seeing Gu Nanxing enter, the employees silently marveled. The proprietress was indeed as resplendent as rumored. What kind of life did the boss lead? He must eat exceedingly well. As Gu Nanxing stepped inside, the receptionist promptly approached her. "Good day, proprietress." The receptionist's voice was imbued with an inexplicable excitement. "Hello, why are you all still here?" Gu Nanxing inquired, glancing around curiously.
Haha.
The receptionist felt a bit awkward, unsure how to explain that these individuals were still here solely to see her. Though unspoken, Gu Nanxing quickly grasped the situation as she noticed their furtive glances directed at her. With a warm smile, she turned gracefully and greeted everyone. "Hello, everyone." The employees momentarily froze, but soon those quick to react responded in kind. "Good day, proprietress." A chorus of greetings erupted, echoing throughout the room. Gu Nanxing's eyes sparkled like stars, her lips curving into a gentle smile as she nodded in acknowledgement before following the receptionist toward the elevator. Upon arriving at Li Jingchuan's floor, Gu Nanxing exited the elevator, beholding the figures at their desks and shaking her head in amusement. This scene reminded her of her school days when her language teacher's boyfriend visited, prompting similar stealthy glances. Yet, there were always those brave enough to peek through office doors. These employees were far more discreet, but their curiosity was no less palpable. Gu Nanxing assessed them, concluding that they were more composed than those on the first floor. No wonder they worked on this level. "What are you thinking about?" Li Jingchuan's voice interrupted Gu Nanxing's reverie. Time was drawing near, and noticing the absence of her arrival, he decided to step out and check. Upon arriving at this location, I immediately spotted Gu Nanxing lost in thought. I hastened my steps to her side. "No, I can't believe the employees at your company can act so obliviously." Li Jingchuan, having exited his office, also noticed the employees who were still at work, but he was too anxious to pick up Gu Nanxing to pay them any mind. He surveyed the area, observing that while the employees appeared to be working, their heads were bowed even lower. It seemed that it was not just Zheng Jia who was idle. There were indeed several others. "Let us go. I have 10 minutes. Will you wait for me?"
All right.
The two made their way to the office, prompting the employees to discreetly lift their heads and gaze at their retreating figures. Once inside the office, Gu Nanxing sat down to await Li Jingchuan. In less than 10 minutes, he had concluded his tasks. After gathering his belongings, he beckoned Gu Nanxing to leave together. Just as they stepped out, they encountered Zheng Jia rushing towards them. "Mr. Li! Mr. Li!" Li Jingchuan's expression changed slightly before he regained his composure, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his lips. "Manager Zheng, is there something you need? The data you requested has been calculated. Please take a look." Zheng Jia handed over the documents while casting a furtive glance at Gu Nanxing. Li Jingchuan smirked inwardly as he took the file and perused its contents. "Very well. Manager Zheng, you truly are diligent, working even after hours to ensure everything is accurate. It's my duty, after all. Everything for the company. Is this the boss lady? She is indeed quite striking. Is that so? I'll need the data from Xingchen the day after tomorrow. I would appreciate it if Manager Zheng could put in a bit more effort." "Oh, certainly," Zheng Jie responded without thinking, only to realize the gravity of the situation a moment later. His eyes widened in shock as he looked at Li Jingchuan, a glimmer of despair evident in his gaze. "You need the Xingchen data the day after tomorrow? Then the people in our department won't finish in 24 hours. Ignoring Zheng Jie's despondent look, Li Jingchuan took Gu Nanxing by the hand and turned to leave, as if the clouds had parted. "Ha ha ha, caught you off guard, didn't it?" Li Jingchuan had no genuine need for the data, as it was not due for another 2 weeks. He was merely being deliberately provocative. Upon reaching the lobby, the once bustling area was now nearly deserted. The employees at Li's are quite amusing. Li Jingchuan, however, felt otherwise. What would you like to eat? He was determined that Gu Nanxing's thoughts would not stray to irrelevant matters. What do you want to eat? It's on me. All right, thank you in advance. They headed to a private kitchen, renowned not only for its delicious food but also for its discretion. Many individuals who preferred to remain incognito frequented this establishment. The ambience was delightful, steeped in antiquity. As Li Jingchuan followed the waiter to their room, Gu Nanxing curiously admired her surroundings. "Open the window," Li Jingchuan instructed softly. The waiter nodded in agreement and opened the window.
Wow.
Gu Nanxing exclaimed in delight at the picturesque scene of a small bridge over flowing water. Li Jingchuan felt a sense of pride, knowing she would appreciate it. Gu Nanxing, in high spirits, gazed into the pond, but upon looking up, she caught sight of new guests entering the opposite room. One figure appeared strikingly familiar. Is it her? Chapter 67. Confrontation. Gu Nanxing furrowed her brow, surprised to encounter her here. Shuihan. Indeed, it was that audacious woman. Gu Nanxing had not anticipated their paths would cross so frequently. With a slight pout, she averted her gaze from the window. What's wrong? Li Jingchuan caught wind of Gu Nanxing's thoughts. Shuihan? Is she someone you know? Gu Nanxing shook her head. Noting her disinterest, Li Jingchuan smoothly changed the subject. Is there anything you wish to eat? He inquired gently. No, I'm not picky. Anything is fine. Today is my treat, so I want to know what you like. Gu Nanxing was keenly aware that this meal was her invitation to Li Jingchuan, and she wanted to prioritize his preferences.
Li Jingwan pausa momentarily.
How can you so nonchalantly claim you're not picky? In my recent observations, I've noted that you don't eat carrots, lamb, or cauliflower. At the very least, there are 5 or 6 items that you avoid.
With a sigh,
Li Jingchuan proceeded to order. The waiter nodded and exited. Before long, the dishes Li Jingchuan ordered were served. Mr. Li, Mrs. Li, your meals are ready. All right. You may leave, Li Jingchuan instructed. Each room had dedicated service, but some guests preferred to discuss private matters in solitude, thus requesting the staff to leave. The waiter bowed and softly said, "Please call for me if you need anything," before discreetly exiting. The two engaged in casual conversation, the atmosphere pleasantly relaxed. Gu Nanxing recounted the gifts she received that day in detail, eager to express her joy, while also conveying a hint of regret for not having met the individuals in person. Observing her animated face, Li Jingchuan couldn't help but feel a sense of delight. This young lady possessed a unique charm. With her strikingly beautiful visage juxtaposed against her innocent demeanor, she exuded an intriguing contrast. After their meal, Gu Nanxing prepared to settle the bill. The waiter, however, looked toward Li Jingchuan for guidance. He gave a subtle nod, prompting the waiter to smile warmly. Very well, Mrs. Li. Gu Nanxing paid, feeling satisfied yet somewhat rueful. This meal must have been quite expensive, but treating Li Jingchuan was only right. Little did Gu Nanxing know that this was a private kitchen where the menu was predetermined, and only a select few could order freely. Li Jingchuan was certainly among them, and the prices were correspondingly steep. As they exited the room, Li Jingchuan softly remarked to Gu Nanxing, "I'll wash my hands quickly and return." Gu Nanxing nodded, thinking to herself that he had just peeled shrimp for her. Of course, he needed to wash his hands. She wandered nearby, admiring the fish in the pond. Just as she crouched down, she heard the sound of raised voices. In such a serene setting, any noise felt jarring, especially an argument. Curiosity piqued. Gu Nanxing turned towards the direction of the commotion. It seemed to emanate from the room where Shuihan had just been. While she had no interest in Shuihan's affairs, fate had a way of intertwining paths. Amidst the shouting, a man emerged from the room. Gu Nanxing caught a glimpse of him but could not discern his features. He was well concealed beneath a mask and a hat, though his physique appeared quite impressive. Just as she considered turning away to avoid detection, Shuihan spotted her. The moment Shuihan recognized the silhouette, she sensed something was amiss, especially given Gu Nanxing's attempt to evade. Without a second thought, she was determined to ensure that this matter did not spread. Shuihan charged towards Gu Nanxing. Gu Nanxing, taken aback by her aggressive approach, felt speechless. Is she really this relentless? Meanwhile, the man Shuihan had been pursuing, upon seeing her demeanor, abandoned his anger and hastened after her. Who are you? Why were you eavesdropping on our conversation? What did you hear? Shuihan shouted from a distance. It's a misunderstanding. I'm just here to eat. Gu Nanxing was genuinely in a good mood today and had no desire to engage in conflict with her. However, Shuihan disregarded Gu Nanxing's words and approached her, scrutinizing her face. For the past few days, this striking visage had occupied Shuihan's thoughts, leading her to ponder more than once whether possessing such beauty would grant her everything she desired. And now, under these circumstances, they met once again. It's you? Hearing Shuihan's words, it appears she has recognized herself. Gu Nanxing, with a hint of exasperation, merely smirks.
It's me.
Are you following me? The thought of their previous conflict crossed Shuihan's mind. Are you overthinking this? Is it possible that I simply came here to dine? Gu Nanxing gestured toward the room behind her. Humph, you're dining? Out in public and coincidentally citing us? Shui Han was utterly unconvinced. Believe it or not, Gu Nanxing had no desire to engage in a debate with her, as there was hardly any justification for it. She intended to leave and wait for Li Jingchuan elsewhere. Don't go. We need to clarify things before you leave. Shui Han was adamant about preventing Gu Nanxing from departing. Yahan, let us be reasonable. This girl might genuinely be here just to eat. The man beside Shui Han, who had been tugging at her, could no longer restrain himself upon witnessing her current demeanor. You're defending her? Shui Han exclaimed, incredulous, staring at the man. Is it just because she is beautiful that you defend her? After so many years together. Is this how you treat me? Gu Nanxing had no interest in watching this melodrama unfold. She still wished to leave, for Li Jingchuan should be arriving soon. Don't go, you little vixen. Is it you who seduced my husband, prompting him to seek a divorce? Shui Han, incensed by Gu Nanxing's seemingly carefree demeanor, lunged toward her, only to be intercepted by the man. Yet, Shui Han remained undeterred, glaring ferociously at Gu Nanxing. Enough! Shui Han, cease this commotion. My decision to divorce you has nothing to do with anyone else. It is solely because of you. The man, evidently weary of Shui Han, spoke with palpable irritation. Are you suffering from delusions? If you're unwell, seek medical help. I don't even know who your husband is. Why are you so fixated? You still have a temper, yet you've been relentlessly aggressive. Shui Han, I warn you, if you continue to speak recklessly, don't blame me for making you pay the consequences. Just you? Haha, what can this little vixen do to make me pay? Shui Han scoffed, utterly disbelieving that Gu Nanxing could possess any power. Oh, she cannot, but who knows what I can? A strikingly handsome figure emerged, silhouetted against the light. Standing beside Gu Nanxing, his deep voice laced with fury. Chapter 68. Is it worth it? Only when he came to a halt did Shui Han recognize the extraordinary countenance of Li Jingchuan. His face was unmistakable, and she certainly knew him. Li Jingchuan cast a worried glance at Gu Nanxing, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Gu Nanxing shook her head, signaling that she was fine. Li Jingchuan let out a sigh of relief before shifting his gaze toward the two individuals. Who are you? His voice was frosty, exuding an intimidating presence.
I.
Shui Han, realizing the peculiar relationship between the two, dared not utter another word. How could this woman possibly? Whomever you are, if you dare bully Li Jingchuan's wife, you ought to be aware of the consequences. Li Jingchuan's brow furrowed, his expression severe. CEO Li is formidable, exuding an aura of dominance. Li Jingchuan understood that Gu Nanxing was genuinely unharmed. I apologize. It seems there has been a misunderstanding, Shui Han stammered. Her voice barely above a whisper, her face flushed with embarrassment. A misunderstanding? Very well. Could you elaborate on what this misunderstanding entails? Shui Han found herself at a loss for words. How could she explain? Should she confess to Li Jingchuan that she suspected his wife was eavesdropping or seducing her husband? Neither explanation could be uttered. Shui Han never anticipated this predicament. She claims I seduced her husband, yet I have never even seen what he looks like. Gu Nanxing, however, was unfazed by the convoluted situation. With Li Jingchuan now defending her, it was imperative to voice her side. Complaining, telling you to stop bullying me. My husband has arrived, hasn't he? You must be stunned. Li Jingchuan's eyes gleamed with cold fury, fueled by the very word bullying uttered by the young girl. Cold sweat began to form on Shui Han's brow. Li Jingchuan was not someone easily fooled, and he was notoriously difficult to deal with. In her frustration, she had sought an outlet for her anger, only to find herself entangled with someone formidable. CEO, Mrs. Li, it truly is a misunderstanding. It frequently happens that other women, like this little vixen, cling to my husband, which led to this misunderstanding upon encountering Mrs. Li. Shui Han's words were vague. She refrained from detailing her aggressive behavior and omitted how Gu Nanxing had attempted to clarify matters, merely stating it was a misunderstanding. Moreover, this misunderstanding arose from the presence of other women pursuing her husband, casting her as the wronged party. Gu Nanxing was left utterly dumbfounded. Could it be spun this way? Well then, my husband. Li Jingchuan's heart skipped a beat, yet he still inquired gently, what is the matter? She has wronged me. She bullied me. I insisted I was just here to eat, but she refused to believe me, insisting I was seducing her husband. Gu Nanxing clung to Li Jingchuan's arm, shaking it playfully while leaning against him. Her delicate figure, coupled with her radiant face, made Li Jingchuan's heart race. My husband is so exceptional that he cannot possibly be compared to other mere mortals. My heart belongs solely to you. I would never be interested in anyone else. Who exactly is Shuihan's husband? Why is he so mysterious, wearing a mask and a hat? Such attire resembles that of Li Yanchen sneaking out. Li Jingchuan had initially felt pleased by her declarations of loyalty, only to realize that this girl was more interested in observing someone else's husband. He reached out, gently pinching Gu Nanxing's cheek, amused by her dazed expression, feeling a slight sense of relief. Yes, I know you're the most obedient. Li Jingchuan's smile was filled with indulgence. He pinched me after I spoke so sweetly. How dare he? I might just accuse him of domestic violence. Gu Nanxing playfully swatted away his hand, discreetly squeezing his arm in return. Li Jingchuan couldn't help but chuckle. This little girl was intolerant of any slight. Unbeknownst to Gu Nanxing, she was currently reveling in a degree of freedom before Li Jingchuan. Meanwhile, Li Jingchuan was delighted by this transformation in her demeanor, especially since she hadn't mentioned divorce in a long while. Shuihan observed the couple engaging in flirtation from across the way, her irritation bubbling over. My husband is on the verge of divorcing me, and you two are here acting all lovey-dovey. Can you not have any shame? Yet, she didn't dare interrupt. Forced to witness the scene awkwardly, Gu Nanxing, feeling triumphant after her subtle retaliation, was in high spirits, no longer wishing to pursue matters with Shuihan. Miss Shui, are you now aware? I truly have no interest in your husband. Shuihan's expression soured, yet she managed a forced smile and nodded. I'm sorry, Mrs. Li.
It was my mistake.
Gu Nanxing glanced at the man beside Shuihan, her disdain evident. Shuihan continued to murmur apologies, while the man remained stoically behind her. Seemingly accustomed to this dynamic, though Shuihan instigated the situation, they were yet to be divorced and remained husband and wife. This man stood behind her, not even showing his face, merely observing coldly. Shuihan had sung his praises, leaving me with high expectations, yet this was the reality. Regardless of his looks, he was utterly detestable. How could two men of the same gender differ so vastly? Li Jingchuan instinctively puffed out his chest, in full agreement with this sentiment. A man who cannot even protect his wife. What purpose does he serve? Nonetheless, since the young girl had been wronged, it could not simply be overlooked. Considering Gu Nanxing as somewhat materialistic demeanor, he had an inkling. Miss Shui, an apology must be accompanied by sincerity. With these words, Shuihan understood. Was CEO Li truly so impoverished that he now demanded this? However, it was indeed her fault. Li Jingchuan's request was not excessive. Mr. Li mentioned that early tomorrow morning, I shall apologize to Mrs. Li. With Shuihan expressing her thoughts, Li Jingchuan offered no further comment and simply took Gu Nanxing with him, ready to depart. Wait a moment. Li Jingchuan halted his steps, curious about Gu Nanxing's intentions. To his surprise, Gu Nanxing leaned in and whispered something into Shuihan's ear before returning to Li Jingchuan's side. Let us go. Li Jingchuan glanced at Shuihan, whose eyes were wide with astonishment. Although somewhat puzzled, he chose not to speak and left with Gu Nanxing, leaving behind a bewildered Shuihan and the silent man. Shuihan truly did not anticipate that Gu Nanxing would utter such a phrase to her. Observing the quiet man beside her and recalling Li Jingchuan's earlier defense of Gu Nanxing, a pang of bitterness unexpectedly surged within her heart. Memories from the past unfolded like scenes from a film before her eyes. Gu Nanxing's words echoed in her ears. Miss Shui, is this man you so fiercely defend truly worth it? Chapter 69. Who is your husband really? Indeed, is he worth it? What has she accomplished over the years? Whenever a problem arose, regardless of its cause or nature, it was always she who stepped forward to resolve it. This man would merely act as an indifferent bystander, as if the turmoil she faced had nothing to do with him. At times, when matters escalated, her family had to intervene, and his only response would be a dismissive, "You are too impulsive." Shuihan, a proud daughter of the heavens, had been raised in the palm of her parents' hands. But what of now? She had never contemplated her current self, yet upon reflection, the actions of the past few years struck her as utterly terrifying. You are too impulsive. Why can't you change your temper? The man's voice, muffled by his mask, conveyed a hint of impatience. Yet Shuihan felt as though all her strength had been drained, and she refrained from arguing with him. She turned to leave. Observing her departure, the man's brow furrowed deeply. You are still throwing a tantrum. I must tell you, I can no longer endure this. His voice was tinged with exasperation. But Shuihan remained silent, leaving only her solitary figure behind. Gu Nanxing had indeed overheard the exchange between Li Jingchuan and Shuiyahan, including the latter's promise to apologize early the next morning. Gu Nanxing had anticipated that Shuiyahan might arrive with a gift, but she was unprepared to see Shuiyahan herself so early in the day. Yes, it was indeed her, sitting on her favorite spot on the sofa at home. Shuiyahan appeared less than well, with dark circles under her eyes and a face that bore the marks of exhaustion. Chen Sa stood awkwardly nearby, her eyes lighting up with joy upon seeing Gu Nanxing descend. Our young mistress is awake. You two chat, you two chat. Gu Nanxing regarded Chen Sa with suspicion. What had happened to make Chen Sa so eager to leave her side? In truth, Gu Nanxing had misjudged her. Shuiyahan had done nothing wrong. It was merely that Shuiyahan's melancholic demeanor rendered Chen Sa uncomfortable. Miss Shui. Gu Nanxing's tone was somewhat frosty, lacking warmth. After their argument the previous day, she found it difficult to greet Shuiyahan with enthusiasm. Shuiyahan seemed oblivious to this tension. She merely smiled at Gu Nanxing without rising. Instead, she casually remarked, I actually arrived quite early. When I got here, Mr. Li was still having breakfast. This statement caused Gu Nanxing's cheeks to flush. Was she insinuating that she was lazy? It must be so. But it was her own home. She could rise whenever she pleased. With this thought, Gu Nanxing found her resolve returning. Shuiyahan did not lift her gaze, keeping her eyes cast downward, thus failing to notice Gu Nanxing's expression. Mr. Li hardly acknowledged me. He merely left a remark as he departed. My wife dislikes waking early, otherwise she might become displeased. A bitter laugh escaped Shuiyahan's lips, resonating with an underlying sorrow. Gu Nanxing felt a peculiar sensation within her heart, an inexplicable feeling that was oddly compelling. She could not articulate it, yet she found it not unlikable. Only then did Shuiyahan lift her head to meet Gu Nanxing's gaze, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. I have been married to him for 7 or 8 years, and he has never taken my feelings into account. Gu Nanxing sighed and seated herself beside Shuiyahan. Are you certain this is something you should share with me?
Indeed.
I truly should not be confiding in you. I once had friends, true friends, unlike the acquaintances you have met. The bitterness on Shuiyahan's face deepened. Yet after so many years of marriage, I have long since cast them aside. The words you spoke yesterday have occupied my thoughts, leaving me restless. I yearn for someone to confide in, and after much deliberation, I thought of you. Mrs. Li, I understand this may be inappropriate, but I find myself lacking others to turn to. Shuiyahan's final words were so faint they were almost inaudible. Gu Nanxing was contemplating how to offer comfort when Chen Sa approached. Young mistress, the young master said that no matter the issue, you should first have your meal. In such circumstances, uttering those words felt somewhat amiss to Gu Nanxing. Shuiyahan understood perfectly. Although her relationship with Gu Nanxing was not particularly amicable, she was still considerate of her feelings. Yes, Miss Shui, having arrived early, you surely have not eaten yet. We could share a meal. Our Chen Sa is quite the cook. In perfect harmony with Gu Nanxing's words, Chen Sa proudly lifted her chin. Observing their seamless cooperation, Gu Nanxing and Chen Sa exchanged approving glances. Shuiyahan felt somewhat speechless, yet her mood brightened considerably. Very well, I shall sample Chen Sa's culinary skills. Thank you. You are most welcome. Chen Sa cheerfully prepared the utensils for Shuiyahan. How delightful. The earlier atmosphere had been so oppressive. Shuiyahan sat down and took a bite of a small bun. How is it? Facing Chen Sa's eager gaze, Shuiyahan responded earnestly, It is indeed delicious.
Ah.
Chen Sa beamed with joy and retreated to the kitchen, allowing the two women their quiet meal. Gu Nanxing refrained from engaging her in conversation, permitting Shuiyahan to eat in peace. Shuiyahan took her time, savoring each bite with utmost care. Her breakfast lasted approximately half an hour, during which Gu Nanxing quietly accompanied her. Gu Nanxing found it difficult to describe her feelings towards Shuiyahan. She harbored no fondness and even felt a measure of disdain. Their every encounter had been fraught with tension. Under such circumstances, who could genuinely like Shuiyahan? Yet now, Gu Nanxing was willing to offer her company. Influenced by the events of the previous day, last night, she had watched Shuiyahan spiral into madness, arguing fiercely, disregarding everything for that man. But what of that man? Despite wearing a mask, Gu Nanxing had discerned the impatience and disdain in his eyes. This version of Shuiyahan reminded Gu Nanxing of her former self. They both had sacrificed so much for a man unworthy of such devotion, transforming themselves into mere shadows of their former selves. Pitiful, yet detestable. Thus, she had felt a flicker of compassion yesterday and uttered those words.
It was as if she were speaking to her past self, yearning to rescue the person she once was. Little did she expect that this morning, Shui Han would appear at Luming Courtyard, bearing such a lifeless demeanor. After finishing her meal, Shui Han wiped her mouth and sincerely thanked Chen Sa before turning to Gu Nanxing. Would you listen to my story with him? Of course. Gu Nanxing replied succinctly, as she had already made her presence known. However, before we proceed, could you please reveal to me just who your husband is? Chapter 70. Feng Xiaochuan. Gu Nanxing had long been curious about him. Shui Han cherished this man immensely, yet he remained an enigma, shrouded in mystery. Everything seemed to revolve around him, but until now, Gu Nanxing had yet to lay eyes on the man. Based on her conjectures, he was likely a colleague of Li Yanche. Shui Han looked at Gu Nanxing in disbelief. Is that all you're curious about? Suddenly, Gu Nanxing sprang to her feet and began pacing. Honestly, the first time I met you, it was all about you three extolling your husband. The second time, you accused me of trying to seduce him. And yet, I still don't even know who he is. Isn't that infuriating? Please don't get agitated. Shui Han quickly retrieved her phone. Let me show you. Now that's more like it, Gu Nanxing said, moving closer to Shui Han to peer at her phone. The man in the photograph donned a tailored black suit, his hair impeccably styled. He wore gold-rimmed glasses, his features delicately sculpted. Upon seeing the image, Gu Nanxing instantly realized her guess had been correct. If you were to show this man's photo on the street and ask passers-by, I guarantee at least 7 out of 10 would recognize him. Feng Xiaochuan, 38 years old, standing at 6 feet tall and weighing 75 kilograms, with a birth date that Gu Nanxing had unearthed from her online research. He was a celebrated actor, renowned for his diverse roles, occasionally gracing television dramas, and he had achieved remarkable fame. What set Feng Xiaochuan apart from other entertainers was his public acknowledgement of his marital status. He frequently spoke tenderly about his wife on various programs, yet she remained an outsider to the limelight, choosing to avoid the flash of cameras. Consequently, with effective protection, no one knew the true identity of Feng Xiaochuan's wife, which endeared him to numerous young women who believed in love, earning him a reputation as a devoted husband. So, it turns out that the elusive wife is you, Gu Nanxing remarked, finally understanding why Shui Han seemed familiar with the name. Yes, that's me, Shui Han chuckled, recalling the memories. Many had speculated about Xiaochuan's wife. Some thought she was a staff member, while others believed she was an ordinary person. There were even whispers that she might be a wealthy heiress, but Feng Xiaochuan only smiled and shook his head, remaining silent. Gu Nanxing nodded in understanding. All right then. Share your story. Shui Han sighed, feeling a bit helpless. Gu Nanxing's curiosity had dampened her spirits. Nevertheless, she steeled herself and began recounting the tales she had long wished to avoid. From a young age, Shui Han came from a well-off family, cherished by her relatives. Her spirited nature was somewhat impulsive, yet harmless. She had 2 close friends, and life was generally joyful. Until one day, when she visited an entertainment company and encountered Feng Xiaochuan, who was then a trainee. At that time, for reasons unknown, Feng Xiaochuan had fled from practice and was being reprimanded harshly. Hearing the scolding, Shui Han glanced over and collided with his determined, yet somewhat defiant face. It was as if she had been struck by lightning, momentarily rendered speechless, her focus solely on the boy. The staff, infuriated by Feng Xiaochuan's stubbornness, were ready to resort to violence.
Wait.
Shui Han rushed over and intervened. The staff and Feng Xiaochuan both stared in astonishment at the woman who had charged in. Stop scolding him. I will support him from now on. With those words, Shui Han truly embarked on the journey of making Feng Xiaochuan a star. What do you enjoy? She asked him. Acting, was his simple reply. Feng Xiaochuan was undeniably handsome, but rather than allowing him to appear frequently, she first insisted he focus on honing his acting skills. After nearly 2 years of study, his patience had waned, and he urged Shui Han to let him join a production. Yet, she continued to coax him, showering him with gifts to encourage his learning. During this time, he met several seasoned veterans, laying the groundwork for his future connections. Gu Nanxing secretly rolled her eyes, thinking he had some serious issues. Spoiling him with gifts to keep him learning? What has this world come to? Shui Han noticed Gu Nanxing's reaction and merely touched her nose, pretending not to see. Eventually, Shui Han leveraged numerous connections to secure scripts for him. However, Feng Xiaochuan maintained a certain pride, refusing to accept subpar scripts, but good scripts were hard to come by. Thus, she found herself navigating this labyrinthine situation repeatedly. It could be said that Shui Han became somewhat obsessed with Feng Xiaochuan, to the point where her family expressed their disappointment several times. Their marriage occurred because Feng Xiaochuan had set his sights on a particular role. He informed Shui Han that if he secured the role, they would wed. This role catapulted him into the public eye, leading to their clandestine marriage. Later, Feng Xiaochuan coveted another role, stipulating that once he obtained it, he would announce their marriage. This character was exceptionally challenging, the kind that guaranteed awards, attracting many competitors. Yet, Shui Han was determined to ensure Feng Xiaochuan could be open about their relationship, repeatedly seeking out directors and investing money. Thankfully, the 2 years of training had equipped Feng Xiaochuan with the necessary skills, and he ultimately secured the role. As Feng Xiaochuan had anticipated, this character propelled him to fame, placing him at the pinnacle of success. He officially announced his marriage, yet his announcement was not what Shui Han had envisioned. He simply stated he was married, without revealing who his wife was. This left Shui Han feeling unsettled. It was not the recognition she desired. Yet, Feng Xiaochuan insisted that he wished to shield her from public scrutiny, leading her to continue willingly paving the way for him. Thus, 7 years passed in this manner. Shui Han began to notice Feng Xiaochuan's increasing indifference towards her. Although he had never been overly attentive, his public persona as a devoted husband had kept rumors at bay. However, recently, whispers of his involvement with another woman began to circulate. Though Feng Xiaochuan denied the rumors, claiming they were false, Shui Han found herself on high alert, meticulously scrutinizing every woman around her. This behavior infuriated Feng Xiaochuan, who accused her of mistrust. Initially, he reassured her that she was the only one in his heart, but eventually, he grew impatient, merely expressing anger at her actions. It all culminated in a dinner, where Feng Xiaochuan declared he could no longer tolerate her and demanded a divorce. Chapter 71. He Still Loves Me. Shui Han was bewildered by Feng Xiaochuan's insistence on divorce. Had she erred in some way? She ruminated endlessly, but could pinpoint no fault. After all, she had dedicated herself to supporting him, isolating herself from friends and even family. Besides those within the industry, no one knew she was his wife. Yet she constantly sought to create better opportunities for him. Having sacrificed so much, she could not fathom why he would still want a divorce. It must be the allure of some seductive vixen outside. Yes, that had to be it. Deep down, Shui Han convinced herself that Feng Xiaochuan still loved her. He must have been swayed by others' temptations. Yet, a single remark from Gu Nanxing began to stir her inner turmoil. After sharing her thoughts, Shui Han cast a complex gaze at Gu Nanxing. What else with that look? Gu Nanxing was unperturbed by her presence, especially since they were in her own home. Although it appeared that only she and Anchen were there, many others were discreetly present, only revealing themselves when necessary. Of course, excluding the elements of danger was also a part of the job. Thus, Gu Nanxing felt no need to be overly courteous to her. What could I possibly do? It was merely a slight discomfort within me. Shui Han was well aware of Gu Nanxing's identity and would not act rashly. She was ill-tempered but not foolish. Yet, in Gu Nanxing's eyes, she was indeed foolish. You feel discomfort? What reason do you have to feel that way? Isn't it all your own doing? Ah. That sentiment sounds somewhat familiar. Gu Nanxing shook her head, attempting to dispel her chaotic thoughts. Everything is willingly accepted. You have alienated yourself from all for the sake of a scoundrel. I refuse to believe that during sleepless nights, you do not reflect on whether these years have been worth it. Gu Nanxing's words were harsh. There was no alternative. She wouldn't listen to kind words. Had Shui Han ever contemplated this? Yes, indeed. In her solitude at home, facing the emptiness of the room, she would question herself. How did I become this way? Yet, Shui Han still looked up at Gu Nanxing, stubbornly asserting, Xu Chuan is not a scoundrel. He has merely been deceived. He still loves me, just lacks the ability to express it. I do not wish for a divorce. There is affection between us. Then I have nothing more to discuss with you. Please leave. Gu Nanxing had lost her patience. She did not wish to squander her time on the obstinately ignorant. How can you be like this? Shui Han gazed at Gu Nanxing in disbelief. What should I do? Accompany you in claiming your husband loves you? You might as well seek out your 2 friends for that. Gu Nanxing was not inclined to indulge her. At her age, she should not still be seeking validation. Oh. You have allowed me to dine at your home, and now you wish to drive me away? If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. Pay up. Aunt Chen's meals aren't for everyone. Gu Nanxing extended her hand before Shui Han. When Wenwan arrived at the Deer Call courtyard, She was greeted by the sight of her precious daughter-in-law in a fierce stance, demanding something from the woman before her, whose expression was equally displeased. Wenwan hurried over, shielding Gu Nanxing behind her and eyeing Shui Yahan warily. What have you done to provoke my daughter-in-law? When did you arrive, Mom? I didn't even notice.
Oh.
You came to protect me. How touching. Mom, it's nothing to worry about. Gu Nanxing urged Wenwan to sit down, unwilling to engage further with Shui Yahan.
Mom.
What brings you here? Gu Nanxing asked affectionately, linking her arm with Wenwan's. I thought Jing Chuan was too busy to accompany you. So, I came to shop with you today. Mom, you are the best. Gu Nanxing spoke sincerely. Wenwan truly treated her well. And what is this? Wenwan inquired, stroking Gu Nanxing's long hair, her gaze questioning what was amiss with Shui Yahan. Just a love-struck fool. Wenwan silently admired her daughter-in-law's succinct assessment. Gu Nanxing recounted Shui Yahan's recent actions to Wenwan, completely disregarding Shui Yahan. The revelation left Wenwan astounded. One is more foolish than the other.
Now.
Wenwan regarded Shui Yahan with a different demeanor. Nanxing, avoid associating with those lacking in intellect. You wouldn't want her to lead you astray. Wenwan was genuinely concerned that prolonged exposure to Shui Yahan might dull Gu Nanxing's sharpness. That would spell disaster for their family. Unaware of Wenwan's concerns, Gu Nanxing interpreted her mother-in-law's protectiveness as a touching display of care. Mom, rest assured. We are not friends. Today marks only our third encounter. She came to our home of her own accord. Gu Nanxing sought to reassure Wenwan, showing no regard for Shui Yahan. Shui Yahan was taken aback. She had not anticipated that the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law would speak so openly about her in her presence. They were not even attempting to conceal their disdain. Observing their growing camaraderie, Shui Yahan could no longer contain herself. Excuse me for interrupting. The two women, engrossed in their conversation, turned to Shui Yahan with displeasure in their eyes, as if to say, you know it's rude to interrupt yet insist on doing so. Shui Yahan clenched her teeth and continued, I've overstayed my welcome and should be heading back. Thank you both for your hospitality. She desired to retreat and tend to her wounded spirit. Seeing Shui Yahan's intent to leave, Gu Nanxing pondered for a moment. How about we visit the company where your husband works together tomorrow afternoon?
Why?
Shui Yahan was puzzled. What is the purpose of going to the company? I wish to speak with your husband on your behalf. Perhaps it could clear up any misunderstandings he harbors and dissuade him from mentioning divorce. Not a chance. I want to show you who your husband truly is and clear the confusion in your mind. Shui Yahan was unexpectedly thrilled. Really? Upon seeing Gu Nanxing nod, she felt a surge of gratitude. Thank you. Don't mention it, Gu Nanxing replied with a perfunctory smile. If you knew what I intended to reveal, you would not be so grateful. Yet, I truly wish to see you break free from this delusion. If, after witnessing the true nature of Feng Xiaochuan, you still love him, then I shall have no choice but to accept it. Wenwan was somewhat exhilarated. This promised to be entertaining. Nanxing, may I accompany you? I swear I will not hinder you. I will do whatever you ask. Wenwan looked at Gu Nanxing with pleading eyes. Gu Nanxing found the situation both amusing and exasperating.
All right.
Shall we have you stay here tonight then? Tomorrow, we will go together. Wonderful. I'll have the servants prepare some clothes for the driver to retrieve. As soon as Wenwan finished speaking, she called the old residents to make arrangements. Can I leave now? Shui Yahan sighed silently. Since they had made their decision, her presence was no longer necessary. Very well, goodbye. Don't forget. We'll meet at your husband's company at 1 tomorrow afternoon. But keep it a secret from him. Gu Nanxing waved farewell to Shui Yahan. Chapter 72. A Lack of Respect. Shui Yahan had initially intended to bid farewell to Wenwan, but seeing her so eagerly engaged on the phone, she left in discontent. She needed to return home and prepare well. Tomorrow, Xiaochuan would surely reconsider. Once Wenwan finished her arrangements and hung up, she realized Shui Yahan had already departed. Where did she go? She left, Gu Nanxing confirmed with a nod. Nanxing, I know Shui Yahan. Rather, I am acquainted with her parents. Wenwan sat beside Gu Nanxing, reminiscing about the amiable couple. Shui Yahan's parents are a few years older than us. Although their company is not particularly large, they are exceptionally kind-hearted and have helped many people. They have only Shui Yahan as their daughter, yet she has committed outrageous acts for a man. Do you think Shui Yahan is capable of such devotion to Feng Xiaochuan solely because of financial investment? Her parents' goodwill also plays a significant role. They are aware of their daughter's actions and feel guilty for letting everyone down. Unless it is absolutely necessary, they generally refrain from appearing in public. Wenwan spoke with a hint of regret.
Mom, don't be disheartened. Perhaps one day Shuiyahan will come to her senses, and her parents will re-emerge. Gu Nanxing urged Wenwan to alleviate the tension. Mom, I discovered an old drama starring Li Yanche. It's quite fascinating. Let us watch it together. Wenwan understood her good intentions and followed her lead. Really? That child usually doesn't allow us to watch his dramas. I haven't seen many. Is that so? You must come and watch. Gu Nanxing stifled a laugh as she turned on the television, finding the show she had mentioned. After the slightly youthful visage of Li Yanche graced the television screen, Wenwan's lips remained parted in a state of awe. The figure on the screen, walking with an endearing awkwardness and speaking in a delicate tone, was none other than her spirited son. One must admit, he portrayed the character rather convincingly. Wenwan, seizing her mobile phone, snapped a quick photo of the television and sent it to Li Yanche. Gu Nanxing, witnessing Wenwan's action, bestowed upon her a thumbs up. Mother, you are magnificent, she exclaimed. Wenwan nodded graciously, accepting the compliment without any pretense. 2 minutes later, Wenwan's phone chimed. She leisurely glanced at it. And as anticipated, it was Li Yanche. Upon answering, she switched to speaker mode.
Mom,
turn off the television. Li Yanche's voice erupted with urgency. Gu Nanxing could almost envision his fury.
Why?
I'm enjoying it. Wenwan replied in her usual languorous manner, seemingly unfazed by her son's impatience. Mom, you could be out shopping or enjoying tea with friends. Why must you linger at home? Li Yanche's tone softened considerably, laced with coaxing. Wait, Mom. I see a picture. Are you at Looming Courtyard? Li Yanche glared at the image, noticing the discrepancy. Indeed, Wenwan confessed candidly. Sister-in-law, please turn off the television. Thank you, Li Yanche gritted through his teeth. How astute, you've pinpointed the source of the issue. It looks quite delightful, Gu Nanxing innocently remarked.
Ha, Li Yanche scoffed.
Sister-in-law, you should have received my message by now. No sooner had he spoken than Gu Nanxing's phone pinged with a notification. It was a transfer message. Gu Nanxing, with delight, showed the text to Wenwan, who nodded in approval. Sister-in-law, consider it a small token of appreciation. Please take Mom shopping, and I shall reimburse all your purchases. Li Yanche's voice chimed in. How embarrassing, Gu Nanxing feigned reluctance. Not at all, just accept it. Very well, thank you. In that case, I shall accompany my mother on a shopping spree. All right, sister-in-law, thank you for your efforts. Li Yanche concluded the call abruptly. Without even a farewell, Gu Nanxing glanced at the disconnected call, unperturbed. Well, that was for you. Just accept it.
No, Mom.
It was meant for you. It should belong to you. Gu Nanxing insisted sincerely. Oh, I don't need the money. Just enjoy it, Wenwan waved dismissively. How generous. Gu Nanxing smirked. No longer holding back.
Thank you, Mom.
Did the two go shopping? Of course not. They remained nestled at home, engrossed in the television, which was showcasing Li Yanche's performance. They called Chun So to join them for the entertaining show. Wenwan watched in amusement, feeling a swell of emotion. Although she did not fully grasp her son's profession, she could clearly discern the remarkable evolution of Li Yanche. From his initial naivety to his subsequent maturity. From minor roles to leading man. Wenwan could only imagine the dedication he had invested to achieve such growth. Mom, your son is truly exceptional, Gu Nanxing remarked softly. Wenwan blinked away a tear, smiling as she queried Gu Nanxing. Which one are you referring to? Every single one. Gu Nanxing asserted emphatically. Indeed. I concur with your sentiment. Wenwan nodded proudly in agreement. When Li Jingchuan returned from work, he quickly noticed Wenwan. Mom? You're back from work. Wenwan observed the dimming sky outside, knitting her brows. You can't be perpetually busy. You haven't the time to spend with Nanxing. This cannot continue. I will take a break after this project, Li Jingchuan dutifully replied. But there will always be another project afterward. Wenwan remained skeptical of her workaholic son. I promise, this project is nearly concluded. Seeing the sincerity in Li Jingchuan's demeanor, Wenwan nodded. Choosing not to press further. Li Jingchuan had his own plans, and she trusted he would execute them well, as he always had. Dinner was warm and lively. Li Jingchuan observed his mother and wife as they shared laughter over his younger brother's antics, finding them utterly delightful. He refrained from retreating to his study, opting instead to stay and engage in their conversation, interjecting occasionally. As time flew by, Wenwan began to feel fatigued. Yawning, she addressed the couple. You two should retire for the night. I am quite tired and will have someone tidy up the room. Li Jingchuan stiffened at her words, while Gu Nanxing, still oblivious, replied obediently, Mom, it's already been taken care of, please rest. Very well, I sleep quite soundly, though I do wake early.
You need not worry.
She winked at Gu Nanxing as she spoke. Chapter 73. Is there room for me in your dreams? Gu Nanxing gazed at her in confusion, unable to comprehend her meaning. As when one's silhouette vanished through the door, Gu Nanxing turned to Li Jingchuan, her expression filled with questions.
Mom, why did she say that?
Li Jingchuan looked at her helplessly, saying nothing. Upon seeing his expression, Gu Nanxing's eyes widened in realization. What should I do? I hadn't considered that I would leave Mom behind. What should I do? I'm sorry, I didn't think it through. Gu Nanxing apologized to Li Jingchuan. It's all right. It's just for tonight. Li Jingchuan chose not to elaborate further, yet Gu Nanxing understood everything. Rest assured, I will absolutely not take advantage of you. Gu Nanxing repeatedly assured him. Li Jingchuan sighed. In fact, you need not worry about that. Go ahead and rest, he urged, leading Gu Nanxing back to their room. Since waking up, Gu Nanxing had been residing here, and one would expect her to feel entirely at ease. Yet, the mere presence of a man in the room rendered her somewhat uneasy. Mom is here, so we can only share a room. You needn't feel uncomfortable. I'll retreat to the study. You go ahead and take a shower and rest, Li Jingchuan reassured her. After Gu Nanxing nodded in agreement, he exited the room. However, he did not leave entirely, but stood at the door. Sharing a room with Li Jingchuan feels rather strange.
Yet,
why do I feel a twinge of excitement? Li Jingchuan smirked knowingly, a playful glint in his eye. Reassured, Li Jingchuan returned to the study. Nearly 2 hours passed, during which it seemed he had achieved little. Taking a deep breath, he emerged from the study, retrieved a change of clothes from his room, and arrived at the master bedroom door. Standing quietly for a moment without hearing any movement, he gently pushed the door open. Gu Nanxing, clad in pajama bottoms, was cozily nestled in bed, engrossed in her phone. Noticing Li Jingchuan's entrance, she kindly remarked, "You can shower now. I've tidied up." She remained blissfully unaware of the underlying tension in her words. Li Jingchuan's throat constricted, and his voice came out low and husky.
All right.
This room had always been shared, as it was originally their marital home, with both their belongings kept together. However, Gu Nanxing had discarded his clothes in the past, unwilling to allow her garments to mingle with his. Thus, when she observed the clothes he held, a pang of guilt washed over her. The glimmer of guilt in the young woman's eyes did not escape Li Jingchuan's notice. He felt a sense of quiet satisfaction, but chose not to reveal it. Heading straight to the shower. Soon, the sound of rushing water echoed from the bathroom. Listening to the soothing sound, Gu Nanxing found herself lost in thought, her imagination conjuring a vivid scene. She closed her eyes, allowing the water to cascade over her hair, her face, and then across his broad chest. Gu Nanxing gently slapped herself, murmuring softly, "Gu Nanxing, when did you become so infatuated? Wake up, that is a man you cannot have." After about half an hour, the door creaked open. Gu Nanxing instinctively glanced towards the bathroom. There stood Li Jingchuan, clad in a loosely fitting bathrobe, the belt carelessly tied. His hair was still damp, with droplets cascading down the sleek lines of his body, disappearing into the robe. Gu Nanxing swallowed hard, forcing herself to divert her gaze. Though her expression remained calm, her heart was already screaming, "Oh my goodness, what have I just seen? Is this something I should be allowed to witness? But he looks so good. Li Jingchuan has such a fine physique, if only his clothes weren't so concealing." After the initial excitement, a tinge of regret lingered.
Li Jingwan shuklatinwarli.
The young lady was quite convincing in her pretense, not a waste of the effort he had put into his appearance. Yes, Li Jingchuan had done this on purpose, spending 20 minutes in the shower and 10 minutes arranging his clothes. After numerous attempts, he had finally settled on this look, a hint of allure without seeming overly deliberate. Satisfied with the effect he had created, Li Jingchuan believed it was just right. As for Gu Nanxing's comment about his attire being too concealing, he held a different view. Given her personality, if she were to see everything at once, she would soon lose interest. This was perfect. Little did Gu Nanxing know that even a single garment could harbor so many intricacies. "You go ahead and sleep. I'll dry my hair." Li Jingchuan left her with a view of his back as he returned to the bathroom. What was the point of coming out like that? Why not dry your hair first? Of course, the allure of semi-damp hair was irresistible. After Gu Nanxing watched a few short videos, Li Jingchuan emerged. He walked directly to the bedside, lifted the covers, and sat down with utter nonchalance. Is it really this casual? Isn't he the least bit embarrassed? His demeanor makes me feel somewhat indecent. Li Jingchuan internally sighed. He did not intend to appear so composed. The more he feigned nonchalance, the more relaxed Gu Nanxing would feel. And indeed, she did. Well then, if that's the case, why should I feel nervous? Gu Nanxing's expression softened as she embraced her phone, continuing to scroll through videos, momentarily ignoring Li Jingchuan's presence. He took out his phone and began addressing some work matters, realizing that this was the only way to steady his tumultuous emotions. After all, such a vibrant beauty lay beside him, his own wife. It would be unusual if he had no other thoughts. Before long, Gu Nanxing began to feel drowsy, yawning softly. I'm tired. I'm going to sleep now. You should rest early too.
All right.
Li Jingchuan leaned over to pull the covers up for her and then dimmed the lights. How much time had passed? Li Jingchuan had no idea. It was only when he heard her steady breathing that he moved, looking at the serene and adorable visage of the girl. It seemed all her worries had momentarily vanished. The corners of her mouth curled slightly, as if she were dreaming a beautiful dream, which moved Li Jingchuan deeply. I wonder if I appear in your dreams? He turned off the bedside lamp, plunging the room into darkness. The gentle moonlight poured in, casting enchanting silhouettes. Li Jingchuan quietly watched her, his heart overflowing with tenderness. He softly kissed her forehead. Good night. Li Jingchuan was unaware of when he drifted off to sleep, but his biological clock woke him at the usual time. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of that beautiful sleeping face. The ever-diligent CEO, in that moment, had no desire to rise. This must be what it feels like to be a king who has forsaken morning court. Yet, he still needed to get up. He usually woke early, and today's late rising felt rather abrupt. Moreover, he was concerned that the young lady might feel awkward upon waking to find him there. Perhaps he was overthinking, but he was reluctant to take that chance. Chapter 74. Pursuing on his own. Although Li Jingchuan felt a twinge of reluctance, he quietly rose. After washing up, he descended the stairs to find his mother, Wenwan, chatting with Aunt Chun in the living room. Upon seeing her son, Wenwan's eyes sparkled with mischief. Up so early? Mom, why are you up so early? Li Jingchuan did not answer.
Guess.
Li Jingchuan didn't need to guess. He knew exactly what Wenwan meant. Isn't it strange? You usually seem so formidable. Why are you sleeping separately now? At this rate, when will I get to hold a grandchild? Li Jingchuan was not surprised that Wenwan knew he and Gu Nanxing were sleeping in separate rooms. After all, the insider was standing right beside her. With Aunt Chun around, nothing in looming courtyard could escape Wenwan's notice. Gu Nanxing had invited Wenwan to stay, and naturally, she had agreed, aiming to create an opportunity for her son. Li Jingchuan was indeed inclined to grow closer to Gu Nanxing, but wouldn't he go overboard? Moreover, this arrangement aligned with Gu Nanxing's expectations of normalcy. If Gu Nanxing were to learn that Wenwan was aware of their separate sleeping arrangements, she would undoubtedly feel embarrassed. Indeed, Gu Nanxing had considered this, and Li Jingchuan had merely gone with the flow. Mom, I know what I'm doing. You can rest assured.
Li Jingchuan suret her.
Rest assured? I'm here because I'm not at ease. Should I stay again tonight? Wenwan winked at Li Jingchuan, as if they were all in on a secret. Aunt Chun chuckled in response.
No need, Mom.
If you don't go back today, Dad will come looking for me. Li Jingchuan declined his mother's offer, believing it was better to pursue on his own. All right then. Wenwan did not press further. After all, if Li Jingchuan truly needed his mother's help to court Gu Nanxing, she would lose all respect for him. A man should manage his own wife's affections.
Mom.
You're going to the entertainment company today. I've already tipped Shin Machin off. He will assist you in handling everything. Li Jingchuan knew that Gu Nanxing and Wenwan were scheduled to meet Feng Xiaochuan today, so he had preemptively informed Shin Mohan. Shin Mohan had originally intended for An Yen to assist Gu Nanxing, but Shin Machin happened to be there, pleading for help. Both Li Jingchuan and Shin Mohan found it amusing and had no choice but to let him take over. However, Li Jingchuan sternly warned Shin Machin to ensure everything was flawless. To gain Li Jingchuan's approval, Shin Machin agreed to everything. Wenwan was pleased to hear that Shin Machin was involved. How fortunate that he is from the Xia family. Li Jingchuan, concerned that Gu Nanxing might feel awkward, gave a few more instructions before heading out to work. Gu Nanxing did not rise too late today, especially with her mother-in-law present. Oh, why are you up so early? Sleep a bit longer. Wenwan exclaimed upon seeing Gu Nanxing, making her feel a bit shy. Mom, I'm awake now. Gu Nanxing replied, glancing around. Has Jingchuan gone to work? Yes, he has. Wenwan's words made Gu Nanxing breathe a sigh of relief. She couldn't quite understand why she felt so sensitive. Just the thought of sharing a bed with Li Jingchuan for a night felt somewhat awkward, yet it was not distasteful, merely an indescribable emotion. Wenwan pretended not to notice the feelings in her eyes and took her hand, encouraging her to eat first. Mom, have you eaten yet? I have. I had breakfast with Jingchuan. Since Wenwan had said so, Gu Nanxing obediently sat down. Mom, we have plans with Shui Yahan this afternoon. Let us go shopping together this morning. Gu Nanxing remembered the hush money that Li Jingchuan had provided. Sounds good. The prospect of shopping with Gu Nanxing was a scenario that Wenwan had never dared to dream of before. The experience of shopping deviated significantly from Gu Nanxing's expectations. She had envisioned a warm exchange between the two of them, filled with discussions such as, "This suits you perfectly," or "You look exquisite in that." However, the reality unfolded quite differently, as her mother-in-law comfortably settled onto a sofa upon entering the store and commanded, "Please bring me the outfit suitable for my daughter-in-law." What followed was a lineup of attendants holding various garments. Not this one, nor that one. Pack the rest and send them to this address. Of course, when Wan, ever considerate, would ask Gu Nanxing, "Sweetheart, is there anything else you fancy?" "No, thank you."
Mom.
Goodness, what is this overpowering vibe of a pampered CEO's wife? But I must admit, my mother-in-law is rather impressive. Hearing this, Wenwan felt an exhilarating rush of satisfaction, further fueling her enthusiasm. Next, at a jewelry store, Wenwan exclaimed, this one, no, the diamond is too small. Let us find a larger one. That pink one is lovely. It will complement my daughter-in-law's delicate complexion. Nanxing, try this on. Wonderful, you look stunning. My daughter-in-law looks good in anything. Wrap it up. And those few outfits I previously declined, please pack them as well. Gu Nanxing played the role of the obedient and charming daughter-in-law, watching Wenwan triumphantly navigate through the shopping spree. All right, thank you, Mom. I love them. I'm accustomed to what you've bought. Mom, your taste is impeccable. Inside, she was bubbling with excitement.
Ah.
Whose wife is this?
Mine. Is.
This is the embodiment of money flowing like sand. It's simply too endearing.
Ah.
I finally understand why it's said that men look most handsome when they pay. It's because women look splendid doing so too. I have decided that my mother-in-law will henceforth be my favorite person. Wenwan's smile momentarily faltered. This was not the outcome she had anticipated. How could Gu Nanxing claim that she adored her more than anyone else? Surely, her greatest affection should be reserved for Li Jingchuan. Well, let us leave it at that. Please send it to this address. Wenwan retracted her outstretched hand, feeling an overwhelming sense of regret. Nanxing, I'm a bit weary. Let us find a place to rest for a while.
Of course, Mom.
Isn't she tired? We've been shopping for over 2 hours. Gu Nanxing quickly approached to support Wenwan as they gracefully exited, under the watchful and envious eyes of the attendants. As they walked, Gu Nanxing showered Wenwan with compliments, causing her to feel increasingly guilty. Had she made a misstep? All of this was thanks to Li Jingchuan. But it was done now, and there was no turning back. With that thought, Wenwan's spirits lifted once more. The two then sought a place to rest, and leisurely enjoyed a meal. Realizing it was nearly time, they set off towards the entertainment company where Feng Xiaochuan was located. From afar, Gu Nanxing and Wenwan spotted Shen Maxing, sporting a striking head of bright red hair, already waiting at the entrance. He was eager to attend to the mother and daughter-in-law of Li Jingchuan. Upon noticing Gu Nanxing and Wenwan, Shen Maxing beamed with delight. As the entertainment company often attracted fans hoping to catch a glimpse of their idols, Shen Maxing bounded over, his vibrant hair and exuberant expression drawing numerous gazes. Gu Nanxing lowered her head in silence. This person is far too ostentatious. His arrogance is unbearable. Wenwan concurred, though she was accustomed to it. The Shen and Li families, while not exactly aristocratic, were certainly well-connected. Given the close relationship between Li Jingchuan and these two brothers, Wenwan had watched them grow up together. It was unexpected to find such a vivacious personality emerging from the otherwise strict Shen family. However, the boy was undeniably charming. Annie Wan, it's been ages since I last saw you. I've missed you. Shen Maxing rushed over to envelop Wenwan in a warm embrace. Xiao Cheng, Auntie Wan has missed you too. She affectionately pinched his cheek before turning to Gu Nanxing, who Shen Maxing dared not embrace. Sister-in-law. Gu Nanxing smiled and nodded. Sister-in-law, Li Ge mentioned you wanted to see Feng Xiaochuan, but he didn't tell me why. What is your reason for seeking him? While he is fairly handsome, doesn't he pale in comparison to Li Ge? Plus, he is significantly older. Shen Maxing frowned at the thought of Gu Nanxing's purpose, displaying an unwilling demeanor. Li Ge referred to Li Jingchuan, a name Wen had prompted him to use in her presence. When she wasn't around, he typically called him Li Jingchuan. Have you lost your mind? Who brings their mother-in-law when looking for a man? Especially when it's arranged by my husband. This kid is being intentionally provocative. Gu Nanxing's deduction was astute. Shen Maxing was indeed being mischievous, not out of malice, but because Li Jingchuan was the type who would never allow his wife to seek out another man. After receiving a reprimand, Shen Maxing fell silent, fully aware of the gravity of offending Li Jingchuan's wife. Auntie Wan, sister-in-law, let us head inside. He urged, leading them in. Li Jingchuan had instructed that their purpose for seeing Feng Xiaochuan was to remain confidential, and the same went for Feng Xiaochuan himself. Yet, Li Jingchuan hadn't shared the reason with Shen Maxing either, but he was confident he would eventually find out. However, they could hardly linger by the entrance. Where's Shui Yahan? Why hasn't she arrived yet? Gu Nanxing stood on her toes, scanning the vicinity. Wen also surveyed the area, hoping to spot Shui Yahan. Who are you waiting for? Do you need to wait around with such an attitude? Shen Maxing joined the search, though he had no idea who they were looking for. What a fool. Gu Nanxing and Wen chimed in unison. Shen Maxing had no retort. Just as Gu Nanxing was about to express her irritation, Shui Yahan hurriedly approached. Gu Nanxing stared in shock at Shui Yahan, who was dressed formally and elegantly. Glancing at her own simple dress, she couldn't help but smirk. Is it really necessary to go all out for a man? Wen agreed. Shen Maxing frowned at the sight of the extravagantly dressed woman. He was familiar with Shui Yahan, having researched Feng Xiaochuan when Li Jingchuan informed him of Gu Nanxing's intention to meet him. Since Feng Xiaochuan was part of their company, his background was easy to investigate, and he was well aware of his wife, Shui Yahan. Well, look at you, sister-in-law. Meeting someone as husband, and not only bringing your mother-in-law, but also their wife. Impressive. Shen Maxing was merely being cheeky. Get lost. Gu Nanxing snapped back. All right, just indulging in some banter. Now that everyone is here, let us go. Gu Nanxing gestured for Shen Maxing to lead the way. Hurry up, or we'll miss the main event. When Wan felt a surge of urgency, all this time had been spent preparing for this one occasion. Hurry. Shen Maxing muttered under his breath. What's the rush? Feng Xiaochuan isn't going anywhere. He had learned that Feng Xiaochuan would be at the company all day. But they still needed to usher these two into the building quickly. True to the nature of an entertainment company, handsome men and beautiful women were in abundance, with even the receptionists being strikingly attractive. Gu Nanxing found her eyes feasting on the scenery. Although Shen Maxing rarely visited, he was well known, and many greeted him politely. He adopted an air of aloofness, responding only perfunctorily. What a show-off. Wan stifled a laugh, agreeing with her daughter-in-law's assessment. Shen Maxing usually works on the 17th floor. I'll take you there directly. Silent City led the group to the elevator. Just as everyone stepped inside, he intended to press the button for the 17th floor, but was outpaced by another hand that quickly pressed for the 18th. Foolish boy. Feng Xiaochuan is not on the 17th floor at all. Gu Nanxing had yet to formulate her words when Silent City was left astonished. What are you doing? Did I not say Feng Xiaochuan is on the 17th floor? I prefer to go one floor higher first, when Wan interjected promptly. Silent City's lips twitched. He was unaware of Aunt Wan's peculiar inclination. Oh, marvelous. When Wan's smile grew even brighter. As the elevator reached the 18th floor, there were not many people around. Gu Nanxing glanced around and spotted the sign indicating the emergency exit. Let us take the stairs down. It will be a good opportunity for some exercise. Fearing Silent City would prattle on, she headed straight towards the stairway, leaving Silent City and Shui Yahan bewildered. What is all this chaos? However, since when Wan followed suit, the two felt compelled to tag along. Gu Nanxing quietly opened the emergency exit door. When Wan's eyes lit up at her actions. Here we go. She mimicked Gu Nanxing's stealthy movements, signaling for the two behind them to do the same. Is this some new game? Silent City exchanged a glance with Shui Yahan, silently inquiring about the situation. Shui Yahan, equally in the dark, could only shake her head in confusion. Silent City shot her an exasperated glance, thinking her utterly useless. Though Shui Yahan felt irritated, she dared not express her frustration and remained silent. As Silent City and Shui Yahan approached the stairwell, they spotted Gu Nanxing and Wan crouching discreetly nearby. Upon hearing the two enter, Gu Nanxing first gestured for silence, urging them to crouch down as well. The two, still bewildered, complied, exchanging looks of confusion. Before they could voice their questions, they heard a familiar voice below. Zhiyao, have you made up your mind? Will you come with me? Chapter 76, Shamelessness. The expressions of the group shifted dramatically. Here it comes. When Wan held her breath, focusing intently, Silent City remained perplexed. Shui Han's complexion paled. She recognized the voice as her husband, Feng Xiaochuan. Stunned, she listened as the voice continued, this time accompanied by a soft yet indignant woman's tone. Feng Xiaochuan, why won't you let me go? Shui Han realized this voice belonged to Qiao Zhiyao, the woman she had always deemed a seductress, luring Feng Xiaochuan. Zhiyao, I like you. I liked you the moment I saw you, Feng Xiaochuan's voice followed. When Wan cast a sympathetic glance at the pallid Shui Han, while Silent City's expression grew cold. It appeared that his employee was engaging in numerous clandestine activities unbeknownst to them. The four of them, each harboring different thoughts, shared an uncanny consensus as they silently listened to the conversation below. Like me, Mr. Feng. But I don't like you. We merely acted together in a play. Our scenes together were minimal, Qiao Zhiyao exclaimed vehemently. But that does not prevent me from liking you at first sight, Feng Xiaochuan replied dreamily. And Shui Han could vividly picture his expression, deep, loving eyes, a slight smile suggesting longing and helplessness, yet directed at another. I had heard others speak of you before, claiming you are a rare beauty within the industry. I never had the chance to meet you, yet here we are, our fates intertwined. And you are even more enchanting than they described. Feng Xiaochuan feigned deep affection, but to Gu Nanxing and the others, it was utterly revolting. The moment I laid eyes on you, I knew I had to be with you. Only someone as captivating as you deserves to be with me. How could you refuse me? It breaks my heart. So you leaked information to the reporters, allowing them to fabricate lies and have everyone call me a seductress? Gu Nanxing shot a pointed look at Shui Han. This woman, calling someone a little fox, had quite the slap to the face.
Yet,
seeing the sorrow in Shui Han's eyes, Gu Nanxing chose to hold her tongue. Zhiyao, I have no choice. If you agree to be with me, there wouldn't be so much trouble. Oh my heavens! I could almost burst from rage. How can there be such shameless people in this world? When Wan concurred, finding the audacity appalling. I don't like you, Xiao Zhiyao retorted in a frenzy. Why do you keep insisting otherwise? I know you like me. Stop hiding it. Feng Xiaochuan persisted, seemingly oblivious to her protests. I understand you're embarrassed. It's all right. I'm here again, aren't I? Feng Xiaochuan, you are married. You have a wife. I could never be with you. Xiao Zhiyao's voice trembled with a mix of anger and despair. Humph, that old hag. I've already mentioned divorce to her. I've wanted to get rid of her for ages. She's always trailing behind me, and I'm utterly fed up. If it weren't for her being of some use, we would have divorced long ago. Feng Xiaochuan spoke of Shui Han with disdain. She is not like you. I'm with her because she paves the way for me. But you I genuinely love. I will treat you well. You will never be disappointed. Let us hope that silly woman can finally understand and stop being so easily deceived. If you treat your wife like this, how could you possibly treat me well? How you treat her is how you'll treat me once you find someone else. No wonder Qiao Zhiyao is so clever. She knows men are unreliable. When Wan opened her mouth, almost arguing in defense of her son, but the circumstances were inappropriate. Feng Xiaochuan, losing patience, allowed his voice to grow colder. Xiao Zhiyao, it's your fortune that I have my eyes on you. Think about your situation. If I say you seduced me, do you think you'll have any chance of rising up? With a scoff, he continued, I am well known as a good man in the industry, but you? You are infamous as a seductress. The moment I speak, no one will believe you. They will only vilify you, leaving you with no path forward. You enjoy acting, don't you? If you follow me, I will pave your way.
Oh.
I can't bear to listen anymore. After that, Qiao Zhiyao's voice faded, replaced by soft sobs, filled with despair. Silent City's face turned ashen. Unable to contain himself any longer, he stood up abruptly, only to collide with a cardboard box someone had carelessly left behind. The sound echoed, startling in the otherwise hushed atmosphere. Who's there? Feng Xiaochuan barked in alarm. The group exchanged glances, their disdainful gazes landing on Silent City. He awkwardly rubbed his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed. I'm sorry, we took a wrong turn. Gu Nanxing peeked her head out, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards Qiao Zhiyao. Indeed, The girl possessed an alluring figure and a stunningly beautiful face, exuding a certain seductive charm. No wonder she was labeled a seductress. Yet now, the young woman was on the verge of tears, clearly distressed. As for Feng Xiaochuan, he was undeniably handsome, with a charming demeanor and captivating eyes, fitting the image that young women adored. However, Gu Nanxing knew his character. No matter how handsome he was, it significantly diminished his appeal.
Who are you?
When did you arrive? Feng Xiaochuan questioned, clearly recognizing that she was not an employee of the company, as he would have known about such a beautiful girl long ago. Oh, I'm just here for some fun. As for when I arrived, you'll have to ask her. What do you mean? Gu Nanxing deliberately pulled Shui Han over to stand beside him. Just ask her. I came with her. The moment Feng Xiaochuan laid eyes on Shui Han, his face drained of color. What are you doing here? I told you not to come looking for me if there was nothing wrong. Upon seeing Shui Han for the first time, he launched into an unrelenting scolding, oblivious to the presence of others. Shui Han merely lowered her head to respond. Noticing her silence, Feng Xiaochuan's frustration mounted. Let me tell you, don't think that just because you came to plead with me, I will forgive you. Only then did Shui Han lift her gaze, directing it towards the alluring and captivating Qiao Xiao. Feng Xiaochuan caught sight of her glance, and his eyes flickered momentarily. You saw that too. Qiao Xiao has declared her feelings for me again. Rest assured, I have firmly rejected her. Before I parted ways with you, I would never do anything to betray you. I, Feng Xiaochuan, am not that kind of person. See how she's crying? It's because I turned her down. Chapter 77. Interests. Gu Nanxing inhaled sharply, while Qiao Xiao wept even more sorrowfully. I have never admired anyone so profoundly. To speak such blatant lies with eyes wide open, without a hint of remorse. Shui Han's gaze grew increasingly intricate, as though she were truly seeing this man for the first time. Had she not heard everything from start to finish, she might have believed him once again. While they managed to endure, Shen Moqing could no longer contain himself and emerged directly from around the corner. When Wan touched her nose and followed suit, Feng Xiaochuan, upon seeing the two emerge, gaped in astonishment, his eyes instinctively darting to the corner, his expression unmistakably revealing his thoughts. What are you staring at? No one is here. Shen Moqing shot a glare at Feng Xiaochuan. Young Master Shen? Given Feng Xiaochuan's status, it was hardly surprising that he recognized Shen Moqing. He was somewhat puzzled, recalling that Shen Moqing had blue hair. How had it turned red after just a few days? As long as you recognize me, that's enough. Feng Xiaochuan, didn't he realize you had such audacity, forcing the innocent into disgrace? Has this child never been to school? Is that how you describe things? Didn't you notice that Qiao Xiao didn't he seem particularly pleased? Qiao Xiao indeed appeared less than happy. The description felt off to her. However, he was her boss, and she could not afford to provoke him. Do you know how to speak? When Wan playfully slapped Shen Moqing, casting a sympathetic glance at Qiao Xiao, who looked somewhat aggrieved. Young Master Shen, why would you say that? I haven't done anything. Feng Xiaochuan spread his hands in feigned innocence, uncertain about how much they had overheard. Regardless, he resolved to deny everything. Oh, you still refuse to admit it? Let me tell you, we heard everything. Shen Moqing was taken aback that he dared to deny it even now. You, Shen Moqing, lacking patience, surged forward, ready to take action, only to be restrained by Wen Wan and Gu Nanxing. You dirty your hands. A simple statement from Gu Nanxing caused Shen Moqing to halt in his tracks, feeling her logic resonate. Feng Xiaochuan, we all heard your threats towards Miss Qiao. Do you think we would believe your lies about having done nothing? Gu Nanxing sighed softly as she faced Feng Xiaochuan's expression, which was a perfect embodiment of hypocrisy. Feng Xiaochuan's face shifted through a spectrum of emotions, hatred, regret, and fear. He was genuinely alarmed. He was not concerned about Shui Han, as that woman only needed a few sweet words from him to be appeased. His real concern was Shen Moqing. How could the company leader have overheard? It had not been easy for him to reach this position, and he was loath to lose everything. Had he known, he would have steered clear of Qiao Xiao. So many women had thrown themselves at him, yet she, for some reason, had captured his interest. Now, he could no longer argue. That woman claimed they had all heard, and further debate would only provoke Shen Moqing's ire. Feng Xiaochuan was uncertain about the identities of the two women, but as long as Shen Moqing was on his side, everything would be fine, right? Indeed. He still had a chance to salvage the situation, did he not? This person is from Shen Moqing's company. How to handle this is a matter for your family. Seeing Gu Nanxing's hesitation, Wen Wan spoke directly to Shen Moqing. Xiaocheng, This is your family's business. How you choose to handle it is up to you. Wenwan dared to speak this way to Shin Moching because she understood him well. He might be carefree on the surface, but he possessed a strong sense of justice and integrity. Upon hearing Wenwan's words, Feng Xiaochuan felt a glimmer of hope. He looked at Shin Moching with anticipation. Young Master Shin, I am a film emperor. I have numerous endorsements and can bring immense benefits to the company. Give me a chance, and I promise I will not err again. I will work diligently and ensure you are never disappointed. This was Feng Xiaochuan's trump card. A businessman values profit above all. And he was the one who could bring them that profit. He was a film emperor, laden with endorsements, boasting a legion of fans and a well-known devoted husband persona. And Xiao Zhiyao? A second or third-tier actress, her beauty often incited envy among women. The choice was clear. Gu Nanxing remained silent, mirroring Feng Xiaochuan's gaze toward Shin Moching. Based on the contents of the book, she had a general understanding that Shin Moching was a decent individual. However, one must interact with a person to truly know them.
Right?
Moreover, the disparity in value was glaringly apparent. What will you choose, Shin Moching? Xiao Zhiyao trembled slightly. This was why she had refrained from approaching Shin Moching to lodge a complaint. No one would come to her aid. Even her manager had urged her to heed Feng Xiaochuan's words. The gap between the two was so pronounced that, without Shin Moching stating it outright, Xiao Zhiyao already knew what his decision would be. Shui Han maintained her usual demeanor and expression. Only when Wan wore a slight smile, her expression notably relaxed. What kind of benefits can you bring me? Who do you think you are? If our family needed a despicable person like you, we wouldn't even need to bother. Gu Nanxing's lips also curled into a smile. I won't call him a foolish child anymore. When Wan stifled a laugh, finding it amusing that this girl, younger than the others, still attempted to act like an elder. Feng Xiaochuan and Xiao Zhiyao stared in disbelief at Shin Moching. One was filled with fear, while the other was astonished. Sensing their gazes, Shin Moching raised his chin higher. To our Shin family, you are nothing. I simply cannot tolerate you bullying a girl. Feng Xiaochuan clenched his fists, suppressing his rising panic. Would you like to consult with President Shin? He might have a different perspective. So, he thinks he can ask for Shin Moching's opinion, having no regard for him. Gu Nanxing observed Shin Moching's defeated expression, struggling to suppress a smile. Shin Moching was taken aback. Do you even realize what you just said? That's an insult to me. Unable to hold back any longer, When Wan playfully slapped Shin Moching. You're always so lackadaisical and disinclined to work. Look, even someone like him doesn't take you seriously. Let us see if you don't start behaving and work properly.
Aunt Wan.
Shin Moching's earlier bravado dissipated, leaving only a pitiful and aggrieved look in his eyes as he gazed at Wenwan. Upon seeing his expression, her heart softened. Everyone has their own preferences, just like his second brother. Shin Moching was simply not fond of work. He could get by, and being a bit playful wasn't a crime. Aunt Wan was wrong. Aunt Wan was wrong. I shouldn't have said that. Our Xiao Cheng is so outstanding. Even if he doesn't work, it doesn't hinder his talents. You don't need to say anything. You're nothing. Chapter 78. Protecting One's Own. Silent City was finally satisfied. His gaze towards Feng Xiaochuan grew increasingly sinister.
Well,
Feng Xiaochuan, you dare to question me? You won't shed tears until you see the coffin, will you? You want to inquire about my brother, don't you? Allow me to ask on your behalf. Silent City promptly retrieved his phone and dialed Shin Mohan, placing it on speaker. Both Feng Xiaochuan and Xiao Zhiyun held their breath, listening intently. The call was quickly connected, and Shin Mohan's terse voice came through. What is it? Speak quickly, I have a meeting. I want to deal with Feng Xiaochuan. Silent City stated succinctly, directly expressing his demand. There was a pause on the other end. Feng Xiaochuan's eyes were fixated on the phone, holding his breath. Silent City, are you out of your mind? Came Shin Mohan's reprimand, causing a smile to rise on Feng Xiaochuan's face. However, the following words froze his smile in place. Who do you want to deal with? Do as you wish. Don't call me unless it's urgent. I'm busy. Shin Mohan was indeed preoccupied, as An Yen had just summoned him for a meeting, and Silent City's unexpected call was filled with irrelevant chatter, making one wonder if he was seeking more chaos in his already busy life. As he walked towards the conference room, he continued to scold Silent City. Feng Xiaochuan rushed to the phone, shouting, Mr. Shin, this is Feng Xiaochuan. You cannot allow second young Master Shin to deal with me. Upon hearing Feng Xiaochuan's voice through Silent City's phone, Shin Mohan's steps came to an abrupt halt. Feng Xiaochuan? Who? My brother can handle his own affairs without needing anyone to speak for him. Shun Mohan's voice lowered, and although it was through the phone, everyone present could sense his fury. Silent City, you have truly become quite a figure. Even the most insignificant can now question you. It seems you are in dire need of some training. Silent City rubbed his nose. I merely wished to dissuade him. Enough. Do not bother me with such trivial matters. If you have requests, approach the person in charge directly. Convey your desired outcome to them, and let them handle the rest. If everything has to be done by you, what is the purpose of employing so many people? Shun Mohan concluded, abruptly ending the call. Silent City gazed at the disconnected phone, quietly stowing it away. Shun Mohan truly dotes on his brother. He is undoubtedly protective. Well done. Feng Xiaochuan must be dumbfounded. Wenwan nodded with a smile. Although the brothers bickered, their bond was undeniably strong. Feng Xiaochuan now comprehended that he was truly finished. Gu Nanxing approached Xiao Zhiyun, gently patting her. Rest assured, Feng Xiaochuan will no longer dare to bully you. I apologize for the distress you have faced during this time. Xiao Zhiyun looked at Gu Nanxing with immense gratitude, suddenly bursting into tears as she embraced her. This girl has indeed suffered greatly. Though her reputation is tarnished, she is genuinely kind-hearted. They call her a vixen. Yet she is quite innocent, having been forced to cry every night due to Feng Xiaochuan's pressure. Moreover, her manager is no saint either. Gu Nanxing, observing the lovely young woman, felt a pang of sympathy and stayed by her side to comfort her. Silent City. While this situation primarily stems from Feng Xiaochuan's malevolence, a portion of the blame lies with your company's poor management. Otherwise, how could a young girl endure such unfair treatment? You must make amends. Silent City opened his mouth, staring at Gu Nanxing. It seemed she was not entirely incorrect. How do you propose I compensate her? You decide. Think of a way that demonstrates your sincerity. Gu Nanxing, seeing how much the girl had endured, contemplated how to assist her. Also, does your manager know you have been harassed? Gu Nanxing already knew the answer, but felt compelled to ask. Encouraged by Gu Nanxing's gaze, Xiao Zhiyun finally faced Silent City. I do. Her voice was soft yet unwavering. Has he not attempted to assist you? Gu Nanxing continued to probe. No. Xiao Zhiyun gently shook her head, looking at Gu Nanxing with a hint of grievance. He said that Feng Xiaochuan being interested in me is a privilege. He suggested I associate with him to gain more exposure. What? Gu Nanxing gasped, disbelief flooding her expression as she looked at Silent City. Are all the people in your company like this? How terrifying. Her glance at Silent City was laced with suspicion, as if to imply, if your company harbors such individuals, perhaps you are not a good person either. Huh. I see the look in your eyes. You realize how embarrassing this is, don't you? I did it intentionally. Don't give me that look. Silent City exclaimed, exasperated. I assure you, this was an accident. My brother and I are not like that. He was almost swearing an oath. Gu Nanxing, now not only regarding him with disdain but also taking a step back with Wenwan, distanced herself from him. You. Wenwan observed his flustered state and silently mourned for him. You asked for it with your careless words. My brother and I are close. If I were of poor character, would he associate with me? Silent City finally found a reasonable justification. Good lad, becoming clever. You know how to drag my husband into this. Gu Nanxing pretended to reluctantly believe him. Fine, for my husband's sake, I will trust you. The tone and expression conveyed her reluctance. We will handle this matter thoroughly. Anyone who errs will not escape justice. Now, Xiao. Silent City pointed at Xiao Zhiyun. Xiao Zhiyun. Xiao Zhiyun kindly repeated her name. Xiao Zhiyun, I promise to provide you with an explanation and appropriate compensation. However, the specifics will require discussion with the manager of the entertainment company. After saying this, Silent City cast a haughty glance at Gu Nanxing, implying, see how well I handle this? I am indeed a good person. Satisfied with the outcome, Gu Nanxing ceased her deliberate provocations towards Silent City, smilingly applauding him, as if to say, you truly are impressive. However, her perfunctory demeanor only fueled Silent City's irritation further. Thank you. Thank you. Xiao Zhiyun grasped Gu Nanxing's hand, tears of gratitude streaming down her face. Shouldn't you be thanking me? Silent City expressed his frustration. Look, it was your company's fault. It is only right that you correct it. Why should the girl thank you again? Observing Gu Nanxing teasing Silent City brought delight to Wenwan, who wished to join in. Aunt Wan, I. Let it go. Silent City truly lacked the energy to argue. Just let it be. Do as you please. Amidst the harmonious atmosphere, a voice softly broke the silence.
Now that you have resolved your issues, it's my turn, isn't it? Chapter 79. Are you awake? Everyone turned to the speaker, Shui Yahuan. Oh no, we completely forgot about her, Wenwan admitted, feeling a bit embarrassed. What do you want? I assure you, no matter how you plead, I will not let Feng Xiaochuan off the hook, Silent City retorted, his lips curling into a sneer as he glared at Shui Yahuan. Wenwan tugged at Silent City's arm. Let her finish. Once Wenwan spoke, Silent City fell silent, waiting to see what Shui Yahuan had to say. Shui Yahuan, are you awake yet? If you remain oblivious, you will ultimately find yourself stripped of everything by Feng Xiaochuan. Truly everything. You will lose not only your money but also your reputation, reaching a point where everyone will want to strike you down. Shui Yahuan's parents, unable to bear their daughter's fate, sought help and committed acts against their conscience, but ultimately, they could not save her. The elderly couple, tormented by their guilt, met with a tragic end. When Wan shivered, her eyes fixated on Shui Yahuan. Internally, she fervently hoped that Shui Yahuan would come to her senses. All eyes were fixed upon Shui Yahuan, yet she appeared oblivious, her gaze solely focused on Feng Xiaochuan. Feng Xiaochuan understood that Shui Yahuan was his only path to salvation. He was unaware of why she was in the company of those individuals, but he sensed an undeniable connection among them. If only Shui Yahuan would forgive him, everything could be resolved. Should he find it untenable to remain in Silent City, he could implore Shui Yahuan to find him another avenue. Even if he could no longer ascend to stardom, life alongside her would not be utterly miserable. Thus, Feng Xiaochuan swiftly redirected his focus. Rising to brush the dust from his attire and taking a few steps toward Shui Yahuan's side, his eyes brimming with emotion. Yan, you know I am not the person you think I am. You should trust me. We have shared so many years together. The bond between us needs no further elaboration. He wore an expression that conveyed a sense of injustice, yet refrained from voicing it. After all, who wouldn't he be bewildered by such a gaze from a film emperor?
Xu Yao gently caresse Feng Xiaochuan sans son visage.
Had the circumstances been different, the scene would have been quite picturesque. However, observing Shui Yahuan's actions, both Wenwan and Gu Nanxing wore expressions of discontent. Feng Xiaochuan smiled, taking her hand in his, as if comforted, while internally he reveled in delight. Look, see? I told you this woman lacks discernment. As long as I utter sweet words, she will surely believe me. Yahuan, you are truly the best. I should never have been swayed by those wicked women, contemplating divorce. I was mistaken. I realize now that my heart belongs to you alone, for you have always treated me with kindness. Once we resolve this matter, we can return home and live our lives properly. A radiant smile illuminated Feng Xiaochuan's face as a thought struck him. Didn't you always desire a child? We could have a daughter, one just like you. I assure you, I would be a wonderful father. Wenwan felt a chill in her heart. It seemed Shui Yahuan might genuinely forgive Feng Xiaochuan.
Meanwhile,
Silent City regarded him with skepticism, thinking, impressive. Who would have thought he could resort to such tactics? One must admit, Feng Xiaochuan is indeed despicable. But his shamelessness is unparalleled. Finally, Shui Yahuan spoke up. Xiaochuan, are you saying you were deceived by this woman? Yes, it is all her fault. She tricked me, which is why I treated you this way. Feng Xiaochuan pointed an accusing finger at Xiao Zhiao. At that moment, he could no longer see her alluring features or graceful form, only genuine hatred filled his heart. If it weren't for her, would he be in this predicament? Even Xiao Zhiao, known for her patience, could no longer endure. How shameless can you be? Who deceived you? It was your own vile nature. Gu Nanxing restrained Xiao Zhiao, attempting to soothe her. Wenwan observed Gu Nanxing and chose not to interfere further in Shui Yahuan's decisions, feeling a sense of urgency. She subtly tugged at Gu Nanxing, wishing for her to speak with Shui Yahuan. Understanding her mother's intent, Gu Nanxing shook her head, signaling her inability to intervene. I recognize your concerns, Mom. I too do not wish to see Shui Yahuan cornered. However, this is beyond our control. If Shui Yahuan does not come to her own resolution, she will inevitably compromise if Feng Xiaochuan seeks her out again. It must be her own realization. When Wan lowered her head, contemplating, Gu Nanxing's assessment was accurate, and her worry dissipated. She smiled at Gu Nanxing, signifying her understanding. Oh, Mom has figured it out already. I haven't even told her yet. One must admit, Mom is truly astute. Feeling slightly embarrassed, when Wan thought, I am not clever. I merely heard the unspoken words in your heart. Shui Yahuan paid no heed to the unfolding drama. Instead, she quietly observed Feng Xiaochuan. But I have heard that you despise me. That you wish for me to pave the way for you, that you would not have looked at me if I were not wealthy. These years together have been far from blissful, have they not? Feng Xiaochuan's expression faltered momentarily before he regained his composure. Yan, what I said back then was not from my heart, it was insincere. Our years together have been genuine. How could I not love you? Cunningly, Feng Xiaochuan avoided directly addressing Shui Han's accusation, instead focusing on his declarations of love, hoping to ensnare her in his words and make her forget the past. But you have never been happy with me. You refuse to come home, to speak with me, to draw close to me. How could you possibly love me? Shui Han's face was awash with sorrow for her years of dedication. Unprepared for her candidness, Feng Xiaochuan felt a twinge of impatience, yet maintained a gentle smile. Yan, that was due to our previous conflicts. Now is not the time for such discussions. We must first address the matter at hand. You came here with them.
Did you not?
Can you not speak to them civilly? I did come with them. What do you wish for me to say? To claim that your harassment of others isn't true? To assert that your despicable behavior towards a girl is not genuine? To deny that you deceived me for so many years? To insist that your desire for divorce is not real? Shui Han's voice grew louder with each statement, her expression becoming increasingly fierce. Gu Nanxing finally smiled, feeling reassured. Feng Xiaochuan gazed at Shui Han in disbelief, unable to fathom that the woman he had thought so simple-minded could articulate such thoughts. Perhaps this time, he would truly be finished. Chapter 80. Thus, the scandal unfolded. Tears welled in Feng Xiaochuan's eyes as he tilted his face slightly to the right, revealing the angle Shui Han adored. How can you say such things? I understand your heart is tumultuous, but this is our family matter. Let us return home to clarify everything. I will make you believe in me. Suddenly, Shui Han laughed. A chilling and bitter sound. All present gaped in astonishment, while Gu Nanxing and Wenwan exchanged glances, filled with compassion. Yan. Feng Xiaochuan was at a loss, unsure of her meaning, and dared not speak further. After a prolonged silence, Shui Han seemed to have laughed enough, raising her hand to wipe away the physiological tears at the corners of her eyes. Family matters? Have you ever regarded me as family? You do not. You see me merely as a tool, a stepping stone for your ascent. Even if Shui Han had pursued Feng Xiaochuan, she would not allow herself to be stripped of her dignity. To be so insulted and then trail behind him like a beggar was unacceptable. Shui Han's demeanor shifted, adopting an expression of disdain toward Feng Xiaochuan. Feng Xiaochuan, not only will I refuse to assist you, but I will also take pleasure in your downfall. A proud lady of the Shui family will not permit someone like you to trample upon me. Clap, clap. Gu Nanxing raised her hands to applaud Shui Han, with Wenwan joining in with a smile. Silent City and Qiao Xiao exchanged glances, eventually joining in the applause. With both of them clapping, it felt inappropriate for the others to refrain. Feng Xiaochuan seethed with rage, unable to tolerate the transformation of someone who had once been so devoted to him. Gu Nanxing observed Feng Xiaochuan's expression, which struck her as eerily familiar, reminiscent of someone she had encountered before. No one wished to engage with Feng Xiaochuan any longer. He had become a man devoid of options, unworthy of concern. Is that enough? Is everything settled now? Is there no one else to speak? Silent City posed several questions, met with shaking heads. Only then did Silent City retrieve his phone to make a call. The ringing echoed from behind the emergency exit door. Taken aback, Silent City swung open the door, revealing a throng of people that left everyone stunned. Once there was an employee who intended to ascend the stairs for a clandestine smoke, only to be startled by noises from behind. Initially, the employee contemplated simply peeking, but the peculiar sounds prompted him to report the situation. Thus, the matter was escalated step by step, eventually leading the entertainment company's manager to find himself stationed behind the door. You step forward. The rest of you, depart, he commanded. Shun Mo Chung, with an air of disdain, pointed at a middle-aged man clad in a suit, slightly portly, and squinting through small eyes. The middle-aged man discreetly signaled to the others, dismissing them, while he furtively wiped his brow and approached. Manager Wang, how long have you been eavesdropping outside? You must be aware of the situation by now, Shun Mo Chung declared, his head held high, exuding arrogance. This second-generation heir truly is a sight to behold. Wenwan felt a twinge of embarrassment, as he was indeed her child. You see, this child can be quite intimidating when silent, albeit rather frivolous. Manager Wang, bending slightly, responded cautiously, Young Master Shen, I arrived not long ago and caught wind of a few details. Moreover, The door is rather thick, making it difficult to hear clearly. Manager Wang spoke the truth. Upon receiving notification, he rushed over, unaware of the trouble that awaited him. This individual was far more troublesome than Shun Mo Han. At least Shun Mo Han could be reasoned with and had his reservations, whereas this man acted solely on impulse, doing as he pleased. Thus, Manager Wang's heart raced with trepidation. Very well, if you couldn't hear clearly, I shall reiterate, Shen Mo Cheng said through gritted teeth, gesturing towards Feng Xiaochuan. This esteemed actor has coerced a young girl into his company. Shen Mo Cheng recounted the misdeeds committed by Feng Xiaochuan against Xiao Zhiyao, culminating in a reprimand directed at Manager Wang. Is this how you conduct business? Such a significant matter, and you were oblivious? What sort of manager are you? In truth, Shen Mo Cheng's ire was misdirected. While the manager bore some responsibility, it was evident that Feng Xiaochuan had acted in secrecy. Manager Wang's ignorance was understandable. However, Gu Nanxing and Wenwan had witnessed the events unfold, leading them to approach him, explicitly stating their intention to find Feng Xiaochuan. This tarnished their perception of the company and, by extension, of him and his brother, resulting in a net loss. Thus, he felt compelled to manage the aftermath deftly, aiming to leave a favorable impression on Gu Nanxing. After all, she was Li Jingchuan's wife, a matter of great significance. Manager Wang was drenched in sweat, his heart racing. He truly had no inkling of Feng Xiaochuan's potential for such misconduct. Although such incidents were not unprecedented, the fact that this esteemed individual was now aware of them, and from the tone of his voice, it was clear he was not inclined to let the matter rest, left little room for rebuttal. Young master, I genuinely had no idea. And do you now? Shun Mo Chung retorted, his demeanor haughty. Yes, I understand now. How does young master plan to address this? It is neither trivial nor monumental. Let us allow you to decide. Address it? Conduct a thorough investigation into him. I refuse to believe this is his sole transgression. Scrutinize his breaches of contract and ensure he compensates us adequately. Ultimately, I intend for him to be rendered incapable of recovery, all while minimizing the damage to our interests. Shen Mo Cheng's pronouncement left Feng Xiaochuan crumpled on the ground, while Manager Wang stared in astonishment, mouth agape. Young master, this is an esteemed actor. The conflicts of interest are too numerous. It is no simple feat to elevate an actor to stardom, and you propose to dismiss him so hastily? That is exceedingly rash. I shall do as I see fit.
Shen Montag Cheng was utterly unconcerned.
Manager Wang opened his mouth, as if to protest, but ultimately fell silent. After all, it was not his own money at stake. If young master wished to proceed in such a manner, so be it. Very well, young master. I shall report back with the findings. That will suffice. Only then did Shun Mo Cheng appear satisfied. And regarding Xiao Zhiyao, noticing Shun Mo Cheng had overlooked this detail, he was promptly reminded. Oh, right. Manager Wang, Xiao Zhiyao has suffered greatly. Let us seek out an opportunity to compensate her. And her manager, investigate that as well. Should there be any discrepancies, let him go. Manager Wang found this request straightforward and readily acquiesced, though he pondered the implications. He was uncertain of the relationship between Xiao Zhiyao and young master. But it was evidently a close one. Otherwise, why would he advocate on her behalf? Henceforth, he resolved to pay closer attention to Xiao Zhiyao. Such rumors often circulate in this manner. Chapter 81. Returning Home. Shen Mo Cheng observed Manager Wang's small eyes darting back and forth between him and Xiao Zhiyao, his smile somewhat lewd. Shen Mo Cheng discerned the man's overactive imagination. Hey, rein in those sordid thoughts. It is not as you presume. Manager Wang promptly averted his gaze, adopting a facade of righteousness. Shen Mo Cheng, indifferent to his thoughts, realized he had lingered long enough. Aunt Wan, is there anything else? If not, allow me to escort you to rest. Shen Mo Cheng genuinely wished to leave this place. When Wan glanced at Gu Nanxing, contemplating if she had any further matters to address, Gu Nanxing shook her head, indicating there was nothing more and they could depart. However, Shui Yan, we are leaving. What about you? Gu Nanxing sought to confirm with Shui Han, as they had come together and ought to leave as such. Shui Han cast one last glance at Feng Xiaochuan, her expression exceedingly complex, laden with myriad emotions. Let us go. Shui Han turned without a backward glance, leading the way out. Gu Nanxing shrugged and linked arms with Wenwan as they exited. Shen Mo Cheng trailed behind, followed by Xiao Zhiyao. In the end, The stairwell was left with only Feng Xiaochuan and Manager Wang. Once alone, Manager Wang berated Feng Xiaochuan vehemently. Look at the mess you've created. And now you've crossed paths with this tyrant. Feng Xiaochuan, sensing a glimmer of hope, implored Manager Wang. Please, I beg you. Help me. I am finished otherwise. Humph. Finished? What can I do? Do you truly believe this company is mine? It belongs to the Shun family. The Shun family will not let you off lightly. What can I do? Manager Wang, having lost interest, departed the stairwell. Given that Shun and Mo Cheng had vowed to assist him, Feng Xiaochuan found himself with no escape. He was hardly worth any further consideration. Manager Wang returned to his office, instructing his assistant to investigate the matter thoroughly. Since Shun and Mo Cheng had issued a directive, he needed to act swiftly. Shui Han, Gu Nanxing, and Wenwan exited the building, confronted by the bustling crowd, unsure how to proceed. Gu Nanxing paused, turning to Shui Han. Where to now? Shui Han shook her head. I do not know. I haven't decided. I wish to wander alone for a bit. Wenwan glanced at Gu Nanxing before speaking. Since you're unsure, why not return home? Home? Shui Han looked at Wenwan quizzically, puzzled by her suggestion. Go see your parents and have a good talk with them. A faint smile of resignation crept across Shui Han's face. She was not surprised that Wenwan was privy to her family circumstances. Aunt Wan, my parents may not wish to see me. I lack the courage to face them. Shui Han was keenly aware of the extent of her past transgressions and her parents' profound disappointment in her. Wenwan smiled gently, offering reassurance. No parent truly harbors anger towards their child. Just return home and sincerely apologize. They will surely forgive you. Upon hearing Wenwan's earnestness, Shui Han suddenly felt a surge of courage. Very well, Aunt Wan, I shall return home. Thank you, and thank you to Madame Li. With that, Shui Han respectfully bowed to the two women. Meanwhile, Shun and Mo Cheng felt a twinge of frustration. Was he still invisible? Shouldn't you also express gratitude to me? Have you not seen how dashing I am today? In the midst of discontented glances in Silent City, Shui Han departed in a taxi. Wenwan felt a sense of relief and smiled at Gu Nanxing. She mused that she was no longer as fierce as before. Had she perhaps become more attractive? Gu Nanxing nodded in agreement. Indeed, she had become more alluring, yet still fell slightly short compared to herself. Although Gu Nanxing spoke the truth, she couldn't help but feel a tad shameless for voicing it. Nevertheless, Wenwan was eager to flatter her, and her daughter-in-law was certainly not mistaken. Having encountered numerous young and beautiful girls, none could quite rival Gu Nanxing. You are absolutely right. Wenwan nodded earnestly. Silent City rolled his eyes silently, not daring to interject. Auntie Wan, where are you headed next? Allow me to escort you. Wenwan pondered for a moment, gazing at the radiant Gu Nanxing, and made a decision. Let us go to the Li Corporation building. I need to check on the old man. Silent City nodded in agreement. They both turned to Gu Nanxing simultaneously. With such a gaze upon me, it would be rather awkward to decline. Gu Nanxing could only smile and acquiesce. All right. Let us go together. Silent City made a phone call to summon a car, and soon they were on their way to the Li Corporation building. Meanwhile, Shui Han sat in the taxi, still in a daze. Today felt like a surreal dream, yet she understood that everything had irrevocably changed. She, Shui Han, needed to awaken from her slumber. But should she visit her parents? The driver glanced curiously at the elegantly attired woman. While intrigued, he found nothing particularly odd. Nowadays, young women donned a myriad of outfits, especially near the entertainment company. However, she had remained silent since entering the vehicle, prompting the driver to observe her through the rearview mirror. 2 minutes passed, and noticing her continued silence, the driver finally spoke. Miss, where are you headed? His inquiry broke the spell of Shui Han's thoughts, and she instinctively replied, to the Villa District at number 57 Jiefeng Road. Upon realizing she had unconsciously mentioned her parents' residence, she hesitated to change her destination, but the driver cheerfully responded, Understood. Shui Han opened her mouth to protest, but then closed it again. Wasn't this exactly where she intended to go? As Shui Han's anxiety mounted, over 20 minutes elapsed, and they arrived at her home. After paying, she exited the car and stood in a daze at the entrance, gazing at the familiar yet somewhat foreign place. She realized it had been ages since her last visit. It seemed that ever since her marriage to Feng Xiaochuan, she had not returned. Her heart and mind had been consumed solely by Feng Xiaochuan, leaving no room for thoughts of her parents. Shui Han was unsure how long she had stood at the door until a voice behind her, tinged with skepticism, interrupted her reverie. Miss! Turning around, she found their housekeeper, Sister Wu, who was in her 40s, dressed smartly and carrying a basket of groceries. Sister Wu, have you been shopping? Yes. I had some matters to attend to this morning and only managed to go to the supermarket this afternoon. Sister Wu appeared genuinely delighted to see Shuiyahan. Miss, you must be here to see Master and Madam. Let us go inside together. Shuiyahan hesitated, feeling a surge of apprehension about returning home. Sensing her reluctance, Sister Wu unceremoniously grasped her hand and pulled her inside. Come on, I bought some spare ribs today, just in time to make your favorite braised pork ribs. As Sister Wu led her along, Shuiyahan felt a flicker of gratitude. Had she not encountered Sister Wu, she might have remained outside, torn by indecision, or perhaps she wouldn't have dared to return at all. Madam, the young lady has returned, Sister Wu announced as they reached the entrance. The house fell silent for a moment, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. Shuiyahan lowered her head. An elderly couple swiftly approached the door. Their initial anxious expressions softened upon seeing their daughter. Neither spoke. Shuiyahan kept her gaze downward, unable to meet her parents' eyes, while they looked at her with a longing that spoke volumes. How long has it been since we last saw her? They mused, as if the time had rendered their memories hazy. Sister Wu observed the silent trio standing at the threshold and sighed softly. Sir, Madam, please take the young lady inside. I will prepare dinner. Clearing his throat, Xuemingyi finally spoke. All right, let us go in. He gently pulled his wife Yang Yanfang along as they turned to enter the house. Although Yang Yanfang remained silent, she frequently glanced back at her daughter standing in the doorway, her heart easing only when she saw Shuiyahan follow them inside, tightly gripping her husband's hand. Xuemingyi did not look back, yet he tightened his grip, a silent support. With their backs to her, Shuiyahan dared to lift her gaze towards them, observing their noticeably stooped figures and graying hair. Overwhelmed, she could no longer contain herself. Dad, Mom, I was wrong, she cried, collapsing to the ground in tears. Yang Yanfang released her husband's hand and rushed over to embrace her daughter, both of them weeping uncontrollably. Xuemingyi watched silently, tears glistening in his eyes, allowing the two to release the pent-up emotions they had harbored for far too long. However, being mindful of his wife's age, he hesitated to let her cry for too long, gently lifting them both to their feet. Let us sit down and talk slowly, he suggested. Shuiyahan quickly helped her mother to a seat, squatting at her feet. Yang Yanfang caressed her daughter's hair softly, murmuring, My daughter has suffered. Mom. Shuiyahan could no longer hold back, laying her head on her mother's lap and weeping. Though she was over 30, her parents still regarded her as a child, concerned for her well-being. Xuemingyi wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. All right, sit down and have a good talk with your mother. Sensing her mother's heightened emotions, Shuiyahan ceased her sobbing and sat beside her. Dad, Mom, I want a divorce. This was Shuiyahan's second proclamation. He treats you poorly, Xuemingyi asserted with conviction, discontent evident from the moment he laid eyes on Feng Xiaochuan. Although Feng Xiaochuan was indeed handsome, Xuemingyi perceived an ambition in him that unsettled him. He could not discern any genuine affection for his daughter, who diligently cared for him, having been cherished by her parents since childhood. Thus, Xuemingyi opposed their union, yet he could not withstand Shuiyahan's obstinacy. Was that wedding even a wedding? Xuemingyi pondered. It had been held in a minuscule venue with hardly any attendees. Due to Xuemingyi and Yang Yanfang's disapproval, Feng Xiaochuan had grown increasingly displeased, and their daughter gradually ceased to visit home. Time passed, and they learned of Shuiyahan's life through indirect means, hearing of the money she spent for Feng Xiaochuan and who she sought assistance from. Yes, Dad, he treats me poorly. He has been deceiving me. He is only with me for his so-called future. Shuiyahan now seemed to have truly let go, revealing the truth of Feng Xiaochuan's actions to her parents. Xuemingyi slammed his hand on the table in anger, while Yang Yanfang wiped her tears. Yet, Shuiyahan remained composed, recounting the events of the past years with a calmness that felt almost detached. It was as though she were speaking of a stranger. Yet the more tranquil she appeared, the more it pained her parents. The depth of her wounds was evident in her demeanor. Dad, Mom, please don't be sad. I truly have come to terms with it. There are countless men out there. Why must I cling to a twisted tree? Besides, the things he has done will soon come to light. I cannot allow myself to be tainted by his disgrace. Xuemingyi, being a businessman, was more pragmatic. He will not easily agree to a divorce. You are his only lifeline. How could he let you go so readily? Shuiyahan pondered over the character of Feng Xiaochuan and acknowledged his capability for such actions. A sense of frustration settled within her. However, Xuemingyi chuckled heartily, his laughter resonating with joy. What are you laughing at, old man? What should we do about our daughter now? Yang Yanfang nudged her husband, somewhat annoyed. Their daughter was in such a predicament, yet he found amusement. Look at you, my dear. How could I neglect our daughter? Xuemingyi replied to his wife before turning his gaze to Shui Yahan, his eyes sparkling with determination. My dear daughter, simply express your desire for a divorce and leave the rest to me. After all these years in business, I still have some connections. None of this is insurmountable. Observing her father's unwavering confidence, Shui Yahan felt a wave of relief wash over her. In this world, anyone could deceive her, but not her parents. The trio deliberated for a while longer until Sister Wu emerged. Sir, Madam, the meal is ready. Would you care to dine? Let us eat. We shall discuss further after the meal. Xuemingyi waved his hand, leading the way downstairs with authority. Xiao Wu, fetch my prized wine. I wish to indulge in a glass today. Sister Wu hurried to retrieve the wine. As Shui Yahan watched her jubilant parents, she reflected on the years spent tirelessly supporting Feng Xiaochuan's career, networking, investing in scripts, liaising with production teams and directors, and managing the complexities of his relationships, yet receiving nothing in return, not even a kind word. Yet here they were simply sharing a meal, and it brought such joy to her parents. Shui Yahan, you truly are a fool. She scolded herself, recalling Gu Nanxing's words. During the meal, she shared with her parents everything Gu Nanxing had done, along with Wenwan's parting words. Excellent. In that case, we ought to express our gratitude to them. Xuemingyi felt genuinely thankful for their assistance. Otherwise, his naive daughter might still be lost in confusion. Indeed, I'll reach out to Xiao Wan and her daughter-in-law. I must thank them. Yang Yanfang, familiar with Wenwan, was pleasantly surprised by the significant help they had provided. The atmosphere during dinner was exceedingly warm. As for Feng Xiaochuan, Xuemingyi had already devised a plan. Meanwhile, Shen Machen arrived at Li's building accompanied by Wenwan and Gu Nanxing. After parking, the trio exited the vehicle. The reception staff, perceptive and attentive, took the car keys from Shen Machen. Nanxing, you go find Jingchuan. I'll check on the old man first and join you shortly. Chapter 83. Lack of Awareness. Gu Nanxing paused momentarily, but quickly comprehended. This couple shares a wonderful bond. It's only been a night, and they're already anxious to see each other. Wenwan felt her cheeks flush. That was not her intention. She merely wished to bring Gu Nanxing and Li Jingchuan together. Yet, she could not disclose her intentions outright, and allowed Gu Nanxing to interpret it as she wished. Little Chung, why don't you accompany me to see your Uncle Li? Wenwan quickly redirected the conversation, turning to Shen Machen. I'll go, Aunt Wan. I'm off to finally go. Shen Machen, oblivious to Wenwan's motives, outright rejected her suggestion. Haven't you seen your Uncle Li in a long time? Aren't you going to visit him? Wenwan silently cursed the oblivious boy for his lack of awareness. However, faced with the bright-eyed expressions of Gu Nanxing and Shen Machen, she could only smile and continue her inquiry. Not really. I saw Uncle Li just yesterday. Shen Machen spoke the truth. He had indeed seen Li Hongxin the previous day and had no desire to meet him again. Wenwan had no retort. Her annoyance now extended to Li Hongxin as well. What do you need to see that boy for? The elevator swiftly ascended to the floor where Li Jingchuan was located. Amidst Wenwan's mounting frustration, Gu Nanxing and Shen Machen exited the elevator, beaming, bidding farewell to Wenwan with cheerful smiles. This only fueled Wenwan's irritation. This wasn't their first time visiting. Shen Machen frequented this place. Thus, they headed straight for Li Jingchuan's office without needing an escort. Meanwhile, Li Jingchuan was diligently working, aware that Gu Nanxing and Wenwan had gone to Shen's entertainment company. However, he was unaware of the specifics and refrained from asking, hoping Gu Nanxing would share the details with him. The memory of her lovely sleeping visage lingered in his mind, stirring a sense of longing. Lost in thought, he suddenly heard a knock on the door. Come in, he responded coldly, assuming it was Chen Fengchao. When no one entered, Li Jingchuan frowned, growing impatient. Just as he was about to speak again, the door swung open, revealing a radiant smile. To his pleasant surprise, his mood lifted upon seeing that joyful face. What brings you here?
Come in.
Li Jingchuan set aside his documents and stood up, eager to welcome Gu Nanxing. However, he was met with the infuriating visage of Shen Machen as he rose. Brotherly, I'm here too. The smile on Li Jingchuan's face instantly froze, impatience flickering in his eyes. What are you doing here? The same question, yet this time it was laced with irritation.
It seems Brother Li is not in the best mood. Have we interrupted his work? Sensing Gu Nanxing's thoughts, Li Jingchuan quickly relaxed his demeanor and continued to smile. What are you doing at the door? Come in quickly. Did we interrupt your work? Gu Nanxing's voice was somewhat timid, as they had not intended to drop by unannounced. If Li Jingchuan was indeed busy, it would be awkward. Li Jingchuan shook his head, about to speak, when Shen Machin interjected. Why so formal? I often drop by without notice. It's no big deal. Li Jingchuan silently cursed, thinking, do you think everyone is as oblivious as you? Nevertheless, he gently beckoned Gu Nanxing to enter. Yes, you can come by any time. It won't disturb me. Gu Nanxing felt reassured at last. Shen Machin shrugged. See? I told you it's no problem. Li Jingchuan, unwilling to engage with him, walked over, took Gu Nanxing's hand, and guided her to a seat. He then approached his desk and pressed the intercom to issue a few instructions. Send some yogurt and snacks. Just as he was about to hang up, Shen Machin piped up, bring me a glass of water. Li Jingchuan took a deep breath before replying. And another glass of water. After issuing his commands, he returned to Gu Nanxing and inquired, have you resolved the matter? Yes. Gu Nanxing nodded, eager to share the details with Li Jingchuan. You have no idea how outrageous Feng Xiaochuan is. When we arrived, he was coercing a young girl into submission. He wanted her to accompany him. Li Jingchuan gazed at the impassioned young woman with a smile, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction as he watched her animated expressions. Indeed. Just look at his ghastly appearance. He dares to act in such a manner. Shen Machin, listening to Gu Nanxing, felt a twinge of envy and jumped in, recounting their experiences and emphasizing his own heroic deeds. Gu Nanxing quietly listened, nodding along. Li Jingchuan's heart boiled with fury. He genuinely wanted to strangle Shen Machin. As Shen Machin recounted the tale, his eyes were fixed on Li Jingchuan, clearly seeking praise. Li Jingchuan silently cursed. You expect me to commend you? Machin, what is wrong with your company? How can such incidents occur? This isn't ancient times. We don't resort to coercion anymore. Moreover, that girl's manager didn't even attempt to protect her artist. Their attitude indicates that this isn't an isolated incident, but rather a norm. What kind of management do you have? Shen Machin was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated being reprimanded by Li Jingchuan. His words were far from what he had expected. Shen Machin's mouth fell open as he stared at Li Jingchuan in disbelief. Gu Nanxing gazed at Li Jingchuan in astonishment, her eyes reflecting a blend of excitement and admiration. Wow. Li Jingchuan is truly remarkable. He instinctively identifies the crux of the matter. It undoubtedly points to an issue within the company. If Shen Machin fails to address this properly, the incident involving Feng Xiaochuan will resurface, especially following the tragic suicide of Qiao Jiao, which further exacerbated the situation. Consequently, the Shun family's corporation has suffered considerable repercussions, leading the public to believe that the higher-ups at Shun Corporation were certainly aware of these developments. People have begun to boycott Shun Corporation, and even Shun Mohan's public apology has proven futile, merely amplifying the perception of their guilt. One cannot help but wonder how many more young women have been harmed. As the CEO, Shun Mohan must bear the brunt of this disgrace. This upheaval has left Shun Corporation in a state of disarray. I had been contemplating how to alert Shen Machin, yet it seems Li Jingchuan has grasped the situation directly from Shen Machin's words, swiftly pinpointing the critical issue. How can Li Jingchuan be so exceptional? Gu Nanxing had also intended to caution Shen Machin, but their relationship had not yet reached that level of intimacy. Furthermore, given her past reputation and Shen Mohan's opinions of her, her warnings might go unheeded. Hence, Li Jingchuan emerged as the best candidate for the task. She had been pondering how to convey this situation to Li Jingchuan, yet he had effortlessly discerned it upon hearing Shen Machin's account. Chapter 84. Thank you. Li Jingchuan reveled in Gu Nanxing's admiration while intently focusing on Shen Machin. His expression unambiguously conveyed the seriousness of his words. Isn't that a bit excessive, brotherly? Shen Machin observed Li Jingchuan's stern demeanor, feeling an inexplicable sense of guilt. How can it not be? Have you never encountered situations where minor oversights lead to significant losses? Li Jingchuan recalled Gu Nanxing's remarks, a flicker of apprehension creeping into his heart. I will call your brother. He understood that such matters were best left to Shen Mohan to resolve directly. Shen Machin and Gu Nanxing watched as Li Jingchuan composedly dialed Shen Mohan. Having just concluded a meeting, Shen Mohan returned to his office only to receive Li Jingchuan's call. Before he could speak, Li Jingchuan's deep voice resonated from the other end. Hold your words. Let me explain first. Shen Mohan furrowed his brow,
quietly listening to Li Jingchuan's account. As Li Jingchuan elaborated, the gravity of the situation increasingly darkened Shen Mohan's expression. Once Li Jingchuan finished, Shen Mohan quietly replied, "I understand." Li Jingchuan refrained from further commentary. Their long-standing friendship assured him that Shen Mohan truly grasped the seriousness of the matter. After ending the call, Shen Mohan contemplated with a stern visage before pressing the intercom. "Anyun, come in." Once Li Jingchuan hung up, Shen Moching dared to exhale deeply. He had distinctly overheard the conversation between Li Jingchuan and Shen Mohan, particularly Li Jingchuan's words, which had caused him to break into a cold sweat. He had never anticipated the severity of the situation. Initially, he had felt quite pleased with his handling of things, convinced he had considered his own interests. Yet, it dawned on him that his perspective had been woefully naive. Thanks to seeking Li Jingchuan's help, he narrowly avoided a significant crisis for the Shen family. "Brotherly thank you," Shen Moching murmured. "Indeed, your true gratitude should be directed towards Nanxing. Had she not insisted on seeking out Feng Xiaochuan, would you have been aware of this?" Li Jingchuan stated matter-of-factly. If it were not for Gu Nanxing's involvement in Shui Han's affairs, Shen Moching would not have been forewarned. "Sister-in-law, thank you." Shen Moching expressed heartfelt gratitude towards Gu Nanxing. "You're welcome. It was merely a fortunate coincidence," Gu Nanxing replied, refraining from elaborating further. Observing Shen Moching's somewhat deflated demeanor, Li Jingchuan felt a twinge of sympathy. "It's entirely natural that you didn't consider all angles. After all, your involvement in the company's affairs has been limited." Recognizing Li Jingchuan's attempt at reassurance, Shen Moching offered a grateful smile and chose not to elaborate further. The trio engaged in casual conversation for a brief, while before the workday drew to a close. When Wan messaged Gu Nanxing, "I'm heading home with your father. You and Jingchuan should return together." Gu Nanxing held her phone aloft, informing Li Jingchuan of Wan's message.
Li Jingchuan nodded in acknowledgement.
Shen Moching stood, addressing the two, "I'll head home first." Understanding that Shen Moching needed time to reflect, Li Jingchuan nodded, permitting him to leave. Once Shen Moching departed, only Gu Nanxing and Li Jingchuan remained in the office. "Are you hungry?" With no one else around, Li Jingchuan approached Gu Nanxing and gently tousled her hair. "Not hungry," she replied, feeling a touch of shyness as they stood close together. "Well then, wait for me a moment. Shall we head home together?" Li Jingchuan relished the sound of those words.
"All right."
With Gu Nanxing's affirmation, he returned to his desk with a smile. Gu Nanxing observed the man seated behind the desk, engrossed in his work. He concentrated intently on his computer screen, his fingers dancing swiftly across the keyboard, his brow furrowed, and a serious expression gracing his features, his eyes shimmering with focus. Indeed, a man diligently engaged in his work is the most captivating. A subtle smile graced the corners of Li Jingchuan's lips, almost imperceptible. The atmosphere in the office was oddly harmonious. The dashing and distinguished man worked earnestly at his desk, while the delicate and beautiful woman lounged on the sofa, engrossed in her phone. Although they exchanged no words, both bore gentle smiles. Before long, Li Jingchuan completed his tasks and exhaled softly. "Shall we depart?" "All right," Gu Nanxing responded, rising with a smile as she followed suit. Upon returning home, it was time to unwind. After freshening up, Gu Nanxing lay on her bed, playing with her phone. Before long, a knock echoed through her room. "Who is it?" Gu Nanxing inquired, genuinely curious as to who would seek her out at such an hour. "It's me," came Li Jingchuan's deep, melodic voice from outside. Gu Nanxing was taken aback, uncertain of what he might want. "Is it convenient for you? I left some clothes here yesterday." Upon hearing his explanation, Gu Nanxing quickly understood. "Of course, come in." Once Gu Nanxing granted permission, Li Jingchuan stepped inside. The young girl, her long hair cascading around her, lay half-reclined on her bed, her large eyes fixed upon him. "Are you about to sleep? Am I interrupting?" Li Jingchuan hesitated to retrieve his clothes, instead standing in the middle of the room to converse with Gu Nanxing. "No, I still want to play for a while." Gu Nanxing brightened her phone screen to reveal her game. "Playing a game?" "Yes, Anyun introduced me to a game. It's quite entertaining," she admitted without reservation. "Anyun?" Li Jingchuan mused upon hearing the name. "She's Shen Mohan's secretary. Do you like her?" "Indeed, she's wonderful." Gu Nanxing genuinely admired Anyun, appreciating her sincerity and good nature. Although they hadn't met since their last encounter, they frequently chatted on WeChat. Li Jingchuan recalled the scene from their previous meeting. You could always invite her to join you. While he knew the young girl preferred solitude, he still worried about her feeling lonely. That's not possible.
Anyan is far too busy. She barely has a moment to rest. Shinmohan is a workaholic, Gu Nanxing pouted, critiquing her friend, forgetting that the one she was messaging was equally industrious. That's not an issue. I can have a word with Shinmohan. No need. I wouldn't want to impose on her work. Anyan enjoys making money. Given her perspective, Li Jingchuan chose not to press the matter further. The young girl certainly possessed her own principles. I recall Lu Jinyan brought a girl along, but you seem to have little interaction with her.
Li Jingwan,
Wishing to extend the conversation with Gu Nanxing, introduced another topic. Her. Gu Nanxing hesitated, caught off guard. The girl is overly contemplative and not easy to get along with. However, Lu Jinyan is a close friend of Li Jingchuan, and Gu Nanxing is reluctant to speak ill of him behind his back. At that moment, she was engrossed in conversation with Yen and had little interaction with him. Li Jingchuan sighed inwardly. This little girl still harbors some distrust towards him, which he must find a way to change. Chapter 85. Quotes from the overbearing CEO. Very well. Future encounters will be more frequent. He mused about the times they could have spent together. Since Gu Nanxing preferred to remain reticent, Li Jingchuan refrained from probing further. Thus, they spent over half an hour conversing, one standing and the other half reclining. Gu Nanxing felt no discomfort, with Li Jingchuan in the room. She was now quite at ease. As Li Jingchuan noticed the time, he decided to conclude the conversation. There was no need to rush. Everything takes time. It was getting late, so you should rest well. Li Jingchuan went to the bathroom and emerged in less than a minute, holding an article of clothing whose nature was unclear. He glanced back at the doe-eyed girl and softly uttered, "Good night." "Good night." There is something about Li Jingchuan today that feels rather peculiar. Naturally, Li Jingchuan heard Gu Nanxing's unspoken thoughts. He merely smiled and departed, opting not to elaborate. His intention was to keep Gu Nanxing's focus solely on him. Upon returning to his empty room, he sensed an unusual void. Humans cannot seem to enjoy life too much. Otherwise, returning to the original state may become burdensome. Although Gu Nanxing felt a hint of confusion, she was ultimately unconcerned. She was quite content with her life. Financial security alleviated her worries, and her interactions with Li Jingchuan were pleasant. Surely, this indicated a shift in her destiny. Lost in her thoughts, Gu Nanxing drifted into slumber. The past few days had been relatively tranquil, devoid of any extraordinary events. Gu Nanxing spent her days at home, and Li Jingchuan had been returning early, likely to spare her from boredom. On this particular day, he returned to discuss the findings of Shinmohan. Shinmohan discovered that Xiao Jiao was not the first victim of Feng Xiaochuan's harassment. There were many others who had suffered similarly. The primary culprit was the vice president in charge of operations at their company, who not only engaged in illicit activities himself, but also assisted Feng Xiaochuan considerably. Li Jingchuan spoke in veiled terms, yet Gu Nanxing comprehended the implications of his words. She nodded in understanding, hoping Shinmohan would resolve the matter effectively. Li Jingchuan held great faith in Shinmohan's capabilities. As long as he could grasp the situation, resolving it would pose no challenge. "That is good," he added. Shinmohan had expressed a desire to treat Li Jingchuan to a meal as a token of gratitude. Although Shinmohan had broached the subject several times, Li Jingchuan insisted he should first address the matter at hand. Now that the situation had nearly stabilized, Shinmohan raised the topic once more. Gu Nanxing pondered briefly. "That sounds fine. I'm open to your arrangements." Just as they were concluding their conversation, Gu Nanxing's phone rang. She retrieved it to find it was Wenwan.
Mom?
Gu Nanxing answered the call with a sweet greeting, causing Wenwan's heart to bloom with joy. "Oh, good. Nanxing, Shui Yahan's mother contacted me, suggesting a visit to our home tomorrow afternoon. She wishes to express her gratitude to you. Would you be available?" "Of course, Mom. I'll go to the old residence tomorrow." Hearing Gu Nanxing's affirmative response, Wenwan's happiness soared. They exchanged affectionate words before ending the call. Once the conversation concluded,
Li Jingwan spuka.
"You needn't feel uncomfortable receiving thanks and flattery from others. You can graciously accept it. After all, you are my wife, Gu Nanxing, and you deserve it all." Gu Nanxing stared at Li Jingchuan in astonishment, momentarily speechless. Then, she erupted in an excited squeal. This is undoubtedly a quote from the overbearing CEO. How commanding Li Jingchuan sounds. "Oh, I'm a bit smitten." Li Jingchuan's fingers twitched, his heart brimming with delight. Gu Nanxing observed the man before her, his eyes betraying an unmistakable joy. Did he overhear something? What's with that expression? Did I inadvertently reveal my thoughts? With a flicker in his demeanor, Li Jingchuan swiftly shifted the topic. The money you entrusted to me has already doubled. Are you not a bit pleased? Really? Li Jingchuan, how are you so exceptional? Mentioning money caused Gu Nanxing to forget everything else. She showered him with compliments as if they were free, bringing great joy to Li Jingchuan. Although Gu Nanxing was not in want of money, her life was well taken care of by Li Jingchuan. She never worried about food or clothing, with monthly deliveries of garments and jewelry. Possessing wealth provided her with a sense of security. Gu Nanxing arrived at the old residence not too late. Although Shui Yahan and her mother, Yang Yanfeng, were due in the afternoon, she visited earlier. Gu Nanxing thoughtfully accompanied Wenwan for lunch. Seeing Gu Nanxing brought immense joy to Wenwan, who usually dined alone, as her family members were preoccupied with school or work. Today, with Gu Nanxing by her side, how could she not be happy? As Wenwan gazed at Gu Nanxing, she pondered, such a beautiful and well-mannered daughter-in-law should not be kept to herself. She ought to showcase her to others. She longed to see which family could boast a daughter-in-law as lovely as her own. Around 3 in the afternoon, Shui Yahan and her mother arrived. Gu Nanxing was taken aback upon seeing Shui Yahan. Today, Shui Yahan was devoid of her usual arrogance, dressed simply in a modest dress with light makeup, appearing notably younger than in previous days. Shui Yahan's mother, with graying hair, appeared to be in her 50s or 60s, exuding a warm demeanor. Upon seeing Wenwan and Gu Nanxing, Yang Yanfeng warmly clasped their hands, her first words filled with gratitude. Sisters Nanxing, thank you. Truly thank you. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Sister Yang, please, there's no need for such formality. We're not strangers, so let us not speak so distantly. Wenwan replied, gently patting Yang Yanfeng's hand. Gu Nanxing smiled sweetly beside them. Wenwan graciously invited them to take a seat. Yang Yanfeng gazed at Gu Nanxing with evident fondness. Is this the daughter-in-law of the Jingchuan family? She is truly stunning, and her grace is equally remarkable, a rare gem indeed. Wenwan beamed, covering her mouth with amusement, showing no signs of modesty. This one? Indeed, she is a good child, smart and well-mannered. You can't help but adore her. Gu Nanxing maintained her smile, feigning shyness. Shui Yahan rolled her eyes at Gu Nanxing. Such an act. I didn't see you being so demure when you were scolding me. Shui Yahan's gaze was unmistakable, prompting Gu Nanxing to return a triumphant smile. Shui Yahan was left speechless. With everyone aware of Shui Yahan's predicament, there was no need for further hesitation. Wenwan directly asked Sister Yang, has Yahan finalized her divorce with that man? Yes, the divorce agreement has been signed. We're merely waiting for the cooling-off period to conclude. Yang Yanfeng felt a surge of happiness at this thought. How could she not rejoice in her daughter's escape from such a wretched individual? Did he agree so readily? I thought he would cling to her. Wenwan remarked, well aware of Feng Xiaochuan's character. Yang Yanfeng scoffed, her eyes betraying a sense of pride. Of course, he was reluctant. Hence, your brother Shui took some measures. Chapter 86. Do you have feelings for someone else? Wenwan nodded, refraining from further inquiries. In their circle, such actions were hardly surprising. Then Sister Yang, you needn't worry. Gu Nanxing interjected. Indeed. Yang Yanfeng gazed at Gu Nanxing, her face radiant with a smile. I indeed feel much more at ease. Is Jingchuan's wife not very young? How can she be so wonderful? Yang Yanfeng remarked with admiration towards Wenwan. Not at all, she's just 23, only 2 years older than Qingshan. Yet, she is so well behaved, Wenwan said lovingly as she looked at Gu Nanxing. Gu Nanxing, however, felt no sense of guilt at all. She's so much younger than Yahan? Yang Yanfeng glanced at her daughter, suddenly drawing a comparison. In her gaze towards her daughter, there was a hint of disdain. No, Sister Yahan just hasn't figured things out. Isn't everything fine now? Gu Nanxing emphasized the word sister with great significance. Shui Yahan glared at Gu Nanxing through gritted teeth. I was wondering why she wasn't acting like this today. Turns out she was waiting here for her. Wenwan also discerned Gu Nanxing's mischievous intentions. Yet she chose to remain silent. Yang Yanfeng mistakenly believed that Gu Nanxing was comforting herself, further feeling that Gu Nanxing was quite understanding. The ensuing time was spent in a blend of Shui Yahan's criticism and Gu Nanxing's commendation. Initially, Shui Yahan was quite upset, but by the end, she had accepted it calmly. Whatever, say what you will. The gathering concluded with Yang Yanfeng's lingering reluctance to part with Gu Nanxing. After sending Yang Yanfeng off, Wenwan affectionately chided Gu Nanxing, you little rascal, look at Shui Yahan's expression. Gu Nanxing stuck out her tongue, indifferent to Shui Yahan's mood. Wenwan,
glancing at the table filled with jewelry and gifts, felt a bit conflicted. Child, you should take all these things away. No need, Mom, you keep them. Gu Nanxing shook her head. The jewels from Li Jingchuan were plentiful, but were kept at home. These are meant to express gratitude towards you. Please don't feel pressured. Take them if you like, and if you don't, feel free to do as you wish. With Wenwan's encouragement, Gu Nanxing felt it was fitting to accept them. Before long, Li Qingshan returned from work and rushed over to embrace Gu Nanxing. Sister-in-law, do you even realize how long it's been since you've acknowledged me? Gu Nanxing, a little embarrassed, rubbed her nose. This little girl had sought her out several times recently, but she had to turn her down. It's my fault. I've indeed been quite busy lately. What do you need to bother your sister-in-law for? Do you think everyone is as free as you are? Wenwan shot an irritated glance at her daughter. Li Qingshan was astonished, and Gu Nanxing felt a pang of guilt. Li Qingshan is a student. She's much busier than I am. I'm the one who is idle. Upon hearing this, Li Qingshan signaled her mother with her eyes. See, even sister-in-law knows. Wenwan ignored her and headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Gu Nanxing stayed put, knowing that Li Jingchuan would definitely come home tonight. This was indeed the case. As Li Jingchuan sent a message to Gu Nanxing, informing her that he would come to pick her up from the old residence, and they would return together. With that assurance, Gu Nanxing felt free to frolic with Li Qingshan. A month later, Feng Xiaochuan was terminated by the company due to a series of issues, including poor character and harassment of female colleagues. He was required to pay a hefty sum for breach of contract, and several of the harassed girls had reported him to the police. Feng Xiaochuan faced not only substantial financial penalties, but also potential imprisonment. Of course, all of this transpired after his divorce from Shui Yahan. According to Li Jingchuan, Shen Mohan had long wished to deal with Feng Xiaochuan, but had waited until after Shui Yahan's father, old Shui, intervened. Because the company disclosed this information themselves, Shen's company did not face any backlash from the public. On the contrary, their commitment to justice, disregarding their own interests, garnered them public praise. Shen Mohan not only suffered no losses but also profited significantly. The day after the news broke, the gifts from Shen Mohan arrived. Gu Nanxing was still in a state of bewilderment upon seeing the piles of items in the living room. Li Jingchuan called her, instructing her to accept the remaining gifts without concern, emphasizing that if she didn't like any of them, she could sell them. Gu Nanxing sighed, thinking how considerate Li Jingchuan truly was. Later, Li Jingchuan mentioned that Shen Mohan planned to treat them to dinner the following evening. Gu Nanxing happily agreed and cheerfully accepted the gifts. Remembering to inquire about Lu Jinyan, she asked Li Jingchuan, is Lu Jinyan going too? There was an immediate silence on the other end of the line, prompting Gu Nanxing to curiously glance at her phone. Still connected, huh? Hello? Are you there? Eventually, Li Jingchuan's somewhat hoarse voice came through. Do you want to see Lu Jinyan? Gu Nanxing considered Lu Jinyan's future.
Yes.
After her response, the line fell silent again.
Li Jingwan.
Did you hear me?
He's going.
I have to go now, goodbye. Li Jingchuan's voice was low as he hung up the phone. Gu Nanxing stared at the disconnected call in curiosity. Previously, their conversations would last quite a while, but today it ended so abruptly. It seemed Li Jingchuan was indeed very busy. Gu Nanxing chose to focus on the items before her, contemplating how to deal with each one. Unbeknownst to her, Li Jingchuan felt as if the sky had fallen after hanging up. He remained in a daze, with Gu Nanxing's question about Lu Jinyan echoing in his mind. Reflecting on every detail of their interactions, he found nothing unusual. Yet, the refined and gentle demeanor of Lu Jinyan was indeed quite intimidating. Li Jingchuan was reminded of Mo Huayan, who often exuded a similar aura, which only heightened his anxiety. Did Gu Nanxing still have a preference for this type of person? Thus, throughout the day, Li Jingchuan's mind was consumed with thoughts of whether Gu Nanxing harbored feelings for Lu Jinyan, leaving the employees of Li Corporation on edge. Fearing they might provoke this living tyrant, by the time Li Jingchuan returned home, it was quite late. The living room was illuminated by a single lamp, yet the beautiful figure he anticipated to see waiting for him was absent. Li Jingchuan let out a wry smile, changed his shoes, and settled onto the sofa. Gu Nanxing was still awake. Upon hearing the commotion downstairs, she knew Li Jingchuan had returned and bounced down the stairs. She spotted him with his head resting on one hand, obscuring his expression. Chapter 87, Distress. Gu Nanxing observed his demeanor with concern, taking careful steps to approach him. She crouched beside him, tilting her head slightly. Li Jingchuan, what's wrong? Hearing her movement, Li Jingchuan finally looked up to see the girl squatting next to him, her eyes full of worry. Haven't you rested yet? Gu Nanxing shook her head. What's wrong? Is there some trouble at the company? It doesn't seem like there's anything wrong at Li Jingchuan's company. Why does he look so upset? Li Jingchuan forced a smile, appreciating the girl's perceptiveness. Are you happy today? Li Jingchuan gazed into her sparkling eyes, but did not respond. He wanted to directly ask Gu Nanxing if her joy was due to the prospect of meeting Lu Jinyan, yet he hesitated, fearing a positive confirmation from her lips. Watching Gu Nanxing nod, a heaviness settled in Li Jingchuan's heart. With so many gifts received today, how could one not be happy? What's the matter? Gu Nanxing inquired once more. Li Jingchuan shook his head, noticing Gu Nanxing still crouched on the ground. He extended his long fingers to assist her up, seating her beside him. The company has been a bit busy, so I'm a little tired, he softly explained.
What did you do today?
Li Jingchuan refrained from discussing his own troubles, continually inquiring about Gu Nanxing. I organized the things Shin Mohan sent. Mentioning those gifts brought a smile to Gu Nanxing's face. Observing the girl's beaming smile, Li Jingchuan found himself unable to restrain his curiosity. What do you think of Lu Jinyan today? After posing the question, he anxiously glanced at Gu Nanxing. Taken aback, Gu Nanxing mused how swiftly the topic has shifted. Why the sudden inquiry about him? Nevertheless, she smiled and nodded affirmatively. He's quite a decent fellow. Could I possibly say otherwise about a good friend? Li Jingchuan sensed an oddity, his eyes sparkling with newfound interest. What makes him good? Now it was Gu Nanxing's turn to be puzzled. Why the need for elaboration? Today's Li Jingchuan is inscrutable to me. But since he has asked, he possesses commendable medical skills? He appears to be a good person as well? Perhaps he is rather intelligent. Lu Jinyan is just a fool. He is not even as capable as Shin Mochen, that naive child. Surrounded by a femme fatale, yet he still considers himself a pure, innocent flower. He seems quite clever at first glance, but that's merely an illusion. If he weren't such a good friend of Li Jingchuan, I wouldn't bother with him at all. In that moment, Li Jingchuan comprehended that Gu Nanxing's inquiry about Lu Jinyan likely meant he was facing some troubles. Though it was somewhat unkind towards a friend, his mood suddenly lifted. Oh, that's rather good to know. Understanding Gu Nanxing's implication, Li Jingchuan swiftly changed the subject, eager to discuss something else. Did you find anything you liked among today's gifts? Not bad. There's a bracelet I quite fancy. Gu Nanxing, somewhat perplexed by his sudden shift in demeanor, answered obediently. You like bracelets? I shall take you to buy one tomorrow. No need. I have received many that I haven't even worn yet. Gu Nanxing shook her hands in refusal. Li Jingchuan is quite peculiar. His mood has brightened again. Is it because I praised Lu Jinyan? Noticing the confusion in Gu Nanxing's eyes, Li Jingchuan felt a twinge of regret. In that case, allow me to transfer you some money. You can buy whatever you fancy. With that, he retrieved his phone, and Gu Nanxing received a substantial sum. Gazing at the balance on her phone, Gu Nanxing's eyes sparkled with joy. It appears that praising Lu Jinyan is indeed effective. I should do so more often in front of Li Jingchuan. Is that truly the case? How did things take this turn? I shall take my leave now. Good night. Li Jingchuan barely had the chance to explain before Gu Nanxing bounced away. Having already informed her that he would be dining at the company, she refrained from asking further questions. Li Jingchuan shook his head with a wry smile, pondering whether he had inadvertently shot himself in the foot. Even if he had, he could only accept it. There would be other opportunities to sway Gu Nanxing's thoughts. With that in mind, he returned to his room, smiling. Shin Mohan had invited them for dinner and, having inquired about Gu Nanxing's preference for Chinese cuisine, had chosen the restaurant accordingly. Gu Nanxing and Li Jingchuan had agreed to meet at the restaurant entrance at 5:30. When the driver brought Gu Nanxing to the restaurant, Li Jingchuan was already waiting outside. Upon seeing the familiar car approach, his gaze softened considerably. As the vehicle came to a halt, he opened the back door and extended his hand to help Gu Nanxing out. Am I late? Gu Nanxing thought she was behind schedule, seeing Li Jingchuan there and assuming everyone had arrived. No, I'm here to pick you up, Li Jingchuan replied with a smile and a shake of his head. It was Chinese cuisine, yet all present were individuals who valued their privacy, so Li Jingchuan led Gu Nanxing directly to a private room. Have they arrived? Gu Nanxing followed in his footsteps, moving deeper into the establishment. The main hall was bustling with patrons, all eyes drawn to the striking couple. Those who recognized Li Jingchuan approached to greet him, but he was in no mood for prolonged pleasantries. His demeanor was somewhat aloof.
Observing Li Jingchuan esa damiano.
Along with Gu Nanxing by his side, others quickly understood and refrained from intruding further.
Upon reaching the third floor, Li Jingchuan guided her to a door. He pushed it open, revealing only Shin Mohan and his brother, Shin Machin, along with Yen inside. Upon seeing Li Jingchuan and Gu Nanxing enter, the three stood in greeting.
Li Yi, Sosi.
Li Jingchuan waved dismissively, while Gu Nanxing smiled and nodded at them. And Yen, upon spotting Gu Nanxing, joyfully approached her after greeting Li Jingchuan.
Li Zon.
Nanxing. The familiarity with which she addressed Gu Nanxing was quite warm. Gu Nanxing beamed at Yen. And Yen. The two girls took a seat next to each other, exchanging a few hushed words. What about Lu Jinyan? Has he not arrived yet? Li Jingchuan recalled Gu Nanxing's remark from the previous day about Lu Jinyan being a fool. Gu Nanxing, upon hearing Li Jingchuan inquire about Lu Jinyan, turned to look at Shin Mohan and Shin Machin. He has a surgery and will be late, Shin Mohan replied. Li Jingchuan nodded in understanding. Lu Jinyan's work obligations indeed kept him busy. Let's take our seats. He should be arriving shortly. Shin Mohan encouraged everyone to sit down, noting that standing around was unnecessary. They were all acquaintances, so there was no need for formality regarding seating arrangements. Li Jingchuan pulled out a chair for Gu Nanxing, settling beside her on the left, while Yen took her place on Gu Nanxing other side, next to Shin Mohan, with Shin Machin following behind. Chapter 88. Mrs. Li, Gu Nanxing observed Shin Machin, who had been silent since their arrival. What's wrong? Why are you so quiet? Li Jingchuan shot Shin Machin a teasing glance. Has he been struck down? With a gentle remark from Li Jingchuan, Gu Nanxing immediately grasped the situation. Looking again at Shin Machin, she expressed subtle disdain. Is this such a trivial matter that it has taken you so long to accept it? Is it not serious? Shin Machin retorted. Indeed, it is serious. However, hasn't it already been resolved? Shouldn't you be reflecting on the lessons learned rather than wallowing in self-pity like a jilted lover? Gu Nanxing's words prompted Li Jingchuan and Shin Mohan to exchange glances, both finding mutual appreciation in each other's expressions. Li Jingchuan felt an additional sense of pride swell within him. Shin Machin sensed something was amiss, wanting to defend himself, but struggling to articulate his thoughts. Gu Nanxing was not inclined to entertain his justifications. What's this about? Has the disparity between you and them only just become apparent? While they diligently studied and worked, what were you doing? Flirting and drinking? You enjoyed privileges they did not, so naturally what they earned you cannot. Shin Machin felt utterly deflated. Realizing Gu Nanxing's words rang true, he felt a sense of begrudging acceptance. Meanwhile, Shin Mohan lightly applauded, acknowledging, sister-in-law, you are indeed astute. I simply cannot stand Shin Machin's pretentiousness. No wonder he didn't bring along a beauty today. Gu Nanxing smiled and nodded at Shin Mohan. Li Jingchuan suppressed a chuckle, finding the girl's description unexpectedly apartment. Shin Machin's recent moaning had become quite bothersome to him and Shin Mohan. They had tried reasoning with him, but to no avail. Who could have known that a scolding from Gu Nanxing would lead him to clarity? However, Shin Mohan felt compelled to express gratitude. We should thank you, sister-in-law. Otherwise, I would have been in quite the predicament. You ought to thank me. The gifts were plentiful. And it was Li Jingchuan who discovered them. I merely joined in. Gu Nanxing replied earnestly. That is more than sufficient. Regardless, I still appreciate your help. Silence enveloped the room as Shin Mohan spoke, and Li Jingchuan's observations were indeed accurate. There was no need for excessive words between him and Li Jingchuan. Shin Mohan felt obliged to express his gratitude to Li Jingchuan, yet he attributed all merit to his wife. Understanding Li Jingchuan's intent, Shin Mohan promptly sent a plethora of gifts to Gu Nanxing. Upon hearing Shin Mohan's words, Gu Nanxing chose to remain silent, maintaining her smile. Li Jingchuan then redirected the conversation to other topics with Shin Mohan, while Gu Nanxing felt at ease, engaging in light-hearted banter with Yen. After a span of over 10 minutes, a knock resonated from the door, prompting silence as everyone turned their gaze towards it. When the door swung open, they were met with Lu Jinyan's cheerful countenance. Apologies for our tardiness, he said.
We?
Gu Nanxing's eyes flickered, and indeed, emerging from behind Lu Jinyan was Zhou Ainen, her face revealing a timid expression. I'm sorry, I was too slow. My senior was delayed because he was waiting for me. It's all right. You needn't worry. They are not strangers, Lu Jinyan reassured her, finding her timid demeanor somewhat amusing as he ushered Zhou Ainen inside. Yes, it's still early. And given your unique line of work, it's quite understandable, Gu Nanxing replied with a smile, appearing completely unbothered. A faint smile finally broke across Zhou Ainen's pale face. I told you, They seem impressive, but they are quite easy to talk to, Lu Jinyan remarked, leading Zhou Ainen to a seat. I heard today's gathering is in honor of Mohan's gratitude towards his sister-in-law? He inquired. Indeed, my sister-in-law has been immensely helpful. I must express my thanks. Shin Mohan affirmed. Miss Gu is truly remarkable. Zhou Ainen gazed at Gu Nanxing with admiration, clearly fond of her. No, it is Miss Zhou, who is impressive. To be a chief physician at such a young age, Gu Nanxing returned the compliment. Just mutual flattery, anyone can do that. But Miss Gu? Didn't Li Jingchuan inform her of my marriage? Li Jingchuan lowered his gaze, perceiving Zhou Ainen's address and feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. Gu Nanxing's aversion to Zhou Ainen was palpable, prompting Li Jingchuan to contemplate a thorough investigation into this young disciple of his. He lightly drummed his fingers on the table, addressing Zhou Ainen. Miss Zhou, this is my wife. Didn't Jinyan inform you? Although Li Jingchuan was conversing with Zhou Ainen, his gaze remained disinterested. Deep down, Li Jingchuan harbored pride. Had it not been for Lu Jinyan, Zhou Ainen would not even qualify to meet him. Zhou Ainen appeared momentarily taken aback, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she sought assistance from Lu Jinyan. Shin Mohan, a smile playing at the corners of his lips, feigned ignorance and took a sip of water. And Yen observed the unfolding drama with keen interest. The gathering was filled with cunning individuals. What was Zhou Ainen attempting to enact here? Shin Mohan's mouth fell agape as he observed Li Jingchuan's subtle displeasure. Lu Jinyan furrowed his brow. Having already briefed Zhou Ainen about the guests' identities, she ought to have addressed Gu Nanxing as Mrs. Li. Nevertheless, Lu Jinyan sighed inwardly. Recognizing that Zhou Ainen was rather careless in social settings, albeit diligent in her profession. Jingchuan, it's my fault. I neglected to remind Ainen. She tends to be a bit scatterbrained in personal matters, Lu Jinyan explained, having realized his friend was smitten. He swiftly sought to placate Li Jingchuan before gently addressing Zhou Ainen. This is Mrs. Li. Remember to greet her accordingly next time. His tone was soft and soothing. Zhou Ainen stood abruptly, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at Li Jingchuan. I sincerely apologize, Mr. Li. It was my oversight. I will be more attentive next time. Li Jingchuan remained silent, prompting Gu Nanxing to interject. It's quite all right. He merely enjoys teasing. Please take your seat. As she spoke, she affectionately patted Li Jingchuan's arm. We must not allow Zhou Ainen to create rifts between Li Jingchuan and Lu Jinyan. Li Jingchuan's gaze lingered on the delicate hand resting on his arm, a low chuckle escaping his throat. Zhou Ainen found herself momentarily entranced by his smile. It was only when Lu Jinyan called her name that she slowly resumed her seat. Shin Mohan cleared his throat. Let us allow them to serve the dishes. Chapter 89, Provocation. The waiter, stationed at the door, commenced serving the dishes upon hearing Shin Mohan's cue. Anyan leaned closer to Gu Nanxing and whispered, This Zhou Ainen is quite intriguing. Men seldom resist women like her. Gu Nanxing summarized succinctly, and Anyan nodded in agreement. As the dishes were served, Shin Mohan and Shin Maching expressed their gratitude once more to Gu Nanxing and Li Jingchuan, and they began to feast. The atmosphere remained pleasant, filled with laughter and conversation. Save for Zhou Ainen, who sat with an expression of someone who had been wronged, her gaze cast downward. Only when Lu Jinyan offered her food did she lift her head to smile at him. I'm not very familiar with the work of doctors, Miss Zhou. Are you often busy? Gu Nanxing inquired, her voice slightly elevated as she smiled warmly at Zhou Ainen. The surrounding conversations instinctively quieted, and Li Jingchuan shifted his focus from Shin Mohan to Gu Nanxing. Shin Mohan rolled his eyes discreetly at Li Jingchuan's inattentiveness. Zhou Ainen, hearing Gu Nanxing's question, quickly raised her head, first glancing at Lu Jinyan before turning to Gu Nanxing. Mrs. Li, we are generally quite busy. Sometimes outpatient duties can be even more demanding. Zhou Ainen replied, her voice soft yet her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as she spoke of her profession. Lu Jinyan chuckled quietly, recognizing her passion for her work, which was why he treated her so well. Gu Nanxing continued to praise Zhou Ainen, who appeared somewhat bashful. I still have much to learn compared to my senior. Lu Jinyan shook his head with a smile, his tone affectionate. You are already quite impressive. There's no need for excessive modesty. It seems Lu Jinyan truly dotes on Zhou Ainen. This girl is quite a piece of work. Gu Nanxing clenched her teeth in frustration. Li Jingchuan furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Zhou Ainen's seemingly innocent face, pondering what lay beneath. Sensing Li Jingchuan's gaze upon her, Zhou Ainen's cheeks flushed. Gu Nanxing and Anyan exchanged knowing glances, and Gu Nanxing's mood soured.
It felt akin to someone coveting her possessions, while she wasn't outright angry. The sensation was far from pleasant. That Zhou Ainan's gaze is rather annoying. Li Jingchuan leaned closer to Gu Nanxing, placing freshly shelled crab meat before her. The crabs are quite good this season. Would you like to try? He had intended for this outing to be enjoyable for Gu Nanxing, and it would be regrettable if someone else caused her displeasure. All right, thank you, Gu Nanxing replied, smiling as she took a bite, her eyes lighting up. Delicious, so fresh. Seeing the genuine smile on her face, Li Jingchuan felt reassured. Everyone at the table noticed Li Jingchuan's attentive gestures, even while engaging in conversation. His gaze frequently drifted towards Gu Nanxing. He cared for her with meticulous attention, even insisting on shelling the crab himself instead of allowing the waiter to assist. In the future, that title of sister-in-law would be uttered with heartfelt sincerity. In the ensuing moments, Gu Nanxing engaged Zhou Ainan with a series of inquiries regarding her work, asking about her workplace, hours, typical tasks, and when she would perform surgeries. Observing Gu Nanxing's persistent curiosity, Lu Jinyan chuckled and remarked to Li Jingchuan, "Sister-in-law seems genuinely interested in our profession. If the setting were appropriate, I'd invite her to observe." Li Jingchuan did not even bother to mask his disdain, casting a direct glare at him. "If it weren't for you, would my wife be rummaging through her thoughts to inquire? And you still have the audacity to smile." Lu Jinyan, taken aback by Li Jingchuan's glare, was perplexed. "I haven't even provoked this fellow today, so why am I being glared at?" After Gu Nanxing posed several more questions, a sense of frustration began to set in. I have no clue when this incident occurred, and I certainly cannot keep a watchful eye on Lu Jinyan and Zhouanan. If I were to directly inquire about when they received a patient named Tian Jingxin, they might just slice me for an examination." Li Jingchuan took note of the name mentioned by Gu Nanxing. Tian Jingxin? This individual appeared to be pivotal. Having gleaned enough information, Li Jingchuan could not bear to see Gu Nanxing strain his mind further. He turned directly to Lu Jinyan and declared, "I'll find time to hang out with you." What sort of remark was that? Lu Jinyan pondered, realizing that he likely meant to invite him out for leisure. Shun Machin quickly interjected, "Don't forget to invite me." Shun Mohan promptly slapped him. "Why do you always have to insert yourself into everything?" Shun Machin, feeling aggrieved, sealed his lips, though his eyes remained fixated on Gu Nanxing. He now understood that consulting Gu Nanxing was far more beneficial than dealing with Li Jingchuan. That gaze rendered Gu Nanxing unable to eat. With a sigh, Gu Nanxing set down his chopsticks. "Understood, I will call you. Then let's exchange WeChat." Shun Machin took out his phone, seizing the moment. Li Jingchuan glared at him fiercely, a smile plastered on his face, yet his tone was chilling. "Shun Machin, do not overstep." Li Jingchuan did not harbor any ill intentions. Rather, he was concerned that Gu Nanxing might not wish to add him. But he could not resist Shun Machin's pleading. "Really, can't even add a WeChat? You're so strict with your sister-in-law." Shun Machin appeared to have come to a realization and disregarded Li Jingchuan's feelings, instigating further. Sister-in-law, do you think I'm a bad person?" "Certainly not. We're so familiar. Yet Li Jingchuan is so strict with you. What era are we in? In the 21st century, a new woman should not be subjected to such control. Is it such an outrageous thing to add WeChat?" Shun Machin, seemingly oblivious to Li Jingchuan's grim expression, continued to address Gu Nanxing with indignation. Gu Nanxing, noticing Li Jingchuan's displeasure, discreetly reached under the table to hold his hand. She distinctly felt Li Jingchuan's hand stiffen momentarily before he grasped her small hand tightly. Her intention was merely to offer comfort, but unexpectedly, he held onto her. Meeting Li Jingchuan's gaze, she saw the tender light shimmering in his eyes. His gaze. Gu Nanxing's heart fluttered, and she hurriedly diverted her eyes, her cheeks flushing as her heart raced. Li Jingchuan wore a subtle smile, tightening his grip, his eyes radiating a more unrestrained affection. Shun Machin, oblivious to the subtle tension between them, continued, "Sister-in-law, can you tolerate this? If I were you, I would certainly be angry." Gu Nanxing returned to her senses, her lips parting slightly as she softly declared, "I don't mind." Li Jingchuan, momentarily startled, quickly chuckled, his laughter growing louder, joy evident in his eyes. Everyone could discern his elated mood. Chapter 90. Confirming Feelings. Gu Nanxing, captivated by his deep, magnetic voice, felt her cheeks grow warmer. Under the teasing gazes of the others, she tugged at her hand insistently. Yet, Li Jingchuan's grip remained firm, and she found herself unable to pull away. "You rogue, why won't you let go?"
Instead of loosening his hold, Li Jingchuan playfully tickled her palm, igniting a delightful sensation within her. He brazenly placed their intertwined hands on the table.
Oh.
Anyun, observing Gu Nanxing's flushed face, deliberately teased her. Knowing his mischievous nature, Gu Nanxing decided to ignore it. If you wish to hold hands, then let it be. Li Jingchuan was in a joyous mood, while Shen Machin was utterly disheartened. Not only had he been rebuffed by Gu Nanxing, but he also had to witness their display of affection. Regretting not bringing a date, Shen Machin sighed. All right. It's getting late. Shall we leave? Let's gather again another time. Li Jingchuan paid no heed to Shen Machin's complaints, his mind solely focused on departing. What time is it? Are we leaving right after eating? Besides, did you even finish your meal? Shen Machin grumbled in dissatisfaction. Li Jingchuan raised his gaze to look at Shen Machin, his smile unwavering. I'm in a good mood today, and won't stoop to your level. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unkind. Shen Machin shivered at the threat, deciding to remain silent, aware that Li Jingchuan was indeed capable of making good on his words. Satisfied with Shen Machin's silence, Li Jingchuan surveyed the surroundings. Noticing that the others had ceased their chatter, their peculiar gazes fixed on him, he remained unperturbed, even as a nearby young girl seemed to shrink beneath the table. Oh no, how will I face them in the future?
They are all laughing at me.
Li Jingchuan stood up and pulled Gu Nanxing to her feet. Gu Nanxing instinctively stepped back, allowing his broad shoulders to shield her. Feeling flustered, she was at a loss for how to navigate the situation. Everything was unfolding differently than she had envisioned. Everything had changed, leaving her somewhat disoriented. Li Jingchuan held Gu Nanxing's hand protectively, addressing the onlookers with a cheerful smile. We are leaving, you all enjoy yourselves. He bent down to retrieve her bag, wrapping an arm around her as they exited the room. Gu Nanxing remained silent, her head lowered, obediently following Li Jingchuan out. Once outside the restaurant, the driver awaited them at the entrance. Li Jingchuan gestured for Gu Nanxing to enter the car first before he circled around to the other side. Home. He instructed the driver, raising the partition. After completing these tasks, he turned to Gu Nanxing. The young girl wore a serious expression, having remained silent since their departure. This lack of response softened Li Jingchuan's heart further. Nanxing, may we have a conversation? Although Li Jingchuan was posing a question, he did not afford her the opportunity to decline. He gently lifted her chin with his hand. Locking eyes with Gu Nanxing, he spoke softly. Nanxing, I like you. I truly like you. Throughout our time together, I have realized that my heart is filled with thoughts of you. Surprise flickered in Gu Nanxing's eyes. Recently, Li Jingchuan's kindness and the subtle intimacy they shared had not escaped her notice. Yet, she found it hard to believe. Initially, she had merely wished for a conclusion that was not so tragic. But now, could this transformation truly be possible? Li Jingchuan's smile deepened as he caressed Gu Nanxing's delicate face with his right hand. Nanxing, while we are already married, our relationship is still distinct from that of others. Is it merely different from others? Hearing Gu Nanxing's unspoken thoughts reassured Li Jingchuan. But I hope that in the future, we can love and cherish one another like ordinary couples.
Can we?
Gu Nanxing's feelings towards Li Jingchuan were intricate. It was impossible not to be moved by such an exceptional man by her side. Yet, could she truly accept this?
Gu
Nanxing harbored some reservations. Silly girl, you need not overthink. Just believe in me. Trust that I will treat you well and that I love you. Li Jingchuan leaned in, meeting her gaze, his voice dropping to a low, magnetic timbre, its cadence softening. In the confined space of the car, they were close enough for his voice to linger in her ear, overwhelming Gu Nanxing with emotions. This is so unfair. Gu Nanxing stifled the tumult of emotions within her, briefly closing her eyes before mustering the courage to speak. Could you allow me some time to ponder this? The rapid succession of events had left her in a whirlwind, and she needed a moment to reflect. When shall I convey my answer to you? Li Jingchuan, though reluctant to pressure her, was equally unwilling to prolong the wait. He leaned closer, the proximity igniting a palpable tension as she could feel his breath against her. Clenching her teeth, Gu Nanxing declared, Tomorrow. I shall inform you by tomorrow. Very well. Upon hearing the desired response, Li Jingchuan leaned back slightly. Li Jingchuan is such a rogue. Gu Nanxing felt a mix of embarrassment and irritation, turning her gaze towards the outside. A mischievous smirk played upon Li Jingchuan's lips as he entwined his left hand with her delicate pinky. Gu Nanxing's body jolted, instinctively attempting to withdraw her hand. Yet, before she could pull away, his large hand enveloped her soft one,
caressing it gently. She understood that despite Li Jingchuan's outward gentleness, he was inherently domineering and somewhat rebellious. Resigned, Gu Nanxing ceased her struggle and allowed him to hold her hand. The vehicle came to a halt as the driver softly announced, "Mr. Li, we have arrived." With a sudden burst of determination, Gu Nanxing yanked her hand free, flung open the car door, and exited. Li Jingchuan paused momentarily, and as he stepped out, he caught sight of Gu Nanxing's hurried retreat. Aware that she had been overwhelmed today, he chose not to pursue her, instead following behind with long strides. Upon entering the living room, he found that Gu Nanxing had already dashed upstairs. Hearing the sound of a door slamming shut from above, Li Jingchuan raised an eyebrow and retreated to his own room. He too needed to prepare himself. If the young lady agreed, it would be splendid, but if she did not, he would have to contemplate his next strategy. After emerging from the car, Gu Nanxing hurriedly made her way back to her room. Soon, she distinctly heard footsteps trailing behind her, prompting her to quicken her pace. She rushed into her room, shut the door behind her, and without a moment as thought to change her clothes, collapsed onto her bed. Reflecting on the series of events since her arrival, she recalled the initial tension, the gradual development of understanding, and their current unspoken connection. To be candid, all of this stirred something within her. However, her original intention had merely been to secure a divorce and earn enough to sustain herself for the rest of her life. Living as a carefree parasite,